You merely grasped Lin's thigh, inadvertently slipping deeper into uncharted territory. Little did you anticipate that, unbeknownst to you, Obito, lurking in the shadows, would ignite a desperate surge of power within yourself. Not only did you awaken the Uchiha bloodline, granting you the coveted Sharingan, but you also acquired a defensive skill impervious to even Barrett's fire. This transformation occurred after you traversed into the world of Naruto, becoming a member of the Uchiha clan, where you unexpectedly unlocked a unique ability. By merely collecting emotions of blessing or curse, you could rapidly enhance your strength. However, after aiding elderly ladies across the street 99 times, you found your abilities had scarcely improved, causing you considerable distress. In search of clarity, you found yourself beneath the shade of a grand tree, contemplating life. Suddenly, a gentle voice wafted from behind you. "Is that you, Jejun?" You turned to behold a youthful and sweet-faced girl, gazing at you from a short distance. "Are you waiting for someone, Jejun?" She inquired softly that it was none other than your classmate, Nohara Rin. At that moment, an audacious idea sparked within you. If the emotional fluctuations from the elderly were too subtle, perhaps those of the young would be more pronounced. In an instant, your gaze towards Rin intensified, your eyes blazing with fervor as you scrutinized her lips, neck, collarbone, and arms, leaving no detail unnoticed. Sensing the intensity of your stare, Rin began to retreat cautiously. Jejun, coming to your senses, you hastily waved your hands in apology. "I'm sorry, I was lost in thought." Just as Rin attempted to flee, you called out to halt her. She regarded you like a startled fawn, and you couldn't help but chuckle inwardly at her cautious demeanor. "I am indeed waiting for someone. Would you like to know who that person is?" The girl seemed torn between her desire to escape and her insatiable curiosity, her foot tapping anxiously as she glanced at you. "Who are you waiting for?" she asked, her curiosity evident, nearly eliciting a laugh from you. Leaning closer to Rin, you whispered, "I am waiting for you." As those words escaped your lips, a crisp, mechanical voice echoed in the air, affirming your suspicions. To successfully trigger your special ability, the emotional fluctuations must be significant. You continued to gaze at Rin, addressing her as Actress Lin. "I have something to confess to you this moment." Rin's heart raced as she anxiously clutched her clothing, barely audible as she murmured, "What do you want to say, Jejun?" Almost instantaneously, you declared loudly, "I have liked you for a long time. Please, will you marry me?" What you did not expect was a heart-wrenching roar emanating from a nearby thicket. A boy, donning brown goggles, trembled with fury. "Let her go, Uchiha!" Obito's bloodshot eyes glared at Kakashi, who stood behind him. "This is Lin's private matter. Remain calm." Yet Obito paid no heed, his teeth clenched, fixated on you in the distance. "But you are proposing to her!" Obito nearly cried out, anguish lacing his voice. Lin had always been his perfect angel, and now someone sought to tarnish the sanctity of his heart. Anger flooded Obito's face, a tumult of emotions brewing within him as he grappled with the situation. However, even the mere expression of affection is only whispered in dreams. Yuan Lin seemed to finally grasp what you had just articulated. A crimson flush adorned her cheeks as she lowered her gaze in embarrassment. You extended your hand directly towards Lin. In the distance, Kakashi squinted, seemingly intrigued by the young Uchiha. The fury in Obito's eyes was nearly potent enough to sear through his goggles. He had never witnessed Lin display such a bashful demeanor. In his heart, he silently implored Lin to reject you. You frowned, casting a glance toward the thicket, puzzled by an inexplicable sound that resembled conversation. You then turned your attention back to the wild man before you, observing him in a state of mental disarray, nodding foolishly. However, you felt no impatience, rather. You sensed your abilities were steadily advancing. You suppressed the joy swelling within and sincerely reiterated your desire for marriage. This time, the actor Lin finally grasped the situation, her face instantly flushed with color as she emphatically nodded in response to your proposal. You extended your hand once more, affirming your intention. Ding! Detection of shock and anger from Uchiha Obito. Reward, 25 points, 5 increased damage. Detection of restoration from Yuan Lin. Reward, 15 points, 3 increased defense. Upon hearing this, you furrowed your brow. Why had Uchiha Obito arrived? No wonder you felt an odd presence in the woods earlier. But why hadn't he emerged? Someone must have been restraining him. A name flashed through your mind. Kakashi at such a tender age. How could he learn such dubious skills from the third Hokage in Jiraiya? After a prolonged silence, Lin finally uttered a faint sound, prompting you to rise abruptly and inquire, "You accepted my proposal, didn't you?" Meanwhile, your mind resonated with the detection of Obito's wrath. Reward: 15 points, 3 increased damage. As you reveled in the rewards, a carefree laugh escaped your lips. Observing your satisfied grin, Lin hastily waved her hands in denial. "This is all too sudden, I cannot agree." She opened her mouth, seemingly wishing to suggest starting as friends instead. Yet, before her words could escape, you interrupted, "Is that so? I believe I understand." You nodded calmly, wishing her success in becoming an outstanding ninja actress. With Lin's words lingering in the air, you departed, seemingly as if nothing had transpired. Lin gazed at your retreating figure, her breath momentarily caught. She sensed no trace of reluctance in your eyes. Yet the one rejected was she, unless you had never truly cared about whether she would accept or not. After much contemplation, she finally reached a conclusion. This was merely a poorly executed prank, a fleeting whim to toy with her feelings as she happened to pass by. How could this be? Lin clenched her fists silently, even one as gentle as she found it hard to bear such a cruel jest. After pondering for so long, carefully choosing her words to avoid hurting another's feelings, she realized that everything she had said was utterly meaningless. This was simply too cruel. The indignation within her boiled, and her eyes soon glistened with unshed tears, glaring furiously at the unfolding drama. "Oh, you find this prank amusing?" After a brief pause, "You consider that your confession has been sufficiently sincere. If you were to utter some insincere words of blessing after being rejected, it would be no different from the behavior of those who fawn over others." You halt not due to the quivering tone in your voice, but rather because you sense the displeasure emanating from Sarutobi Hiruzen. You earn 10 points, while simultaneously elevating your status within the Hokage Tower by 2. Inside the Hokage's office, a haze of smoke lingers as Sarutobi Hiruzen removes his pipe, his gaze resting upon the crystal ball placed on the table. More precisely, his attention is fixed on the young boy named Uchiha Chi. Today, he was merely conducting his routine observation with the crystal ball, secretly scanning for potential threats around the village. However, he did not anticipate witnessing such a scene while surveying the Nankatsu River. How can they bully a girl in such a manner? As his displeasure mounts, Hiruzen is also puzzled as to why such actions are being taken. This serves no benefit to Uchiha Chi. While he grapples with this conundrum, the furious Danzo speaks up beside him. "See, Hiruzen, the Uchiha are indeed inherently malevolent. At such a young age, they delight in manipulating others. What kind of future can we expect from them?" Hiruzen casts a sidelong glance at Danzo before inquiring, "What are you trying to say, Danzo?" Danzo, abandoning any pretense, insists, "Hand this child over to Root." In Root, there are talents from various ninja clans, yet none from the Uchiha clan. The reasons are simple. First, the Uchiha clan's intimidating presence deters open confrontation. Second, Hiruzen's own apprehension towards the Uchiha prevents him from acting against them. Given these two factors, although he covets the Sharingan, it remains a mere desire. However, Uchiha Chi is different. Danzo perceives him as a troublesome child, antisocial, an orphan, and, most importantly, possessing mediocre talent. This individual, even if he were to vanish, would not cause significant uproar, as long as Hiruzen consents. Tomorrow, Uchiha Chi will receive an urgent mission and subsequently meet an untimely demise. Following that, Root will gain another member. With this thought, Danzo can hardly suppress his temptation to further incite Hiruzen. By eliminating this menace, our village gains not only relief but also a sharp blade. Hiruzen, amused by the notion, replaces his pipe and resumes his contemplative smoke. Why not? Danzo glares at Hiruzen, clearly dissatisfied. "How many years has it been since Uchiha Madara died? Why are you still so fearful of the Uchiha?" "I am not afraid of the Uchiha," Hiruzen replies, shaking his head slightly in response to Danzo's probing. "I simply believe that a child who embodies the will of fire would not engage in such actions." There must be a misunderstanding. Danzo scoffs silently, dismissing Hiruzen's words. What nonsense about the will of fire? It's merely a mantra for brainwashing ninjas that he believes Hiruzen is indeed afraid of the Uchiha. Just as Danzo prepares to voice more complaints, Hiruzen raises his hand to silence him. "Let them speak." Danzo turns his attention to the crystal ball. "You have turned your back in the scene, revealing your intentions towards Nohara Rin." Danz, with arms crossed, scoffs, urging you to watch. "I wager you this. He is the inherently wicked Uchiha Koboi." He squints at the system while Sarutobi Hiruzen, the third Hokage of Konoha, is seen wandering around, testing his sword. Instead of observing the serene bathhouse, he intrudes on the scene of youthful confessions. What a perverse old man, you silently scoff while calculating your strategy. It is evident that not only the actor Lin, the subject of this display, but also the audience below are displeased with your performance. Since they are dissatisfied with this conclusion, as a dedicated actor, you decide to indulge them with enjoyment. The expected performance from the audience is not mere embellishment, it is extemporaneous expression. As the sun sets, you turn to look behind you, finding actor Lin still standing there, lips pursed, her small face puffed in indignation, her eyes brimming with grievance and defiance, resembling an irate hamster. If Obito were to witness this sight, he might kneel in surrender, begging for forgiveness. Yet you remain composed, merely observing the girl, and calmly state, "You simply must see me in this state of disarray." Receiving 10 points for detecting Nohara Rin's flustered demeanor, you simultaneously enhance your damage output. Nohara Rin's mouth, slightly agape, gazes at you in bewilderment. What? He never anticipated that after being exposed, you would not feel shame, but instead grow even more indifferent. Has this individual sunk to such depths of malevolence? Or is the situation not as she perceives it? As Nohara Rin grapples with confusion, you lift your leg, slowly approaching her, step by step. What does he intend? Is he enraged and seeking revenge? Despite her bewilderment, as a subordinate who has passed the assessment, Nohara Rin swiftly places her hand on her ninja tool pouch, retrieving a black kunai. She stares intently at your torso, prepared to retaliate at the slightest suspicious movement to ensure her safety. However, contrary to Nohara Rin's expectations, you do nothing, you merely continue your deliberate advance, even disregarding her tightly clenched kunai. You approach her directly, your voice unervingly calm. You insist on witnessing my heart turn to ash. What do you mean? A bewildered Nohara Rin raises her gaze to your face, and the redness at the corners of her eyes becomes apparent. She has been crying. Simultaneously, your voice resonates once more. When you say we can still be friends, will I weep with gratitude for your tenderness? Or when you express a desire to focus on ninja training, and I eagerly await you? Your tone remains steady and detached. What exactly do you wish to see? My sorrowful visage? My throat constricted with anguish? Or do you want me to weep before you? This time, Nohara Rin finally perceives the tremor in your calm voice, a reflection of her own grievance. She becomes flustered, realizing that the situation has once again surpassed her expectations. That is not what I meant. The actor, Lin, hesitantly began to articulate an explanation, only to be abruptly interrupted. That's not what I meant. You gazed intently into his eyes. Is it not because I appear insufficiently pained that you perceive this as a jest? The actor, Lin, found himself momentarily speechless. Indeed, it was his tranquil demeanor that led you to question the sincerity of his confession. Let me assure you, I am profoundly saddened, deeply wounded, and yearning for a secluded corner to weep. Is that acceptable? You raise your sleeve to dab your eyes, releasing a shaky breath, your eyelids growing increasingly reddened. Is that sufficient? Are you content? Slowly, the actor, Lin, lowered his head, yearning to utter something, yet realizing he could voice nothing at all. In that instant, he comprehended just how hurtful his previous words had been. After mustering the courage to speak, he was perceived by the one he cherished as merely a prankster, and even his feelings were doubted. Merely immersing oneself in the scenario, considering Yi Yuanlin, left him breathless. He had shattered your heart. Yi Yuanlin dared not meet your gaze, focusing instead on his own toes, his lips trembling uncontrollably. Despite his efforts to suppress his emotions, his vision blurred increasingly, seemingly influenced by your quiet sobs. Your words faltered, and silence enveloped the space between you. You chose not to speak further, simply observing the actor, whose eyes shimmered with unshed tears. Time seemed to stretch indefinitely, perhaps mere seconds, or possibly several minutes. Consider this a jest, you uttered with a wry smile. At least in this way, I am not remembered as a pitiable fool in your recollection. Without another glance, you swiftly faded into the twilight, until the sun fully vanished beneath the horizon. The actor remained rooted in place, his gaze unfocused as he stared at the ground, resembling a wayward child who had committed a transgression. Until the sun completely disappeared below the horizon, Wildfield Lin still stood in place, staring blankly at the ground, like a child who had made a mistake. Chapter 4. Goodbye. Absolute, old lady white absolute, Hokage room. The dense smoke in the room gradually dissipated. Uchiha Chi. The image in the crystal ball froze on Nanga River, where only Nohara Rin was present, while Sarutobi Hiruzen had already lowered his head to read the documents. This was the information just collected by his subordinates according to his instructions, detailing information related to Uchiha Chi name, Uchiha Chi age, 14 years old. Personality, reserved and solitary, but kind-hearted, often helping old ladies cross the street in the clan area. Ninja talent rated as below average, but performance in various assessments was passable, indicating that he was putting in effort in private training. In last week's graduation exam from the ninja school, Uchiha Chi graduated smoothly, along with Yuhi Kurenai, Might Guy, Nohara Rin, and others. By the way, Asuma Sarutobi was also among them, thinking about his son, who secretly smoked and thought he wasn't discovered. Compared to the information on Uchiha Chi, Sarutobi Hiruzen couldn't help but sincerely praise. He is indeed a good kid. Although his talent is average, he works hard. Although his personality is solitary, he has a kind heart, and even if he's been hurt deeply, he is unwilling to harm others. The potential of such people may not be high, but precisely because their qualifications are ordinary and not valued by the family, they yearn for the recognition of others. Sarutobi Hiruzen is very willing to give them a little care and help, so they can feel the warmth of the will of fire and then continue to shine for the village. Sarutobi Hiruzen placed the documents on the table and looked at his assistant with a kind smile. Danzo, what do you think? Oomph. Danzo stepped forward, quickly glanced at the documents, then snorted coldly and asserted, I don't believe it. This is all a facade. Sarutobi Hiruzen smiled faintly and shook his head. He is only a teenager. How could he have such deep scheming? From the scene in the crystal ball, just now, it was clear that Uchiha Chi was indeed a sensitive and delicate young boy, just as described in the information. However, Shimura Danzo shook his head firmly. The Uchiha Azuna that Tobirama-sensei often mentioned also became a rival of his teacher at this age. You need to face reality, Hiruzen. The Uchiha clan is born to be bad. Sarutobi Hiruzen was momentarily at a loss for words and sighed helplessly. Danzo, you are still too extreme. Not every Uchiha is Uchiha Azuna. All right, Danzo. Seeing that Danzo still wanted to say something, Sarutobi Hiruzen waved his hand to stop the topic. In a few days, the ninja teams will be assigned, and whether it's true or not will be determined by his performance. Whatever you say, seeing his talent plan go down the drain. Shimura Danzo snorted coldly and disappeared behind the dark door without looking back. Looking at the dark corridor, Sarutobi Hiruzen took a helpless puff of smoke. Why did he inherit his teacher's wisdom while Danzo only inherited his teacher's extremism? After leaving Nanga River, Uchiha Chi did not immediately return to the clan area. He actually found a deserted place and pretended to cry with the onion hidden in his pocket. Seeing that the system had no new messages, Uchiha Chi confirmed that the third Hokage was no longer paying attention to him and relaxed completely. He didn't know if his little performance satisfied the audience. As he walked on the way back to the clan area, he opened the system to check the messages he hadn't had time to read earlier. Detected guilt from Nohara Rin. Gained 20 points and increased defense by 4. Uchiha Chi nodded slowly. Through practice, he had a rough understanding of the system's rules. First, there was a relationship between emotion types and rewards. This was actually quite easy to understand. The so-called integration of offense and defense meant that collecting negative emotions would enhance attack capabilities, while collecting positive emotions would enhance defense. These boosts were percentage increases, meaning they wouldn't become useless as he grew stronger, but would grow alongside him. Furthermore, Uchiha Chi shifted his gaze to the next message. Due to the target's emotional fluctuation exceeding the standard, the host receives an additional reward. Medical Ninjutsu Talent, Nohara Rin version. Medical Ninjutsu Talent, Nohara Rin version. Your efficiency in learning medical ninjutsu is increased by 30. Although he could tell that Nohara Rin looked like she was about to break down, he really didn't expect an unexpected bonus. As long as the target's emotional fluctuation exceeds the standard, an extra reward would be given. Uchiha Chi made up his mind to develop the targets as much as possible in the future to touch upon extra rewards. Regaining his focus, Uchiha Chi continued to read. Detected appreciation from Sarutobi Hiruzen. Gained 15 points and increased defense by 3. Detected dissatisfaction from Shimura Danzo. Gained 10 points and increased damage by 2. The first part was fine. After all, Uchiha Chi was quite satisfied with his performance and believed that the third Hokage, as an audience, also enjoyed it. However, what was up with Shimura Danzo? Uchiha Chi didn't quite understand. Why did Danzo have an opinion when he performed so excellently? A little black-hearted, huh? Uchiha Chi silently tagged Shimura Danzo as a hater of Konoha. Thus, he thought while walking, and a few minutes later, he returned to the clan area. The children were playing in a nearby park, while the adults taking care of them sat chatting at the grocery store entrance. The security team members working outside the clan area were also returning one after another, blending into the crowd. Among the coming and going clansmen, Uchiha Chi caught a glimpse of a familiar figure. It was none other than the clan's specialty old lady he hadn't seen recently. Uchiha Chi's eyes moved. During his attempts to trigger the system, he had helped old ladies cross the street every day except for eating and sleeping. However, as he helped them, these old ladies seemed to have vanished, as if they were deliberately avoiding him, no matter how hard he looked. At first, he thought he was overthinking it. But this time, upon returning, he encountered the old lady, and it felt as if she had only appeared now because he was not there. Uchiha Chi roughly guessed who this was. The tool sent by Uchiha Madara to monitor the ninja world, White Absolute. Watching the hunchbacked figure walking before him, who showed no signs of fatigue, Uchiha Chi's expression grew subtle. All this time he had been helpful, but he hadn't triggered any rewards. It turned out it was not because of anything else, but because these old ladies were not human at all. Although his actions had indeed affected the White Absolute's mission to monitor the clan area, from this perspective, the White Absolutes could not truly be grateful to him. At the same time, feeling a gaze linger on him, the hunchbacked White Absolute slightly turned his head to look over. Uchiha Chi maintained a blank expression. The White Absolute also wore a blank expression. The two stared at each other across the crowd, silent for a long time, until a certain moment. Detected irritation from White Absolute. Gained 15 points and increased damage by 3. Uchiha Chi revealed a bright smile and began to jog towards the White Absolute. Seeing this, the White Absolute immediately dropped the act and took off running. Chapter 5. I suspect that is a spy. Uchiha Fugaku is a staunch materialist, but he truly feels a bit unlucky recently. He is under great pressure as the head of the Uchiha clan. He has not achieved any significant accomplishments in his few years in office, leading to dissatisfaction among many clan members. Not only that, but the Uchiha clan is currently facing both internal and external troubles. Ever since the radical representative Uchiha Shursui was released from prison after serving his sentence, the entire hawkish faction has been restless for months, even audacious enough to demand an explanation from him as the clan leader. The higher-ups in Konoha have also been pressuring him frequently, implying that they hope the Uchiha can consider the bigger picture and make more compromises for the prosperity of Konoha. Especially that Shimura Danzo, every time he encounters him, he has to come over to warn him to be more honest. And that everything Uchiha does is being watched by him as the Hokage's assistant. It's almost as if he is directly saying that Shimura Danzo has someone inside the Uchiha. Although he feels that Shimura Danzo is deliberately provoking his suspicions, regardless of the truth, the mountain of pressure is indeed weighing heavily on Uchiha Fugaku, causing him to suffer from insomnia for several days. Because of this, he came out to the street before the clan meeting today, hoping to relax his tense mood a little. Just as he was looking at the road ahead, he was suddenly bumped into by someone who was not paying attention. Bang! Uchiha Fugaku looked down and opened his mouth to reprimand, only to find that the other party was a kind-looking hunchbacked old lady. He swallowed the reprimand that was on the tip of his tongue and changed his mind to inquire about the situation. This lady. However, the other party ignored him and simply stuffed something into his hand, and then he felt a gust of wind pass by. In the blink of an eye, the hunchbacked old lady reached the end of the street corner and was about to disappear from view. Uchiha Fugaku had never seen an old person run faster than Chunin. What kind of super grandma was this? When he looked down at his palm, his pupils constricted sharply. It was a shiny, twisted cane. Just as he was wondering if he was under too much stress lately and was hallucinating, a figure like a gust of wind suddenly stopped beside him. Lost track. Uchiha Chi looked at the distant figure of White Zetsu and murmured regretfully to himself. He did not expect this White Zetsu to be so sensitive. He only moved a bit, and it just turned around and ran away. He was just being kind-hearted, wanted to help the old lady a little, just as Uchiha Chi sighed over missing the White Zetsu treasure mine. What is your name? A dignified and deep voice suddenly came from beside him. Uchiha Chi turned to look and found a middle-aged clan member standing next to him with a frown. Seeing the 2 tear marks on the other person's face, Uchiha Chi instantly recognized the identity of the other party. It was none other than the most useless clan leader in Uchiha history, Uchiha Fugaku. Leader Fugaku, my name is Uchiha Chi. Uchiha Chi blinked and pretended to answer Uchiha Fugaku's question respectfully, while he observed Uchiha Fugaku's haggard face, feeling a bit puzzled. Hollow eyes, pale complexion. Why does this guy look so bad? Is his nightlife not harmonious? No. Uchiha Chi shook his head slightly, already guessing the answer in his heart. Uchiha Fugaku looked like this because he had been under too much pressure recently. After all, he looked the same when he was a 996 worker in his previous life. Uchiha Chi. Uchiha Fugaku nodded slightly, indicating that he remembered this name. Then, he glanced at the street corner where White Zetsu had disappeared and asked in a deep voice, "Who was that old lady just now? Why were you chasing her?" It seemed he had seen the old lady running wildly in the sunset. Uchiha Chi secretly chuckled. If he didn't know that the old lady was a White Zetsu, he would indeed find the scene very strange. So, how should he explain this to the clan leader? Looking at Uchiha Fugaku, who had dark circles under his eyes, Uchiha Chi's intuition told him that he could take advantage of the situation. Got it. He thought of an idea that could not only allow him to take advantage, but also muddle this situation. Lord Fugaku. Uchiha Chi retracted his smile and said with a serious expression, "I suspect that there is a spy lurking in our Uchiha clan." Upon hearing this, Uchiha Fugaku was slightly taken aback, and then his brows furrowed into an 8-character shape, and his whole body instantly tensed up. Detected shock from Uchiha Fugaku. Gained 20 points and increased damage by 4. Target's emotional fluctuation exceeds standard. Host gains additional reward. Fire Release Ninjutsu Talent. Uchiha Fugaku version. Fire Release Ninjutsu Talent. Uchiha Fugaku version. Your efficiency in learning Fire Release Ninjutsu increases by 60. Uchiha Chi looked at Uchiha Fugaku in confusion. Although he knew he could take advantage of the situation, he really didn't expect this clan leader to blow up so dramatically right away. Dude, why are you so excited? Did you stuff a vibrator in there? Just as Uchiha Chi speculated how big of a deal the clan leader was dealing with privately, Uchiha Fugaku spoke. You say there's a spy in the clan? Uchiha Fugaku stared into Uchiha Chi's eyes, his gaze sharp as a blade, as if trying to pierce through Uchiha Chi's heart. Where's the evidence? Uchiha Chi glanced at Uchiha Fugaku, his heart stirring slightly. It seems that the higher-ups in Konoha have been putting a lot of pressure on this clan leader lately. Then, this murky water can be stirred even more. Uchiha Chi pretended to look around vigilantly and said nervously, I've recently noticed that there are often unfamiliar old people appearing in the clan. Before he could finish, Uchiha Fugaku's low growl rang out. Enough, don't say any more. Uchiha Chi immediately stopped. Although he knew that this fearful clan leader would definitely interrupt him, he still felt a bit displeased when it actually happened. He particularly hated 2 types of people in his life. One type is those who like to interrupt him while he is speaking. The other type is those who don't let him interject. Uchiha Chi had already noted this down. What's wrong? He calmly looked at Uchiha Fugaku. Lord Clan Leader? Uchiha Fugaku did not answer, only darkened his face, his expression changing back and forth. One moment, it was a realization of understanding. The next, it was shocked that the guy actually did that. And then it turned into deep apprehension, rivaling the face-changing art he saw in his previous life. Detected displeasure from Uchiha Fugaku. Gained 15 points and increased damage by 3. Uchiha Chi raised an eyebrow, not thinking about how to solve the problem, but how to deal with the person who discovered the problem, right? Speaking to people in a way they understand, Uchiha Chi immediately took the initiative to say, Lord Clan Leader, I've been secretly investigating this matter and have never told anyone else but you. Upon hearing this, Uchiha Fugaku's tense body relaxed instantly. He looked at the seemingly harmless Uchiha Chi, and the displeasure in his eyes disappeared. Not even having to pry for information, he had already revealed everything he knew. How Navi? Saying it nicely, it was Navi. Saying it bluntly, it was just easy to deceive. In the eyes of such a simple clan member, his title as clan leader represented considerable authority. Thinking of this, Uchiha Fugaku coughed and feigned anger, saying, this kind of thing is very dangerous. How can you act on your own? Leave the rest to me, and don't tell anyone. I'm sorry, clan leader, for causing you trouble. Uchiha Chi quickly nodded with a guilty expression and promised, I won't tell anyone else. Indeed, he was easy to deceive. Uchiha Fugaku nodded lightly, forcing a slight smile. But little Chi, you have great ninja talent. I hope you will train hard and join the police force in the future to contribute to the clan. Giving a slap and then a sweet date is a common tactic used by superiors to tame their subordinates. As expected, Uchiha Chi looked deeply moved, almost on the verge of tears, and nodded vigorously, saying, I will work hard to train, and I will not let down your expectations, clan leader. He really was too easy to deceive. Good. Uchiha Fugaku gently patted Uchiha Chi's shoulder. I'll be waiting for you in the police force. After finishing the last task, Uchiha Fugaku turned and left. Chapter 6. Uchiha Chi's shopping spree after Uchiha Fugaku's figure disappeared around the corner. Uchiha Chi couldn't help but chuckle softly, so easy to deceive. He patted his shoulder, thinking, playing this game with someone who has struggled in a heartless company? No way. He shook his head, dismissing the thought, and looked up at the words he could see, his eyes filled with enthusiasm. If mastering the system's mechanics is just basic knowledge, then how to leverage those mechanics for profit is a much deeper subject. In this regard, Uchiha Chi was doing quite well. Although Uchiha Fugaku was in a bad mood, Uchiha Chi turned that to his advantage, causing Fugaku to yield gold coins. From this, the thoughtful Uchiha Chi derived an even more practical theory. To make the target happier, one must first make them sad. The reverse is also true. As long as the emotional fluctuations are like a roller coaster, the rewards received would be abundant. This theory could easily be applied to the persona he had crafted, one that craved the affection of elders. The next time he encountered the clan leader, Uchiha Chi would surely make him yield even more gold coins. Phew! Uchiha Chi sighed, looking up at the sky, where stars twinkled, signaling that night had fallen. He turned and walked along the cobblestone path, humming a tune as he left. Uchiha Chi soon returned to his home. He inserted the key, turned it twice, gently pushed open the door, and closed it behind him. He plopped down onto the sofa in the living room, staring at the increasingly familiar ceiling. Uchiha Chi zoned out for a moment before opening the system and calling up his personal panel. Name, Uchiha Chi. Age, 14. Chakra, 500 Genin Standard, 300. Skills, Body Flicker Technique, Fire Release, Great Fireball Technique. Traits, Medical Ninjutsu Talent, Uchiha Rin version. Fire Release Talent, Uchiha Fugaku version. Uchiha Bloodline, Eyes Not Activated. Additional Damage, 24. Additional Defense, 2 points, 170. This meager number of skills. Uchiha Chi looked at the small line of skills and couldn't help but sigh. The original parents were merely unawakened genin, with no family resources tilted in their favor, and their sudden sacrifice left behind nothing but this house. Therefore, without being valued by the family, aside from the body flicker technique learned at the Ninja Academy, Uchiha Chi could only rely on the fire release, Great Fireball Technique, which was a basic technique common to clan members. This is why he had always been troubled about triggering the system. In this brutal ninja world where strength is paramount, his body's qualifications were far too ordinary compared to those hanging on the wall, and time was running out. In his memory, Uchiha Rin, Uchiha Kurenai, Sarutobi Yasuma, and the ever-enthusiastic Might Guy had all graduated around the same time. According to Uchiha Chi's impression of the timeline, in a few years, the Third Great Ninja War would begin. Uchiha Chi didn't believe that relying solely on the body flicker technique and Great Fireball technique would allow him to survive on a battlefield that could be described as a meat grinder. Moreover, even if he miraculously survived, he would ultimately face a fate where he would be taken away by the great filial son with tears, sitting hand in hand with his clan members in the Pure Land. Perhaps even his eyes would be collected by Danzo or Obito. However, my points have finally arrived, and these won't be a problem. Uchiha Chi's gaze lingered on his points, his eyes gleaming with excitement. Aside from the personal panel message board, the system also had a point shop section, clearly designed for spending these points. With so many points, you should be able to exchange for something now. With a hint of anticipation, Uchiha Chi rubbed his hands and opened the point shop. Uchiha Chi was momentarily dazzled and found himself in an ordinary shop, but instead of everyday items, it was filled with various ninjutsu scrolls. These scrolls were categorized by rank and also had some special items displayed. Uchiha Chi looked through them one by one and found that these ninjutsu seemed to relate to people he had encountered. For example, the 4-symbol seal, a self-destructive S-rank ninjutsu, was clear in his memory as it came from his number 1 hater, Shimura Danzo. The A-rank long-range glass technique was the ninjutsu used by the 3rd Hokage today to spy on the village. In addition, there were B-rank techniques like shadow clone technique, wind release, vacuum sphere, and fire release, explosive wind dance, as well as C-rank techniques like fire release, phoenix fire technique, and summoning technique, and D-rank techniques such as body flicker technique and binding technique. All these ninjutsu had been collected from emotions he had gathered. It seemed that in the future, he needed to forge more good relationships. Uchiha Chi muttered to himself, realizing that to enrich the categories in the point shop, he needed to establish bonds with more people. Of course, as the saying goes, good wine for good friends, a shotgun for wolves. If the other party wasn't very friendly, Uchiha Chi wouldn't mind creating bonds through other means. Which one to choose? His gaze quickly swept over each scroll as he estimated what he could exchange for with his points. The higher the rank of ninjutsu, the more points were needed to exchange for it. D rank ninjutsu required 20 points, C rank required 50 points, B rank needed 80 points, A rank was 150, and for S rank, it would require 300 points. Of course, not every high-rank ninjutsu was better. For example, the S-rank sealing technique, Phantom Dragon 9 Seals, was described as a technique to separate tailed beasts from their Jinchuriki and seal them elsewhere. While it couldn't be said to have no use, it was simply too far out of reach for Uchiha Chi right now, making it a poor cost-performance ratio. Uchiha Chi began to seriously consider his needs. His number of master ninjutsu was too meager, and he indeed needed urgent supplementation. With 170 points in hand, he could exchange for 1 A-rank ninjutsu and 1 D-rank ninjutsu. However, the chakra required for the A-rank ninjutsu was not something a freshly graduated genin like him could easily utilize. After all, not everyone had tailed beast chakra to support them, allowing them to create hundreds of shadow clones even as a genin. Compared to those high-level ninjutsu that were both difficult and chakra-consuming, there must be more cost-effective methods. Thinking of this, Uchiha Chi turned his gaze toward the C-rank Fire Release, Phoenix Fire Technique. Fire Release, Phoenix Fire Technique, continuously spits out fireballs resembling the fruit of the phoenix flower from the mouth, can manipulate the trajectory of the fireballs through chakra. He had just acquired the talent for Fire Release ninjutsu from Uchiha Fugaku, so learning Fire Release techniques was undoubtedly the most correct choice. Moreover, the chakra required for the C-rank Fire Release was not too burdensome for him. Thus, without any hesitation, Uchiha Chi spent 50 points to exchange for the Fire Release, Phoenix Fire Technique. Next, he spent 40 points to choose the Binding Technique and Body Flicker Technique. After all, these two D-rank ninjutsu were simple and practical. If he could overpower an enemy, he could use the Binding Technique to restrain them, and if he couldn't, he could escape using the Body Flicker Technique, both offensive and defensive. Of course, the main reason was that their prices were incredibly cheap. Uchiha Chi felt he would lose out if he didn't grab them. Chapter 7, Single Tomo Sharingan. The Lonely Soul Beneath the Graveyard Bang, Bang Bang. After clicking to confirm the settlement, Uchiha Chi suddenly found 3 ninja scrolls appearing out of thin air. He got up and unfolded all the scrolls, which recorded the jutsu, Fire Style, Phoenix Fire Technique, Body Flicker Technique, and Body Binding Technique. After passing the assessment and graduating from the ninja school, students would be assigned to different ninja teams, and if he remembered correctly, the assignment would happen next week. This meant that, in the coming week, Uchiha Chi could practice these 3 jutsu at any time. However, before that, Uchiha Chi still had some unfinished business. He stared at the system panel. After redeeming the 3 jutsu, his personal points were down to 80. This world was too dangerous. He had to spend his points wisely. Uchiha Chi murmured, his gaze lingering on the special category. Gold exchange. Exchange points for real currency. 50 million Ryo for every 10 points. Chakra amount increase. Can increase the chakra amount limit. Costing 30 points each time. Bloodline limit evolution. Activate or enhance the bloodline limit possessed by the host. 50 points for the first time. Who would turn points into a pile of useless paper? Uchiha Chi silently complained. He had long stopped exchanging points for currency. If he had strength, why not just rob others? He shifted his focus to chakra amount increase and bloodline limit evolution. The former was easy to understand. It was simply about increasing his chakra. But this bloodline limit evolution, Uchiha Chi felt a slight stir in his heart. Undoubtedly, the bloodline limit he possessed was the unopened Sharingan. As the first noble clan in the ninja world, the Uchiha clan took pride in this pair of infinitely potential Sharingan. In the original work, the Sharingan could be said to run through the entire story, and many netizens even refer to Naruto as the Legend of the Eyes. To awaken the Sharingan, one often needed to experience intense emotional stimulation, which was quite difficult. For example, in the original work, Uchiha Sasuke only awakened his single Tomo Sharingan after losing his entire family. But now, he only needed to spend 50 points, the price of C-rank jutsu, to get the same cosmetic contact lenses as Itachi. A moment's hesitation would be irresponsible to himself. Without thinking twice, Uchiha Chi clicked the confirm exchange button. Ding! Bloodline limit evolution in progress. As a mechanical sound of the system rang out, Uchiha Chi instinctively closed his eyes, feeling a cool sensation around his eye sockets. It was as if a pair of hands were gently massaging him, eliminating all his fatigue. Like clear spring water flowing through him, relaxing his tense mind and making his thoughts clearer. Host has successfully activated the bloodline limit. Uchiha Bloodline, unawakened, has been upgraded to Uchiha Bloodline, single Tomo Sharingan. When Uchiha Chi opened his eyes, a pair of Tomo swirled in his crimson pupils. He instinctively glanced at the small alarm clock on his bedroom desk. Even with a whole living room and half a room in between, he could clearly see that the current time was 7:30 p.m. He could even vaguely see the handprints on the clock. Is this the Sharingan? Curiously looking at this exceptionally clear world, a hint of amazement flashed across Uchiha Chi's face. The insight and observation ability enhanced by the single Tomo were not exaggerated yet. But in ninja battles, these were essential for gaining intelligence advantages. He couldn't help but start to look forward to it. If the single Tomo was already like this, the 3-Tomo Sharingan, and even the legendary Mangeki Sharingan would surely provide even greater enhancements. These things that were originally hard for him to touch were now within reach as long as he accumulated enough points. After fantasizing about the future for a while, Uchiha Chi shook his head to clear his thoughts and continued to look at the point store. After evolving his bloodline limit, he was left with 30 points. Glancing at the price for increasing chakra, Uchiha Chi pondered, just enough for one use. He decisively clicked confirm and spent the remaining points. Ding! Starting to increase chakra amount. As the system's voice echoed in his mind, Uchiha Chi felt a burst of white light rising from his abdomen. This white light started from his dantian and flowed through his chakra pathways to all parts of his body, passing through his limbs, brain, and internal organs. Uchiha Chi couldn't help but let out a soft hum, feeling a pleasant tingling sensation throughout his body. After a few minutes, when the white light finally returned to his abdomen and merged with the chakra in his dantian, the system's prompt appeared again. Chakra amount increase completed. Uchiha Chi blinked and looked at the system personal panel. Name, Uchiha Chi. Age, 14 years. Chakra amount, 700 300 ch Nin standard, 1000. So it was 500. Now it's 700, an increase of 200. Uchiha Chi tilted his head, somewhat confused about what this 300 meant. But the next second, he understood as the system's text directly appeared in his mind. This is the eye power increase after awakening the single Tomo. In other words, if the Sharingan's eye power is counted, I have already reached the chakra level of a ch Nin. Uchiha Chi murmured to himself, feeling somewhat dreamy. Just a week ago, he had graduated from ninja school and became a genin. And just a week later, his chakra amount had already reached the ch Nin standard. This speed was probably even faster than Kakashi, known as the most talented genius of Konoha. Uchiha Chi couldn't help but praise himself, realizing that awakening was indeed different. He felt energized and determined to earn more points. However, before that, Uchiha Chi turned his gaze to the 3 ninja scrolls. First, he needed to learn these 3 jutsu. To have the confidence to seek enjoyment in this cruel ninja world, he must first possess enough strength. Otherwise, he would just be a pathetic clown. He took the jutsu scrolls to the courtyard and began today's training. Late at night, in the mountainous graveyard, all was silent. This place was the border between the land of rice and the land of waterfall, overlooked by various countries due to its remote location and barren land. Beneath the bones of long-dead giant beasts lay a secret underground base. At this moment, inside the base, a soul that should have died sat on a cold stone chair, his old and withered body seeming to be in a deep slumber, eyes tightly shut. After a while, this elderly figure, full of despair, slightly opened his eyelids and looked at the walls of the base. A few seconds later, a humanoid creature with white skin and green hair burrowed in from outside the wall, scampering excitedly to the stone chair and shouting, "Lord Madara, I'm back." It was the White Zetsu responsible for monitoring the Uchiha clan's territory. It had given itself the name Aegon. The elderly figure in front of White Zetsu, Aegon, with white hair and looking as if he could return to the Pure Land at any moment, was none other than the legendary figure who had once shaken the entire ninja world, Uchiha Madara. Looking at White Zetsu Aegon, Uchiha Madara's lips trembled. As if he hadn't spoken in a long time, his voice sounding somewhat hoarse, like gravel scraping against glass. "What is the recent progress of your mission?" Baiju Aegon seemed to remember something dirty, shaking his head with a somewhat gloomy expression, and said, "Not good." Chapter 8, White Zetsu. Recently, there's a little ghost following me around in the clan's territory. White Zetsu is a product of Uchiha Madara after he awakened the Rinnegan. At least that is how Uchiha Madara sees it. This white humanoid creature seems to be not very intelligent, but it always acts according to its own will. Apart from them, Uchiha Madara doesn't trust anyone. Moreover, while the strength of White Zetsu is generally average, they are very good at disguise and stealth, making it difficult for even ordinary jonin to detect their presence. They're practically born reconnaissance tools. Therefore, after his body began to age rapidly, the immobile Uchiha Madara hid in this base and only sent White Zetsu out to various locations. They follow their own will, acting as his eyes to monitor the ninja world, returning underground every so often to report everything that happens in the ninja world during that period. Thus, Uchiha Madara had long grown accustomed to White Zetsu's chattering, especially this one responsible for monitoring the Uchiha clan territory. Every time, it brought back a pile of meaningless information, like how many children were born in the Uchiha clan this year, how many more Sharingan appeared, which bookstore published a story adapted from Senju Hashirama and himself. Uchiha Madara wasn't interested at all, except for the last one. Therefore, when White Zetsu Aegon said that its task progress was not going well, Uchiha Madara immediately felt somewhat displeased. You bring back garbage information every day, and now you can't even do your own job properly? Uchiha Madara only asked it to activate the kind heart of that little ghost named Obito while monitoring the clan's territory. Can you not even do such a simple thing? Watching Uchiha Madara frown, as if contemplating how to turn itself into fertilizer for the Outer Path statue, White Zetsu Aegon's survival instinct surged. It hurriedly explained, I have always listened to you, Lord Madara, pretending to be an old lady waiting for Obito to help me, but at this point, it paused. But what? Uchiha Madara calmly asked, did someone discover you? Not really, but White Zetsu Aegon's expression was somewhat hesitant. One of your clan members has been obstructing my work lately. Clan member? Obstructing White Zetsu? Uchiha Madara was somewhat confused and looked at White Zetsu, signaling it to continue. White Zetsu recalled and organized its words. Last week, I was disguised as an old person, following the path Obito usually takes, but I was helped up by a passing little ghost with instant noodles for hair. Uchiha Madara nodded in understanding. It sounded like another kind-hearted, foolish little ghost. It's not what you think. White Zetsu Aegon shook its head, dejectedly dismissing Uchiha Madara's inference. If it was just once, that would be fine, but every time I fell, he helped me up. There were even a few times when I hadn't even found the right position, and this little ghost was already standing by, waiting for me to fall before rushing over to help. By this point, White Zetsu Aegon's voice was trembling with apparent anger. Doing nothing all day, just wandering around the clan territory. This person is too idle, right? Listening to White Zetsu Aegon's complaints, Uchiha Madara had no reaction, merely closing his eyes as if he were asleep. Just as White Zetsu Aegon was struggling with whether to offer a wake-up service, Uchiha Madara slowly opened his eyes. You were detected by him. How could that be? White Zetsu Aegon was somewhat puzzled. It should be known that its disguise was something even the current head of the Uchiha clan, Uchiha Fugaku, couldn't see through. And that annoying little ghost is just a newly graduated genin. How could he possibly see through its transformation technique? Regarding White Zetsu Aegon's doubts, Uchiha Madara did not comment. He merely gently stroked the cold armrest of the stone chair, pondering, detecting your presence does not mean he has seen through your disguise. A little ghost who grew up in the clan territory and has never left Konoha could not possibly guess your true identity. He should have just noticed some phenomena, but he wouldn't understand them. He might even mistakenly think you are a ninja secretly investigating Uchiha intelligence. This does not harm our plans at all. From the Warring States period to the Ninja Village period, he has encountered all kinds of people and experienced all kinds of events, no matter how strange things get. It would surprise him too much. After all, his own name is a miracle in the ninja world. By the way, what is this little ghost's name? Uchiha Madara suddenly asked. White Zetsu Aegon rested its chin on its hand and replied, I remember. It's called Uchiha Chi. Uchiha Madara slightly nodded and issued new instructions to White Zetsu Aegon. Your plan proceeds as usual. When you have free time, pay attention to this Uchiha Chi. He paused for a moment. If he's really as sharp as you say, he will immediately go into hiding after noticing that someone is secretly watching him. 2 days later, Uchiha clan territory. In a dilapidated courtyard, a tall banyan tree loomed. Hanging from the branches of the banyan tree was a sandbag weighing dozens of pounds. Its burlap surface covered in dents and stains, looking like it was bought for practicing physical techniques and strength. Uchiha Chi stood in the corner of the courtyard, quickly forming hand seals. Zien Su Chomauin. Fire release. Phoenix fire technique. With a light shout, Uchiha Chi spat out 3 scorching fireballs resembling phoenix flower fruits. Mao. He formed the Mao seal with one hand, and the 3 fireballs that had struck the opposite wall instantly changed direction, rushing toward the banyan tree in the center of the courtyard. Bang, bang, bang. The 3 fireballs accurately hit the sandbag beneath the banyan tree, and sand poured out from the broken hole, accumulating into a small mound. Uchiha Chi formed seals again. Hai Wuin. He instantly appeared at the base of the banyan tree, raising a shiny cane high and driving it straight into the raised sand mound. After doing all this, Uchiha Chi straightened up and looked at the system panel floating in the air. Name, Uchiha Chi. Age, 14 years. Chakra, 700, 300. Chunin Standard, 1000. Skills, body replacement technique. Instantaneous technique, body binding technique, fire release. Great fireball technique, fire release. Phoenix fire technique traits. Looking at the skill section, no longer containing just one line, Uchiha Chi nodded in satisfaction. In the past 2 days, he practiced the 3 ninjutsu he exchanged from the point store. Thanks to the fire release talent inherited from Uchiha Fugaku, he mastered the fire release, Phoenix fire technique in just one night, able not only to emit 5 fireballs simultaneously, but also to change their attack directions at will. However, the 2 D-rank ninjutsu that were not fire release were not so easy to learn. He spent a day and a night to learn the instantaneous technique and body binding technique. He wasn't sure if the body binding technique could be considered learned. Looking at the cane in the sand mound, Uchiha Chi sighed with regret. Chapter 9. The Generations of Hokage, Witnessing Our Youth. Body binding technique, D-rank ninjutsu. Although it's a D-rank ninjutsu, Uchiha Chi remembers that Orochimaru used it in the original work, and since even the legendary 3 ninjas of Konoha can use it, he must have practiced it seriously. However, due to the lack of a target to use it on, he's still unsure whether he has mastered this technique. He can't just stab himself. Just as Uchiha Chi was lost in thought, he noticed a significant change in the sand pile in front of him. The staff that was stuck in the sand pile had actually transformed into a small green sapling. Uchiha Chi was somewhat surprised. This staff was the one that White Zetsu had left behind, which had ended up in Uchiha Fugaku's hands. Before leaving, Uchiha Fugaku casually handed it over to him. And now, it had turned into a small sapling, deeply rooted in the soil. Uchiha Chi's expression was a bit complex. He knew that all of White Zetsu's cells were Hashirama cells, and Hashirama cells would turn into trees when buried in the ground. But this was a staff. So is this White Zetsu's bone? He didn't expect that Uchiha Madara's Moon Eye plan budget was so meager that White Zetsu couldn't even afford a decent staff and had to use his own bones instead. What a capitalist in the ninja world. Thinking of this, Uchiha Chi felt a bit sorry for that White Zetsu. Next time they meet, he should be a bit gentler. Uchiha Chi slightly shook his head, brushed away his chaotic thoughts, and touched his rumbling belly, saying, "Let's go eat." He had been cooped up at home training for the past 2 days without going out, and the stock of ingredients in the fridge was almost depleted, so he had to go out to eat today. He changed into a casual outfit and quickly left the house, planning to go to Ichiraka Ramen for a bowl of ramen. Half an hour later, Uchiha Chi walked out of the clan grounds. The scorching sunlight hit his eyes, and he raised his hand to shield himself, looking at the Hokage rock not far away. It was the time when Shikaku had already committed suicide, and the 4th Hokage had yet to take office, so only the faces of the 1st, 2nd, and 3rd Hokage were carved on the Hokage rock. Uchiha Chi squinted his eyes, noticing 2 green afterimages running around the base of the Hokage rock, seemingly engaged in physical training. "Is that my guy?" Uchiha Chi murmured. It was the hottest time of the day, and they were training recklessly in such heat, wearing such flashy green tracksuits. The only ones he could think of were Might Guy and Might Guy's son, Might Guy. After pondering for a moment, Uchiha Chi recalled that although he and Might Guy were classmates, they hadn't really talked much in 6 years. After all, the original body was most afraid of people like Might Guy who were overly friendly. However, the situation was different now. He was also friendly now. Uchiha Chi arrived at the base of the Hokage rock, casually found a long bench to sit on, crossed his arms, and smiled while watching the running figure. Soon, that figure came to a sudden stop right in front of Uchiha Chi's bench, kicking up a cloud of dust. "Cough, cough, cough. Chi-san, what brings you here?" From the dust cloud, Might Guy's strong voice sounded, with a hint of curiosity in his tone. Hearing Might Guy address him, Uchiha Chi's expression became lively. "What do you want to say that the cherry blossoms in our hometown have bloomed?" Uchiha Chi chuckled and shook his head, saying to Might Guy in front of him, "I just happened to pass by. Are you training here?" Upon hearing the word training, Might Guy seemed to have a conditioned reflex, shivering with excitement as he exclaimed, "Yes. 500 push-ups, 500 frog jumps, and 300 laps of sprinting. That's my warm-up training plan for today at noon." He finished in one breath, then gave himself a thumbs up, showing a super confident smile. Those 2 rows of big white teeth reflected dazzling light, almost blinding Uchiha Chi's eyes. But facing Might Guy's smile, Uchiha Chi's face showed no hint of a smile. He looked into Might Guy's eyes and coldly said, "Even in such scorching weather, you still insist on your taijutsu training? You, Might Guy. What's wrong?" Might Guy's tone became somewhat anxious. "Chi-san is looking at me like that. He must think I'm wasting my time training in taijutsu." Might Guy felt a bit bitter inside. As a commoner with no talent for ninjutsu, he could only train hard in taijutsu. Chi-san is from the Uchiha clan, so he probably hasn't seen someone with such poor talent. Just as he felt that Uchiha Chi was about to scold him, Uchiha Chi's displeasure suddenly vanished, replaced by a warm, sunny smile. He copied Might Guy and gave a thumbs up. "You're simply the spokesperson for youth." Might Guy was taken aback for a moment, then his whole body trembled with excitement. Oh. He had originally thought he would be criticized by a classmate, but ended up receiving strong praise. The spokesperson for youth, Might Guy, was ecstatic. Detected excitement from Might Guy. Gained 15 points and a 3 increase in defense. As expected of a hot-blooded idiot, a compliment triggered the system. That's right. Uchiha Chi looked at the panel with satisfaction, then smiled gently and nodded, saying, "In my view, every drop of sweat you shed during training is the best interpretation of youth. Every drop of sweat is an interpretation of youth." Might Guy repeated Uchiha Chi's words, and tears involuntarily flowed down his cheeks. Detected emotion from Might Guy. Gained 20 points and an additional 4 increase in defense. Target's emotional fluctuation exceeded standard. Host receives additional reward. Taijutsu, Konoha Bad Rock Rise. Konoha Bad Rock Rise. A powerful elbow strike launched at the opponent while airborne. It exploded again, and now he even got an otherworldly elbow strike. Uchiha Chi was somewhat surprised. Was Might Guy's emotional capacity so rich? This emotional fluctuation completely outclassed White Zetsu by a long shot. "Chi-san, thank you for recognizing my youth. I will engrave your encouragement on my tombstone," Might Guy said seriously. "No need for that." Uchiha Chi awkwardly waved his hand. "It's a must, Chi-san. Meeting you today is truly wonderful." Might Guy wiped his tears vigorously and continued. "After I warm up, do you want to interpret youth with me?" Facing Might Guy's sincere invitation, Uchiha Chi's mouth twitched a bit. "You want to take my life, huh? You should know that 300 laps are just part of the warm-up. What about the actual training? If I follow along, I might end up with blood in my urine and muscle breakdown that night, and the next day, I'd be lying in a hospital bed with Might Guy crying and begging me not to die." Uchiha Chi shook his head, politely declining Might Guy's kindness. "I just finished training, and I'm planning to go eat ramen." "Ramen?" Might Guy scratched his watermelon head, his eyes filled with nostalgia. "That uncle's ramen is indeed delicious. The ramen broth at Ichiraka Ramen tends to be on the salty side, which ordinary people might not be accustomed to, but for ninjas, it's just right. They often need to train or carry out missions, which can consume a lot of physical strength, and the salt in the broth can meet their needs. Especially for Might Guy, a taijutsu ninja, after training his whole body feels exhausted, and having a hot bowl of ramen can be quite satisfying." "Gurgle, gurgle." Might Guy somewhat shyly touched his stomach. "Gurgle, gurgle. What's happening again? It seems like this time it's not just me." Might Guy looked up in confusion and found Uchiha Chi looking at him somewhat bashfully. Without needing to say much, both of them broke into joyful smiles, with Might Guy's laughter being hearty, while Uchiha Chi's laughter had an inexplicable craziness to it. Ha ha, ha 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 ha. In this moment, Might Guy couldn't help but feel tears welling up. This is youth? That's right. Uchiha Chi nodded, feeling that this was a moment to elevate. So he looked up at the faces on the Hokage rock and said leisurely, "The previous Hokages are witnessing our youth." Chapter 10. Sorry, I have an appointment with him. Ichiraku Ramen Shop. "Boss, 1 bowl of tonkatsu ramen." Uchiha Chi walked deeper into the ramen shop while ordering his ramen. "Good, young man." The uncle kneading the dough shouted loudly to the kitchen. "SHBU, 1 bowl of tonkatsu ramen." All right. A youthful voice from the kitchen responded energetically. Uchiha Chi casually found a spot to sit, and while waiting for his ramen, he looked at the bright blue text that appeared before him. Detected recognition from Might Guy. Gained 20 points and increased defense by 4. Target's emotional fluctuation exceeds standard. Host receives additional reward. Taijutsu, Konoha Great Whirlwind. Is this the bond? Then I acknowledge it too. Uchiha Chi felt a bit emotional, not expecting that before leaving, after a simple elevation, Might Guy would cry like a 300-pound child, saying that I was the person who understood youth the most besides him and his father. Konoha Great Whirlwind, huh? Uchiha Chi nodded slightly. Although it wasn't directly giving him the 8 gates, these lower-level taijutsu were more suitable for him right now compared to the forbidden technique of the 8 gates. Even for taijutsu ninjas like the Might Father and Son, opening the 8 gates could easily injure oneself, and Uchiha Chi didn't think his body could bear such a cost. Skills: body replacement technique, shunshin technique, body fixation technique, fire release, great fireball technique, fire release, phoenix fire technique, Konoha rock breaking, Konoha great whirlwind. Looking at the increasingly rich skill bar in the system, Uchiha Chi felt genuinely satisfied. In just a few days, his ninjutsu count had more than doubled. The tonkatsu ramen is ready. SHBU, wearing a white headband, brought a large bowl of ramen from the kitchen to Uchiha Chi's table. Enjoy. She placed the ramen on the table and hurried back to the kitchen to continue working, as the lunch business for the ramen shop was really good. Uchiha Chi took a pair of chopsticks from the bamboo holder, picked up the tonkatsu meat placed on top of the soup noodles, and took a bite. The meat juice and broth converged in his mouth, creating a unique flavor, and Uchiha Chi comfortably squinted his eyes. Now, whether it's chakra amount or ninjutsu count, I am truly a CH Nin. Although I can't compare to those who start off chasing after the Kaga level, as long as I continue to develop through the system. By the time the Third Shinobi World War officially begins, I will definitely have reached Nin level. Thinking of this, Uchiha Chi felt a bit more relaxed. Since crossing into the ninja world for half a month, he had actually felt somewhat anxious, fearing that he might end up like a stray dog on the roadside, getting kicked to death while executing missions in the future. But now, with his strength rapidly increasing, he finally felt a lot more secure inside. Speaking of which, in 4 to 5 days, the ninja teams will be formed. Uchiha Chi began to look forward to what kind of teammates and instructors the village would assign him. If possible, he hoped to encounter teammates with psychological issues, as it would be easier for him to trigger rewards. As for the instructor, that wouldn't be good if they had problems. If the instructor has issues, then the team is definitely doomed. Uchiha Chi suddenly became a bit worried. Would he really end up cursing himself? Uchiha Chi, just as he began to worry about the psychological health of the instructor he had never met, a low and somewhat familiar voice sounded behind him. Uchiha Chi turned his head to see a man dressed in Uchiha clan attire, sitting in a corner, his expression stern, arms crossed as he looked at him. It turned out to be the dear clan leader. Clan leader Fugaku? Uchiha Chi blinked. Are you eating here alone? I came with a friend, Uchiha Fugaku said expressionlessly, pointing at the table in front of him where 2 empty soup bowls were placed. He really liked eating ramen. Oh. Uchiha Chi nodded thoughtfully. Is it Lord Minato? The friend that Uchiha Fugaku mentioned who liked eating ramen should be the future 4th Hokage, Minato Namikaze. Although the Third Shinobi World War hadn't started yet, and the name Yellow Flash was still famous in the ninja world, he had already gained some fame in Konoha due to his repeated successful missions in recent years. It is him. Uchiha Fugaku nodded, having no doubts that Uchiha Chi could guess it. Even spies infiltrating the clan could notice so naturally. It was no difficulty for him to guess who he was dining with. However, he didn't greet him to play a guessing game. After returning last time, Uchiha Fugaku investigated Uchiha Chi's profile. No parents, introverted personality, no Sharingan activated, and average ninja talent. At most, he would be a CH Nin in this life. No wonder he was so excited after being praised by himself last time. This group, often overlooked by the family, often craved the care of their elders. Just like plants living in the cracks, they would bloom beautifully with just a bit of sunlight. Thinking of this, Uchiha Fugaku casually glanced at Uchiha Chi and said, "You seem to be assigned to a ninja team in a few days, right?" Uchiha Chi was slightly taken aback, nodded. "Yes, what's wrong?" Uchiha Fugaku toyed with the teacup in his hand. "Tomorrow I will be guiding the children in the clan and need an assistant. Anyway, it's just a side job. Giving him a little sweetness would mean one more loyal CH Nin subordinate in the future. Why not?" Uchiha Chi blinked, naturally understanding that Uchiha Fugaku was inviting him to audit. Of course, he also knew the reason behind the other's actions. It was merely to give him an opportunity for advancement. But the problem is, he didn't want it. Just thinking about it made Uchiha Chi feel a bit annoyed at having a leader like Uchiha Fugaku who had no achievements. Moreover, since he had a cheat, why should he be someone else's underling? Since stimulating the other's emotions could make him stronger, why should he compromise himself? "Sorry, Lord Fugaku." Uchiha Chi shook his head, smiling as he declined. "I suddenly remembered that I have some things to do tomorrow." Uchiha Fugaku was taken aback for a moment, clearly not expecting the other party to refuse him, and his expression immediately turned cold. What is so important that it can't be done later? Detected dissatisfaction from Uchiha Fugaku. Gained 10 points and increased damage by 2. Oh, he is dissatisfied. Uchiha Chi looked around, just in time to meet the dead fish eyes that were secretly observing from nearby, and his eyes suddenly brightened. Still sneaking a peek, huh? Then come over here. Uchiha Chi pointed to the table across. I already have an appointment with him. Uchiha Fugaku was slightly taken aback and followed Uchiha Chi's finger to look. This is Chapter 11. Why is the whole world full of Uchiha Chi? Is this Kakashi Hitaki? Uchiha Fugaku looked uncertainly at the white-haired boy wearing a mask. Although he had never seen Kakashi, he recognized the name Hitaki Tsukumo, who had committed suicide 2 years ago after falling into controversy. Moreover, the white hair and the short blade at his waist were indeed the standard for Konoha's White Fang. He never expected to see the son of the White Fang here. Thinking of the fate of Konoha's White Fang, Uchiha Fugaku's gaze toward Kakashi became particularly complex. That's right. Uchiha Chi nodded and said, I've already arranged to train ninjutsu with Kakashi tomorrow to prepare for the upcoming ninja mission. So that's how it is? Uchiha Fugaku quietly looked at Kakashi Hitaki. Kakashi stared expressionlessly at Uchiha Chi. Uchiha Chi smiled and blinked. A few seconds later, Kakashi stiffly nodded. Detected emotional fluctuations from Uchiha Fugaku. Gained 15 points and increased damage by 3. In that case, Uchiha Fugaku turned around, nodding with a somewhat complex expression. Then you should train well. Don't embarrass the Uchiha. With that, he gave Uchiha Chi a deep look and walked towards the door. After Uchiha Fugaku left, Uchiha Chi picked up his chopsticks again. He finished a bowl of ramen in one go and then walked over to Kakashi. Thank you, he said cheerfully to Kakashi. I don't remember agreeing to train together. Kakashi said coldly, casually twirling his chopsticks in the steaming ramen. Uchiha Chi smiled. I don't remember either. He just happened to see Kakashi and casually told a lie to brush off Uchiha Fugaku. Even if Kakashi wasn't there, he had other reasons to refuse. However, he chuckled, looking at the poker-faced Kakashi. This guy had helped him out in a way. It's settled then, right? Settled? Kakashi raised an eyebrow, a hint of confusion flashing in his dead fish eyes. What do you mean? This was the first time he showed an expression other than his usual poker face. However, Uchiha Chi did not answer immediately. He casually placed his hand on the dining table, rhythmically tapping on the surface, sneaking a peek at someone else's privacy without consent. This behavior is actually called voyeurism, you know? Kakashi's pupils slightly constricted, but before he could react, Uchiha Chi waved his hand and turned to walk towards the ramen shop's exit, just as his figure was about to disappear behind the curtain. Uchiha Chi's voice once again reached Kakashi's ears. Just consider it the settlement fee for you watching the show without paying. After Uchiha Chi left, Kakashi stared at the curtain of the exit for a long time. Just consider it the settlement fee for you watching the show without paying. This sentence constantly echoed in Kakashi's mind, and the ripples in his eyes took a long time to calm down. As a ninja who would go to any lengths to complete a mission, Kakashi certainly didn't care whether voyeurism was moral or not. What surprised him was not that, but that Uchiha Chi had actually noticed his presence at that time. That was somewhat hard to comprehend. It should be noted that he had maintained a stealth state the entire time. Even if Uchiha Chi sensed Obito's peeking, he shouldn't have been able to perceive his presence, unless the other party was a CH Nin more skilled than him, or even a J Nin. But that was simply impossible. A person with such abilities wouldn't waste time in a place where they couldn't learn anything except the three-body technique. Kakashi frowned slightly, replaying the scene in his mind. However, no matter how he thought about it, he couldn't figure out when or how he was exposed. It doesn't matter. After a while, Kakashi shook his head. It doesn't matter what this weirdo who proposed to Nohara Rin is all about. Since the other party has said it's settled, then this matter is over. He didn't have a moral sense of guilt that would drive him to commit suicide. Kakashi took off his mask and slowly began to eat the ramen in his bowl. However, unconsciously, a smiley face appeared on the surface of the soup. Kakashi put down his chopsticks and gently rubbed his temples. What a weirdo. The middle-aged man who just spoke with Uchiha Chi was clearly his elder and seemed to want to guide Uchiha Chi, but the latter actually found an excuse to refuse. Kakashi couldn't understand why Uchiha Chi would refuse such a good opportunity. It was really strange and could only be attributed to the fact that this person was indeed a complete weirdo. Kakashi closed his eyes, forcibly emptying his mind. Everything is irrelevant. There is no need to understand matters outside of training and missions. After eating, he should go train in a few days. They would be divided into small teams, and he indeed needed to prepare, as that guy said. I just hope my teammates aren't such uniquely thinking weirdos. After making a simple wish, Kakashi finished the last bite of ramen and stood up to leave the ramen shop. He walked in the opposite direction of where Uchiha Chi had left. As he passed by Hokage Rock, Kakashi felt something and stopped, squinting his eyes to look into the distance. A green blur was actually speeding toward him. Kakashi's eyelids twitched. Without any hesitation, he turned to leave. However, he hadn't taken 2 steps when a voice from behind got closer and louder. "My rival. Where are you running off to?" My guy leaped over Kakashi, arms wide open like a great rock, blocking Kakashi's path. Looking at the obstructing Might Guy, Kakashi put his hands in his pockets and said coldly, "Move aside." "Move aside?" Might Guy tilted his head, his eyes lighting up. "Is that an abbreviation for let's start a duel?" "Kakashi, you're truly something." "I accept, bring it on." Kakashi's calm mood was slightly stirred. For some reason, he felt like he was experiencing a lot of emotional fluctuations today. "Let's talk about it next time." Kakashi shook his head and refused. "I need to go train now." Next time. This was his coping mechanism after being challenged by Might Guy hundreds of times. As long as he deferred like this, Might Guy would compromise and give up. Because a fool's brain wouldn't think of the question, there will be a next time. However, this time, Might Guy did not step aside. "Then let us duel. Physical combat is also a form of training." Kakashi looked Might Guy up and down, and after a moment of silence, he asked, "Who taught you that?" "How do you know?" Might Guy gasped. Kakashi cut straight to the point. "You can't come up with such nonsense. A fool like Might Guy could never think of such a thing. This isn't nonsense." Might Guy said, "It's called sophistry." "Your statement is sophistry, okay. If I'm not mistaken." This phrase is also something Might Guy just learned. Kakashi sighed softly. "So, is it? It's Chi-san." Might Guy pointed his finger at the sun and shouted a name that caught Kakashi off guard. "Chi-san?" Kakashi asked uncertainly. "Is it Uchiha Chi?" Yes, that's him." Might Guy nodded repeatedly, curious as he asked, "Do you know Chi-san too, Kakashi?" Kakashi fell silent on the spot. He didn't know if it was just his imagination, but he felt like the whole world was Uchiha Chi Chapter 12, the return of White Zetsu the next day. North of the Uchiha clan's territory, an old house made of blue stones. Creak, the door opened. Uchiha Chi stepped outside and looked up at the clear blue sky, revealing a pleasant smile. Today is another hopeful day. Name, Uchiha Chi. Age, 14. Chakra, 700, 300. Chunin Standard, 1000. Skills, Body Flicker Technique, Body Binding Technique. Fire Style, Great Fireball Technique, Fire Style. Phoenix Fire Technique, Leaf Rock Rising, Leaf Great Wind. Traits, Uchiha Bloodline, Single Tomo. Medical Ninjutsu Talent, Nohara Rin version. Fire Style, Ninjutsu Talent, Uchiha Fugaku version. Additional damage, 29. Additional defense, 21 points, 80 after forming several good relationships over the past few days. Uchiha Chi's points had once again reached 80. By the way, each upgrade of the bloodline limit requires a multiplicative increase. For example, the last time it required 50 points. The next time it would require 100 points, and so on. This means he is now just 20 points away from unlocking the double Tomo Sharingan. Realizing this, Uchiha Chi went to sleep at 9 p.m. last night, hoping to go out early today to find suitable bonds. So who would today's bond be? Bang! Closing the door, filled with anticipation, Uchiha Chi left home. Uchiha clan territory. White Zetsu Aegon arrived here early in the morning. He had just returned from a mountain graveyard last night, and today was his first day back at work. Since Uchiha Madara ordered everything to continue, as usual. Even though he hated encountering Uchiha Chi, he still had to play the role of the old lady. After all, Obito, with his extreme and paranoid personality, was a rare resource in the entire ninja world. If not properly nurtured, Uchiha Madara would erase him without hesitation. But where's my cane? Looking at his empty right hand, the transformed old lady White Zetsu Aegon tilted his head in confusion. He couldn't remember where he placed the cane made from his own ribs. After a while, never mind, Aegon shook his head. No one would do something ridiculous like sticking a cane into the ground. Even if someone did, they wouldn't guess his identity. White Zetsu Aegon stopped thinking too much and quietly stood on the deserted street, waiting. Before long, a middle-aged man with exceptionally pale skin turned the corner and nodded at the transformed Aegon. Aegon understood, and as he brushed past the middle-aged man, he suddenly let out a cry and fell straight to the ground. A few seconds later, hurried footsteps approached from behind. White Zetsu Aegon pretended to struggle to lift his head and saw that the person was indeed his target, Uchiha Obito. When Uchiha Obito saw the fallen Aegon, he immediately quickened his pace, running over with a worried expression. "Old lady, are you okay?" Hearing the long-awaited concern from Obito, even though he was not human, Aegon felt joy in their reunion. "Great, it's Obito. Finally not that pretentious instant noodle head." If it weren't for the lack of tear ducts. Aegon felt like he would have cried. It's okay, just a fall. White Zetsu, Aegon smiled kindly, making a motion to prop himself up. Uchiha Obito quickly reached out to help. This made White Zetsu Aegon even more touched. Over the past week, Uchiha Chi often helped him, but it was completely different from Obito. That guy always squatted to the side, carefully observing whether he could get up by himself, and would seriously ask if he felt like fainting. Not only that, Uchiha Chi would also make him guarantee that he fell by himself, and that he wouldn't blame it on him after getting up. Even when White Zetsu tried to get up, he would be pushed down hard and told by Uchiha Chi that there was a risk of fracture and not to move around. Why was Uchiha, who had never even left the village, so cautious? Just reminiscing made White Zetsu Aegon feel that the Obito in front of him was so kind and lovable. While getting up from the ground, he sincerely thanked. Thank you. You're really a good kid. It's what I should do. Obito shyly scratched his nose and bent down to help White Zetsu stand up. Just then, a familiar voice suddenly sounded from behind the two. Obito? Even without seeing the expression, one could feel the joy in the tone. Who? White Zetsu Aegon was about to turn around when he felt a massive push from behind, his newly risen body losing balance and crashing to the ground. Crack! White Zetsu Aegon's body jerked violently. Even without pain, he clearly felt two of his ribs break. Obito, standing nearby, stared blankly at the fallen White Zetsu Aegon, not quite understanding why the other suddenly wanted to perform a fall. Obito looked at Aegon with concern. Old lady, are you okay? But White Zetsu Aegon had no time to respond to Obito's concern. He just struggled to turn his head to look at the instigator of it all. When that familiar instant noodle head appeared in his view, White Zetsu Aegon suddenly felt a surge of unnamed anger. For the first time, he was glad he didn't have a heart. Otherwise, his blood pressure might have exploded by now. Obito, good afternoon. Ignoring the fallen White Zetsu Aegon, Uchiha Chi smiled brightly as he retracted his extended left foot and nodded at Uchiha Obito. Detected confusion from Uchiha Obito. Earned 10 points and increased damage by 2. Detected anger from White Zetsu Aegon. Earned 15 points and increased damage by 3. Looking at the messages flashing through the system, the smile on Uchiha Chi's face couldn't be more genuine. Hearing the voice, Obito also shifted his gaze from White Zetsu to the front. Uchiha Chi. Obito gasped in surprise, then his expression turned sharp. He actually encountered his #1 rival in the clan territory. It's useless to greet me. I want to give Rin to you, Obito said coldly. Uchiha Chi was slightly taken aback, not expecting the other to start with that line. But he quickly got into character, his gaze slightly lowered, and with a wry smile, he said, How did you know? Did Rin tell you? Looking at Uchiha Chi's expression, Obito realized that his earlier words had revealed his knowledge of Uchiha Chi confessing to Rin. What should he answer? Should he admit that he was spying? Impossible. In a flash, a voice echoed in Uchiha Obito's mind, reminding him of what Uchiha Chi had just said. Did Rin tell you? Got it. Obito placed his hands on his hips and said confidently, That's right. Rin has told me everything. Chapter 13. Obito Uchiha. Uchiha Izumi is really a clown. That's right. Rin has told me everything. Upon hearing Obito Uchiha's words, Uchiha Izumi's body trembled slightly as he looked up at the sky and sighed deeply. He was about to break down. Is it really like this? A hint of amusement flashed in Uchiha Izumi's eyes, but his tone was filled with bitterness and sorrow. Rin really said that? Looking at Uchiha Izumi's defeated appearance, Obito felt an inexplicable joy. So, is it really this exhilarating to show off? That's right. He proudly lifted his chin and said with lingering excitement, Rin is currently in the park, waiting for me to take her on a date. Admit it, Uchiha Izumi, you, who have failed in your confession, are already my defeated opponent. A date? Uchiha Izumi looked at Obito in surprise, not expecting someone to be so shameless. That's right. A hint of guilt flashed across Obito's face, but he nodded vigorously, feeling envious. This is my first date with Rin. I see. Uchiha Izumi murmured softly, covering his eyes with the hand he had just put in his pocket. The spiciness of the onion quickly reddened the corners of his eyes, making him look incredibly defeated. I indeed lost, utterly defeated. Looking at Uchiha Izumi's injured face, Obito nodded in satisfaction, feeling in an excellent state. He, who had always been at the bottom, was tasting the sweetness of victory for the first time. Such deliciousness, such joy. Detected joy from Obito Uchiha. Gained 15 points and increased defense by 3. Seeing the system's reward, Uchiha Izumi blinked. Is it starting to explode with coins already? Is Obito's emotional threshold this low? No wonder he was favored by Madara Uchiha. He looked at Obito Uchiha with great interest, as if observing an undiscovered treasure mine. Obito sensed this gaze and immediately asked unhappily, "What are you looking at?" "I'm not looking, I just want to ask." Uchiha Izumi spread his hands and casually asked, "What time did you and Rin agree to meet?" Only then did Obito remember he still had to keep the appointment, and he suddenly shivered. "Oh no, I'm going to be late." Just as Obito was about to take a step, he suddenly heard a cough at his feet. Cough, cough. Obito looked down and found the old lady disguised by White Zetsu lying on the ground, and he couldn't help but be surprised. "Old lady, you're still here?" Uchiha Izumi also showed a concerned expression. "Old lady, are you okay?" "Aye." Looking at the two concerned Uchiha, White Zetsu, despite having no sense of pain, felt a dull ache in the two broken ribs. First, there was Obito Uchiha. An old lady fell to the ground. "And you think she can get up and walk home by herself? This kid really has a problem with his brain." Then there was Uchiha Izumi. He clearly kicked it from behind, and now he pretends to care whether it's okay. This is definitely the most shameless, worst, and evil Uchiha it has ever seen since birth. If it weren't for Madara Uchiha's orders, White Zetsu would have wanted to take care of these two Uchiha right now. Gritting its teeth, White Zetsu asked hoarsely, "I'm fine, I just need to rest a bit. Kids, could you hold me back?" Although it said kids, White Zetsu's eyes were fixed on Obito, clearly not wanting Uchiha Izumi to help it. Facing White Zetsu's hopeful gaze, Obito's expression became quite conflicted. Just then, a figure stood between White Zetsu and Obito. "I'll do it." Obito suddenly looked at Uchiha Izumi. White Zetsu also looked over with a blank expression. Detected vigilance from White Zetsu gained 10 points and increased damage by 2. Uchiha Izumi smiled and nodded at White Zetsu, then turned to Obito, speaking calmly. "You're going to meet Rin, right? Although I don't want you to meet her. I also don't want Rin to wait too long." After saying that, a duet echoed in his mind. Detected confusion from White Zetsu gained 10 points and increased damage by 2. White Zetsu looked suspiciously at the noodle-headed boy who had just kicked it. Can this kid really be such a kind person? Detected surprise from Obito Uchiha. Gained 15 points and increased damage by 3. Don't want Rin to wait too long. Obito Uchiha stared blankly at Uchiha Izumi. What kind of ultimate sycophant is this? Why does it feel like he is more sycophantic than me? Looking at the differing expressions of the two, Uchiha Izumi secretly chuckled, while his face remained stern. "Are you going or not? If not, I'm leaving." "Ha ha." As if hearing a joke, Obito suddenly laughed softly. He quickly couldn't hold back, throwing his head back and laughing louder and crazier. "Ha ha 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 ha." After a long while, Obito finally calmed down, looking at Uchiha Izumi as if he were a clown. Obito couldn't help but pat Uchiha Izumi on the shoulder. Then, "Thank you, Izumi-kun." Uchiha Izumi turned sideways, pressing down the corner of his mouth that was directed at Obito, coldly snorting. Seeing Uchiha Izumi's expression that looked like he was about to explode at any moment, Obito, in a good mood, waved his hand and ran off toward the clan's territory, leaving behind one last sentence. "Don't worry. I will definitely make Rin very happy for you." Hearing this sarcastic remark, White Zetsu, lying on the ground, instinctively looked at Uchiha Izumi. Then it saw that the other party had only pressed down half of his mouth. Zetsu, although it didn't understand what Uchiha Izumi was thinking, it could tell at a glance that the other party had no good intentions. White Zetsu opened its mouth, wanting to call Obito back, but the other party's figure had already disappeared from sight. "Old lady, can you get up by yourself now? Do you feel like you're going to faint?" The same voice, the same lines. In that moment, White Zetsu felt like it had jumped into an inescapable loop. It stiffly lifted its head, and its gaze happened to meet Uchiha Izumi's worried face. Zetsu detected hostility from White Zetsu. Gained 15 points and increased damage by 3. Looking at White Zetsu's stiff expression, the corner of Uchiha Izumi's mouth once again curved upward. It turns out that tormenting White Zetsu was the best way to make it explode with coins. Meanwhile, great, I'm not late. Obito Uchiha made his way through the streets and alleys, turning here and there until he arrived at the entrance of the park. Come on, come on. He clenched his fist to encourage himself, then took a deep breath, adjusted his goggles, and stepped into the park. Chapter 14 Lin, Obito. You're different from Chi-kun. As soon as he entered the door, Uchiha Obito found the figure he wanted to see within 0.5 seconds. There sat Nohara Rin on a swing, her hands gently gripping the ropes, looking somewhat dazed. "Rin." Obito waved and jogged over. Nohara Rin heard the voice and turned her head blankly to look at him. After 2 seconds, she revealed the same gentle smile as usual and patted the empty swing beside her. "It's you, Obito." Come over. Obito quickly sat on the swing and began to chuckle to himself. Rin, I'm not late today, either. And Nohara Rin tilted her head in agreement. Why have you been so punctual lately? Uchiha Obito scratched his head. I don't know. I haven't run into any old ladies who needed help when I went out recently. Except for that one today. Speaking of which, he didn't even help her. In the end, it was left to Uchiha Chi, that defeated opponent. Just thinking about that ridiculous clown, Uchiha Chi, made Obito's lips curl up uncontrollably. I see. Nohara Rin replied softly. Uchiha Obito nodded repeatedly and began to actively chat. By the way, my grandma made me rice balls today. They were really delicious. That's great. Nohara Rin responded. Speaking of which, Kakashi has been hard to find lately. He says he is preparing for the ninja team. Seriously, it's so unfair. That is a bit unfair. Nohara Rin replied. Next, Obito continued to rack his brain for topics. But Nohara Rin was casual and indifferent each time, only nodding occasionally as if lost in thought. Moreover, no matter what, her gaze remained dreamy, staring blankly at the sand beneath her feet. Feeling the heavy atmosphere, even Uchiha Obito gradually fell silent. He certainly knew that ever since the confession incident a few days ago, Rin had been feeling down. Sigh, Rin is just too kind. She really doesn't need to blame herself. If I were the one rejected, I would never let her feel this sad. I would definitely comfort her, and we could remain friends. Obito hesitated for a moment and looked at Nohara Rin. Rin, do you have anything bothering you lately? Want to talk to me about it? I won't tell anyone else. This. Nohara Rin's eyes wavered slightly. Obito immediately added, I won't even tell Kakashi. Sorry, Kakashi, but for my happiness, you'll just have to bear with it. Besides, you already know, looking at Obito's earnest expression, Nohara Rin pressed her lips together and lowered her head in silence. After a few seconds of silence, she finally spoke softly. A few days ago, Chikuin confessed to me in class. And then, Uchiha Obito blinked, fully aware of the outcome, and felt a wave of relief. Nohara Rin lowered her gaze and twirled a strand of hair around her finger. I didn't agree, and I ended up breaking his heart. Seeing Rin's face filled with disappointment, the joy in Obito's heart gradually faded, and he felt a pang in his chest. That Uchiha Chi was truly despicable. Why do you have to argue with Rin? Why not just apologize? He might have proven his sincerity, but it was Rin who felt guilty and hurt. Obito wanted to comfort her directly, but thinking that she should be unaware of his knowledge, he held back, almost feeling bloodless in the face. Obito finally thought of what to say next. So, Rin, did you apologize to him afterwards? Although he believed that Rin was not in the wrong, he still asked. After all, a kind girl like Rin probably felt better after apologizing. No, Nohara Rin said in a low tone. I don't even know where he lives. At this point, her eyes began to turn red again. She had asked the teacher at the ninja school, but the teacher also didn't know Uchiha Chi's specific address. She wanted to go to the Uchiha clan's territory and ask everyone. But she was afraid of what the neighbors would think. What she feared most was that Uchiha Chi would never want to see her again after she heard him. Plop, plop. Tears began to fall down her cheeks. Seeing Nohara Rin shedding tears, Uchiha Obito immediately panicked. Damn, Uchiha Chi. He cursed inwardly and awkwardly tried to comfort her. It's okay, don't worry, Rin. If it were me, I would definitely forgive you. But yes, not you. Nohara Rin rubbed her eyes and said with a bitter smile. Obito, Chikuin is different from you. Uchiha Obito was completely stunned. Different from me. Different from me. Until Nohara Rin left the park, Uchiha Obito remained in a daze. He stared blankly at the sand, repeatedly murmuring Rin's last words before she left. Feeling utterly drained, he couldn't understand. This was the first time he had seen Nohara Rin so concerned about someone, and the first time he had seen her cry for someone else. But that person was not him. Why? Why is it like this? Is it because he wasn't sincere enough? Or was it that their way of getting along had issues? After a long time, Uchiha Obito suddenly got up from the swing. I understand. He muttered to himself. Everything happening now had nothing to do with him, so he had no problem at all. He was right. Rin cannot be wrong. Then who has the problem? A name that he found annoying suddenly flashed through Uchiha Obito's mind. Uchiha Chi. Obito gritted his teeth and pronounced that name. Clearly a defeated opponent, yet he made Rin so sad. At this moment, Uchiha Obito transformed all his helplessness into anger towards him. If it weren't for you suddenly confessing, how could Rin be so troubled? If it weren't for you throwing a tantrum, how could Rin be so heartbroken? If it weren't for you. This bastard doesn't deserve to accept Rin's apology at all. Uchiha Obito's eyes turned red as he fiercely glared at the big door in front of him. as if an evil black-haired, instant noodle head was standing there. I will definitely take you down and make you kneel to apologize to Rin, then disappear from my and Rin's sight forever. A Kimchi Izakaya. The izakaya is divided into two areas according to the guest's needs. The former is the front area, where people can make noise and drink heartily, while the latter is a dining area that offers drinks as well, but has a more relaxed atmosphere. In a corner of the dining area, Uchiha Chi, who was focused on his meal, suddenly looked up, his eyes blankly staring at the sudden pop-up system message. Detected anger from Uchiha Obito. Gained 20 points and increased damage by 4. Target's emotional fluctuation exceeds the standard. The host receives an additional reward. Spacetime Ninjutsu Talent. Uchiha Obito version. Chapter 15. Tsunade's first encounter. Let me see. Spacetime Ninjutsu Talent. Obito Uchiha version. Your efficiency in learning Spacetime Ninjutsu is increased by 70. Looking at the reward that just arrived, Uchiha Chi couldn't help but blink. Is this really mine? For Uchiha Chi, this talent is the most valuable thing on Obito Uchiha at this stage. It is known that the original Obito relied on his Kimui Sharingan to stir up the entire ninja world in the future. The Mangeki Sharingan, also known as the Eye of the Mind's Reflection, forms exclusive ocular jutsu based on the strongest emotions of the user when activated. Therefore, after failing to save Rin Nohara, Obito awakened the Kimui Mangeki Sharingan that allows him to travel through different dimensions. If he did not have an outstanding spacetime talent, the Mangeki would naturally awaken in other directions, perhaps as a long-range jutsu like Amaterasu or an illusion technique like Tsukuyumi. In any case, it could achieve the same goal of saving important people. From this, it can be inferred that Obito's spacetime talent is quite remarkable, even his best talent aside from awakening his eyes. Although the Obito in the original work and Kakashi never learned the Flying Thunder God technique, Uchiha Chi suspected that if Obito had already awakened his Sharingan at that time, after improving his dynamic vision, the outcome would have been different. Speaking of awakening, Uchiha Chi's expression shifted slightly, and, as if he thought of something, he quickly opened his personal panel. Skipping over other data, he quickly found the points he was most concerned about. Points, 115. That's enough. Uchiha Chi gently clenched his fist. This number of points is enough to awaken the double Tomo Sharingan. Uchiha Chi looked around. He was sitting in the innermost position, right in front of the wall at the end of the izakaya, so basically no one would pass by here. Moreover, thanks to the deterrence of the clan's fan-marked clothing, there were hardly any nearby seats occupied except for the last 2 rows, where a golden-haired woman was seated. Uchiha Chi glanced toward the woman. She had already slumped over the table and was sound asleep when he sat down, clearly having drunk too much. A whole table of empty bottles lay scattered, her disheveled golden hair covering her face, and Uchiha Chi was certain that this drunkard wouldn't wake up anytime soon. He nodded in relief, raised his hand to enter the system's points shop, and began to operate skillfully. Confirm consumption of 100 points to enhance bloodline limit. Confirm. In the blink of an eye, his points decreased by 100, leaving him with 15. Meanwhile, the system's pleasant mechanical voice also entered his mind. The host currently has a single Tomo Sharingan. Next stage, double Tomo Sharingan. Activating double Tomo Sharingan for the host. Please wait. When Tsunade woke from her dream, she noticed her eyes were slightly wet. She had dreamt of her younger brother, Nawaki. Over the years, she often had such dreams, where she returned to the past, and Nawaki was still alive. In the dream, Nawaki was sometimes a child, claiming he wanted to become an excellent ninja when he grew up, and sometimes a teenager, vowing to become Hokage. But no matter the content, at the end of the dream, Tsunade would always stand before the stretcher in the morgue, with Nawaki's body beneath the white cloth. Nawaki, murmuring her relative's name, Tsunade slowly propped herself up from a table. The disheveled golden hair and the dim warm yellow light made this princess of the Senju clan appear more vulnerable than her usual character. Tsunade's gaze gradually focused on the seat in front of her. There sat a boy with black, curly hair, who looked like a teenager from the back. Tsunade tilted her head slightly. What was this kid doing here? This is an izakaya. Could he be sneaking out to drink behind his elders' backs? Does this kid not care about his own health? Tsunade's brows furrowed slightly. Normally, she wouldn't care. There were plenty of people from Konoha around, and what they did had nothing to do with her. But now, having just had a nightmare, seeing this boy appear in the izakaya late at night naturally made her feel a bit displeased. Nawaki practiced so earnestly, yet he lost his life, while this little brat was here wasting time, still full of life. How about he drink? The more Tsunade looked, the more displeased she became. She tilted her head back and downed the remaining sake in one gulp. then walked toward the corner where the curly-haired boy was seated. At the moment the system began to operate, Uchiha Chi felt his eyes gradually heat up, and soon the whites of his eyes turned red as the Sharingan activated on its own. The solitary tomo began to spin rapidly in his eye socket, and Uchiha Chi felt a wave of fatigue and pressure in his brain, knowing it was the burden of awakening the Sharingan. However, due to the system's optimization, this burden was not enough to harm his body. It merely made him a bit drowsy, wanting to go home and sleep comfortably. At the same time, everything in his field of vision slowed down, like a slow-motion scene in a movie, with even the dust floating in the air becoming clearly visible. A strong sense of joy spread throughout his body, and Uchiha Chi felt great. Just as he was about to look up and laugh heartily at the ceiling, a series of footsteps approached from behind. Pat, pat. The sound of sandals hitting the ground continued without stopping as they passed by him. Pat, pat. Uchiha Chi's heart skipped a beat, and he instinctively closed his eyes. Just as he wondered who had come, he heard the sound of a chair being pulled out, and it was clear that someone had sat down right in front of him. A lazy yet commanding female voice rang out in front of him. Heavenly born. Cough, cough, Uchiha brat, what are you doing here? Uchiha Chi's mouth twitched slightly, almost unable to keep himself from opening his eyes. Did you mean heavenly born something? Born evil, perhaps. Uchiha Chi quickly thought in his heart. Anyone who could say born evil must be someone from the higher-ups of Konoha. Among those women, aside from the likes of Tenten from Konoha F4, Uchiha Chi could only think of one person. Bang, bang, bang. Just as he deduced the identity of the person across from him, clearly a bit impatient, began to tap the table. I ask you, brat, what are you doing here? Uchiha Chi pointed at his bowl and respectfully replied, Lady Tsunade, as you can see, I am having dinner. Oh. Tsunade glanced at the unfinished fried rice on the table and curiously asked, You can tell who I am just by the sound? Uchiha Chi nodded and seriously said, That's right. I have admired the legendary Sannin of the village since I was a child, so I recognize Lady Tsunade's voice. Uchiha brat admires the Sannin? In his unseen field of vision, Tsunade coldly stared at Uchiha Chi. She completely did not believe this hypocritical statement. This Uchiha brat had his eyes closed, clearly trying to hide his embarrassment after being caught drinking. How did she know? Because she had been like that back in the day. Tsunade crossed her arms, her deep-set lines and eyes staring intently at Uchiha Chi. Open your eyes. Let me see. Chapter 16, I have no money, let me see. Upon hearing these 4 words, Uchiha Chi automatically imagined an incredibly comical scene. Tsunade cornered him and then flashed a charming smile, taking off her decorative glasses to lift the seal. He couldn't bring himself to say something like, Sister Tsunade, please don't. The enhancement of his bloodline limit wasn't over yet. The tomo in Uchiha Chi's eyes was still spinning rapidly. He had no doubt that if he opened his eyes now, Tsunade's fist would be in his face the next second. In this urgent moment, Uchiha Chi could only try to decline. Sorry, my eyes are injured. However, Tsunade immediately waved her hand to interrupt him. I know some medical ninjutsu. Tsunade raised her fist, looking quite confident. I can help you check it out. Lady Tsunade came here just to treat me? Uchiha Chi couldn't help but mock. That's right. Tsunade replied confidently, hands on her hips, her chest jiggling slightly, with a look that said, What? You don't believe me? I genuinely care about the sick. Let me see. Uchiha Chi's eyelids twitched. He finally recognized Tsunade's domineering attitude. Fortunately, bloodline limit enhancement completed. Host has unlocked the double tomo Sharingan. Finally finished. Hearing the system's prompt, Uchiha Chi breathed a sigh of relief, immediately controlling his mind to make the spinning tomo fade away. A few seconds later, Uchiha Chi slowly opened his eyes, looking straight at the Senju princess in front of him. Nice to meet you, Lady Tsunade. Tsunade didn't respond, widening her eyes to stare at Uchiha Chi, trying to find some hint of unnaturalness. After staring until her eyes started to ache, she still couldn't see any signs of guilt in his eyes. Could it be that she was mistaken? This little brat didn't come here to drink, did he? After a few more seconds, Tsunade finally couldn't hold back anymore and raised her hand to rub her sore eyes. At that moment, Uchiha Chi's gaze finally moved downwards. Well-rounded, Uchiha Chi was momentarily mesmerized. He had never seen such an unscientific creation in reality. Adopting an academic attitude of seeking knowledge, Uchiha Chi stole a few more glances. And by the time Tsunade finished rubbing her eyes and looked over, he had already returned to his previous unflinching state. Strange, Tsunade murmured suspiciously. What's strange? Uchiha Chi asked with a smile, his lips curling up. He was confident his gaze was resolute, and there was absolutely nothing wrong. Tsunade raised her slender finger, pointing at Uchiha Chi. Didn't you say your eyes were injured? Where's the injury? Uchiha Chi. He had said that just to buy time. Feeling Tsunade's gaze, Uchiha Chi could only brace himself and explain, just now it felt a bit dry and I couldn't open my eyes because they were sore, but it's fine now. Is that so? Tsunade eyed Uchiha Chi skeptically. Yes. Uchiha Chi's eyes were clear and bright, but inside he felt guilty. However, this time Tsunade did not press further. She merely glanced at him, muttering forget it, and reached for the sake on the table. She flicked the bottle cap off with her fingers, poured the sake into a cup, and then raised it to her lips, drinking it all in one go. Watching Tsunade start drinking by herself, Uchiha Chi felt a bit itchy in his head. So, what exactly was she here for? Just as he was pondering, a swaying cup was raised in front of Uchiha Chi, blocking his view. Want a drink? Looking at Tsunade's neatly trimmed nails, Uchiha Chi thought for a moment and tentatively replied, Sure? Slap. The cup was forcefully slammed onto the table by Tsunade, splashing some of the liquid and wetting her long fingers. No thinking. Tsunade's face was flushed, glaring at Uchiha Chi with dissatisfaction. You little brat, no drinking. Oh, do you still dare to think about it? Tsunade asked again. Uchiha Chi obediently replied, I won't think about it anymore. Good. Tsunade nodded in satisfaction and continued pouring herself more sake. Watching her drink cup after cup, Uchiha Chi finally confirmed. She was drunk again. After pondering for a few seconds, he voiced his inner question. Lady Tsunade, is there something you want to talk to me about? Nothing much, just... Tsunade rested her chin on her hand, squinting her eyes, her moist pink lips slightly parted. I thought you were secretly drinking. Ah, is that it? Uchiha Chi's lips twitched. Hey, little brat. Just as he was contemplating how long it had been since he felt this speechless, Tsunade suddenly put down her cup and looked over. What's wrong, Lady Tsunade? You graduated, right? Tsunade pointed at the forehead protector on Uchiha Chi's forehead. What do you want to do in the future? Any plans? Plans? Uchiha Chi blinked. Tsunade yawned and said, I mean dreams, ideals, that sort of thing. Ideals. Uchiha Chi's eyes became a bit dazed. He had dreamed yesterday that he had captured all the ninjas in the ninja world and was conducting a caring lightning release education on them every day, making them obediently explode coins. Although considering that as an ideal wasn't bad, he thought that not everyone had such advanced ideas. And if he said out loud, he would probably be taken to the Konoha prison. Uchiha Chi coughed and said solemnly to Tsunade, I want to become Hokage. Tsunade was taken aback for a second, then pouted and silently drank more, cup after cup. After a long while, she looked dejectedly at the table and murmured, Why does everyone want to be Hokage? It's really boring. Detected emotional fluctuations from Tsunade. Gained 15 points. Defense increased by 3. Seeing the system's prompt, Uchiha Chi raised an eyebrow. It seemed he had answered correctly. However, in his impression, Tsunade had always been bold and free-spirited. She shouldn't be this sentimental. Today is August 9th. Is there a special day? Little brat. Just as he was contemplating, Tsunade dragged her words and looked over. Her cascading golden hair fell over her flushed skin, appearing especially enchanting under the light. There's a problem. Uchiha Chi instantly became alert. His radar was ringing. He cautiously asked, What is it, Lady Tsunade? Tsunade crossed her arms under her chin, blinking expectantly. Do you have money? Uchiha Chi glanced at Tsunade, hesitantly covering his wallet. I do. Good. Tsunade nodded in satisfaction, casually pointing at the front desk. Then let's settle the bill. After saying that, she pulled out a tissue from the box on the table and focused on wiping the wine stains off her fingers, as if everything from now on had nothing to do with her. Watching Tsunade's fluid movements, Uchiha Chi's eyelids couldn't help but twitch. How many times has she eaten for free to be this skilled? He looked down at the empty sake bottles on the table and twitched his mouth. But I didn't drink this sake. TCH. Tsunade clicked her tongue in annoyance, the drunkenness on her face disappearing in an instant, clearly indicating that everything earlier was just an act. You didn't fall for it at all. Stiff. Uchiha Chiju's fists clenched under the table, realizing he had overestimated the moral bottom line of ninjas, one of the legendary Sannin of Konoha, and yet he had to scam even the money of a low-ranking ninja. He clearly hadn't drunk any alcohol, yet they wanted him to pay for drinks. Wasn't this just bullying honest people? Please settle the bill, Uchiha Chiju said with a light breath and a sigh. If they didn't settle the bill soon, he would have to find other ways to demand the money. However, upon hearing this, Tsunade not only didn't agree, but instead rested her hands behind her head and leaned back. Her graceful figure leaned against the chair as she raised her smooth chin. Her maple leaf red lips slightly parted. I have no money. Oh. Chapter 17. Chasing after the kill. Uchiha Chi Tsunade indeed has no money right now. 3 hours ago, when she just came out of the Senju clan's territory, she still had the last 2,000 ryo left on her. This was from a still warm graduation subsidy from Shizen. And within just half an hour, this 2,000 ryo was all given away to the Konoha casino. That's why she ended up here drinking. After all, this izakaya is run by the Akimichi clan. And with the Inazuka and Nara clans being so close to the old man, she has no psychological burden in eating a free meal. As for why she made the ramen-headed kid in front of her pay the bill, the reason is quite simple. It's simply because Tsunade found him displeasing and wanted to see him embarrassed. This displeasure doesn't mean she hates him. On the contrary, this ramen-headed kid from the Uchiha clan left a pretty good impression on her. Not only did he lack the common arrogance of the Uchiha, looking down on everyone, but he also spoke humbly and politely, even expressing his dream of becoming Hokage, which is the epitome of a standard Konoha ninja. But this was precisely what made Tsunade uncomfortable. Is the position of Hokage really that great? The people she cares about all say they want to become Hokage, and now she is left all alone, chasing their shadows in her dreams. Perhaps it's the alcohol, but a vague desire for destruction quietly fermented in Tsunade's heart. Just like now, merely watching Uchiha Chi's gradually stiffening expression made her feel her breath become shallow and rapid. She chuckled, waved her hand, and said, "Don't worry, I won't eat your free meal for nothing. If your family needs medical treatment in the future, just mention my name at the Konoha hospital, and I can help out once." Just then, Uchiha Chi spoke up. "I don't have family." His voice was so soft it was almost inaudible. But Tsunade's words came to an abrupt stop. Tsunade stared blankly at Uchiha Chi. "You're an orphan?" "I don't really know if that counts," Uchiha Chi replied. "But my parents did sacrifice themselves when I was young." "Oh." Tsunade didn't know what to say for a moment, and could only nod. Fidgeting with the chopsticks in his hand, Uchiha Chi continued, "I remember it was summer, the weather was particularly hot, and the cicadas outside were especially noisy. I was wearing shorts, waiting at the door for my parents to come back, thinking that when they did, I would glue the mouths of those cicadas shut. After a few days, he paused here, as if remembering something, his eyes visibly dimming. The second elder found me and stuffed 2 bloody forehead protectors in my arms." Hearing this, Tsunade instinctively looked up. The dim light split the table in two, casting shadows over the boy's face, and all she could hear was his unusually steady voice. "Hey." Actually, at that time, I didn't understand what that meant at all. I just felt that those 2 broken pieces of iron were a bit heavy. Tsunade exhaled deeply, as if she could see the scene at that time, a still young child clinging to his clan members, asking when his parents would come home, while the clan members pulled out 2 ninja forehead protectors from their arms. Uchiha Chi's tone was quite casual, but as the listener, Tsunade felt her mood becoming heavier. The pain of losing close relatives was all too clear to her. Tsunade wanted to comfort him, but didn't know how to start. So she played with the wine glass in her hand and pretended to be indifferent, saying, "Look ahead, kid. At least you're living well now." "That's right." Uchiha Chi nodded with a light smile. "Since then, I've lived alone. At first, I found it difficult, but now I've come to like this life. Plus, my ninja skills are quite ordinary, and the elders in the clan don't pay much attention to me, so I'm particularly free. I can eat whatever I want and go wherever I want." Looking at the smile on Uchiha Chi's face, Tsunade felt her throat tighten. Losing parents and being neglected, such a heavy topic, was described so lightly and casually. This boy's resilience was already more remarkable than many chunin. Just as she was about to say something, Uchiha Chi's voice rang out again. "I just graduated from the Ninja Academy last week. Perhaps for a ninja like you, becoming a genin is a small matter, but I'm really happy. I naturally want to share this joy, but..." Uchiha Chi lowered his gaze and shrugged with a bitter smile. "I have no family, no friends. There's no one to share it with." Detected guilt from Tsunade. Received 15 points, and defense increased by 3. Seeing the system's reward, Uchiha Chi couldn't help but smile. "What are you guilty about? Didn't you want to eat a free meal?" He turned his gaze toward Tsunade, only to see this golden-haired big sister say nothing, simply lowering her head to silently refill her glass and then gulping it down. However, even so, Uchiha Chi still didn't intend to let Tsunade off the hook. After all, a golden fat sheep isn't encountered every day. The more he can take, the more he will take. For this small ritual, I chose to come here for a meal to treat myself. Because Uchiha Chi gently looked at the fried rice on the table, softly saying, "The taste of the fried rice here is very similar to what my mother used to make." Tsunade silently put down her wine glass. For the first time, she felt that shochu was so hard to swallow, interrupting someone else's dinner and making them pay for drinks. What have I done? On the other side, Uchiha Chi continued talking to himself. When I'm not training, I go to bookstores to read novels to pass the time. I often see the term big sister, which seems to be a warm character. Even if they bicker with the protagonist, whenever one side encounters a problem, the other always extends a helping hand first. Perhaps it's because I haven't experienced this aspect of familial affection. I can only appreciate this beautiful side from books. I've always yearned for this role. So, he raised one of the cups, looking up at Tsunade, his eyes gradually brightening. When you, Lady Tsunade, asked me if I'd been drinking, I instinctively thought of you as the big sister from the books. Tsunade looked at Uchiha Chi in confusion. Huh, no one ever cared about what I did before. Even if I drank, the elders probably would just casually say, "You're old enough to drink now." Uchiha Chi shyly scratched his cheek. "You're the first person who cares whether I've been sneaking drinks." Tsunade's gaze towards Uchiha Chi suddenly became incredibly complex. "You." Uchiha Chi smiled, but said nothing, just placing the cup in his hand down and pushing it in front of Tsunade. Tsunade looked down and saw that the cup contained orange liquid, gently shaking with bits of fruit. "It's just orange juice. Big sister, I really didn't drink." Chapter 18, You've been bullied. Huh? Izakaya front desk. The owner stroked his round belly, looking down at the bill, then glanced complexly at the boy with instant noodles for hair in front of him. The total was 600 Ryo. The fried rice set was 100 Ryo. The orange juice was complimentary with the set, and the alcohol cost 500 Ryo. Since Tsunade sat across from this boy, he had been stealing glances at him from the corner of his eye. Although they were too far apart to hear what they were saying, he could guess from their expressions. Tsunade was deliberately making things difficult for this Uchiha boy. Sure enough, after a while, the boy came over to pay the bill voluntarily. Thinking of this, the owner couldn't help but feel a bit of pity for Uchiha Chi kid. "You're being bullied, huh? Do you want to take another look?" he said tactfully. As long as the boy nodded, he was ready for Tsunade to dine and dash. After all, it could be counted as doing Tsunade a favor, although he found it hard to believe that this Tsunade, who ate for free every day, would remember this izakaya just for one meal. But letting a boy who looked like he had just graduated from being a ninja pay this amount, his conscience wouldn't allow it. Take another look? Uchiha Chi glanced at the blue screen that only he could see, detected emotional fluctuations from Tsunade, gained 20 points, and increased defense by 4. Target's emotional fluctuations exceed standards. Host gains extra reward. Mastering medical ninjutsu. A-level medical ninjutsu uses chakra to rapidly heal the target's wounds. When proficient enough, can be used to interfere with others' chakra circulation, causing negative states. He smiled and shook his head, took out his wallet from his waist, pulled out 2,1,000 Ryo bills, and handed them over. "No need, she has already paid." Understood. The owner didn't understand at all, but stopped questioning, took the bills, and began to look for change. Taking advantage of this moment, Uchiha Chi turned to look back. He saw that Tsunade, who had just been sitting across from him, was still sprawled on the table, hugging a bottle, deeply asleep. Uchiha Chi couldn't help but shake his head. Ninjas typically don't get drunk, but it's not impossible. No matter how strong a ninja is, there's still flesh and blood. They get hungry, they get thirsty, and they can even suffer from food poisoning. Although their constitution is superior to ordinary people, there is always a limit. When the rate of alcohol intake exceeds the rate of alcohol metabolism, it's only natural to get drunk. But this was the first time he had seen a ninja drunk like this. Just in the dining area alone, she had drunk enough for 2 tables. Who knows how many boxes she had consumed in the drinking area. It seems Tsunade heard the crickets in Uchiha Chi's heart, softly groaning, her body twisting as if she wanted to get up, but quickly slumped back down on the table. It seemed that as it approached midnight and the weather turned cooler, she unconsciously curled up in the corner and buried her face in her arms, seeking warmth. At that moment, Uchiha Chi found it hard to connect the person before him with the rumored fiery granddaughter of the first Hokage. She looked more like a homeless stray cat in winter. Calling her a stray cat might not be appropriate. Uchiha Chi tilted his head. It felt more like he should call her a tigress. "Your change." The owner's voice interrupted Uchiha Chi's thoughts. Uchiha Chi nodded, stuffed the 4 100 Ryo bills handed over by the owner into his wallet, and turned to walk toward the izakaya's exit. But upon reaching the door, he seemed to think of something, his eyes flickering as he stopped in his tracks. "It seems I can still get a little more." Under the surprised gaze of the izakaya owner, Uchiha Chi quickly walked up to the snoring Tsunade. Tsunade was dreaming again. This time, she dreamed of SHRU. "Sister, I want to become a great Hokage like Grandpa in the future." This was when SHRU was 6 years old. Sister, I've mastered the use of Shuriken and Kunai today. This was about half a month after SHRU became a disciple of Orochimaru. Sister, Teacher Orochimaru said, I'm very talented, and tomorrow I'll learn how to use explosive tags. Scenes flashed rapidly, and in the next instant, she arrived at the familiar ending. In the pouring rain, the morgue. A rare expression of pain appeared on Orochimaru's pale face. Tsunade. I'm sorry. Tsunade couldn't say a word, only trembling as she watched the white cloth on the stretcher. Her apricot-colored eyes filled with tears. Tears rolled down her cheeks, dripping into the puddle at her feet, creating a series of ripples that echoed endlessly. Usually at this time, she would wake up from the nightmare. But this time, the dream continued. She sat in the izakaya, face to face with a strange boy with instant noodles for hair. The boy shyly scratched his cheek and spoke of his dreams. To become Hokage. A sparkle flashed in the boy's eyes as he described the role he yearned for the most. It was Sister. In the last hazy vision, the boy sincerely handed her a cup. Sister, I haven't drunk any alcohol. Even in the dream, Tsunade felt a flutter in her heart. Just then, she felt a gentle and familiar call from above her head. Tsunade-sama? Seeing that she didn't respond, the owner of the call gently nudged her arm. Tsunade-sama. Tsunade-sama. Tsunade gradually woke up, slowly opening her moist eyes. Suddenly, she seemed to remember something, sitting up straight and looking up. But upon finding no one above her, she slumped back down, feeling a sense of loss. Tsunade-sama? A short-haired girl in black casual clothes appeared in her view, looking at her with concern. It's Shizu. Tsunade propped herself up with her right hand, rubbing her temples with her left, and asked, What time is it? When I started looking for you, it was already 2 o'clock in the morning. Shizen blinked, thought for a moment, and said, Now it's probably around 4 o'clock. Not knowing if it was because she had just woken up, she felt that Tsunade's voice was a bit nasal. Oh, no wonder it got so cold. Tsunade nodded, reaching to pull down the outer garment draped over her, wanting to wrap herself tighter. She let out a puzzled nasal sound, realizing that the garment covering her was not her green robe, but a black, unfamiliar trench coat. Do you need more clothes? Seeing Tsunade's movement, Shizen hurriedly handed over the green robe she had brought from home. Tsunade shook her head, pointing to the trench coat she was wearing. This. Looking at the trench coat on Tsunade, Shizen tilted her head in confusion. Is this a new outfit you bought? Changing styles occasionally isn't bad, but... Saying this, Shizen hesitated a bit. But what? Tsunade subconsciously asked. But where did you get the money? Tsunade's face visibly darkened, and she knocked hard on Shizen's head. Ouch! Shizen covered her head, squatting down pitifully. A stocky man came out from the front desk, looking like the owner of the izakaya. As the owner approached, Tsunade whispered, Shizen, did you bring money? Shizen immediately tightened her grip on her withered wallet, pouting, There's only 2,000 ryo left. This was the subsidy she received after becoming a genin, and she hadn't spent a single ryo, leaving her with just 2,000. That's enough, Tsunade said, snatching Shizen's wallet away from her. For some reason, she wasn't very inclined to eat for free at the moment. How much is it? Tsunade asked directly as the owner came in front of them. However, the owner shook his head vigorously like a rattledrum. TSK. Tsunade clicked her tongue impatiently and pulled open the wallet zipper. I asked you how much it is. The owner of the Akimichi clan waved his hands repeatedly and said, Lady Tsunade, you don't need to pay. What do you mean? Tsunade paused her search for money, looking confused at the izakaya owner. The owner wiped the virtual sweat from his forehead and cautiously said, That young man has already paid for your drinks. Chapter 19, Have you ever seen Konoha? At 4:30 in the morning? That boy has already paid your bar tab. Hearing the tavern owner's words, Tsunade's almond eyes suddenly narrowed. Memories from not long ago rolled over in her mind, the youthful face of the boy appearing before her. Even his whispering voice seemed to echo in her ears. I have no one to share with. If only I had a sister. Not knowing how long she stood there in silence, Tsunade finally turned around and walked towards the door without a word. Stepping outside the tavern, a cool breeze hit her face, and she instinctively wrapped her trench coat tighter around her. The drunkenness in her eyes was completely blown away, and feeling the warmth from her coat, Tsunade slightly clenched her hands, resting on her chest. Over the years, she owed money to many people and had repaid several favors. But she had never accepted anyone's kindness. To her, such kindness felt like an alternative curse. Once it began, it was hard to distinguish. Hashirama, Rope Tree Dan. Those who had shown her kindness, once they became important to her, would quietly leave one day, leaving her to endure the long, unbearable pain alone. She was no longer willing to live like this, So she closed off her heart and led a wandering life. It can't be like this, it can't be like this. Tsunade's heart kept telling her not to accept this kindness. She must find a way to repay it. It's really ridiculous to think that she was the one who initially made things difficult for him. Looking at the Hokage rock in the distance. Even though she had made a firm decision in her heart, Tsunade's expression grew more and more confused. How come I don't even know his name? Uchiha clan grounds. As Uchiha Chi stepped onto the clan grounds, he immediately heard a powerful ringing of music. Detected a trigger from Tsunade. Gained 20 points. And increased defense by 4. Target's emotional fluctuations exceed the standard. Host receives an additional reward. Super Strength, Tsunade version. Concentrate chakra and strength at a single point to achieve amazing destructive power. Note, with one punch, you might die. At the same time, Uchiha Chi felt a sudden surge of power, and his physical strength skyrocketed, making him feel incredible. Uchiha Chi instinctively touched his head, finding it neither bald nor sharp, and a satisfied expression appeared on his face. A trench coat exchanged for Tsunade's super strength. Can this good fortune come a few more times? He looked up at the pitch-black night sky, pondered for a moment, and asked the system in a cheerful tone, "What time is it now?" The system responded instantly, 4:30, 21. Uchiha Chi couldn't help but shake his head in amazement. It was already 4:30 in the morning, and most people had fallen into a deep sleep, yet a fine young man like him was still striving to become stronger. Uchiha Chi. A voice suddenly interrupted Uchiha Chi's self-praise, and he looked up displeased, wondering who was so rude. Thud, thud, thud. A black-haired boy wearing goggles stormed up to him, his face filled with anger. Upon seeing who it was, Uchiha Chi's expression immediately softened. Oh, it's Obito. He didn't actually dislike Uchiha Obito. On the contrary, for Uchiha Chi, whether it was White Zetsu or Uchiha Obito, they both seemed quite familiar. Especially Obito, who had given him a heap of gold coins after just one encounter. What was the difference from an angel investor who handed him a large sum right from their first meeting? With that thought, Uchiha Chi instinctively tightened his face. He was afraid he would laugh out loud. Where have you been? Uchiha Obito crossed his arms and asked with a displeased expression. Uchiha Chi tilted his head in confusion. I went to the Southie River to cultivate my mind. Do you know where people come from and where they go? Do you know the meaning of hard work? Have you seen Konoha at 4:30 in the morning? Where do they come from? Where do they go? The meaning of hard work? Konoha at 4:30 in the morning? What does any of this have to do with anything? Looking at Uchiha Chi's half-smiling expression and a series of nonsensical questions, Obito felt his anger nearly boiling over, his face turning as red as pig's blood. What does this have to do with me? Uchiha Obito interrupted loudly. You know, I waited for you the whole night. Uchiha Chi silently looked at Obito's dark circles, momentarily unable to hold back his laughter. He really didn't know. If he had known, he would have come back at dawn. Uchiha Chi struggled to pull the corners of his mouth down, obediently spread his palms, and imitated Uchiha Obito's tone. What does this have to do with me? Detected anger from Uchiha Obito. Gained 15 points and increased damage by 3. That bastard. Uchiha Obito's eyes were bloodshot as he fixed his gaze on Uchiha Chi's face. He had never seen such a punchable face. 100 times more punchable than Kakashi. No, calm down, stay calm. Uchiha Obito tightly clenched his fists, not letting anger completely consume him. He gripped the piece of paper in his hand, which contained the meticulous plan he had written to achieve his goal. 1. Question Uchiha Chi about why he didn't apologize. 2. Challenge Uchiha Chi to a duel. 3. Defeat Uchiha Chi, making him apologize to Rin. 4. Warn Uchiha Chi to disappear from his and Rin's world. Very good. Clear thinking. Obito took a deep breath and angrily shouted at Uchiha Chi. Do you know that Rin has been very sad lately? And it's all your fault for causing her so much trouble with your confession. After speaking, Obito glared at Uchiha Chi, feeling his blood boiling. According to his well-thought-out plan, as long as Uchiha Chi shook his head in the next second, he could proceed to the second step, challenge Uchiha Chi, then complete the third and fourth steps, and he could live happily ever after with Rin. At that moment, Uchiha Chi interrupted Obito's fantasy. Obito-kun, his tone was cold, like a bucket of cold water poured over Obito's head. Didn't you promise me that you would take good care of Rin? Huh? Uchiha Obito looked at Uchiha Chi in confusion. Detected confusion from Uchiha Obito. Gained 10 points and increased damage by 2. What are you talking about? Listening to the system's reward prompt, Uchiha Chi still maintained a stern face and continued to question. You promised so easily back then that you would take good care of Rin, and now you come here to complain to me? As he spoke, he took a step forward, staring into Uchiha Obito's eyes, his gaze sharp as a dagger, seemingly piercing into Obito's heart. Uchiha Obito, what exactly did you promise? Chapter 20. The newcomer A-Fei's first experience in the workplace. Uchiha Obito, what exactly did you promise? Faced with Uchiha Chi's overwhelming accusations, Uchiha Obito opened his mouth in confusion but couldn't utter a single word. He only felt a buzzing in his head, and the blood in his body surged upward continuously, turning his originally clear thoughts into an indistinguishable mess. How to respond? His plan didn't include these few lines. This. Forget it. At this critical moment, Uchiha Obito decisively chose to avoid his weakest point, abandoning the thinking process he was least good at. I don't care about this or that. The first step is already over. Now let's start the second step. Without thinking further, Uchiha Obito's momentum surged as he took a step forward, locking eyes with Uchiha Chi fiercely. Uchiha Chi, I want to challenge you. Just as he was about to say the word duel, Uchiha Chi suddenly frowned and raised his index finger to his lips. Chill. Let's rewind a bit. 3 minutes ago, in the depths of the alley where Uchiha Obito had his back turned, a thin, long shadow was crouched. At first glance, it looked like an ordinary drunken man who had returned home for the night. But if someone happened to pass by, they would probably be scared out of their wits. Because the owner of that shadow was definitely not human, but a bizarre creature with a milky white appearance. Moreover, this strange creature was talking to the wall. Even more frightening was that if one observed closely, they would find a face embedded in the wall. And that face looked exactly like the monster with the thin, long shadow. Aegon, the new White Zetsu, looked up at the wall. Confusion and bewilderment written all over his face. In the next second, a serious voice came from the wall, interrupting the new White Zetsu's question. Afei, you need to refer to your title while working. The White Zetsu, referred to as Afei, thought for a moment and said, Brother Aegon. It's Captain Aegon. Aegon patiently corrected him, strictly adhering to the hierarchy he created. Little Fei, do you have any questions? Why are you hiding in there, Captain? Looking at Captain Aegon, whose face was the only thing exposed from the wall, the newcomer, A-Fei, posed his question. Aren't we supposed to be monitoring Obito? Aegon fell silent. A few seconds later, Aegon looked meaningfully at Fei. Little Fei, you've only just arrived a few days ago. There are many things you don't understand. But don't worry, as the captain, I will slowly teach you. Now, let me give you your first lesson. Do you know what intuition is? Intuition. Fei lowered his head in thought, and then suddenly, as if recalling something, he raised an index finger. Hey, isn't it like the feeling of needing to poop? Aegon was momentarily stunned, then hesitantly nodded. Exactly, that it. Then I understand. Fei nodded excitedly. But the next second, a look of confusion appeared on his face again. But Captain, what does this have to do with our task of monitoring Obito? In response, Aegon did not answer directly, but pointed in the direction of Obito. What are they doing now? They are chatting. Fei squinted his eyes to monitor the target while adding. And they are chatting very happily. Uchiha Obito's face is even red. You call that happy? Aegon suddenly felt that this newcomer was not very reliable. However, he suppressed the urge to complain and nodded. Good. Now start reporting on their situation continuously. The newcomer, A-Fei, nodded and began to obediently report. They are still chatting, but it's too far away to hear the content. I feel like they should be discussing the shape of the poop they took yesterday. They have stopped and started looking around. Did the swallow that just passed by drop a poop? Hey? Fei looked at the wall in surprise, only to find that Aegon's face was also beginning to burrow into the wall. Captain Aegon, how did you get yourself all the way in there? Little Fei. Aegon's voice came from inside the wall, sounding regretful. The first lesson is over. Now I'm going to start the second lesson. Do you know what experience is? Fei shook his head in confusion. Compared to Aegon, who seemed to know everything, the newly born White Zetsu, who had only been around for less than 3 days, was still too naive. It's actually very simple. In your words, if when you feel the urge to poop, remember to find a place to hide. Aegon said cryptically. Do you understand? Fei continued to shake his head. All right, it might sound a bit profound, but that's okay. You'll understand soon. Little Fei, I have something to do, so I'll leave for a while. You continue to monitor Obito. If anyone passes by, remember to disguise yourself as a human. Be sure not to expose your identity. As he spoke, Aegon's voice grew fainter until it completely disappeared, indicating that he had left the area. Oh, Fei nodded, half understanding, but in reality, he hadn't understood anything. Unable to think clearly, he simply decided not to think at all. Fei returned to his corner, which he believed to be extremely safe. He curiously observed the two people standing outside the alley, hoping they would find some shape of poop. However, hey, Afei widened his eyes in surprise. Why is that ramen-headed guy walking this way? Outside the alley, watching Uchiha Chi looking around with a strange expression, Obito forcibly suppressed his displeasure and asked, "What's wrong with you again?" This guy keeps interrupting his speech, making his emotions incoherent. But Uchiha Chi seemed not to have heard anything, only furrowing his brows, glancing around as if searching for something. After a while, he rubbed his chin and muttered to himself, "There should be an old lady nearby who needs help. As the saying goes, within 7 steps of a snake, there must be an antidote." In Uchiha Chi's view, Obito was similar to a snake, within 7 steps of his appearance. There must be an old lady transformed from White Zetsu. No matter where it hid, Uchiha Chi had to grab it immediately. He couldn't be without wool. Just like a ninja couldn't be without ninjutsu, and Kakashi couldn't be without his Ica paradise. An old lady? Obito was taken aback at first, then scoffed disdainfully. How could there be one? It's true that he often helped old ladies cross the street, but it's the middle of the night now. There isn't even a chicken on the street. So how could there be an old lady needing assistance? In the face of Uchiha Obito's skepticism, Uchiha Chi did not refute, but continued to scan the surroundings, not letting any corner go unnoticed. When he turned his gaze deep into the alley, he suddenly spotted half of a white head peeking around the corner. If a normal person saw this scene, they might be scared half to death. But Uchiha Chi was different. At that moment, he looked like an old farmer who had waited until late autumn, with joy written all over his face. "Found it. What did you find?" Obito instinctively asked. But just as he opened his mouth, Uchiha Chi had already taken a deep breath, performed a couple of warm-up exercises, and then vanished into the dark depths of the alley. Chapter 21. Are you new here? In the depths of the alley, White Zetsu, Afei hid around the corner, watching the noodle-haired boy rubbing his hands as he approached quickly, a look of confusion written all over his pale face. Why isn't he looking for shit? What's he doing here? And why is he smiling so happily? However, the alley was silent, and no one answered Afei's questions. After Agon left, only White Zetsu remained here. Just as Uchiha Chi turned the corner, Afei finally recalled Agon's repeated reminders before leaving. Absolutely do not attract attention. With this thought, White Zetsu, Afei's features quickly changed, transforming into a kind-looking old lady in the blink of an eye. Something feels off. Looking at his empty hands, Afei felt like something was missing, but he couldn't quite remember what. However, there was no time to think more about it. His peripheral vision had already caught sight of Uchiha Chi turning the corner. He hurriedly lowered his head to adjust his skin color, then hunched over and smoothly fell to the ground, letting out a pained cry. Ouch. It seemed that upon hearing his cry, the footsteps nearby suddenly quickened. Soon, Afei felt someone standing in front of him. At the same time, the boy's concerned voice rang out above him. "Old lady, are you okay?" Listening to this clear and soothing voice, Afei secretly rejoiced, realizing he had successfully tricked the other party. In these 3 days of joining the clan, he had practiced the fall countless times with Captain Agon, and the whole set of movements flowed smoothly. He could say he was even more skilled than taking a shit. This boy had been fooled by him, and it was not unjust. I'm fine. Just fell a bit, hiss. Afei pretended to groan in pain while propping himself up and raising his head to look up. In his expectation, the kind boy would see the struggling old lady and would surely take pity and come forward to help. However, when he looked up, he only saw Uchiha Chi looking at him with a gentle smile. The two of them unexpectedly locked eyes. In the distance, the pond was filled with the croaking of frogs, and a few strands of cool moonlight broke through the dark clouds, illuminating the mottled walls of the alley. Everything seemed frozen in time. In this strange atmosphere, White Zetsu blinked in confusion. This isn't right, is it? Why is it different from the plan? Why is this boy just smiling and not helping? Standing to the side and watching Afei display a pure and bewildered expression. A hint of confusion also flashed in Uchiha Chi's eyes. Strange, why does Agon look so patient this time? Could it be? Uchiha Chi seemed to think of something, his eyes flashing with brilliance. Agon's acting skills have improved again. Damn it. He clenched his fists slightly and angrily stared at the White Zetsu at his feet. How can this guy improve so fast? Watching Uchiha Chi's gradually sharp gaze, White Zetsu, Afei felt a bit at a loss. He had completely lost track of the current situation. What on earth is happening? He hadn't said anything yet. Amidst a bit of panic, Afei decided to stick to the script that Captain Agon had prepared for him. After all, Captain Agon was also a White Zetsu, and White Zetsu would never deceive their own kind. Young clan member boy, Can you hold me up? Ah-Fei's old face revealed a kind smile. His eyes narrowed as he looked at Uchiha Chi, hoping he could help him up. In the script given by Captain Aegon, this line had a note beside it. Normal people would help upon hearing this. However, Uchiha Chi did not move at all, only looking down at him from a height, coldly saying, "Didn't you say you were fine? Why didn't you get up by yourself?" Ah-Fei opened his mouth. How is this wrong again? Didn't they say normal people would help upon hearing this? Detected confusion from White Zetsu. Ah-Fei gained 10 points and simultaneously gained 2 damage increase. Hearing the system's voice, Uchiha Chi raised an eyebrow, his gaze sweeping over the blue text that had just appeared. So was TA gone? No wonder he didn't react at all when he saw himself coming over. Speaking of which, ISNT Ah-Fei, the White Zetsu who likes to squat on the ground and observe shit, in his memory, he had merged with Obito, forming the right side of Obito's body. Hey, now that I think about it, there seems to be some cultivation value here. With this thought, Uchiha Chi half squatted down, revealing a meaningful smile as he looked up and down at White Zetsu Ah-Fei. He only stopped when he noticed Ah-Fei's expression had become somewhat stiff. Then he chuckled and patted Ah-Fei's shoulder. Hey, are you new here? What? Uchiha Chi's voice was very low, but it sounded like thunder in Ah-Fei's ears. His pupils rapidly constricted, and he felt a wave of suffocation. Why? How does this noodle-haired kid know about them? Detected shock from White Zetsu Ah-Fei gained 20 points and simultaneously increased damage by 4. Target's emotional fluctuation exceeds standard. Host gains additional reward. Insect technique. Merge the physical body with the earth. Achieving high-speed movement can cut off all breath. Uchiha Chi's eyes suddenly lit up. This was a good thing. With this ninjutsu, he could go wherever he wanted, and it came with the effect of concealing his presence, so he wouldn't have to worry about being discovered. He would call it the strongest escape technique. On the other side, Ah-Fei had already calmed down. What does new here mean? Confusion appeared on his wrinkled face. I've lived here since I was born. Uchiha Chi finally snapped back to reality from the earlier reward, looking at the White Zetsu Ah-Fei who had begun to perform in front of him with amusement. White Zetsu are indeed born actors. Perhaps that's why their disguise techniques have become the most difficult transformation techniques to see through in the ninja world. However, from Uchiha Chi's perspective, who already knew the answer, no matter what Ah-Fei did, it was just clumsy acting. Uchiha Chi shook his head and said, "No need to pretend anymore." Pretend what? Ah-Fei wanted to say something, but Uchiha Chi suddenly reached out and poked his right arm. The tensed muscles made it impossible for his fingers to advance an inch. Look, Uchiha Chi pinched Ah-Fei's stiff shoulder, smiling. You're very nervous right now. White Zetsu Ah-Fei instantly fell silent. He clenched his fists little by little, his eyes flickering. Since you already know, then, just as he was about to say the second half of his sentence, Uchiha Chi's cold voice rang in his ears again. Then go back to the roots and tell your Danzo-sama. It's best to behave recently. White Zetsu Ah-Fei was once again dumbfounded. He stared blankly at Uchiha Chi, voicing the question deep within his soul. Chapter 22, Our Patriarch Won't Let Your Leader Go. Under the cool moonlight, White Zetsu Ah-Fei looked at Uchiha Chi in confusion. Every word from this boy interrupted its train of thought, and it had lost count of how many times it had been bewildered tonight. Detected self-doubt from White Zetsu Ah-Fei gained 10 points and increased damage by 2. Uchiha Chi glanced at the system, the corner of his eye lifting slightly. Sure enough, the wool from the White Zetsu brand was easy to shear, and it was a large amount each time. After this period of contact, Uchiha Chi had mastered the pattern. That was not to treat them well directly, but to use harsh truths and these warm hands to touch their hearts. As long as this was done, he could form a bond with them and become one. Thinking of this, Uchiha Chi's eyes flashed, a wave of scarlet blood light rising. Tomo quietly circulating. He continued to maintain a serious face, silently mobilizing his ocular power, while sharply staring at Ah-Fei, coldly snorting. Stupid. Do you really think we know nothing? Patriarch Fugaku has already told me that Danzo secretly sent a few rats over, so I was looking for you all. Now that I have caught you, you still want to play dumb? After saying this, he forcefully reached out and slapped. Slap. The crisp and loud sound echoed in the alley. With this slap, the wrinkles on Ah-Fei's face spread out, making it look 20 years younger. Ah-Fei opened its mouth. It wanted to say that it didn't understand what the other party was talking about and didn't recognize anyone named Shimura Danzo, but was choked by its own broken teeth, completely unable to speak. Unfortunately, Uchiha Chi seemed to see that it wasn't speaking, and the killing intent in his eyes became even more intense. Uchiha Chi pulled out a cold kunai from his waist, grabbed Ah Fei by the collar, and questioned, "Why aren't you speaking? Are you provoking me?" Ah Fei's eyes were bloodshot, roaring inside. "I damn well want to talk too. Why don't you let me go first?" Detected frustration from White Zetsu. Ah Fei gained 15 points and increased damage by 3. "I'll give you another chance." Uchiha Chi let go of Ah Fei and stood over it, looking down with a scornful gaze. The scarlet Sharingan spinning like a death warrant. "Are you the rat sent by Danzo to monitor the Uchiha clan?" Pushed back to the ground. White Zetsu spat out the broken teeth in its mouth, then raised its head to look at Uchiha Chi. It did not notice the abnormality in the other's eyes and unconsciously made eye contact with Uchiha Chi. Then, for the first time, it felt fear. White Zetsu's body had no sense of pain, and its vitality and self-healing ability were extremely strong. Theoretically, it shouldn't experience the emotion of fear. But for some reason, facing the Uchiha boy in front of it, White Zetsu, Ah Fei truly felt this emotion. It seemed to be a warning from biological instinct, telling it that it had to say something, or else if it continued like this, it would die. It didn't want to die. It didn't want to die. At least not in such an unclear way. In this chaotic scene, White Zetsu, Ah Fei was completely unaware that its thought process revealed a hint of the bizarre. In its underlying logic as a non-natural creation, there was actually no biological instinct, nor should there be a desire to survive. But it no longer had time to think about anything. Facing Uchiha Chi's cold gaze, endowed with a desire to survive, Ah Fei struggled to speak. "Yes, I am here to monitor you, Uchiha, sent by Lord Danzo." Ah Fei's teeth were nearly gone, so it spoke a bit breathlessly, causing Uchiha Chi to almost laugh out loud. But he held it back because he couldn't laugh yet. "Sure enough, it's you rats." Uchiha Chi directly lifted Ah Fei from the ground and forcefully slammed it against the wall. "For so many years, we've been silently contributing to the village, while you and your leader have never thought about how to build Konoha, but rather how to harm us in secret. How can we govern Konoha well with you insects?" Hanging against the wall, White Zetsu stared blankly at the impassioned Uchiha Chi, the corners of its mouth twitching. But in the end, it said nothing. Since it had already admitted it, it might as well just accept it. It wasn't necessarily a bad thing. At least it wouldn't get beaten, right? Slap. White Zetsu looked in disbelief at Uchiha Chi's descending palm, experiencing betrayal for the first time since its birth. "Haven't I confessed? Why are you still hitting me?" Detected grievance from White Zetsu. Ah Fei gained 10 points and increased damage by 2. Uchiha Chi silently retracted his hand, justifying himself. "Seeing you makes me angry." Ah Fei detected dissatisfaction from White Zetsu. Ah Fei gained 10 points and increased damage by 2. Seeing the points pop up from the system, Uchiha Chi, who had already retracted his hand, silently extended it again and increased the force, continuing to beat the old lady that Ah Fei was pretending to be. Super strength, super strength, super strength. Bang, bang, bang. Detected surprise from Uchiha Obito, gained 10 points and increased damage by 2. Huh. Uchiha Chi let go of Ah Fei, turned to look behind, but only saw a hurriedly departing figure. He couldn't help but blink. Why can't Obito change his habit of peeking? He shook his head slightly and turned back to look at Ah Fei, who had slid down the wall. At this moment, Ah Fei was no longer the old lady he had just met. The wrinkles on its face had been smoothed out by Uchiha Chi's fists, and even the originally fair skin was nearly hidden, looking decades younger, almost returning to youth if it continued to be beaten. However, it no longer triggered the system, and its eyes were dazed and numb, looking like a toy that had been broken. Thus, Uchiha Chi lost the desire to continue his assault. He gave White Zetsu, Ah Fei, a kick, then said fiercely, "Go back and tell your leader not to play such despicable tricks anymore, or else. Our patriarch is not to be trifled with." Saying this, Uchiha Chi mobilized all his chakra and strength, kicking towards White Zetsu Ah Fei's butt. Bayu Ah Fei flew away like a meteor streaking across the night sky, heading into the distance. Did it not trigger anything? Uchiha Chi looked at the distant Ah Fei with some regret. "Looks like I can't shear Ah Fei's wool recently." Uchiha Chi sighed, the blood red in his eyes gradually fading, returning to the usual black and gray, then turned and walked out of the alley. As soon as he exited the alley, he saw Uchiha Obito with a wary expression. "What was that thing that just flew out?" Obito pointed at the direction where Ah Fei vanished and asked in a low voice. His gaze towards Uchiha Chi filled with caution. Upon hearing this, Uchiha Chi revealed a friendly smile. "Just a soccer ball." Chapter 23, Surrender Football? Upon hearing Uchiha Chi's response, Uchiha Obito couldn't help but raise his voice. Not long after Uchiha Chi entered the alley, sounds of punches and kicks echoed through it. Using his remarkable intelligence, Obito thought for a moment and concluded that Uchiha Chi was definitely being beaten up, so he eagerly followed him. Then he discovered that Uchiha Chi was not the one being beaten, but was the one doing the beating. Just as he was about to move closer to see who was being beaten, Uchiha Chi suddenly turned around and looked at him. Obito instantly panicked and turned to jog away. Just as he stepped back out of the alley, he saw a white shadow swiftly flying out of the alley, tracing a beautiful arc in the sky. That was clearly the person Uchiha Chi had just beaten. As a result, Uchiha Chi claimed that it was football. That's right, it was football. Uchiha Chi said seriously, "Did you not know that football is white?" "Of course I know." Obito, feeling questioned, jumped up and retorted, "Football isn't purely white. There are other colors that complement it." He had heard from Rin that many people in the capital of the Land of Fire like to play football, so he had specifically gone to the bookstore to read related magazines, wanted to show off his knowledge to Rin next time they talked about it. Uchiha Chi looked at Obito in surprise and nodded. "I didn't expect you to be so knowledgeable." Obito crossed his arms and lifted his chin, of course. He completely failed to realize that he had mistaken that white shadow, which was definitely not a football, for football. "So, Obito, do you have anything else?" Uchiha Chi shrugged and asked, "If not, I'm going back to rest." Uchiha Obito was slightly taken aback. He looked down at the plan note in his palm and remembered what he was there for. He needed to beat this instant noodle-headed guy down and make him apologize to Rin, thus disappearing from his and Rin's world. "I challenge you to a ninja duel." After a surge of emotions built up inside, Obito pointed at Uchiha Chi angrily. "And if you win?" Uchiha Chi didn't ask why, but directly inquired about the meaning of this duel. Without thinking, Obito said, "I want you to apologize to Rin and disappear from our world." "So that's it," Uchiha Chi realized. "So you waited here for half a day, just for this?" Uchiha Chi silently gave Obito a thumbs up in his heart. "You were something else. In terms of devoted admirers, I, Uchiha Chi, would call you the strongest." "That's how it is," Obito nodded with his eyes closed. "You'd better surrender directly later. Otherwise, haha." Just as he imagined Uchiha Chi being beaten badly. Surrender. Huh. Detecting emotional fluctuations from Uchiha Obito. Gained 15 points, simultaneously increasing damage by 3. Looking at the popping blue text, Uchiha Chi's mouth curled into a smirk. "Wow, this is exaggerated. There's even points for this. Surrender?" The dazed Obito looked at Uchiha Chi with a face full of question marks. Uchiha Chi said nothing, just gave Obito a faint glance. Obito had just graduated not long ago, and his strength was merely that of a regular genin. Therefore, after some exploration during this time, Uchiha Chi felt that he had mind enough from this mind called Obito. After all, the most useful space-time talent was already in his hands, and Obito now probably only had a somewhat decent ocular talent left. However, awakening the eyes was bound to bring pain and also affect one's character. Uchiha Chi was already using hacks. He could directly enhance his Sharingan with points, so why endure that pain? Of course, even the smallest mosquito is still meat. Uchiha Chi wouldn't miss out on anything he could take from Obito. However, compared to this boring duel, the appropriate operations that followed a surrender could turn an otherwise mediocre gain into something substantial. That's right. Uchiha Chi raised both hands above his head. "I will go apologize to Nohara Rin tomorrow." Obito was stunned and instinctively asked why. "Because Rin is indeed sad because of me," Uchiha Chi replied. "No matter how I deny it, this cannot change." Saying this, he looked at Obito. "If the one who made Rin sad was you, would you apologize?" I would definitely." Obito's tone was urgent and fast, as if he had already envisioned this question in his heart, and not just once. "If it were me, I would immediately apologize until Rin smiled." Uchiha Chi nodded. "Although I was rejected, the feelings in my heart cannot be erased in just a few days. Hearing you say that Rin is so sad now naturally makes me feel sad too." So, he looked earnestly at Obito. "I will definitely go apologize, Obito." Under Uchiha Chi's gaze, Obito awkwardly turned his head to the side and stammered, Is that so?" Uchiha Chi's sincere gaze made him feel a bit restrained because aside from his grandmother and Rin, no one had ever looked at him with such genuine eyes. However, while feeling at a loss, Obito's body gradually relaxed. His performance in the ninja school assessment was slightly better than Uchiha Chi's, so theoretically, he could win against Uchiha Chi. But after seeing Uchiha Chi's intimidating aura while beating someone up in the alley, he felt a bit unsteady inside. Although Obito ultimately proposed the duel, it was entirely due to Rin's presence. To make Rin happy, he would risk his life to make Uchiha Chi apologize to her. He had indeed fantasized about Uchiha Chi surrendering directly, and then Rin would only have eyes for him, and the two would fall in love together. But he never expected that this fantasy would actually come true. Wait a minute. Uchiha Obito's expression froze as his brain began to operate rapidly. Since the first half has already been realized, does that mean? The smile on Uchiha Obito's face could no longer be concealed, and the corners of his mouth raised wildly. The second half is also destined. Watching Uchiha Obito's radiant smile, Uchiha Chi's cheeks twitched. How'd he start fantasizing again? Is it really necessary to be so naive? But it's fine. The more elaborate the house built on fantasy is, when it meets its moment of collapse, the heavier the stone it turns into will press down on the people inside, plunging them into despair. Uchiha Chi looked forward to that moment. Obito, although I've said it once, I still want to say. He stepped forward, patted Obito's arm hard, and sincerely wished, please make sure to make Rin happy. Obito clenched his fists and nodded firmly. Don't worry, I will definitely make Rin happy. Chapter 24. Building good relationships is right in a residential area of Konoha, inside a certain apartment. The night enveloped the entire room, silent and still, with only the ticking of the wall clock breaking the quiet. After an unknown amount of time, a sigh, delicate like a wisp of silk, suddenly broke the silence. Sigh. Nohara Rin sat in front of the vanity, droplets of water from her hair cascading down her swan-like neck, dampening the freshly worn nightgown. But she paid no mind, merely propping her chin on her hand, gazing out the window. The moonlight was beautiful tonight, yet she had no heart to appreciate it. Everything that happened that day at the Nanga River was still vivid in her mind. Looking at the hazy night outside, Nohara Rin let out a soft sigh. If she did nothing, would she eventually forget? Just as adults say, time would dull everything. However, she simply couldn't do it. In these past few days, whenever she had a moment of leisure, Uchiha Chi's face would automatically float before her eyes. The reddened corners of his eyes and his forced indifference looked like a wounded hedgehog. Every time she thought of it, Nohara Rin felt a sharp pain in her heart, realizing she had hurt him deeply. She was that kind of person, unable to allow herself to hurt others' feelings, yet able to live on without a care. She had to do something. She had to make amends. Otherwise, she would never forgive herself. Go apologize, Nohara Rin muttered to herself, a growing determination evident in her brown eyes. She had made up her mind. Tomorrow, she would go apologize to Uchiha Chi, Uchiha Clanland. Watching Obito leave with his lips turned up in a pout, Uchiha Chi turned and walked in the direction indicated by the moonlight. No one stopped him along the way, so he quickly returned home. 20 minutes later, after a simple wash-up, Uchiha Chi walked into his bedroom and sat down at his desk. While holding a towel to dry his damp hair, he skillfully activated the system to check his personal panel. Name, Uchiha Chi. Age, 14. Chakra, 701,000. Chunin Standard, 1,000. Skills, Body Flicker Technique, Paralysis Technique, Fire Style. Great Fireball Technique, Fire Style. Phoenix Fire Technique, Leaf Rock Rising. Leaf Great Whirlwind, Palm Sage Technique, Superhuman Strength, Mayfly Technique. Traits, Uchiha Bloodline, Double Tomo, Medical Ninjutsu Talent, Nohara Rin version. Fire Style Ninjutsu Talent, Uchiha Fugaku version. Spacetime Ninjutsu Talent, Uchiha Obito version. Extra damage, 85. Extra defense, 38. Point total, 180. The more Uchiha Chi looked, the more satisfied he became, nodding appreciatively at the panel. During his time at the izakaya, he activated his double Tomo Sharingan, deducting a full 100 points. However, due to a series of events tonight, his point wallet not only didn't shrink, but even became more prosperous than before. First Tsunade, then Obito, and Akatsuki. Uchiha Chi sighed in admiration. Indeed, building good relationships is right. These people are his lucky stars. So, where should he spend his points? Looking at the 180 points in his account, Uchiha Chi felt a bit conflicted. He had never fought such a wealthy battle before. After pondering for a moment, he focused on the line that only had a Chunin level amount of chakra. Due to not training much recently, his chakra amount hadn't increased significantly. Although activating the double Tomo Sharingan had tripled his ocular power, this Chunin level chakra was still too prominent in contrast to his other growing abilities. It was a dent. This was clearly not acceptable. In ninja confrontations, chakra often played a large part. Just imagine if Kakashi Hitaki, burdened by the chakra consumption of his right eye's Kemi, had no chakra burden. Back in the era before the Fourth Great Ninja War, when there was no numerical inflation, he could practically walk through everything. It was time to enhance it. Without enough chakra, no amount of ninjutsu would be useful. With that thought, Uchiha Chi clicked into the point store, easily finding the chakra enhancement item that cost 20 points each. So, how many times to enhance? Looking at the 180 points in his account, Uchiha Chi found himself in a dilemma. Just round it off. His obsessive-compulsive tendencies kicked in, enhancing 1, 2, or 3 times left him with an awkward remaining point total. But if he enhanced 4 times, he would have 100 points left, which looked more comfortable than other numbers. However, just as Uchiha Chi was about to enhance his chakra 4 times in one go, his peripheral vision caught sight of something new on the shelf of special items that hadn't been there before. Uchiha Chi blinked, turning his head to take a look, and the hand that was about to click the confirm button froze in midair. Wood-style ninjutsu talent, a bloodline limit formed by the combination of earth and water chakra. Cost: 100 points, Senju bloodline. The bloodline of the Senju clan. Cost: 100 points, Golden Legends. Uchiha Chi took a deep breath, his eyes flashing. Although the system described the 2 items very vaguely, having read the original work, he naturally knew the value of the wood-style talent and the Senju bloodline. Wood-style is the unique bloodline limit of Hashirama Senju, known as the god of shinobi. In the early days of founding the ninja villages, Hashirama used his wood-release Great Buddha and his ideology of peace to influence the entire ninja world. The Senju bloodline allowed the Senju clan to stand toe-to-toe with the Uchiha clan for 1,000 years, indicating that their bloodline was certainly not inferior to the Uchiha bloodline. Which one to choose? Uchiha Chi's gaze drifted back and forth between the two, clearly torn. After a considerable internal struggle, he ultimately reached for the Senju bloodline. While wood-style was indeed powerful, one must not forget that there are differences within wood-style itself. The same wood-style can be a nuclear deterrent in the hands of the first Hokage, yet in the hands of Yamato, it becomes a mundane construction skill to build a 3-room apartment. Ultimately, the difference in ninja abilities translates to differing chakra levels. Even using the same ninjutsu, the effects can naturally vary. Uchiha Chi's primary issue at present was the growing number of ninjutsu and the insufficient development of his chakra. The Senju bloodline could perfectly resolve this issue. Uchiha Chi had never seen anyone with the Senju bloodline run out of chakra during a fight. Confirm to spend 100 points to obtain the Senju bloodline. Confirmed. Installing Senju bloodline. As the system flashed, the increasing chakra flowed into Uchiha Chi's abdomen like warm currents, then spread out from his abdomen, coursing through his skin like gentle hands massaging his stiff body. Experiencing this comfort, Uchiha Chi slowly closed his eyes. Chapter 25 Encounter. The Senju bloodline activation is complete. Points minus 100. Remaining 80. Until the system's prompt sound rang out, Uchiha Chi finally opened his eyes again. Your defense has greatly increased. 3850. Your chakra amount has greatly increased. 700, 1000, 2500, 1000. Note: the standard for Jainin chakra amount. 3000. The chakra amount has directly reached the Jainin standard. Is this the power of the Senju clan? Uchiha Chi felt the abundant chakra within him, feeling invigorated all over. He moved his heart, reached out to grip the chair made of hardship wood beside him, and then silently exerted force. When he released his grip, a palm-sized dent appeared on the shipwood. He clapped his hands in satisfaction, stood up, and walked to the mirror, looking at his refreshed self, feeling as fresh as wearing new underwear on New Year's Day. I owe my current state to my own efforts and sweat. Detected guilt from Nohara Rin. Received 10 points, while also increasing defense by 2. Uchiha Chi awkwardly glanced at the system, then turned to look at the clock on the wall, discovering that the hour hand pointed exactly at 6 o'clock. Do ninjas really get up this early? Uchiha Chi thought to himself with admiration. He turned his head to look outside the window and noticed that it was already dawn, with clan members beginning to move about on the streets. So this is what it means to pull an all-nighter. Uchiha Chi scratched his head in thought. Although he used to stay up late in his previous life, he really didn't expect that after coming to this world without games and novels, he would also end up pulling an all-nighter. However, unlike in his previous life, he didn't feel tired at all now. Instead, he felt very energetic, with quick thinking and boundless energy. Uchiha Chi stood in place, thought for a moment, and then turned to walk toward the entrance. First, let us have some breakfast. 10 minutes later, he arrived at the center of the clan area. The market stalls were already surrounded by many people, choosing their needed ingredients. However, Uchiha Chi's target was not here. He walked briskly through the crowd and soon arrived at a pancake stall. Good morning, Granny Jiang. He greeted the old lady, sitting on a chair with a broad gesture. I want 5 beef pancakes. Okay. Uchiha Jiang smiled and nodded, getting up from the old wooden chair and leisurely walking to the stall. You have a good appetite today. Watching Uchiha Jiang skillfully make the pancakes, Uchiha Chi smiled and nodded. Now that he was a Jonin, his appetite had naturally increased compared to when he was a Chunin or Genin. While quietly waiting, a deep voice suddenly rang in Uchiha Chi's ears. Uchiha Chi? Uchiha Jiang paused her movements, squinting her eyes to look at the newcomer, then revealed a smile. Ah, good morning, clan leader. Good morning. The deep voice responded blandly. He turned to see the stern-faced Uchiha Fugaku staring at him. Oh dear, it's a bit unlucky this early in the morning. Uchiha Chi silently complained while respectfully asking on his face. Are you going to the guard team? Uchiha Fugaku nodded slightly. Recently, there have been many matters, so he had to wake up early every day to go to the guard team building and stay until late at night before returning home. Some of the workload was related to this guy in front of him. Ever since he learned that there were people in the higher-ups of Konoha secretly watching, he had privately approached the third Hokage to test the other's reaction. He didn't know whether it was genuine ignorance or feigned ignorance, but the expression of the third Hokage at that time seemed completely unaware. However, how could he possibly be completely unaware? Uchiha Fugaku felt a bit cold inside, but he didn't dare to probe further. He could only silently increase the patrol intensity of the guard team, trying to find the spies placed by Danzo. However, every time he ended up with nothing. Those routes seemed to be non-existent, and the guard team had made great efforts but found no trace in the clan area. Thinking of this, Uchiha Fugaku's gaze toward Uchiha Chi became somewhat peculiar. He didn't know how this guy initially discovered that super old lady. Noticing the subtle change in Uchiha Fugaku's expression, Uchiha Chi asked, Is something wrong, clan leader? Nothing. Uchiha Fugaku shook his head and said to Uchiha Jiang, Granny, give me 2 portions of pancakes. He didn't like to eat too much while working. Granny Jiang responded and quickened her movements in making the pancakes. Uchiha Fugaku nodded slightly, looking at Uchiha Chi, and asked nonchalantly, Have you made any friends lately? To an outsider, this question sounded like concern, but to Uchiha Chi, it automatically translated to have you told anyone about the spies placed by the higher-ups? Uchiha Chi's eyes turned, and he smiled lightly, shaking his head. No, everyone has been quite busy lately. Don't worry, I haven't told anyone. When he said this, there was no guilt in his heart. He really hadn't told anyone, just told Ah Fei. After all, White Zetsu shouldn't count as a person. And then he conveniently shifted the blame to Danzo. Anyway, Danzo wouldn't have any objections, right? Good. Hearing Uchiha Chi's answer, Uchiha Fugaku let out a slight sigh of relief. Although he felt a bit disheartened by the higher-ups in Konoha, he still hadn't figured out what to do next. The radicals were too risky. Konoha was a behemoth with dozens of ninja villages, and their Uchiha clan didn't even have a pair of Sharingan. Uchiha Fugaku really couldn't muster the heart to rebel. But as for the conservatives, Danzo had already placed spies in the clan area, and if he, as the clan leader, compromised like this, how would it be written in the future family tree? Just as he felt lost and confused, the pancakes are ready. Uchiha Jiang, holding a bag in one hand, called out to the 2. This one has 5, and this one has 2. Uchiha Fugaku then came back to his senses, took his portion of pancakes, and squeezed out a slight, encouraging smile at Uchiha Chi. Then, keep it up. After saying that, he hurriedly left. Uchiha Chi quietly watched him leave. When the clan leader's figure completely disappeared around the street corner, the corners of his lips finally lifted into a curve. I will keep trying. On the way back, Uchiha Chi took big bites of the beef pancakes in his hand while silently contemplating his current situation. Looking at the brand new Senju bloodline in the trait section, Uchiha Chi murmured, As expected, after triggering a new target, the points shop will update the corresponding items. He would check the points shop whenever he had time, so he could confirm that the Senju bloodline and wood release talent were both just added last night. With a little thought, he could deduce that they came from Tsunade and White Zetsu. Afei. This means that if I want something in the future, I just need to get in touch with their owners. If I'm lucky, it might pop out directly. If not, I can go to the shop for a guaranteed exchange. Uchiha Chi pondered, stroking his chin, thinking about what else he might need. Chapter 26, I'm really doomed. First, let's talk about Konoha Village. Setting aside the will of fire, this village truly is a place of extraordinary people. The older generation includes the bright and dark duo of Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shimura Danzo. The middle generation features the legendary Sannin, Jiraiya, Tsunade, and Orochimaru, each at the forefront of sage arts, medical ninjutsu, and scientific research, respectively. Among the younger generation, there are the Yellow Flash, Minato Namikaze, the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, Kushina Uzumaki, and Hatake Kakashi, who became a chunin at the youngest age in history. It's practically a treasure trove. Looking outside of Konoha, each ninja village has its own unique skills. The third Raikage's lightning body technique, the third Kazekage's magnet release, and the third Tsuchikage Inoki's dust release. Uchiha Chi bit into a large piece of beef pancake, the tender juice spreading in his mouth, and he comfortably squinted his eyes. He wanted all of it, not wanting to miss a single thing. After all, he wasn't the type to shy away from abundance. Perhaps it was due to having been poor in his past life, where he loved collecting everything in any game he played. Thinking of this, he realized that his current points were simply not enough. It seems he still needed to continue building good relationships. Lost in these thoughts, Uchiha Chi unknowingly returned to the vicinity of his residence. Looking at the last remaining pancake in his hand with a bit of hesitation, he briefly contemplated before deciding to save it for later. He then crumpled the 4 empty paper bags into balls, and as he turned into the eaves of the house, he raised his hands and gently tossed the paper balls and pancake into the air. As the paper balls and pancake slowly ascended, Uchiha Chi quickly formed hand seals. Insu Cho Inin. As the last in seal was formed for fireballs, resembling the fruit of the balsam plant, erupted from Uchiha Chi's mouth, carrying scorching, twisted air currents. Without looking back, he walked forward, rummaging through his pocket for the door key while skillfully catching the falling pancake. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. At the moment he pulled out the key from his pocket, the 4 fireballs accurately hit their target, instantly reducing the descending paper balls to ashes. It's simply art, Uchiha Chi thought. However, just as he marveled at his growing control of ninjutsu, a sudden thump came from under the eaves. He then heard a mechanical voice from the system. Detected a scare from Nohara Rin. Gained 10 points and increased defense by 2. What is going on? Uchiha Chi was puzzled and quickened his pace to circle around to the front door. He immediately noticed someone on the ground. It was a pretty girl with short brown hair, Nohara Rin, who was constantly on Obito's mind. At that moment, Nohara Rin was sitting on the ground, pouting, rubbing her behind, clearly in pain from a recent fall. Nohara Rin? Uchiha Chi blinked in surprise. Nohara Rin looked over, and upon recognizing him, she quickly pushed herself up and walked over to Uchiha Chi with small steps. Chikuin, good morning. Her tone was cheerful, but her eyes were clearly still glistening with tears, revealing that her backside was still hurting. Uchiha Chi felt a bit like laughing, but ultimately held it back. Nohara Rin. His expression appeared somewhat indifferent, but his tone carried a hint of concern. What happened? Feeling the caring tone, Nohara Rin's heart warmed slightly. But when she looked up and saw Uchiha Chi's distant gaze, her earlier excitement felt doused with cold water, leaving only sorrow and guilt. It's all my fault. I'm fine. She forced a smile and waved her hand. I just got startled because someone nearby used a fire release jutsu, and it looked really powerful, which surprised me. So that's what happened. Uchiha Chi nodded, the corners of his mouth lifting slightly. I was startled too. Exactly. Noticing Uchiha Chi's pleasant mood, Nohara Rin bobbed her head in agreement like a chick pecking a grain, puffing up her cheeks in annoyance. Using such ninjutsu in the residential area so early in the morning is really disturbing the peace. They have no sense of public morals at all. Uchiha Chi stopped smiling. He took a deep breath, glanced at Nohara Rin, and spoke in a neutral tone. Do you need something from me, Nohara Rin? Nohara Rin cautiously looked at Uchiha Chi, not understanding why his tone had turned cold again. She lowered her head like a quail, clutching her cold little hands, her lips moving slightly but unable to say anything, looking like a soft cake. Uchiha Chi calmly observed the silent Nohara Rin until he noticed her pale complexion. His eyes darkened as he noticed her exposed thighs and calves were trembling slightly. Raising his eyebrows, it seemed Nohara Rin had been waiting here for quite a while. Without saying anything, Uchiha Chi turned and unlocked the door, then glanced at Nohara Rin. Come in. Nohara Rin lowered her head and obediently followed him into the entryway. Uchiha Chi nodded slightly, gesturing for her to follow him into the living room. Nohara Rin took off her shoes, her small feet in white socks gently touching the floor, and quietly said to Uchiha Chi, who had already walked into the living room, "Sorry for the trouble." Uchiha Chi ignored her, expressionless, pointing to the sofa. "Wait here for a moment." Thus, Nohara Rin obediently sat on the sofa, and she sat where Uchiha Chi had indicated. Seeing Nohara Rin comply, Uchiha Chi lightly nodded and turned to walk into the bedroom. As he walked away, the empty living room immediately fell silent. In this quiet atmosphere, feeling the comfort and softness of the sofa, Nohara Rin gradually relaxed her slightly tense body and curiously looked around the living room. The living room was decorated in a typical Japanese style, but seemingly for comfort, it was furnished with a 3-meter-long brown sofa. The walls looked old, and the murals were somewhat weathered, but overall it appeared clean, including the tea table, which had no dust, suggesting it was occasionally cleaned. However, the arrangement of items was still somewhat messy, implying that the owner placed things casually for easy access. Each detail indicated that this place was likely inhabited solely by a man, coupled with the rumors that Uchiha Chi was an orphan. And recalling how she had questioned him back then, Nohara Rin felt her heart tighten painfully. "I'm such a bad woman." Just then, a somewhat indifferent voice broke the silence. "Here." Nohara Rin quickly rubbed her reddened eyes and looked up. She saw Uchiha Chi coming out of the bedroom, placing a fluffy blanket beside her. Seeing Uchiha Chi's still expressionless face, Nohara Rin's nose tinged with a sourness, and she began to sob while hugging the blanket. "I am really doomed." Chapter 27. Red Bean Paste. Private Marseille detected guilt from Nohara Rin, gained 15 points, and increased defense by 3. Uchiha Chi looked at the new message from the system in surprise. So, it turns out that doing something can also trigger the system? Boo-hoo. Hearing the sound of crying, Uchiha Chi finally came to his senses and looked down at Nohara Rin. She was hugging the blanket he handed her, sobbing softly, seemingly struggling to breathe, her petite body trembling slightly like a pitiful little cat caught in the rain. Uchiha Chi felt a pang in his heart. His blanket was dirty. "What are you crying about?" he asked as he sat down beside Nohara Rin. Nohara Rin didn't answer, just continued to sob softly. "So," Uchiha Chi tilted his head to see better. She really was crying? Nohara Rin remained silent, burying her face deeper into the blanket, her back shuddering from time to time. Uchiha Chi sat back, scratched his cheek. He wasn't really good at comforting girls. After a moment of contemplation, he quietly asked, "Have you had breakfast?" She had been waiting at the door since early morning, so Uchiha Chi figured Nohara Rin hadn't eaten anything. Sure enough, Nohara Rin shook her head. "Are you hungry?" Uchiha Chi continued to ask. Nohara Rin hesitated for a moment, then nodded gently. She hadn't slept the night before and had come to the Uchiha clan very early, asking for directions several times before finally finding Uchiha Chi's house. Seeing Nohara Rin nod, Uchiha Chi felt in his pocket for the last remaining pancake, his expression slightly awkward. He hesitated for a moment, but still reached out to poke Nohara Rin's hand that was clutching the blanket. Nohara Rin looked up with tearful eyes. Uchiha Chi handed her the paper bag containing the pancake. "This? I can only give you half." Nohara Rin was instantly stunned, staring blankly at Uchiha Chi. The morning sunlight streamed through the glass window, casting a warm light on the floor between them, and the cold light refracted onto Uchiha Chi's profile, making him look like a painting. Nohara Rin stared at the boy in front of her, feeling that the moment was so beautiful. Of course, this was only how Nohara Rin saw it. In Uchiha Chi's eyes, it was different. He just felt his hand was getting a bit sore. "Damn it, eat it. Why aren't you eating?" Uchiha Chi was getting a bit impatient, a black line appearing on his forehead. "Are you rejecting it just because it's only half?" "Huh? What kind of logic is that?" Nohara Rin shook her head in confusion. No. If you don't want to eat it, then forget it." After saying that, Uchiha Chi pulled back his hand, ready to put the pancake back in his pocket. Just then, Nohara Rin, finally realizing what was happening, hurriedly grabbed the corner of his shirt. "What are you doing?" Uchiha Chi asked as he looked at Nohara Rin, gently twisting his arm, but couldn't shake her off. Nohara Rin's knuckles turned white as she tightly gripped Uchiha Chi's shirt, looking at him with eager eyes. "I want to eat." Uchiha Chi raised an eyebrow. "Didn't you say you didn't want to eat?" Nohara Rin's ears turned slightly red, avoiding Uchiha Chi's gaze, and softly said, Please let me eat." A few minutes later, Uchiha Chi walked out of the kitchen, bringing the heated pancake with him. "It's agreed, half for each." He pushed a bowl in front of Nohara Rin, which contained half of the beef pancake. After doing all this, he sat down with the paper bag containing the remaining half of the pancake and started eating it in big bites. "I'm starting," Nohara Rin said softly, then picked up her chopsticks and took a small bite. So delicious. She looked at the beef pancake in the bowl with astonishment, her face filled with delight. The outer skin of the pancake was very crispy, carrying a unique charcoal-grilled fragrance, while the dough inside was soft and elastic, providing a strong sense of fullness, making it particularly satisfying to eat. The beef inside the pancake was also very fragrant, with just the right amount of juice and generous portions. Nohara Rin started with small bites, but soon began to eat faster and faster. After a few minutes, she leaned back in her chair with a satisfied expression. Burp Nohara Rin covered her mouth and blushed. Is it good? Uchiha Chi glanced over when he heard the sound. It's good. Nohara Rin nodded vigorously, then curiously asked, Chicken, did you come out so early just to buy this breakfast? Uchiha Chi hesitated for a moment, then nodded. Hearing this, Nohara Rin's eyes glistened with moisture. I did something so inappropriate to Chikuin, yet you were still so nice to me. Boo-hoo, because she had just cried not long ago. The tip of her nose had a faint blush, and her voice carried a slight nasal tone, sounding somewhat endearing. Uchiha Chi blinked, feeling that Nohara Rin had misunderstood something. How should he put it? He had to go out to buy breakfast, but he and T just bought this one. It was just the only one left. Just as Uchiha Chi was contemplating whether to reveal this truth, the system chimed. Detected emotion from Nohara Rin. Gained 15 points and increased defense by 3. Uchiha Chi silently shut his mouth. That's right, that's how it is. I'm such a gentle person. After a while, Nohara Rin wiped her tears. Seeming to have calmed down, she slowly clenched her small hands under the table, gathering her courage to look at Uchiha Chi. Chikuin, I want to apologize to you. Her voice was nervous, her eyes filled with both timidity and guilt, as well as a determined resolve. Uchiha Chi quietly looked at her, not saying a word. I shouldn't have hurt your feelings, nor should I have denied your emotions, and I definitely shouldn't have waited until now to apologize to you. Her voice carried a hint of a sob, sounding very heartbroken. I felt very uneasy and guilty these past few days, but actually, Chikuin, you have endured much more pain than I have. Being rejected by the person you like, being questioned by the person you like. Her voice gradually choked up, her delicate shoulders trembling up and down. Not apologizing to you these past few days has just been me making excuses for myself. Telling myself that since I couldn't find you, it wouldn't matter if I apologized later. But that was just escapism. If I really want to find you, there is always a way. So, she stood up from her chair and deeply bowed to Uchiha Chi. Chikuin, I'm truly sorry. Please forgive me for only saying I'm sorry now. Watching Nohara Rin's tears fall onto the floor, Uchiha Chi couldn't help but blink. Compared to the red bean paste private Marseille bowing, he actually preferred to see a full bow. Speaking of which, he had just promised Sue to apologize to Nohara Rin yesterday. Yet, Nohara Rin apologized first. So, does that mean he wouldn't apologize? Of course not. Uchiha Chi was not the kind of man who would break his promises. He closed his eyes to gather his emotions, and when he opened them again, his face was filled with anxiety. Actually, I also want to say I'm sorry. Huh? Chapter 28, Please Don't Blame Obito Apology? Nohara Rin tilted her little head in confusion, pointing at herself. To me? Detected surprise from Nohara Rin. Gained 10 points and increased defense by 2. Looking at Nohara Rin, who seemed doubtful that she heard wrong, Uchiha Chi nodded with certainty. That's right, I want to apologize to you. Why does Chikuin want to apologize to me? As soon as Uchiha Chi nodded, Nohara Rin immediately asked. She really couldn't understand what Uchiha Chi had to apologize for. He hadn't done anything wrong. It couldn't be because he confessed to her. That would be too absurd. In the next moment, as if he had heard her inner thoughts, Uchiha Chi actually whispered, I shouldn't have confessed to Rin. Nohara Rin's breath hitched, as if her brain had crashed, staring blankly at Uchiha Chi at that moment. She didn't feel her own problem, but now looking back, she realized she had been too selfish back then. Uchiha Chi didn't look at her, spreading his hands on the table, slowly saying, We weren't even friends. I rashly came to confess, causing Rin to feel so troubled. I'm such a self-centered person. Watching the young boy's innocent face gradually turn bitter, Nohara Rin's lips parted slightly, feeling a tingling sensation all over her body. Nohara Rin, what have you done? You are not at fault at all. The inner guilt swelled at an unprecedented speed, making Nohara Rin's tone instinctively rise. She felt like an ant on a hot pan, standing up from her chair to meet Uchiha Chi's gaze. Expressing feelings to someone you like is clearly not wrong. However, before she could finish, Uchiha Chi gently shook his head. No matter how you put it, this is all my fault. He raised his head, forcing a smile on his handsome face, and softly said to Nohara Rin, I have to thank Obito. Obito? Nohara Rin exclaimed softly, completely not expecting to hear Obito's name here. Although they were from the same clan, it seemed like they hadn't really talked in class, right? Yes. Uchiha Chi nodded and said, Obito found me yesterday and told me that you've been unhappy lately, and all of this is because of me. Nohara Rin looked at Uchiha Chi in confusion, feeling her brain was in chaos. But I didn't tell Obito about this. However, as she spoke, she fell silent, her fair face trembling. A few days ago, she did mention this briefly to Obito in the park, but Obito had clearly promised her not to tell anyone. So he went and told Uchiha Chi. Thinking of this, Nohara Rin's already reddened eyes quickly filled with bloodshot veins. Obito, seeing Nohara Rin looking like she was about to unleash her Sharingan in anger. Uchiha Chi couldn't help but chuckle in his heart, while continuing to nod sincerely on the surface. I really need to thank Obito. If it weren't for him, I probably wouldn't have realized how sad I made you. After hearing this, Nohara Rin felt like she finally understood. As if the puzzle that had been stuck for a long time was finally completed, her previously confused thoughts instantly became crystal clear. If it weren't for Obito, Uchiha Chi wouldn't have known that she had been upset about this lately. In other words, if Obito hadn't meddled, everything wouldn't have become so complicated. Thinking of this, Nohara Rin silently sat back down, covering her heaving chest, feeling like she was about to faint from anger. How could Obito do this? Detected emotional fluctuations from Nohara Rin. Gained 15 points and increased defense by 3. Rin, please don't blame Obito. He is doing it for your own good. Hearing the system's prompt, Uchiha Chi tried his best to suppress his smile, looking at Nohara Rin with a worried expression. He actually cares about you too. He even challenged me to a ninja duel just to get me to apologize. For my own good, for my own good. Nohara Rin repeated this phrase, unable to say anything, only feeling her body getting hotter. Even with her gentle personality, she now just wanted to give Obito a big punch. Uchiha Chi's character was so mild. He never said anything hurtful. Just like his confession back then, even if she rejected him, he would still offer his blessings. So, just this mention of a ninja duel must have omitted a lot of heartache. Nohara Rin clenched her fists. She could already imagine how Obito must have made things difficult for Uchiha Chi yesterday. I will demand an explanation from Obito, she declared earnestly. But Uchiha Chi stopped her. Please don't do that, Nohara Rin. Uchiha Chi said seriously. I don't want our friendship to be affected because of me. I would be able to forgive myself for that. Nohara Rin fell silent. After a few seconds, she looked at Uchiha Chi with a complicated expression. Chi-kun, your personality is really too gentle. Even when being made difficult by Obito, you still uphold your principle of not hurting anyone. This boy is really a bit too pure. In response to Nohara Rin's exclamation, Uchiha Chi shook his head, gently stroking the teacup on the table, and said softly, I'm not as kind as you think. I just want you to be happy. Nohara Rin quickly lowered her head, nervously staring at her hands resting on her lap. Today, as weather seemed a bit hot, making her ears feel a bit flushed. However, her mood was quite good. After all, today, she finally apologized in person, and after they both opened their hearts, she not only felt much better, but also had a little flutter of joy in her heart. This was a feeling she had never experienced before, making her want to talk more with the boy sitting in front of her. Speaking of which, we'll be assigned to ninja teams in 2 days. Chi-kun, do you have anyone you want to be in a team with? She threw out a topic that everyone had been discussing lately. Uchiha Chi paused for a moment upon hearing, then shook his head. It's all about the same. I don't have many friends at the ninja school, so it doesn't matter who I team up with. Is that so? Nohara Rin murmured. She suddenly remembered that the handsome boy in front of her seemed to have no friends at all. Recalling every encounter at the ninja school, Uchiha Chi was always alone, making Nohara Rin unable to help but clench her fists, feeling a pang in her heart. But he is so gentle. Nohara Rin took a deep breath, lowered her head to tuck a strand of hair behind her ear, and seemingly casually asked, Can I be friend with Chi-kun? Chapter 29, you are my first friend, huh? Hearing Nohara Rin's words, Uchiha Chi let out a nasal sound and looked over in surprise. Friend? Meeting the boy's gaze, Nohara Rin's fingers that were rubbing the ends of her hair stiffened, and her ears turned increasingly red. She shifted her gaze away, her voice so soft that she could barely hear it. No, it's nothing. Thank you, Rin. The sound of voice as clear as spring water gently interrupted the girl's murmuring. Nohara Rin tilted her head, somewhat confused, pointing at the purple patterns on her face. Thank you. Me? MHM. Nohara Rin's eyes widened in surprise as she pressed for more. Why? Because. Uchiha Chi crossed his hands, resting his chin on them, and smiled as he said, You're the first person who wanted to be my friend. Nohara Rin blinked rapidly, taking a few seconds to understand the meaning of this sentence. Really? Nohara Rin covered her mouth in surprise, almost standing up from her chair. She had thought that Uchiha Chi had very few friends, limited to just the ninja academy. After all, with the Uchiha clan being such a large and prestigious ninja family, even if Uchiha Chi was reclusive, he must have 1 or 2 close friends he grew up with in the clan, right? But it turned out he didn't have any at all. But the next moment, she realized that her attitude was problematic. This was clearly not a good thing. So how could she be? And how could she allow herself to feel so happy? So she furrowed her brows, and, with a sympathetic tone, asked, "Really?" Detected joy from Nohara Rin. Gained 15 points, simultaneously increased defense by 3. Uchiha Chi glanced at the word joy on the system, and then looked at Nohara Rin, who had a worried expression on her face. After a 2-second silence, he nodded affirmatively. "Really? That's great." Nohara Rin clenched her fists under the wooden table, silently cheering herself on. Then Chikun. She lifted her round face and looked at Uchiha Chi with eager eyes. "Do we count as friends now?" Her tone was as gentle and serene as usual, but it carried an indescribable nervousness. "Actually, this question should be asked by me." Uchiha Chi looked somewhat worried, cautiously watching Nohara Rin. "Are you really willing to be friends with someone like me?" "Of course I am," Nohara Rin said firmly. Hearing her answer without any hesitation, Uchiha Chi revealed a sincere smile. Half an hour later, in front of Uchiha Chi's house. "I'm really sorry for dirtying your blanket. I will wash it clean and return it to you." Nohara Rin hugged the brown blanket she had dirtied, her cheeks slightly flushed, continuously bowing her head in apology. In fact, she rarely cried, but she hadn't slept well the whole night before, and with her body feeling off these past few days. Plus, having been outside Uchiha Chi's door in the cold wind for so long, her emotions suddenly became extremely fragile. As a result, after Uchiha Chi returned, instead of apologizing, she ended up receiving emotional support. Moreover, seeing that she looked unwell, he had taken out this warm blanket from his bedroom. This thoughtfulness made Nohara Rin unable to control her tears. It's okay. Uchiha Chi chuckled and waved his hand, concerned. "Do you know the way? Do you want to walk you home?" Nohara Rin nodded, her tender round face filled with gentle smiles. "Don't worry, Chikun. I know the way. I can walk slowly." "Aren't you going to train? Hurry up and go. You have to work hard, okay?" She made a cute fist for encouragement towards Uchiha Chi. Uchiha Chi nodded at her words, no longer lingering, and closed the door. "Thank you for your encouragement, Nohara Rin. I will work hard." After saying that, he turned and left. Watching Uchiha Chi's gradually receding figure, Nohara Rin pouted unhappily. Why does he still call me classmate? However, feeling the warmth of the blanket in her arms, her displeasure quickly faded, replaced by a faint blush covered by the purple patterns. "Forget it. Next time I come to return the blanket, I'll have him change how he addresses me." Death Forest. Towering trees, reaching dozens of meters, high crisscrossed, forming an extremely unique landscape. Large patches of leaves covered the sky, and the tree roots, thicker than an adult man's waist, twisted and turned, occupying all the sunlight and land, making the entire space feel like a green prison. This is the Death Forest, a forbidden zone of life that no sentient creature would dare to enter. But now, beneath the previously silent shadows, two figures were continuously colliding and intertwining, sweating youthfully. Whoosh! This is the sound of a hand chop slicing through the air. Bang! This is the sound of fists colliding forcefully. Boom! This is the muffled sound of great force embedding itself into a tree trunk. Creak, creak! This is the sound of friction coming from within the tree trunk. Not long after, the entire giant tree suddenly shook, and then Might Guy, dressed in green sportswear, sprang out from the trunk. He performed 5 or 6 backflips in the air before landing steadily on the ground. The entire sequence of movements incredibly skilled and fluid. After stabilizing himself, Might Guy looked up, a beaming smile on his face, and gave a thumbs up to the figure standing on the branch. "Chi-san, your strength is really great." In response to Might Guy's praise, Uchiha Chi smiled noncommittally. For the past 2 days, he had been making time to train with Might Guy in the Death Forest. He had indeed gained a lot of physical techniques and ninjutsu, but if he didn't adapt well, trying to rely on them in battle would make it seem like he was fighting drunk. Just like earlier, when he seized the opportunity to unleash great force, it was cleverly deflected by Might Guy before he could use it skillfully. Then Might Guy soared higher than the giant trees of the Death Forest, exclaiming in delight in the air, and after landing, he insisted on doing it a few more times. Uchiha Chi felt that Might Guy was humiliating him, treating him like a human jump machine, right? However, despite the embarrassment, after 2 days of training, his progress was quite evident. He could now skillfully use various abilities from his panel and connect them freely. This was truly all about effort and sweat. Uchiha Chi sighed, wiped the sweat from his forehead, glanced at the system's display of time, and realized it was almost dinner time. Let's call it day for now. He clapped his hands, jumped down from the branch, and approached Might Guy with a big grin, giving him a thumbs up. "Guy-san, thank you for your training these past 2 days. You've really worked hard." "Chi-san, I'm not tired at all. Seeing your progress so quickly makes me genuinely happy, and..." Might Guy shook his head vigorously, tears welling up in his eyes. This is the first time someone has actively sought me out for training. At this point, he rubbed his hands together, looking at Uchiha Chi with anticipation. Am I your first friend, Chi-san? Uchiha Chi hesitated for a moment. The formula friend, close friend flashed in his mind. And then he nodded decisively. That's right, you are my first close friend. A close friend. Mike's tears flowed down like they were free. He trembled as he pointed towards the setting sun, firmly declaring, "This is youth." Chapter 30, Might Guy, Kakashi, I'm really busy right now. My first true friend. Under the setting sun, Might Guy's tears flowed like a stream, soaking his green tracksuit. He had merely hoped that Uchiha Obito would acknowledge him as a friend. But unexpectedly, Obito directly uttered those two words. True friend. A term that is 100 times more youthful than friend. Even Kakashi, whom he regarded as a rival, always coldly refused to become his true friend. But now, everything was different. Thinking of this, Might Guy couldn't help but turn his head. His eyes filled with tears as he looked at his first true friend since birth. Obito, let us run back together. Uchiha Obito looked at the eager Might Guy, pondered for a few seconds, then nodded and smiled. Sure, let the setting sun witness our youth. Upon hearing this, Might Guy shivered all over again. Comparing the setting sun to lost youth, he covered his eyes tightly and nodded heavily. Obito, you said it so well. No matter when, Uchiha Obito could accurately depict the emotions he couldn't express. What is a true friend? This is a true friend. What is youth? This is youth. Very good. Might Guy wiped his tears, revealing an incredibly determined gaze, and raised his index finger high towards the setting sun on the horizon. Now, let us sprint with all our might and finish 300 diamond push-ups under the shadow of the Hokage before Obito returns to Konoha. After saying that, he transformed into a green blur, darting between the giant trees, speeding towards Konoha, and quickly disappeared into the layers of tree shadows. Detection comes from Might Guy's emotional fluctuations. Gain 15 points and increased defense by 3. Watching Might Guy run away, Uchiha Obito felt a twinge of guilt in his eyes. Sorry, Guy. He shook his head regretfully. I forgot about you while chatting with Rin. Youth is not just about blood and sweat. It often contains kind lies. At noon, he had just made his first friend in this world, Nohara Rin. So now, Might Guy had only become his first true friend. Uchiha Obito didn't mean to lie. He just hoped everyone could be happy. I'm really a kind and considerate person, Obito thought to himself. As he strolled along the path where Might Guy had left, he pondered how many more firsts he had left to experience. First partner, first confidant, first brother, first best friend, first rival. In Konoha Village, under Hokage Rock, Kakashi crossed his arms, leaning against a tree trunk, looking cool and aloof. He squinted his dead fish eyes, calmly observing everything nearby. But gradually a confusion arose in his heart. Why hasn't Team Might Guy been training lately? A few days ago, he had rejected Might Guy's duel invitation because he wanted to practice the secret knife techniques of the Hitaki clan alone. The overall training had gone smoothly, and Kakashi felt that his knife skills had improved again. After finishing his training, he wanted to find a taijutsu ninja to spar with to verify his progress. Naturally, Might Guy, who was skilled in using nunchaku and other cold weapons, was the best candidate Kakashi could think of. Might Guy usually trained in taijutsu under Hokage Rock. So for the past 2 days, Kakashi had been waiting here, ready to invite him to a duel. However, Might Guy had not shown up for training for 2 consecutive days. Has he changed places? Or has he been seriously injured? Or has he completely given up on taijutsu? But his father once said that guy would become his rival in the future. As various guesses flashed through his mind, Kakashi felt increasingly confused. He exhaled a breath of turbid air, glanced at the setting sun about to disappear below the horizon, shook his head to collect his thoughts, and prepared to wait a little longer. If the sun sets and Might Guy still hasn't appeared, then he would just go home. Just as this thought emerged in Kakashi's mind, he saw something approaching from a distance. Kakashi squinted to see. A green blur dashed like lightning, reaching Hokage Rock in just a few seconds, doing push-ups with heavy breaths. It was Might Guy, who had been absent for 2 days. Finally here, Kakashi's spirit perked up, stepping out from under the tree shade. Might Guy, let us duel. As he spoke, Kakashi had already drawn his short knife and began simple warm-up movements. In his view, Might Guy, who considered him a rival, would never refuse this invitation. But the next second, Might Guy, still doing push-ups on the ground, did not jump up joyfully as Kakashi had imagined. He merely glanced up, recognizing the visitor was Kakashi. Oh, Kakashi, you want a duel? What do you mean you want a duel? Isn't this what you've always wanted? Kakashi found it a bit strange, but nodded. That's right, your favorite unrestricted duel. But before he could finish his sentence, Might Guy hurriedly interrupted him. I'm busy right now. Come find me later. Kakashi, who was almost warmed up, froze momentarily, looking at Might Guy with a puzzled expression. How could this be? How could Might Guy refuse his duel invitation? However, Might Guy didn't explain anything and just continued doing push-ups. 40, 60, 80. Kakashi stood there, expressionless as he watched Might Guy, unsure of what he was thinking. 120, 140, 160, 260, 280, 300. It was tea until Might Guy finished 300 push-ups in one breath and sat on the ground to rest that Kakashi stepped forward again. Can we duel now? Kakashi paused, then added, I can wait for you to rest before we start. But Might Guy interrupted him again. Kakashi. Might Guy lifted his mushroom head and looked at Kakashi stupidly. Didn't I tell you to come back later? Looking at Might Guy's clear, yet silly eyes, Kakashi was left speechless. He opened his mouth, but couldn't find the words. Only feeling that this hot-blooded fool he had known for years seemed to have undergone some changes he didn't know about. How late is later, exactly? Kakashi fell silent for a few seconds and, somewhat reluctantly, asked, What do you have to do right now? Well, I don't know how late it will be. Might Guy scratched his head, troubled. Dad still has to give me extra training later. But Might Guy seemed to think of something, smiling widely and revealing his shiny white teeth. Right now, I'm going to eat Ichiraka ramen with my true friend. P.S. Starting this week, the competition is on. The time to determine life and death has come. Please follow along. Just flip to the settlement page at the back. Where's chapter 31? Should we eat ramen together? Best friend? Hearing these two words, Kakashi was taken aback. When did Might Guy have a best friend? After a few seconds, Kakashi regained his composure and frowned, asking, Who is your best friend? This carefree idiot couldn't have been deceived, could he? It's Chi-sensei. Might Guy exclaimed loudly. Chi-sensei? Kakashi blinked, and then remembered that Chi-sensei referred to Uchiha Chi, that eccentric person, is actually Might Guy's best friend, although both of them are indeed eccentric. Just as Kakashi began to analyze what commonalities these two might have besides being oddballs, Chi-sensei arrived. Might Guy excitedly stood up and waved vigorously in the distance. Chi-sensei. Over here. Kakashi followed Might Guy's gaze and caught sight of a figure slowly approaching them on the horizon under the setting sun. At the same time, it seemed that the figure had spotted them and was coming over with visible speed. Within a few breaths, the figure's face became clear, revealing a handsome face beneath messy black hair. Indeed, it was Uchiha Chi. How's it going? Finished your push-ups? With a warm voice. A gust of slightly chilly wind blew as Uchiha Chi arrived in front of the two. Looking at the Uchiha youth with a gentle smile, Kakashi instinctively squinted his dead fish eyes. That speed just now was so fast. I finished a minute ago. Might Guy proudly pointed to himself with his right thumb. 300 diamond push-ups, just a warm-up for youth. I knew you could do it, Guy-sensei. Uchiha Chi nodded, smiling in praise. You will definitely become an amazing taijutsu ninja. Might Guy was touched by the words. Chi-sensei, you will surely become a powerful ninja too. Just as the two exchanged compliments, Kakashi was silently searching for information about Uchiha Chi in his mind. Uchiha Chi, 14 years old, a classmate from before Kakashi graduated. In his memory, there wasn't much of an impression. The only impression was that the other party's ninja talent was quite ordinary. Perhaps it was above average among civilians, but among his peers in the Uchiha clan, he became a strong competitor for the top spot against Uchiha Obito, the kind that would be at the bottom. Kakashi clearly remembered that his father, Hatake Sakomo, once sighed when he saw Uchiha Chi, saying, The Uchiha surname will probably bring this child considerable pressure. It's important to note that his father was once renowned in the ninja world as the Konoha White Fang. Those wise eyes could see through all illusions. This was even exaggerated by some people as comparable to the Uchiha clan Sharingan. Regardless of whether there was any exaggeration, a person's potential could indeed be discerned at a glance by his father. Just like the seemingly ordinary Might Guy, his father also gave a very high evaluation. And after Kakashi skeptically interacted with him, he indeed discovered that this mushroom-headed guy's taijutsu level was quite extraordinary. Since then, Kakashi had no longer doubted his father's judgment. However, just now, Uchiha Chi's speed made Kakashi feel a bit shaken. That couldn't possibly be a level achievable by a Genin, could it? After careful consideration, Kakashi realized that, even as a Chunin, he would probably need to use body flicker technique to achieve that effect just now. But didn't his father say that Uchiha Chi's talent was lacking? It couldn't be that he remembered it wrong. It wasn't this surname will bring him pressure, but rather he will bring pressure to this surname, right? Just as Kakashi felt somewhat confused, Uchiha Chi finished his conversation with Might Guy and turned to look over. Kakashi. Long time no see. Kakashi couldn't shake the feeling that he saw a flicker in the other person's eyes, as if he had seen some rare resource. Just call me Kakashi. Kakashi paused for a moment. It hasn't been that long, has it? It had only been 2 or 3 days since they last ran into each other at the ramen shop. Really? But I feel like it's been a long time. Uchiha Chi blinked and said with a light laugh, Are you training here? Kakashi shook his head. He was about to say he was just passing by when Might Guy raised his hand. Kakashi wants to duel with me. Uchiha Chi looked at Kakashio. So that's how it is. Kakashi's mouth under the mask couldn't help but twitch a few times. He didn't have time to explain anything, as Might Guy had already continued speaking on his own. But now I need to go eat ramen with Chi-sensei. Might Guy held his head, looking quite troubled. I still have to train with my dad tonight. It seems like I won't have much time. As for tomorrow, there would be even less time. The day after tomorrow, they would be assigned to ninja teams, and after the assignments, they would have to gather. At that time, everyone must follow their respective instructors for special training in teams. So tomorrow would be the last bit of free time for the foreseeable future. Might Guy had already arranged with Uchiha Chi to have a passionate ninja duel before the assignment list came out. Hey, Uchiha Chi raised his index finger. I have an idea. Kakashi and Might Guy both looked over. What idea do you have, Chi-sensei? Might Guy asked curiously. Kakashi shoved his hands into his pockets, saying nothing but silently waiting for Uchiha Chi's answer. It's simple. Uchiha Chi said, Why not let Kakashi join us for training tomorrow? Might Guy's eyes lit up at this, his left hand clenched into a fist, and he hit his right palm with a loud clap. Yes, Might Guy exclaimed. In that case, not only Chi-sensei, but even Kakashi can duel with me. Saying this, he seriously patted Uchiha Chi's shoulder, truly worthy of being my best friend. Chi-sensei, you will definitely become a strategic ninja in the future. Uchiha Chi smiled non-committally and turned to Kakashi. We haven't asked the opinion of the person involved yet. Hearing this, Might Guy also turned his mushroom head and reached out to Kakashi. Let's train together, Kakashi. Feeling Might Guy's burning gaze, Kakashi hesitated for a moment, but ultimately did not choose to pull his hand out of his pocket, calmly saying, I don't mind. If you don't mind, then I can come. Then it's settled. Uchiha Chi said, Tomorrow morning at 8, we'll gather here. After saying this, Uchiha Chi nodded to Kakashi and walked toward the small path leading to the shopping street. Wait for me, Chi-sensei. Might Guy shouted as he followed him. Kakashi stood in place, watching the two figures chatting and laughing. His eyelids slightly lowered, lost in thought. Suddenly, Uchiha Chi stopped in his tracks and looked back at Might Guy. Hey, Kakashi, have you had dinner yet? Might Guy called out loudly. Kakashi silently shook his head. Do you want to go eat ramen? Might Guy continued to loudly ask. There was silence for a few seconds, when the slanting sun completely disappeared below the horizon. Kakashi stepped away from the spot, his face showing no expression. I was going to eat ramen anyway, he said in a cold tone. Chapter 32. Because he is good looking at the Ichiraku ramen shop, a boy and a girl sat facing each other by the window. They wore new, reflective ninja headbands, looking as if they had just graduated from ninja school. The boy had a standard square face, appearing somewhat youthful. Yet he had already grown a decent amount of facial hair, giving off a strange impression of maturity. The girl had beautiful curly hair that casually fell on either side, highlighting her somewhat naive and cute features. However, her deep red eyes added a unique sense of heroism to her appearance. Among the two, it was mainly the square-faced boy who was talking, occasionally putting down his chopsticks and spoon to animatedly describe something to the girl. The girl mostly just responded with a few simple words, keeping her head down and taking small bites of her ramen. Speaking of which, they will be divided into small teams the day after tomorrow. Sarutobi Asuma stroked his chin, seemingly casually glancing at the girl in front of him. Does Hinata have any friends she wants to be in a team with? He asked, his tone light, though the hand holding the spoon tightened slightly. Wai Kurenai looked up at him, her eyes as clear as untouched snow. Can you still decide this? She replied, well. Sarutobi Asuma stammered, his voice trailing off as he nervously averted his gaze. He certainly had no authority to decide other people's team allocations. But he was saying if Wai Kurenai truly wanted to be in a team with him, Asuma thought that sacrificing a bit of dignity to plead with that old man to assign him to Kurenai's team might not be a bad idea. For the next while, neither of them spoke, each focused on their ramen. The atmosphere grew tense. It wasn't until Kurenai chewed and swallowed the last meatball that she looked up at Asuma again, her gaze still calm. Since graduating from ninja school, Asuma had often sought her out for training or meals, subtly expressing his goodwill. Girls tend to mature faster emotionally, so Kurenai was aware of Asuma's thoughts. However, She felt little, even saying she didn't like him much. This was because Asuma always acted as if he were very mature, believing he could handle everything on his own. Yet whenever he encountered something, he would subconsciously rely on his background as the son of the Hokage to resolve it. Just like now. Moreover, even during their conversation, Asuma often veered the topic toward the third Hokage. Most of their dialogue involved criticizing the third Hokage like a child throwing a tantrum. How could Kurenai continue the conversation as a newly promoted genin? She could only respond vaguely and then lower her head to eat her noodles. Perhaps this wasn't a big deal, but it affected her current impression of Asuma. I don't have any teammates I want, Kurenai said slowly, finally shifting her gaze away from Asuma as she gently shook her head. As long as the arrangement is reasonable, I have no objections. Okay. Sarutobi Asuma felt a bit disappointed, but still forced a smile. I hope we both encounter teammates we can work well with. Kurenai nodded, but remained silent. The strange atmosphere once again enveloped the two, causing Asuma's eyes to wander, until the curtain of the ramen shop was pushed aside and 3 figures walked in. The leading figure was a messy-haired, handsome boy with a faint smile on his face, wearing dark casual clothes with a large fan emblem on the back. He was clearly a Uchiha, but Asuma didn't recognize him, feeling he was just a passerby. However, the 2 figures behind the boy were familiar to Asuma. The one with white hair and a black mask with half-dead fish-like eyes was Kakashi. The one with a mushroom haircut, wearing a tight green outfit that seemed to radiate an unapproachable light, was Might Guy. Huh. Asuma looked at the 2 in surprise. Were they coming for ramen again? Although Kakashi and Might Guy had completely different styles, they seemed like unrelated individuals. However, Asuma knew they occasionally sparred at the training ground and sometimes went out to eat together after training. But since Kakashi's father, Tsukumo Hatake, had committed suicide, Asuma hadn't seen them eating together again. Moreover, not just Might Guy, Kakashi seemed to have completely shut himself off from everyone, always seen alone whenever Asuma spotted him from a distance. But now, why were they together again? Asuma scratched his head in confusion, trying to understand the situation. Kurenai also looked over, her ruby-like eyes flickering slightly, not knowing what to think. It wasn't until Kakashi and Might Guy sat down with the Uchiha boy that Asuma widened his eyes in shock. He finally realized that the person he took for a passerby seemed to be the key to everything. Who was that person? Asuma asked, pointing at the boy. Why is he sitting with Kakashi and the others? Kurenai softly replied, Uchiha Tachi. Hiss, Asuma gasped, turning to Kurenai in shock. How do you know his name? Kurenai responded. He in our class. Really? Asuma couldn't help but stroke his beard, feeling it wasn't enough, so he scratched his head. There is someone like that? If he was in the same class, how could he have no impression of him at all? He really is our classmate, Kurenai nodded. But he might be a bit reclusive, rarely speaking, so you don't have much of an impression. Then how do you remember his name? Asuma still didn't understand. Isn't it normal to know your classmates' names? Besides, Kurenai rested her finger on her chin, tilting her head slightly. I think most girls in the class remember. She's so cute. Asuma stared blankly at Kurenai, instinctively asking, why? With her memory, he indeed recalled that there was such a person in their class. Yet this classmate had no presence whatsoever, despite coming from the Uchiha clan. He seemed as ordinary as a civilian ninja. So much so that he hadn't thought of the other's name or appearance at all. What else is there to think? Kurenai glanced at Asuma curiously and said matter-of-factly, because he's good-looking. Sarutobi Asuma was left speechless. That night, at the guard team building, in the captain's office, facing the unexpected guest, lounging on the sofa with his legs crossed, Uchiha Fugaku couldn't stop his eyelids from twitching. Looking again at the once neatly arranged documents on the wooden table, which were now piled high with scattered cards, Uchiha Fugaku felt a throbbing pain in his temples. His blood pressure was rising. He quickly lowered his head and began taking deep breaths. After calming himself down, he cleared his throat and spoke. Lady Tsunade. Uchiha Fugaku's wooden face forced out a hint of a smile as he cautiously asked, What brings you here? Chapter 33. The greatest crisis since taking office, although the Konoha police force was established during the era of the second Hokage. This police headquarters building was built when he took office. Over the years, aside from the day the building was completed when the third Hokage sent 2 trusted Umbu to congratulate him, no high-ranking officials from Konoha have ever visited his office again. But now, the eldest princess of the Senju clan, the granddaughter of the first Hokage, and the student of the third Hokage, arguably the most distinguished figure in all of Konoha, suddenly appeared here. What is going on? Uchiha Fugaku completely could not comprehend the situation. As he was looking at the cards, Tsunade heard the noise and glanced over with her beautiful eyes. Upon seeing that the visitor was Uchiha Fugaku, she slightly raised her eyebrows and continued to look down at her cards. "What? You don't welcome me?" Tsunade's voice was not loud, but it clearly reached Uchiha Fugaku's ears, making his somewhat awkward smile even stiffer. How could that be? After a 2-second pause, Uchiha Fugaku forced himself to say, "The doors of the police force are always open for you, Lady Tsunade." "Oh." Tsunade's nasal tone slightly rose, interrupting him. "But I feel like you're not very happy, are you?" This. Uchiha Fugaku opened his mouth, but the words he had painstakingly organized got stuck again, although he was still confused about the reason for Tsunade's sudden visit to the police force. He was at least very clear about one thing. The mood of this second Hokage was not very good. Who provoked her? And who could provoke her? Uchiha Fugaku pondered in confusion, feeling a bit itchy in his head. But confusion aside, he couldn't stop answering. "It is of course a great pleasure that Lady Tsunade is here at our police force." Uchiha Fugaku carefully considered each word in his mind, confirming there were no problems before slowly speaking. However, regrettably, even so, he still did not succeed in finishing his sentence. Boom! With a loud clap, Tsunade forcefully threw all the cards onto the table and extended her palm to the black-haired girl sitting opposite her, beckoning with her fingers. "Hand over the money." But Lady Tsunade, Shizune, with a pained expression, pulled out her shriveled wallet from her pocket. "I won. Less talking." Tsunade snatched the wallet that Shizune was tightly holding. Pulling the zipper open, she counted the bills and said righteously, "I never said that the one who exploded loses. Now it's whoever exceeds the points first who wins." "Wow." Shizune, with a sorrowful face, hugged her arms and wept with her pink pet pig. "Tonton, we have to go hunting again tomorrow. After finally graduating from the ninja academy, I thought that with the monthly allowance, I would never have to go out hunting and fishing again. But there is not a single bill in my wallet that belongs to me. Having a guardian like Lady Tsunade is truly despairing. What are you afraid of?" Tsunade rolled her eyes dramatically and said generously, "I'll take you out for a nice meal tomorrow. Then forget it." Shizune mumbled, lowering her head. "Our faces aren't thick enough to eat for free." After saying this, the pink pig in her arms also grunted in agreement, clearly in support of its owner's statement. "Hee hee." Tsunade sneered coldly and glared at Shizune. "If you say one more word, I'll take you to eat roasted pig tomorrow." The girl and pig opposite her immediately fell silent, not daring to say a word. Uchiha Fugaku. He stood aside, looking at the trembling Shizune and Tonton, then at the smug Tsunade, feeling an absurd illusion rising in his heart. He felt like he was the guest, while the blonde beauty sitting on the sofa was the master of the office. But this is his office. "What are you all doing here?" Uchiha Fugaku silently yelled in his heart. As if she heard his thoughts, Tsunade suddenly looked up at him. Uchiha Fugaku, who dared not express his anger, immediately squeezed out a comical smile. "Boring," Tsunade said disinterestedly, tossing the wallet back into Shizune's arms. She leaned back against the sofa with her arms crossed and lazily said, "I came here to find someone." "Find someone?" Uchiha Fugaku instinctively frowned, silently pondering the meaning of these two words in his mind. First of all, Tsunade specifically came to him to find someone, which indicates one thing. This princess of the Senju clan is looking for a member of the Uchiha clan. Otherwise, Tsunade could have just gone directly to the Hokage building. The ninjas at the Hokage building would definitely bow and work overtime to help her find whoever she needed. Secondly, Tsunade didn't even know the person's name. Otherwise, she wouldn't need to come to him. She could just go to the clan area and call the person out. But this was very strange. As one of the legendary Sannin of Konoha, what could Tsunade possibly want with an Uchiha she didn't even know the name of? Combining this with Tsunade's bad mood, Uchiha Fugaku's brows were almost knitted together, and he had roughly guessed what had happened. It must have been some reckless clan member who confronted Tsunade outside the clan area. Considering Tsunade's recent fondness for drinking and gambling, Uchiha Fugaku understood. He had completely figured it out. This foolish clan member got drunk and ran into Tsunade, who was also out drinking, and then they had an argument. Furthermore, this clan member probably said something inappropriate, prompting Tsunade to disregard the consequences and drag him out of the clan area. Thinking of this, Uchiha Fugaku couldn't help but take a deep breath, his chest rising and falling. The radical faction in the clan had not been very stable recently, and as the clan leader, he had been struggling to maintain a relationship between the village and the Uchiha. Now, this clan member suddenly put him in a difficult position. Uchiha Fugaku felt his head was about to explode. This was probably the biggest crisis since he took office as clan leader. Hey, what are you mumbling about over there? Tsunade glared at Uchiha Fugaku, her fair knuckles knocking forcefully on the table. Are you going to help me find this person or not? Uchiha Fugaku pressed his lips together. Tsunade's impatient expression made him even more anxious inside. Ever since the representative of the Hawk faction, Uchiha Shaku, was released from prison, the Hawk faction had been secretly plotting something. Although he was unclear about their intentions, Uchiha Fugaku knew that if this situation was not handled well, the Hawk faction would likely explode. At this point, Uchiha Fugaku had a rough plan in mind. He needed to quickly find this clan member who offended Tsunade and personally bring him before Tsunade to apologize. Only then could he minimize the impact. Uchiha Fugaku stood up straight, his face serious as he bowed to Tsunade and said, "Lady Tsunade, please rest assured, I will definitely drag him out of the clan area." Chapter 34. Targeted by dog pull him out? Tsunade's beautiful eyes paused slightly, feeling that Uchiha Fugaku's wording was a bit strange. But she didn't pay much attention to it. Since the other party had already agreed to help with this matter, her purpose for coming here had already been achieved. Recently, apart from going to izakayas and casinos, she spent the rest of her time looking for the boy she met at the izakaya that day. Unfortunately, the results were disappointing. Tsunade had not encountered him again. As for why she wanted to find him, the reason was actually quite simple. She wanted to make up for her own regret. On August 9th, which was Rope Tree's birthday, she went to the izakaya to drown her sorrows in alcohol. And when she woke up, she saw a boy. Recognizing that the fan he was holding was a symbol of the Uchiha clan, Tsunade hastily assumed that he was a naturally evil little brat secretly drinking. The result was that she interrupted his small ceremony of celebrating his promotion to a genin. Of course, this was just a minor incident, and perhaps even that boy himself had forgotten the details by now. But Tsunade still remembered the things he said. He said he wanted to become Hokage. He said he longed for the affection of a sister. And when she questioned him about drinking secretly, she could still sense the grievance in his tone. Tsunade remembered it clearly. The sense of debt in her heart felt like aged wine, growing thicker and thicker, to the point that she lost interest in drinking and gambling in the past 2 days. She wanted to make up for something. At the very least, she wanted to see him once. So, after searching in vain, she came to the police force. "I'll leave it to you," Tsunade said, slightly relaxed. "Please trust in our police force's abilities." Uchiha Fugaku nodded. "In that case, please describe that person's appearance roughly, Tsunade-sama." So Tsunade roughly described Uchiha Chi's appearance. Height, clothing, looks, hairstyle. She couldn't tell if it was her imagination, but as she described, Uchiha Fugaku's expression gradually became strange. Especially when she mentioned the boy's unique hairstyle. Uchiha Fugaku's expression became particularly vivid. "What's wrong?" Tsunade asked, confused, as she observed Uchiha Fugaku's expression. "Nothing." Uchiha Fugaku shook his head. "Before noon tomorrow, I will find him from the clan." Uchiha Fugaku hesitated for a moment, and then quietly asked Tsunade, "Where would you like to meet?" If possible. He hoped that when Tsunade taught that clan member a lesson, the chosen place would not be too conspicuous. After all, the third Hokage's student beating up a Uchiha clan member wouldn't sound good for the reputation, no matter how it was passed around. "Right here," Tsunade replied without much hesitation. "Just give me some private space at that time." Uchiha Fugaku was somewhat surprised and glanced at Tsunade, feeling that this well-known hot-tempered Senju princess was unexpectedly easy to talk to now. If they fought here, it would be much easier to clean up afterward. Thinking of this, Uchiha Fugaku nodded and respectfully said to Tsunade, "Then at noon tomorrow, I will bring the person you want to see here." Tsunade nodded in satisfaction and got up to leave. After the office door was gently closed silently, Uchiha Fugaku did not immediately sit down, but walked silently to the window and slowly exhaled a breath of turbid air. He had already guessed who Tsunade was looking for. With a handsome instant noodle hairstyle, there was probably only one person in the entire Uchiha clan, and he just happened to have had contact with him recently. Uchiha Chi. As the clan leader, Uchiha Fugaku actually didn't like this boy very much. It wasn't that there was any problem with the boy's character. On the contrary, the fact that he was able to discover the spies that Danzo had planted in the clan before the police force demonstrated the boy's sharpness and patience without a doubt. However, he still couldn't bring himself to like him. Whether it was their first meeting in the clan or their second encounter at the ramen shop, the boy's warm smile always made him feel an underlying pride. The Uchihas were all proud, but Uchiha Chi gave off a different feeling. Despite still being a genin, he made Uchiha Fugaku have the impression that he could break free from control at any moment. This feeling was familiar, making him unconsciously think of his own child. Uchiha Itachi. When other children could barely speak, Itachi could already sense chakra, and even the third Hokage praised him as a genius. This visible talent also gave Uchiha Fugaku a sense of losing control. But in his heart, he felt proud and even had a bit of confidence. Even if he couldn't make this ninja clan great again, his child could definitely achieve all of this. Uchiha Fugaku firmly believed in this. The next day, at the foot of Hokage Rock, after gathering, Uchiha Chi, Kakashi, and Might Guy arrived here. Facing the cool morning breeze, Uchiha Chi sat on a stone under a locust tree, eating warm beef pancakes and watching the two figures on the shore intertwine. That was Kakashi and Might Guy in a duel. Might Guy's taijutsu was clearly more refined, with each move being slightly more decisive than Kakashi's. This accumulation led to a noticeable gap, and it was subtly trending towards suppressing Kakashi. However, this was an unrestricted duel, and it was clear that it wouldn't only consist of taijutsu exchanges. At a moment when Might Guy's body was momentarily stiff, Kakashi slightly shifted back and jumped, creating distance while throwing 3 sharp shuriken from his right hand, targeting Might Guy's eyes, heart, and thigh. Might Guy quickly yelled and twisted his body, dodging the shuriken's attacks in a comical and awkward manner. But in this brief interval, Kakashi had already sprung from his spot, instantly arriving at the place where Might Guy would land. He squinted and twisted his body, and in an instant, a chakra short blade appeared in his hand. With a fierce blade light, Kakashi tightly gripped the handle and slashed upward toward Might Guy's chin. Might Guy still let out a strange yell, pulling out a pair of nunchaku from behind and using his skill to deflect Kakashi's chakra short blade. Then came the sound of metal clashing as the two began a passionate exchange of taijutsu combined with weapons. And at this moment, Uchiha Chi had also finished eating the beef pancake in his hand. Just as he felt full and satisfied, rubbing his belly, he suddenly heard a crisp ringing sound in his ear. Detected confusion from Uchiha Fugaku. Earned 10 points and defense increased by 2. Uchiha Chi stared blankly at the system, slowly typing out a big question mark. He clearly hadn't taken a dump, yet he felt as if he had been targeted by a dog. P.S. There will be another chapter later. I've been working overtime and haven't eaten yet. I hope all readers can understand. The reading during this week until Friday is particularly important, so please flip to the settlement page, chapter 35. See, I'm flying. On the shore, 2 figures rapidly separated, clearly indicating that the outcome was decided. Kakashi and Might Guy exchanged gestures of reconciliation and then walked together toward the shore. Hey, Kakashi, your swordsmanship has improved a lot, Might Guy said, rubbing his slightly sore arms. My nunchaku almost got chopped by you. Swordsmanship is the foundation of the Hitaki clan. After a moment of silence, Kakashi replied, even if I give up ninjutsu, I won't give up swordsmanship. This was a line he had recently read in a novel, and it sounded good, so he decided to use it here. As a result, Might Guy trembled as if he had been pressed by a remote control, exclaiming loudly, this line is so youthful. No wonder you're my rival, Kakashi. He looked at Kakashi. His face flushed and said, keep going, tell me more. The corners of Kakashi's mouth twitched under his mask, and he began to regret why he had gone along with Might Guy's words and said such embarrassing lines. However, setting aside the topic of the lines, Kakashi said, your taijutsu has also improved significantly. If those guys knew, they would probably be shocked. As he spoke, Kakashi inadvertently glanced at Uchiha Chi, who had a calm expression on his face. However, Uchiha Chi seemed not to hear him and simply gazed quietly at the surface of the named river. In reality, he was looking at his system panel. The probability of Uchiha Fugaku thinking of him for no reason was basically 0. So, the other party should have something to discuss with him? Uchiha Chi scratched his head. However, no matter how he thought about it, he couldn't figure out what the clan leader would want with a lower ninja like him. Chi-san, what are you thinking about? Might Guy waved his hand in front of him. Nothing, just thinking about what to eat tonight. Uchiha Chi finally came back to his senses and smiled at the two. Are you done? All done. Might Guy clenched his fist and grinned, winking with his left eye. My taijutsu forced him to draw his short blade. So we are even this time. Kakashi glanced at Might Guy silently, not refuting him. So that's how it is. Uchiha Chi smiled and praised. No wonder you are the fastest ninja to be promoted to Chunin in Konoha's history. Well, he said, looking between the two, slowly asking, who wants to spar with me? Today was the last day before the division of teams, and without knowing who the instructor was, Uchiha Chi naturally wanted to hone his skills as much as possible. After all, it wasn't uncommon in the original story for the first mission to turn into an A-rank mission. Uchiha Chi felt that having a bit more strength now would give him more confidence when carrying out missions later. Sorry, Chi-san, I'm a bit tired, Might Guy said apologetically, scratching his head. He originally wanted to take on both Uchiha Chi and Kakashi in a wheel battle, but he realized he had overestimated his stamina. Just combining Hatake swordsmanship with Konoha's taijutsu was already making him feel somewhat strained, not to mention that Kakashi had also integrated Chunin-level ninjutsu. It could only be said that he truly was his rival. Therefore, he really didn't have the energy to face Uchiha Chi again. At that moment, Kakashi said calmly, I'll do it. Since he learned of the existence of Obito when confessing to Rin, Kakashi had developed a bit of curiosity about this Uchiha boy. Moreover, despite being evaluated as mediocre by his own father, he had achieved a speed that surpassed a lower ninja just yesterday. Kakashi's curiosity about Uchiha Chi was unprecedentedly high. He took a step forward, his eyes widening, and his usually lazy gaze suddenly became sharp, trying to catch any unusual emotions in the other's eyes. However, Uchiha Chi maintained his calm demeanor and met his gaze. All right. Uchiha Chi simply smiled and nodded, also remembering to ask kindly, do you need a rest a bit first? Kakashi was slightly taken aback, shook his head, and coldly replied, no need. Although he felt that Uchiha Chi's level exceeded that of his peers, as the fastest promoted Chunin in Konoha, Kakashi still had his pride. With about 60% of his stamina and over half of his chakra remaining, he was more than enough to handle this duel. Understood. Seeing that Kakashi insisted he didn't need a break, Uchiha Chi didn't say anything more and nodded noncommittally. Then let's begin. After saying this, he turned and walked toward the Nange River, a blue chakra rising from his feet. He lightly leaped and stood quietly on the river's surface. Kakashi followed suit. At that moment, Might Guy, who was resting on the side, suddenly spoke up. Kakashi, be careful not to fly. Kakashi's footsteps paused slightly, feeling a strange sensation in his heart. What does fly mean? He shook his head, pushed the thoughts aside, and walked forward without looking back. Watching Kakashi slowly approach him, Uchiha Chi couldn't help but smile, his eyes filled with delight. Who is Uchiha Obito? Not familiar. Kakashi is the real treasure. Hatake swordsmanship, lightning release ninjutsu, and various ninjutsu talents. However, the current Kakashi was still just a seedling with much potential yet to be developed. If he were to unleash upper ninja level chakra and give him a good beating, he would naturally receive a considerable reward. But if he raised the threshold like this at the very beginning, it wouldn't be so easy to provoke Kakashi's emotions again next time. This went against Uchiha Chi's philosophy of sustainable development. He hated the idea of draining a pond to catch fish. It would be better to let things simmer down a bit first. With this in mind, Uchiha Chi smiled at Kakashi and said, shall we begin? Kakashi didn't hesitate. He simply nodded and formed opposing hand seals. Uchiha Chi did the same. As the opposing hand seals were formed, water splashed beneath their feet, and both instantly used the body flicker technique to rush toward each other. At the moment they faced each other, Kakashi was the first to strike, without any hesitation. He twisted his entire body's strength and aimed for the right angle, throwing a punch down hard toward Uchiha Chi's handsome face. What Kakashi wanted to smash the most right now was that calm and composed smile on the other's face. Almost at the instant his fist reached Uchiha Chi's nose. Uchiha Chi finally reacted, his expression changing slightly, and he tightened his fist toward Kakashi. Too slow. Kakashi thought silently, it's already too late, it's over. Kakashi glanced at Uchiha Chi's movements and silently thought. According to this initial speed, by the time Uchiha Chi's fist was out, he could already have knocked his nose crooked, and still have enough time to give him another punch on each eye, as victory seemed certain. Instead of feeling joy, Kakashi felt a wave of inexplicable disappointment rise in his heart. I thought you were special, but it turns out you're just like this, Uchiha Chi. My father's judgment was indeed correct. Boom! As his fist made solid contact, Uchiha Chi's body was sent flying backward. A series of crunching sounds echoed. Kakashi knew that was the sound of Uchiha Chi's nose being broken. Right? Looking at how far he was from the river surface, Kakashi, unable to understand the current situation, struggled to turn his neck. He saw that on the riverbank, Might Guy had somehow gotten up from the ground and was laughing heartily while waving his arms towards him. See, I can fly. P.S. Please continue reading. Just flip to the settlement screen afterwards, okay? Or chapter 36. It's all for his own good, hearing Might Guy shout. Kakashi finally understood why he was getting farther and farther from the ground. He really was flying. How could Uchiha Chi's power be so great? Almost simultaneously with the confusion rising, Kakashi finally felt an excruciating pain throughout his entire right arm, as if every bone from his fist to his shoulder were fractured. However, there was no time to think about reality. The physiological reaction from the rapid descent pulled him from his thoughts. He instinctively wanted to grab onto something, but the open sky provided no place to hold on. Kakashi had no choice but to slightly twist his waist in midair, making various minor adjustments to his body in hopes of landing at a stable angle. At the moment he touched the surface of the Nohara River, a faint blue chakra emerged from his feet, attempting to stand on the water surface. But even though he was already a chunin, he simply couldn't use chakra to withstand the impact. After maintaining it for just a moment, he continued to sink beneath the water surface. Splash! Watching Kakashi disappear into the Nohara River, only bubbles remained on the surface. Might Guy jogged over, his usually smiling face now showing signs of worry. Chi-san, Kakashi won't die, right? Falling into the water from this height is practically the same as hitting the ground. If it were an ordinary genin, if they didn't handle the angle well, they would likely suffer serious injuries and spend half a month in the Konoha hospital to recover their mobility. Even for him, it would probably require using taijutsu to mitigate the damage. Looking at the gradually calming river surface, Uchiha Chi said nothing, only gently shook his head. He won't die. Almost the moment he spoke, a lean figure emerged from beneath the water in the direction opposite to the two. Soaked Kakashi lightly stepped on the water surface and gracefully leaped into the air. His right arm hung down naturally, clearly rendered unusable from the earlier clash with Uchiha Chi. However, his left hand still tightly gripped the chakra short blade, swinging it high from above. I admit I underestimated you just now. But, this time, he wouldn't let his guard down. Kakashi's previously listless eyes became extremely sharp, and the chakra short blade sliced toward Uchiha Chi's back like a shooting star. At that moment, Uchiha Chi slightly turned his body, tilted his head to Kakashi, as if wanting to say something. But what? Looking at the smile on the boy's face, Kakashi's pupils suddenly constricted. A bad premonition surged in his heart. Kakashi, almost simultaneously, Might Guy, standing on the shore, exclaimed, seemingly worried about the situation between the two, and hurried over. Kakashi bit his lip tightly, ignoring Uchiha Chi's question and Might Guy's shout, continuing to thrust the short blade downward with force. Thud! That was the sound of the blade sinking into flesh. However, Kakashi's heart suddenly sank. The feedback from a short blade felt wrong. That dull sensation was like chopping into wood. Just as this thought arose, Uchiha Chi, who had been stabbed in the back, calmly said, "Your sneak attack seems to be lacking. Let me teach you a thing or two." With that, a white mist rose around Uchiha Chi bang. Kakashi quickly retracted his blade and stepped back, squinting at the white mist, only to see a piece of rotten splash into the water. Substitution jutsu? Kakashi's dead fish eyes widened instinctively. Where could he be hiding? Calmly, Kakashi's gaze quickly swept around the Nohara River, but he couldn't find Uchiha Chi's figure at all. He only saw a worried Might Guy had already reached behind him, seemingly wanting to check on his injured right arm. Just then, a familiar shout came from the distance. Kakashi, hearing the voice, Kakashi glanced lightly in its direction. The next second, his dead fish eyes froze. He saw Might Guy walking over and waving at him. How could there be two Might Guys? Wasn't he standing behind him? Could it be? Kakashi gasped, suddenly twisting his neck to look behind him. But faster than his movement was a chill spreading between his legs. Thud! With a solid muffled sound, Kakashi stumbled 2 steps from the impact, nearly falling. However, even so, Kakashi maintained his indifferent expression, looking remarkably nonchalant. He lightly skimmed across the water's surface and quickly returned to the shore. Then bit by bit he crouched down. Oh! Kakashi covered the injured area, gasping for breath like a fish about to suffocate. It was a dull pain from deep within his soul. It was a weight of life that no male creature could bear. Just as he was about to faint, Kakashi finally turned his gaze to behind him. He saw Might Guy standing on one leg above the river, smiling and raising his knee that was still suspended in the air. This is called the Millennium Knee. After hearing this, Kakashi completely passed out. 10 minutes later, under a large banyan tree, Might Guy stood to one side, watching in amazement as Uchiha Chi's hand emitted a green light over Kakashi. "My dear friend, you actually know medical ninjutsu." A little. Uchiha Chi replied with a smile, continuing to treat Kakashi. Might Guy glanced over Uchiha Chi's shoulder at Kakashi. He saw Kakashi still with his eyes tightly closed, occasionally frowning as if dreaming of something unpleasant, curled up like a shrimp. Seeing his once aloof rival reduced to this state, Might Guy couldn't help but feel a hint of worry. My dear friend, he cautiously asked, my rival won't only be able to go to the women's restroom in the future, right? Of course not. Uchiha Chi said, raising his glowing right hand. Isn't there me here? In this ninja world with the extraordinary ability of chakra, what medical ninjas can do is far more than what doctors could in the past life. Jiraiya often gets severely injured by Tsunade, but after a few days, he still bounces back and runs into alleys. A little solitary warrior is just an insignificant issue. Oh. Might Guy nodded, seemingly understanding. But as long as my rival doesn't turn into a girl, then he has nothing to worry about. So my dear friend, he curiously looked at Uchiha Chi. Why did you think of using that move? Speaking of that move, Might Guy couldn't help but clamp his legs together. The reason I did this today is to make Kakashi a bit more vigilant in the future. Uchiha Chi explained earnestly. In the future, when he sees familiar faces on the battlefield, he won't foolishly trust them. So everything is for Kakashi. Might Guy clenched his fists, feeling moved, so passionate. So youthful. That's right. Uchiha Chi nodded vigorously, glancing at the system panel with a hint of guilt. It's all for his own good. Chapter 37, Whose Blanket Is This? Konoha Residential Area. With hurried breaths, the running girl crossed the long slope and arrived at another connected residential area. Oof. After finishing her jog, Yuhi Kurinai leaned against the wall, stretching her sore muscles while adjusting her breathing. As a member of the Yuhi clan, her strongest skill was naturally Jinjutsu, among which Jinjutsu, Narukoma Clone, and Jinjutsu. 3 Absolute Sakura were her 2 signature techniques. It was rare for someone who had just been promoted to Jinin to master the clan's ninjutsu, especially in a medium-sized ninja clan like the Yuhi, making her one of the best. If she continued to train diligently, she could rely on Jinjutsu to become 8J Nin in the future, and even have the chance to become a pillar of the Yuhi clan like her father, Yuhi Akane. However, despite this, Kurinai never neglected her physical training. Jinjutsu users were different from other ninjas. Even if a ninjutsu was countered, it could still cause damage, though its power might be diminished. But for Jinjutsu users, if they were seen through, they would truly be rendered ineffective, like lambs waiting to be slaughtered. Throughout most ninjas' lives, they would inevitably encounter opponents who specialized in countering their ninjutsu. If they had no other capabilities to counterbalance, the only outcome awaiting them would be death. Kurinai realized this early on, as she maintained her physical training to ensure that she had options beyond Jinjutsu. At the very least, she wanted to have the means to escape from battle. Strolling through the streets, watching the relaxed expressions of the street vendors, and hearing the quiet conversations with familiar neighbors, Kurinai gradually relaxed her breathing and lightened her steps. As she turned a corner, her peripheral vision caught sight of someone hanging clothes in an open area. She instinctively looked over and was momentarily dazzled. Rin, the brown-haired girl, who had her name called, turned to look, and it was indeed Nohara Rin. Probably because she was at home, she was wearing a light-colored short-sleeve shirt that exposed her delicate, fair skin, paired with ordinary white shorts, giving her a particularly casual look. When Nohara Rin saw that it was Kurinai, she set down the clothes in her hands and walked over. Good morning, Kurinai. Are you training today, as well? Looking at the serene smile of Nohara Rin, Kurinai nodded in a daze. It seemed that, because she didn't have to go out today, Rin's cheeks were not adorned with those 2 purple markings, giving her a slightly less playful vibe. However, her clean, oval face and the way she blinked her big eyes at Kurinai were particularly endearing. This subtle contrast from before left Kurinai, a girl herself, feeling somewhat amazed. Kurinai? Seeing that Kurinai did not respond, Nohara Rin slightly tilted her body and asked with concern, Are you okay? Kurinai came back to her senses and nodded. I've finished training. Now it's break time. By the way, Kurinai pointed to the back of Nohara Rin. It was a plain gray blanket. Is this your blanket? She curiously asked. Kurinai had noticed earlier that when Rin was hanging the blankets, she treated the other blankets casually, but seemed particularly careful with this one. Yeah. Hearing Kurinai's question, Nohara Rin's body stiffened for a moment. Then she tied up her hair and gently shook her head. No, this is my friend's. However, a Jinjutsu user excelled at seizing the moment when their opponent's mind wavered. Therefore, Kurinai noticed every subtle change in Rin's expression and the faint flush that passed across her cheeks. There's something wrong, friend? Kurinai deliberately looked into Rin's eyes and chuckled softly. What kind of friend? Nohara Rin, unable to meet her gaze, looked down at her delicate white toes, stammering, just a regular friend. I accidentally got their blanket dirty, so I helped wash it. This is a big problem. Kurinai's crimson eyes widened. She was even more curious now. Having been classmates for 6 years, Kurinai naturally knew that her classmate Nohara Rin had a very gentle personality. Even with Obito, who constantly pestered her, Rin always smiled in response. But this friend was clearly different. Why was she so shy? How could she probe further to get the truth out of her? Kurinai thought for a moment and quietly asked in Rin's ear, "How did you get dirty?" This was the most reasonable question she could think of. It didn't involve Rin's friend directly, yet could indirectly uncover what had happened. As a result, Nohara Rin's face instantly turned beet red, and steam seemed to rise from her head. "I'm not telling you." Saying this, she hurriedly grabbed her basket and rushed back into the house, ignoring Kurinai's calls. Watching Nohara Rin flee in panic, Kurinai's expression was somewhat bewildered. "Is this a sensitive topic? I was just probing a little. Why did she run away like that?" "Wait." Kurinai's eyes narrowed slightly. "Went to a friend's house, got the blanket dirty. Could it be?" Suddenly, as if struck by a realization, her cheeks flushed little by little, turning red all the way to her ears, even surpassing Nohara Rin's embarrassment. She lowered her head and hurriedly left. Detected emotional fluctuations from Hitaki Kakashi. Gained 20 points, while increasing damage by 4. Target's emotional fluctuations exceeded the standard. The host received an additional reward. Earth Style, Earth Flow Wall. A B-rank Earth Style ninjutsu that uses chakra to manipulate soil, providing defense against frontal attacks. Hearing the system's rewards, Uchiha Chi looked at Kakashi with a kind expression. In today's duel, he used brute strength along with the system's noble percentage damage increase, delivering a punch that equated to 2, sending Kakashi flying. Not only that, but after being knocked out, he also received an additional defensive ninjutsu. One could only say that Kakashi was very considerate. Just as he was slightly distracted, he felt a sudden change in the flow of chakra in his hand. Uchiha Chi looked down and found Kakashi frowning, his eyes rolling quickly, as if he were about to wake from a nightmare. After pondering for a moment, he decided to give Kakashi a nudge to help him escape the shadow of the nightmare. "You're awake." Uchiha Chi smiled and said, "You're a girl now." Kakashi, who had originally kept his eyes closed, instantly vanished from the spot. He quickly retreated several meters away from Uchiha Chi, and from behind the banyan tree came the sound of him checking if he was missing any hardware. A few seconds later, Kakashi appeared before Might Guy and Uchiha Chi, looking normal. However, the way he looked at Uchiha Chi hid a deep wariness. "You really don't need to be so cautious." Uchiha Chi innocently shrugged. "If it weren't for me, you'd be lying in a hospital right now." Yeah, Might Guy nodded in agreement. "You should thank Chi-san." Watching the two of them work together, even though the treatment was over, Kakashi felt a sharp pain in his right hand. "My take, this idiot. How did he become so despicable?" After a moment of silence, Kakashi looked deeply at Uchiha Chi and turned to leave. "This time, you won. Once the team assignments are over, I will challenge you again." Watching Kakashi's back, Uchiha Chi's lips curled up slightly. Any time is welcome. Chapter 38, The Disappearing Him Konoha Security Team, Captain's Office. Looking at Uchiha Fugaku, who kept bowing his head in apology, Tsunade, sitting on the sofa, couldn't help but sneer. "You mean to say that the dignified head of the Uchiha clan, the captain of the security team, can't even find a single clan member?" Uchiha Fugaku, drenched in sweat, could do nothing but apologize. "I'm truly sorry. I've let you down, Lady Tsunade." He still couldn't figure out where Uchiha Chi had gone. He had been waiting at Uchiha Chi's door since early morning, yet the other party never came out all morning. Reluctantly, he activated his chakra sensing, only to find that there was no one inside. This was what confused Uchiha Fugaku the most. No matter how strong a newly promoted genin's ability to conceal their presence was, it shouldn't be able to fool someone of his level, right? Or was it that Uchiha Chi never returned home at all? But that seemed even less likely. According to the neighbors' descriptions, Uchiha Chi was extremely disciplined, always returning home on time every day. Yesterday was no exception. Many clan members had seen Uchiha Chi come home. Thus, through process of elimination, the only remaining possibility was that Uchiha Chi had left in the middle of the night. From this, Uchiha Fugaku could only conclude that Uchiha Chi knew he had offended Tsunade and had run away in guilt during the night. However, Uchiha Fugaku did not voice this theory. After all, he was now the subordinate, and Tsunade was the superior. The superior had issued a task, and the subordinate was expected to complete it. In Tsunade's eyes, Uchiha Fugaku had a whole security team, yet he couldn't find a single genin. This undoubtedly reflected a lack of capability. At this moment, no matter what he explained, it would only sound like an excuse. Uchiha Fugaku lowered his eyelids and silently pondered his next move. As the subordinate who had failed to fulfill the task as agreed, He now had only two viable solutions. The first was to work overtime to complete the task. He had already made up his mind that once he found Uchiha Chi, he would give him a good scolding, but that was clearly not feasible at this moment. The second option was to proactively provide the information and resources that the superior needed, trying to make up for the loss. Thus, Uchiha Fugaku resolutely swallowed his bitterness and began to make amends. Lady Tsunade, I already know the name of the person you're looking for. Sure enough, upon hearing this, even though Tsunade's face was full of displeasure, she still looked up. His name is Chi Uchiha. Fugaku immediately recited Uchiha Chi's name and added, I will personally lead a team to find Uchiha Chi and give Lady Tsunade an explanation. However, Tsunade coldly replied, no need. After saying that, she stood up straight from the sofa and walked toward the door. As she brushed past Uchiha Fugaku, her footsteps slightly paused. Stop flattering that old man so much. It really makes people dull. Uchiha Fugaku's expression changed slightly, and he could only lower his head in humiliation, watching Tsunade leave the security team building. Uchiha Chi. In the solitude of his office, he repeatedly mulled over this name. Detected discontent from Uchiha Fugaku, gained 15 points, and increased damage by 3. Uchiha Chi. Looking at the system's pop-up notification, Uchiha Chi, who had just returned home, had a dark expression. When did I eat your rice? He hadn't done anything, yet the clan head seemed to keep thinking about him. It made him feel guilty for not doing something. Knock, 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 knock. Uchiha Chi looked toward the entrance, puzzled, and got up to open the door. A small pudding-like figure peeked in. Big Brother Chi. Clan head Fugaku came to find you today, but you weren't home then. She put her finger to her lips and whispered mysteriously, you need to be careful. Okay, thank you. Uchiha Chi squatted down from the entrance, smiling as he patted the little girl's head. Who sent you here? This was the first time he had seen this little child, but she knew his name, so it must have been told to her by an elder. Moreover, at this age, the child probably didn't even know who the clan head was, let alone think of coming to remind him. It's my mom, the little girl said cheerfully. Is it Lady Hazuki? Looking at the birthmark under the little girl's right eye, Uchiha Chi nodded thoughtfully. He recalled that there was indeed a kind and harmonious couple living nearby. They should be the little girl's parents. He remembered them because their family composition was quite special. The little girl's father was not from the Uchiha clan, but had married in. However, he had died on the battlefield not long after moving to the clan. Uchiha Chi's heart slightly stirred as he thought of something. Please thank Lady Hazuki for me. He smiled at the little girl and asked, can you tell your brother your name? Sure. The little girl nodded innocently and cheerfully said, my name is Izumi, like the sound of spring water. Hokage building. Watching the blonde beauty walk toward the Hokage's office, several stationed Umbu members lowered their heads. Lady Tsunade. Lady Tsunade. Tsunade said nothing, just nodded slightly before hurriedly disappearing from their sight. As Tsunade's footsteps faded away, the entire corridor fell silent once more. After a few seconds, one of the Umbu members, codenamed Sunny, quietly muttered, what is Lady Tsunade here to see the Hokage for this time? His mask had tear marks resembling a frog. Do we even need to think? She's definitely here to borrow money, another Umbu member said in a deep voice, codenamed Elephant, wearing a mask that looked like a cat. Besides borrowing money, would she even come to the Hokage's office? You're being a bit too sharp, Sunny retorted in a hushed tone. Want to bet? Elephant said calmly, and even though his face was hidden, one could sense his confidence. Let's bet on whether she's here to borrow money. I bet she is. Okay, then I bet she isn't, Sunny said excitedly. But how are we going to judge? We can't just go and ask directly, right? If she's here to borrow money, she would definitely be counting bills with a smile when she leaves. Elephant firmly stated, for so many years, she's always been like that. Inside the Hokage office, Hiruzen Tsurutobi put down his pipe, wearily looking at the documents on the desk. Although Konoha had now branched out into various departments, making the Hokage's burden much lighter than in the previous 2 generations, there were still some matters that required the Hokage's direct involvement. For instance, the distribution of ninja teams. This was not only the Hokage's exclusive right, but also a means to balance the various ninja clans. Today was the last day, in fact. He had already assigned all the team members, but he still needed to fill in the guiding teachers, which required him to go through each one. This was a big project, and he needed to finish it today. What a headache. Hiruzen Tsurutobi muttered to himself as he rubbed his temples. Tap, tap. Hearing footsteps outside the door, Tsurutobi Hiruzen impatiently said, Danzo, I told you not to bother me these past few days. Bang! The door was kicked open. Chapter 39, but then again, bang. With a loud crash, the wooden door was kicked open, and Sarutobi Hiruzen, the third Hokage, almost jumped out of his chair. He stared blankly at the foot hanging in the air at the doorway, still not understanding what had happened. Over the years, he and Danzo had had their share of arguments in this Hokage office. They would fight every few days, often resulting in Danzo storming out, which also made a loud bang. But at least Danzo always used his hands. Could it be that Kumogi is attacking? Old man. It wasn't until a languid shout rang out that Sarutobi Hiruzen finally realized who had kicked the door. His pipe hung in midair as he watched Tsunade swagger in, his mouth twitching uncontrollably. He was really foolish. He should have thought of it. Besides Tsunade, who else would dare to kick open the Hokage office door? I have no money left. Watching Tsunade settle down, Sarutobi Hiruzen decisively said. The year was only halfway through, and Tsunade had already taken nearly 1,000,000 ryo from the Hokage office. It might not sound like much, but the problem was that Tsunade already owed Konoha 20 million ryo. First, she borrowed 10 million in the name of the first Hokage. Then, she borrowed 7 million in the name of the second Hokage. Next, she borrowed 3 million in the name of the Senju clan. To fill this huge hole, the Anbu had been working tirelessly these past few years. If they knew that the funds they worked so hard to earn were being used here, they would probably explode with anger. However, upon hearing Sarutobi Hiruzen's words, Tsunade surprisingly did not say anything this time, merely rolling her beautiful eyes in a dismissive manner. Don't worry, old man, I'm not here to borrow money this time. Yet upon hearing this, Sarutobi Hiruzen did not relax, but instead became even more serious. Because the last time Tsunade borrowed money, she used the same line. Sarutobi Hiruzen had already paid a heavy price for his lesson. He brought the pipe to his mouth and took a deep breath, helplessly shrugging. Tsunade, I really have no money left. TSK. Tsunade clicked her tongue in annoyance, got up from the sofa, and quickly walked to the dark-colored square table of the third Hokage, slapping her hands on the table. Clap. How many times do I have to say it? I'm not here to borrow money. Tsunade bit her silver teeth and said, How dare you insult my integrity? All right. Sarutobi Hiruzen perfunctorily soothed, but he was still thinking of ways to negotiate when he suddenly stopped mid-sentence, because he noticed that Tsunade was staring at the documents on his desk. Is it because of Shizun? Unknowingly, that little girl who had been wandering around with Tsunade had also become a genin. Sarutobi Hiruzen's heart stirred, and he silently reached out to adjust the documents to face Tsunade. Tsunade said nothing, just picked up the distribution list for the ninja teams and returned to the light brown sofa, silently reading it. Watching Tsunade's contemplative profile, Sarutobi Hiruzen's face flashed with a hint of daze. To be honest, he hadn't seen Tsunade show such a serious expression in many years. Since continuously suffering the pain of losing her family and loved ones, his student had been in a slump, even developing a fear of blood, losing her rationality at the sight of it. As the most outstanding medical ninja, she could no longer hold a scalpel. There was no greater punishment than this. Since then, Tsunade had taken the girl named Shizun and left the village, living a life of wandering. Even when she occasionally returned to evade debt collectors outside the village, she either got drunk in a tavern or gave money to people in a casino, then turned around to borrow money from him in the Hokage office, with basically no other possibilities. However, the reason Tsunade returned this time was special. It wasn't to evade debts, but because Shizun was back for her graduation assessment. Now that Shizun had successfully graduated, they would soon leave again to continue wandering. Unless... Sarutobi Hiruzen's thoughts turned as he quietly watched Tsunade flip through the list, until Tsunade put down the document and silently closed her eyes. The third Hokage finally spoke. Tsunade, are you interested in this year's students? Old man, don't try to get close to me. Tsunade opened one eye lazily, glancing at Sarutobi Hiruzen. Give it up, I won't stay in the village. Before he could say anything, Sarutobi Hiruzen fell silent, having his thoughts exposed. Naturally, he wanted Tsunade to stay. Konoha still looked prosperous, but in reality, there were many problems. It could be said to be strong on the outside, but weak on the inside. The younger generation lacks talented ninjas, but they still need time to grow. The older generation has him and Danzo as pillars, but they're gradually aging. As for the middle generation's legendary 3 ninjas of Konoha, they were also his students. Jiraiya was being distracted by a talking toad, mumbling about finding his prophetic child every day. Tsunade was involved in gambling and drinking, wandering around with a girl named Shizun. Looking at it this way, only Orochimaru seemed to be making progress. But Sarutobi Hiruzen always felt that the other party was hiding something from him. 2 out of 3 students were useless, and he was worried about the last one. Just thinking about it gave Sarutobi Hiruzen a headache, doubting whether his educational philosophy was flawed. In recent months, other major ninja villages had occasionally sent people to move around the borders of Konoha. Although Konoha condemned them each time, they quickly withdrew their people. However, Sarutobi Hiruzen could still clearly feel that their attitude was different from before. Or rather, since the legendary Konoha White Fang committed suicide in the village, other ninja villages' fear of Konoha had greatly diminished. Therefore, he was now eagerly hoping that Tsunade and Jiraiya could return. Putting Jiraiya aside for now, even if Tsunade couldn't fight, as long as she stayed in Konoha, it would at least add one more shadow-level combat power on paper. In the future, even if they had to negotiate with other villages, they could have more confidence. Tsunade. Thinking of this, Sarutobi Hiruzen couldn't help but want to persuade her again. But Tsunade averted her gaze. She looked up at the familiar ceiling of the Hokage office and suddenly remembered how she often used to stand on her grandfather Hashirama Senju's desk and cause trouble as a child. One smiling face after another flashed through her mind. Everything back then was so vivid, but now it was all gone. I can't fight, and I can't perform surgery. Old man, there's no need for you to worry about me anymore. Tsunade's eyes slightly lowered, looking at her own hands. I am now just a useless person. From then on, Sarutobi Hiruzen couldn't say anything more, only letting out a low sigh as he began to smoke again. A long time passed, but then again, Tsunade looked at her slender fingers and leisurely said, if you are willing to lend me a little more money, I might consider staying in the village as a guidance teacher for a few days. As she spoke, the corners of her mouth slightly lifted, her lazy apricot eyes lingering on a photo on the document. It was a handsome young man with messy hair. Chapter 40 Class 5. I wouldn't mind considering it, being a guidance teacher in the village for a few days. Upon hearing Tsunade's last words, Sarutobi Hiruzen continued to lower his head, puffing out smoke. A few seconds later, cough, cough, cough. Sarutobi Hiruzen covered his mouth and coughed, ignoring the smoke that was coming out of his mouth and nose. Looking at Tsunade with a face full of surprise. You want to be a guidance teacher? I don't want to be one. Tsunade shook her head and said, I'm not interested in those little brats at all. Then what do you mean by this? But Tsunade raised her slender index finger, her lazy voice becoming a bit more serious. If you're willing to pay, I could take them for a few days. Sarutobi Hiruzen, who had some expectations, was completely disappointed upon hearing Tsunade's words. Now I understand. After all this time, it turns out to be a new way to borrow money. At this point, Tsunade, having finished her point, nestled back into the sofa and murmured softly, Anyway, I don't have to fight in the first few days. Their training won't hurt me. This money is free to earn. Sarutobi Hiruzen's face twitched a few times, taking a deep breath while sitting in the chair. Can you not say such inner thoughts that he can hear? How about it? Old man, think about it quickly. Tsunade raised her chin towards the third Hokage, her expression indicating everything can be discussed. But her index and thumb were rubbing together, clearly meaning hurry up and hand over the money. If these kids knew I was their guidance teacher, they would definitely be very grateful to you. But the premise is that you don't run away halfway. Sarutobi Hiruzen said helplessly while massaging his temples. Then I don't care. Just say whether you'll give the money or not. Tsunade laid it all on the table, directly extending her palm towards the teacher in front of her. Sarutobi Hiruzen increased the pressure on his acupoints while silently stroking his beard. Tsunade also stopped urging him and quietly looked at Sarutobi Hiruzen, waiting for his answer. About the time it takes for an incense stick to burn. Sarutobi Hiruzen finally broke the silence. At least teach them basic teamwork. If I let Tsunade stay in Konoha for a few more days, maybe she will choose to stay? Even if her hemophobia can't be cured, it's still better than not finding someone for years, right? With this thought, Sarutobi Hiruzen got up and walked to the bookshelf, pushing aside the books on both sides to open a hidden compartment. When a stack of cash was neatly placed on the table, Tsunade instantly appeared at the table from the sofa, her autumn water-like beautiful eyes radiating dazzling light. This light is called greed. 1, 2, 3, 4. 10,000. 1, 2, 3, 4. 20,000. Watching Tsunade start counting the money, Sarutobi Hiruzen's mouth twitched as he said in a deep voice, No need to count. There's exactly 1 million ryo here. All the money I've saved over the years. You must remember to pay it back on time. Don't worry, old man. Tsunade waved her hand to interrupt Sarutobi Hiruzen, confidently saying, As soon as I recoup my losses, I'll pay you back immediately. By the way, do you have a sack here? Lend me one. Sarutobi Hiruzen remained silent for a long time, pulling out a sealing scroll from the drawer. Tsunade took the scroll and gave a thumbs up. You're still so thoughtful, old man. Sarutobi Hiruzen almost choked, turning to point at the documents, and said solemnly, now that you have the money, should you fulfill your promise? Which team are you going to teach? This one. Tsunade used one hand to put the money into the sealing scroll, while the other hand pointed to the topmost team on the table. Sarutobi Hiruzen followed Tsunade's finger and said thoughtfully, Class 5. Are you interested in Shimo's kids? Shimo's kids? Tsunade was slightly taken aback, then turned her head to look. Only then did she see that beside the photo of the boy she cared about, there was also a listless white-haired boy with dead fish eyes. Although his face was covered by a mask, Tsunade could still see that this boy named Hatake Kakashi had quite a few similarities to Hatake Shimo, based on his hair color and facial features. Sort of. Tsunade replied vaguely. She hadn't really paid attention to the others, just pointed at Uchiha Itachi. However, having a child of an old friend in the team isn't bad either. This way, the third Hokage's attention won't be overly focused on the others. Such things come at a price. The more one is valued, the more likely they are to be treated specially, the heavier the burden on them will be, and the more risks and sufferings they will have to endure in the future. Tsunade just hopes that this Uchiha boy with the same ideals as Shoshu can grow up well without receiving any special cultivation. Although she isn't familiar with Uchiha Itachi, she doesn't want to experience the feeling of losing someone she knows again. Then in these few days, let's teach him some battlefield survival skills. Tsunade put away the scroll containing 1 million ryo, turned around and walked out, waving to Sarutobi Hiruzen. I'll just be responsible for teaching them training, and then I'll leave. You can find a suitable guidance teacher for them later. I want to take care of so much. Sarutobi Hiruzen stood at the table, silently watching Tsunade leave. Bang! It wasn't he until the wooden door was tightly closed that he let out a soft sigh. Bang! After closing the door to the Hokage office, Tsunade touched the sealing scroll at her waist, her pretty face filled with smiles. Haha, there's money to be made. She came to the Hokage office today, originally planning to be a temporary teacher for Uchiha Itachi, offering guidance to the legendary 3 ninjas of Konoha. This was the biggest compensation she could think of for Uchiha Itachi. As a result, not only did she achieve her goal, but she also gained an unexpected fortune. Tsunade's heart was filled with strength. Great! She clenched her fist and murmured, now to the casino to win back everything I've lost. She walked down the stairs with a light step. While passing through the corridor, she caught a glimpse of 2 figures in the shadows. These 2 guys, in a sense, can be considered to be working for her. With this thought, Tsunade, in a good mood, nodded with an encouraging smile and said, Yo, you've worked hard. After saying that, she strode out of the Hokage building, leaving behind 2 Umbu members who looked at each other in confusion. She had a smile on her face, but she hadn't counted the money yet. Did she really borrow money? Ching asked in confusion, and she even greeted them. Why is Lady Tsunade in such a good mood? I don't know. Xiang also looked in the direction Tsunade had disappeared, feeling a bit puzzled. I've never seen this situation before either. In the Uchiha clan's green brick residence, with a faint smile, Uchiha Itachi looked at the blue text in front of him. Extra damage, 94. Extra defense, 72. Points, 310. I have enough points to unlock the 3-tomo Sharingan. Uchiha Itachi rubbed his hands, eagerly reaching for the light screen. Just as he was about to click on the points store, bang, 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 bang. There was a hurried knock on the door outside. Uchiha Itachi, come out quickly. Chapter 41, Konoha Elbow Strike. Hood. Uchiha Chi looked thoughtfully towards the entrance. The neighbor's reminder was indeed correct. Someone was waiting for him to come home. The voice outside was not that of Uchiha Fugaku. As a clan leader, he wouldn't do something so embarrassing, so it should be a member of the security team. While Uchiha Chi was pondering, the person outside grew increasingly impatient due to the lack of response from inside. Uchiha Chi, I know you're in there. Hurry up and come out. Uchiha Chi stood up and walked to the entrance to open the door, silently observing the person's appearance. Standing outside was a brown-haired man wearing a green vest, with high cheekbones, frowning tightly as he looked this way. Uchiha Hakadai. Uchiha Chi recognized him. The person was indeed a key member of the security team and also a trusted aide of Uchiha Fugaku, Uchiha Hakadai. Hello, Uchiha Chi greeted with a smile, Hakadai-senpai. Uchiha Hakadai did not respond, merely staring at Uchiha Chi, his already small eyes narrowing into slits. This smiling boy in front of him was the reason he couldn't rest over the weekend. I'm not happy at all, he said coldly. Uchiha Chi changed to a worried expression. What should I do? Detected dissatisfaction from Uchiha Hakadai. Gained 10 points and increased defense by 2. I don't have time to waste with you. Uchiha Hakadai impatiently said, Uchiha Chi, I ask you, where did you go this morning? This morning, Uchiha Chi supported his chin with his hand, pondering, I was training with friends at the South Izikawa. After saying that, he curiously asked, Is something wrong, Hakadai-senpai? He was indeed curious about why the clan leader was looking for him. After all, he really hadn't stolen any rice from Uchiha Fugaku's house. Still playing dumb. Hearing Uchiha Chi's question, Uchiha Hakadai's expression became even more displeased. Something happened, and I think you know better than I do. Although when asked why Uchiha Chi was being called to the security team, Uchiha Fugaku's response was very vague. This only made Uchiha Hakadai more certain that Uchiha Chi must have done something unforgivable. Uchiha Chi spread his hands, smiling wryly as he shook his head. I really don't know. Enough. Uchiha Hakadai impatiently interrupted Uchiha Chi. Whatever you want to say can wait. Now, come with me to the security team. After saying that, he didn't care whether Uchiha Chi agreed or not, directly turning and walking outside. Watching Uchiha Hakadai's back, Uchiha Chi's smile gradually faded. He hated it the most when others interrupted him. Why aren't you leaving yet? After walking for a while, Hakadai noticed that there were no footsteps behind him and turned back to look. Where to? Uchiha Chi raised an eyebrow and asked. Uchiha Hakadai instinctively opened his mouth. Of course, before he could finish the word security team, he was interrupted by Uchiha Chi not going. Not going? Uchiha Hakadai's expression instantly turned hostile. Do you mean to refuse the legitimate investigation of the security team? Over the years, no one has ever been able to refuse the summons of the security team, not even members of the Uchiha clan, setting aside the fairness of it. If you don't come, it means you look down on the security team set up by the Hokage. You look down on the Uchiha. Why should I go? Uchiha Chi did not answer the question, but said calmly, I know I haven't done anything. If you really hadn't done anything, the security team wouldn't be looking for you at all. Uchiha Hakadai shouted angrily, stepping forward. Since you don't want to go, then I can only drag you there. Uchiha Chi couldn't help but laugh in anger. Do you guys not have any reason? Now, he finally understood why people outside the clan resisted the Uchiha so much. With this unreasonable security team around, anyone who could give the Uchiha a good impression would be a miracle. Reason? Uchiha Hakadai sneered. We only discuss reason in the interrogation room. Uchiha Hakadai's figure paused, and the next second, he appeared at Uchiha Chi's side. His palm, turned into a knife hand, was raised high, aiming to casually strike the boy's neck, intending to knock him out and take him away. However, just as he was thinking about how to wake Uchiha Chi up later, a piercing pain shot through his palm. What's wrong? Uchiha Hakadai was about to look down at his hand when he felt a tickling sensation in his nose. It was a dangerous instinct warning him. His pupils shrank, and he decisively raised his hand to block his face, and the next second, an unimaginable force flipped his body over in an instant. After rolling over a dozen meters, Uchiha Hakadai gripped the ground with both hands, leaving 2 long scratch marks on the ground before finally stabilizing his body. He slowly stood from a half squat, staring in the direction of the boy, his face showing surprise for the first time. You, Uchiha Chi, having returned to his standing position from twisting his waist, calmly lowered his raised elbow. He looked at Uchiha Hakadai, who was fine except for a twitching hand, and shook his head regretfully. What a pity. If the elbow strike wasn't aimed at the face, it always felt like something was missing. What he had just executed was the Konoha Rock Smash from Might Guy, a physical technique that involved jumping high into the air and then attacking the opponent. However, Uchiha Chi preferred to call this move the Konoha Elbow Strike. With an elbow that had bone density comparable to a skull, combined with immense strength and nearly 100% extra damage, it was enough to send any opponent who underestimated this move to another world. Little brat. Uchiha Hakadai narrowed his eyes at Uchiha Chi, his previously casual expression now extremely grim. Based on the force he just felt, if it weren't for his instinctive warning, he would have already been knocked out on the ground. Is this kid born with great strength? Why is he so strong? Seeing Uchiha Hakadai speaking, Uchiha Chi looked surprised and put his hand to his ear, tilting his body as he asked, Senpai, you're not dead yet? Uchiha Hakadai grunted and then angrily said, just a kid with a bit of strength. Don't be too arrogant. He had only been careless and didn't dodge. If he had fought seriously, Uchiha Chi wouldn't have been able to get close to him at all. Still not giving up. Do you still want to take me back to the security team? Uchiha Chi asked, not understanding why he was so persistent. Of course. The clan leader said you did something wrong. Uchiha Hakadai said without hesitation. Since you did something wrong, you must accept punishment. That is the correct fairness. I did something wrong? Uchiha Chi frowned slightly, still not understanding how he had offended Uchiha Fugaku. However, since that's the case, he deeply looked at Uchiha Hakadai, then turned and pushed the door back into the house. Uchiha Hakadai watched warily as Uchiha Chi disappeared into the darkness. The open door led to a pitch-black silence, as if it connected to something terrifying, making one inexplicably anxious. At this moment, Uchiha Chi's voice came from the depths of the darkness. "If you have enough capacity, then come duel with me in the courtyard." Capacity? Hearing what seemed like a funny joke, Uchiha Hakadai scoffed disdainfully. "My capacity is definitely above someone like you, brat." After saying that, he didn't hesitate at all and walked straight into the house, disappearing behind the door. Chapter 42. Hate yourself for not having these eyes. Through the deep corridor, there was an empty courtyard with only an old tree. Uchiha Hakadai watched Uchiha Chi standing under the tree. Hakadai's tightly clenched fist relaxed slightly. He initially thought that Chi brought him here to ambush him in the dark, so he was not prepared to follow. To his surprise, the other party questioned his capacity. Behind him stood the Konoha guard, representing order. No one could look down on the guard, not even his own clan members. Thus, Uchiha Hakadai made up his mind to follow. Even if ambushed, he would prove his worth to this young brat. But now, he had arrived at the courtyard, and nothing had happened. Huh. Uchiha Hakadai crossed his arms and snorted coldly. "You didn't even ambush me. That shows a bit of Uchiha's capacity." Hearing Hakadai's voice, Uchiha Chi, who was looking up at the sky under the tree, turned to look. Upon seeing Hakadai standing at the entrance of the courtyard, his expression remained calm, but he showed a look of surprise. "He didn't expect you to actually follow. Is this the capacity of the guard?" Of course, Uchiha Hakadai's expression was serious, but the corners of his mouth couldn't help but lift. "This is my capacity. You little brat, if you don't want to suffer, you should obediently come with me to the guard. But that is not your capacity." Uchiha Chi shook his head and interrupted him, saying earnestly, "This is the capacity of the guard." Uchiha Hakadai frowned, not understanding what Uchiha Chi meant. "What's the difference?" "Of course there's a difference," Uchiha Chi patiently explained. "In reality, you personally didn't want to come. Otherwise, you wouldn't have taken so long to arrive here. You were considering your identity as a guard member and didn't want to damage the guard's face, which is why you hesitated before choosing to come to the courtyard with me." Uchiha Hakadai was silent for a few seconds. Uchiha Chi was indeed right. He personally didn't want to come. But what was the significance of distinguishing this? "So?" Uchiha Hakadai asked coldly. "What exactly do you want to express?" "So, this is not your capacity. It's the capacity of the guard." Facing Uchiha Hakadai's impatience, Uchiha Chi showed no signs of dissatisfaction. He resembled a good teacher caring for a struggling student, smiling and deliberately slowing down his speech, patiently explaining concepts the student couldn't grasp. However, seeing Uchiha Chi's gentle expression made Uchiha Hakadai even more irritated, because that gaze reminded him of his childhood days at the Uchiha clan school, where he was specially taken care of by the teacher. Back then, the teacher had the same expression as Uchiha Chi, repeatedly correcting his mistakes in arithmetic. "Hakadai, your primary goal now is to remember the difference between the plus sign and the multiplication sign. 3 plus 3 does not equal 6. We are learning addition, not multiplication." "What? You filled in 6 just because you didn't know how to write 5? Then why did you get 6-1-5? Right in next question." "What? You say that isn't 5, it's 4? Ahem. It's okay, we'll learn slowly." Even after more than 20 years, Uchiha Hakadai could still recall the teacher's vivid expressions, which made him feel particularly suffocated now. What was the use of learning knowledge? In the end, he still died on the battlefield, resulting in him having to sweep one more grave every year. "What nonsense are you babbling about? I don't care about that." Uchiha Hakadai glared at Uchiha Chi and angrily raised his fist. "Stop giving me nonsense. I only recognize the principle of strength. Is that so?" "I understand." Uchiha Chi sighed regretfully, "since you won't listen to reason." In the next moment, dust swirled at his feet, and he sprang forward like a spring, appearing in front of Uchiha Hakadai in the blink of an eye. "Then I also understand a bit about fists and kicks." He gathered all his strength into his right fist and struck directly at Uchiha Hakadai's face with a fierce punch. Again with this move, Uchiha Hakadai cursed under his breath, knowing he couldn't take this punch head-on, and quickly lowered his body. Avoiding the incoming punch, he leaped back, creating distance from Uchiha Chi while rapidly forming hand seals. "Fire release! Great fireball technique!" Uchiha Hakadai shouted, and a scorching fireball erupted from his mouth, roaring towards Uchiha Chi. However, Almost at the moment he opened his mouth, he heard another loud shout from the other side. Fire release. Great fireball technique. In the spacious courtyard, two fireballs collided from different directions, creating layers of sparkling fire and instantly illuminating the surrounding walls. One utterly arrogant little brat. He had been a jonin for nearly 10 years, and this Uchiha Chi had just graduated less than a month ago, yet he dared to clash with him using the same ninjutsu? How arrogant! Uchiha Hakadai sneered inwardly and silently accelerated the flow of chakra, causing the fireball to swell even larger. He prepared to forcibly suppress Uchiha Chi on the opposite side. However, the other party's fireball remained unmoved, showing no signs of retreat. What was going on? A hint of confusion flashed in Uchiha Hakadai's eyes, and he, feeling stubborn, channeled more chakra into his throat. As a result, the fire on the other side surged instantly, the fireball expanding taller than the building behind it, crashing towards him like a tidal wave. What? Boom! There was no time for further surprise. The fierce flames swept across half the courtyard, dividing it at the old tree. ZZZ. The flames burned through the ground, and thick black smoke covered everything. Pat, pat. Calm footsteps sounded as Uchiha Chi strolled back to the tree. The turf in my courtyard is all high-quality grass imported from the land of grass, averaging 50,000 ryo per square meter. This is at least 100 square meters. Hakadai-senpai, if you're still alive, remember to pay back this 5 million ryo in time, or my interest is very high. Oh, by the way, he looked towards the direction of the thick smoke, raised a finger, and wore a warm smile. I don't accept invoices, only cash. Swish, swish, swish. 3 shuriken flew out from the smoke, interrupting Uchiha Chi's words. Clang, clang, clang. Uchiha Chi pulled out a kunai from his waist and deflected all 3 shuriken. At the same time, a sinister growl echoed from the smoke. Little brat, you just looking for death. The moment the words fell, 2 red lights flickered in the smoke, and in the next instant, a dark figure charged out from the thick smoke. It was the scorched Uchiha Hakadai. His 3 tomo spun wildly in his eyes, a twisted smile on his face, as he instantly arrived next to Uchiha Chi, his kunai dancing in the air. Clang, clang, clang. The dense sound of metal clashing echoed throughout the courtyard, and Uchiha Hakadai grew bolder with each strike. With the dynamic vision granted by the 3 tomo, he easily dodged all of Uchiha Chi's attacks this time. Stab, slash, thrust, chop. His fluid movements were like an avalanche, suppressing Uchiha Chi in just a few breaths. What's the use of saying so much reasoning? What's the use of being skilled in ninjutsu? Don't you hate yourself without these eyes? With a howling roar, Uchiha Hakadai laughed maniacally as he grasped the kunai's handle, striking down at Uchiha Chi from an extremely tricky angle for the final blow. Ding! He blocked the kunai that was rapidly expanding in his vision. Uchiha Chi slightly tilted his head, smiling at the astonished expression of Uchiha Hakadai. 3 tomo, impressive. But I have it too. Saying this, Uchiha Chi no longer concealed himself. His aura surged, and the tomo in his eyes began to spin rapidly. 1 tomo, 2 tomo, 3 tomo, looking at Uchiha Hakadai, whose gaze had frozen. Ha ha, ha 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 ha. Uchiha Chi let out a laugh even more arrogant than his opponents just moments ago. Yes, I originally wanted to cut the next 400 words into the second chapter, but it felt uncomfortable no matter how I cut it, so I put it back. Chapter 43. Never internal strife among the Uchiha. The night sky was dotted with stars. As the thick smoke dissipated, the moonlight poured down, gradually brightening the dim courtyard. The gentle moonlight contrasted with the youthful, wild profile of Uchiha Chi, creating a scene that felt somewhat strange, yet inexplicably harmonious. Bang! With a mournful cry from the clash of metal, the kunai in his hand was knocked into the air, but Uchiha Hakadai had no time to care. He stared wide-eyed at Uchiha Chi's eyes, momentarily forgetting that he was still in a battle. It seemed that the outcome had already been decided. Even when the cold kunai pressed against Uchiha Hakadai's throat, he still hadn't regained his senses. 3 tomo Sharingan. Uchiha Chi actually had a 3 tomo. How could this be possible? Hadn't he just graduated from a ninja academy? Detected shock from Uchiha Hakadai. Earned 20 points, increasing damage by 4. Target's emotional fluctuation exceeded standard. Host receives bonus reward. Sharingan manipulation windmill, 3 great swords. Using silk threads to control and throw ninja tools. Launching a true attack at the moment of pulling the threads will have remarkable effects when used in conjunction with the Sharingan. Seeing the shocked expression on Uchiha Hakadai's face, Uchiha Chi couldn't help but let a smile spread across his lips, his laughter rising a few degrees. He looked up at the system, which displayed large blocks of notifications. Deducting points. Obtained 1 upgrade of bloodline limit. Ding. Detected that the host's current state is double Tomo Sharingan. Next stage is 3 Tomo Sharingan. Please wait patiently. Bloodline limit upgrade complete. Officially opening 3 Tomo Sharingan. When Uchiha Hakadai was knocking on the door, he had already begun to awaken his 3 Tomo Sharingan. The person outside sounded clearly unfriendly. Why hadn't he prepared a bit more? Thus, Uchiha Chi had taken his time before getting up to open the door, aiming to complete the upgrade of his bloodline limit. Ha 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 ha. After an uncontrollable burst of laughter, Uchiha Chi finally managed to restrain his smile a little, yet still maintained its curve. Hakadai-senpai, is there something on my face? Why are you so surprised? He looked at Uchiha Hakadai, who still hadn't regained his senses, and asked gently, when did you awaken your Sharingan? Uchiha Hakadai looked at the boy's crimson eyes with a complex expression. A young person had awakened Sharingan, and it was even 3 Tomo. Even he had to admit that this boy indeed had the capital to be arrogant. When? Uchiha Chi pondered for 2 seconds before looking up at Uchiha Hakadai. Since Hakadai-senpai interrupted me. He lowered the kunai pressed against Uchiha Hakadai's throat, shrugged, and blinked. I really hate it when others interrupt me. What kind of reason is that? Uchiha Hakadai frowned. I'm not joking with you. Don't you believe this reason, Hakadai-senpai? I guess I'll have to tell the truth then. His smile gradually faded, replaced by immense distance and indifference. My Sharingan awakened when my parents sacrificed themselves. Uchiha Hakadai fell silent. If you remember correctly, Uchiha Chi's parents had fallen on the battlefield when Uchiha Chi was not yet 5 years old. So, he had awakened his Sharingan back then? All these years, not a single person in the clan knew. A few seconds later, Uchiha Hakadai continued to ask, what about the 3 Tomo? No one could awaken the 3 Tomo Sharingan all at once. Therefore, something must have stimulated him afterward. Something even more painful than losing his parents. Now, it was Uchiha Chi's turn to fall silent in response to Uchiha Hakadai's question. But Uchiha Hakadai did not urge him, merely watching the boy quietly. When a person possesses the 3 Tomo Sharingan, it signifies that they have lost something extremely important. In Uchiha Hakadai's view, Uchiha Chi's silence only confirmed this point. The boy was evidently recalling the past, once again falling into sorrow. Having also awakened the 3 Tomo Sharingan, he naturally could empathize with Uchiha Chi on the other side. Under Uchiha Hakadai's sympathetic gaze, Uchiha Chi's mouth twitched slightly. He really had no painful past. Uchiha Chi had never been someone who liked internal strife. To him, it was better to expend others than to exhaust oneself. Lowering moral standards and enjoying a life of wrongdoing was his creed. Thus, in the half-month since crossing into the ninja world, apart from the first few days worrying about why the old lady in the clan wouldn't give him gold coins, he had either been consuming others or on the path to doing so. For Uchiha Chi, the current issue was how to craft a more reasonable excuse for awakening his eyes. This impromptu act really tests an actor's skills, Uchiha Chi silently complained. But thoughts in his mind were already taking a rough shape. 3 Tomo Sharingan. He covered his eye with one hand, a strange smile appearing on his face, his voice trembling slightly, resembling fear or anger. It was probably when I discovered who killed my parents. What? Uchiha Hakadai exclaimed, looking at Uchiha Chi in disbelief. Uchiha Chi didn't answer but gave a bleak smile, softly asking, during the Second Shinobi World War, my parents were at the Sand Village battlefield. Where was Hakadai-senpai at that time? I was at the Rain Village battlefield. Uchiha Hakadai replied, thoughtfully. Back then, I was just a nin. Following the squad, led by the legendary 3 ninjas, circling with Hanzo of the Salamander outside the Rain Village. In the end, I survived by luck. As he spoke, there was a hint of pain in his eyes. During that war, because one moment he was discussing dinner with a comrade, and the next he was crushed in a meat paste by a summoned beast called forth by Hanzo. In that instant of emotional breakdown, he awakened his 3 Tomo Sharingan. Uchiha Chi nodded, inquiring, then where was clan leader Fugaku at that time? Lord Fugaku is younger than me, but more talented. He was already a jonin back then, if I remember correctly, leading our Uchiha team towards the Sand Village. Uchiha Chi chuckled softly, looking up at the only tree in the courtyard. What a coincidence. My parents also sacrificed themselves at that time. You mean? Uchiha Hakadai seemed to recall something, rebutting loudly. This is impossible. He looked urgently at Uchiha Chi, wanting an answer from him. but the boy's face was shrouded in shadow. Uchiha Hakadai couldn't see the expression beneath that shadow. Only sensing the intense emotion emanating from Uchiha Chi, my parents were indeed in clan leader Fugaku's team at that time. Thud. Uchiha Hakadai took a few steps back, an inexplicable fear rising in his heart, then suddenly shook his head vigorously. Wait, there must be some misunderstanding here. Chapter 44. Pain, too much pain, wait a minute. There must be some misunderstanding here. Looking at the anxious face of Uchiha Hakadai, Uchiha Chi, who was under shade of a tree, couldn't help but want to laugh. Misunderstanding? He certainly knew there was a misunderstanding. No one understood this better than him. However, since the clan leader had sent someone to find him, it was reasonable for him to misunderstand a bit, right? Misunderstanding? What other misunderstanding could there be? The facts are the facts, with no room for concealment. Uchiha Chi stepped out from the shade, his gaze sharp as a dagger, directly locking eyes with Uchiha Hakadai, as if to pierce through his heart. My parents died on the battlefield of Suna, while the one leading the team, Uchiha Fugaku, remained unscathed, even awakening the three-tomo Sharingan, and later returning to Konoha to become the clan leader. Faced with Uchiha Chi's aggressive questioning, Uchiha Hakadai instinctively averted his gaze. It can't be like this. It can't be like this. His expression remained resolute, but his voice carried a hint of wavering. Uchiha Chi accurately sensed that wavering. Can't be like this? Huh. Uchiha Chi seemed to have heard a joke, a sneer appearing at the corner of his mouth. I used to be as naive as you, holding expectations for Lord Fugaku, until he disappointed me time and time again. Uchiha Hakadai couldn't help but freeze, staring blankly at Uchiha Chi. You mean? You were once a supporter of Lord Fugaku too. That's right, I was once a follower of Uchiha Fugaku. Uchiha Chi nodded, revealing a smile. But his eyes became even more crimson. It was as if he recalled the deceptions he had suffered. Emotions buried deep within him surged uncontrollably, and he covered his face, laughing bitterly. Do you know who I told first after awakening Sharingan? Was it Lord Fugaku? Uchiha Hakadai's throat rolled, struggling to ask. It was the first time he heard his voice so dry and trembling, like a riverbed parched under the blazing sun. You guessed it right, it was him. Uchiha Chi looked up at the hanging moon, his voice sounding distant, light as a feather, yet it clearly fell into Uchiha Hakadai's ears. That was when I first realized how terrifying a person's expression could be. I thought I was going to be killed. He warned me not to speak of it, that the matter of awakening the Sharingan must not be disclosed to anyone, and told me it was all for my own good. But I still saw it. A flicker of fear flashed in Uchiha Chi's eyes, the murderous intent hidden deep within. This. Uchiha Hakadai was slightly moved. After a few seconds, he seemed to think of something, suddenly enlightened. Is this the reason why you awakened the Sharingan, yet remained unnoticed all these years? There asked that explanation. Uchiha Chi looked at him in surprise, then slowly nodded after a moment of contemplation. That's right, it is. Thus, Uchiha Hakadai's expression grew even more complicated. A secret unknown to outsiders. An Uchiha genius hidden away. What exactly had Uchiha Chi experienced over the years? In that moment, the familiar figure of Uchiha Fugaku gradually blurred in his heart, distancing from the image of a reliable clan leader full of authority. Yet the memories of working in the security team still kept the last shred of his rationality intact. Perhaps Lord Fugaku really wanted to protect you? Uchiha Hakadai clenched his fists, unwillingly saying, Lord Fugaku had no reason to harm his clansmen, although he really hasn't accomplished anything remarkable over the years. His intentions were good. He has always cared about the Uchiha. No reason to do this? Uchiha Chi smiled lightly. It's simple. Altering his stance is the reason. It's normal for you to think this way. After all, I used to think so too. Uchiha Chi nodded faintly, not denying Uchiha Hakadai's thoughts. And that's why I listened to him all these years, never showing my true self in front of the clansmen. However, Uchiha Chi sighed softly, saying quietly, ever since I discovered his collusion with external forces, I gradually understood everything. What? Collusion with external forces? Uchiha Hakadai's pupils widened in shock. How could this be? Uchiha Chi did not answer, instead turning to another question. Has your security team recently intensified the patrols in the clan territory? Uchiha Hakadai's mouth slightly open. How do you know? They have indeed intensified their patrols lately, but it always feels like a bunch of headless flies, aimlessly wandering around. In the next second, Uchiha Chi seemed to read his mind, directly voicing his inner doubts. Do you feel like you're looking for someone, but don't even know who you're looking for? Do you feel like you're always being watched, yet no matter what, you can't find out where the other person is? Have you privately asked Uchiha Fugaku, but your respected captain has been evasive, telling you not to pursue it further? A series of questions hit Uchiha Hakadai's heart like bullets. His mouth opened and closed, momentarily forgetting how to speak, his mind only left with one question. Why? Why does Uchiha Chi, who is clearly not part of the security team, know everything? As for why I know, it's simple. Uchiha Chi said, because I discovered the spies planted by external forces in the clan territory. I reported this to him, and as a result, to silence me and gain my trust, he sent you to look for those spies. Because every time you searched, he would tip them off, which is why you could never find them. It was only after discovering this truth, unable to accept the facts, that I awakened the 3-tomo Sharingan. And some time ago, I ignored his warnings and conducted my own investigation, which is why he wanted you to capture me to see him. From then on, Uchiha Hakadai's mind completely crashed, staring blankly at Uchiha Chi, even wisps of white smoke rising from his head. Looking at the completely bewildered Uchiha Hakadai, Uchiha Chi slightly clenched his fist. He pressed down his upturned lips, trying to suppress his laughter. Suppress even more. But how could such a funny thing be held back? Elder Hakadai, you still refuse to believe the facts, thinking I might be lying. If that's the case, then feel my pain. Uchiha Chi threw back his head and laughed heartily, as if mocking Uchiha Hakadai, yet also mocking the former self. His voice shifting from low to high. The Uchiha may lie, but the Sharingan never lies. Like a windmill facing the storm. The 6-tomo in his eyes spun wildly, the rich chakra almost blinding. Jinjutsu. Sharingan activate. Looking into Uchiha Chi's crimson eyes, Uchiha Hakadai instinctively activated his ocular power, wanting to resist, but he felt like a small sailboat caught in a storm. No matter how much he struggled, he could not defy the great force of nature, being violently battered, washed away, and shattered by the enormous waves. Scenes of unfamiliar images flashed through his mind, memories sent to him after Uchiha Chi activated his Jinjutsu, making Uchiha Hakadai increasingly horrified and chilled. It hurt too much. After a few breaths, Uchiha Hakadai stopped struggling and sat down heavily on the ground. He looked at the pitch-black night sky, his right hand tightly clutching his chest, hot tears streaming down uncontrollably. At that moment, this Uchiha, who had been promoted to Jonin for 10 years, actually cried like a 300-pound child. Captain Fugaku, what have you done? Chapter 45. This is my capacity 8th generation senior. 8th generation senior? Uchiha Chi bent down, supporting his knees while waving at the man. However, the tearful Uchiha Hakadai showed no reaction. Senior, you are really crying? Uchiha Chi widened his eyes, curiously leaning over to take a look. It can't be. Although Uchiha Chi knew that his illusion technique had a nearly 100% increase in effectiveness against Uchiha Hakadai, he truly did not expect the impact to be this great. He merely inserted a plot from a novel he had seen in his past life into the illusion. For example, Uchiha Chi believed wholeheartedly in Uchiha Fugaku, viewing him as both an elder brother and a father figure, only to discover betrayal on his birthday. Or, for the sake of keeping his promise not to expose his talents, Uchiha Chi had endured humiliation over the years, only to be trampled by his peers, only to find out that it was all orchestrated by Uchiha Fugaku. Was this really that intense? Why was Uchiha's capacity for endurance so poor? However, Uchiha Hakadai remained silent, only shedding small pearls of tears. He understood now. He had completely understood. Why had Uchiha Fugaku acted for so many years as if he cared for the Uchiha? He had always accomplished nothing. It wasn't because Uchiha Fugaku was incompetent, but because he never intended to govern the Uchiha well. Uchiha Chi's expression suddenly became strange. Now he even wanted to speak up for Uchiha Fugaku. The clan leader he's not incompetent. But Uchiha Chi did not speak, only grinning at the sky, starting to silently chuckle. Meanwhile, Uchiha Hakadai continued to express his emotions. Choking up. Our great Uchiha, what will we become? Choking. What kind of appearance? His emotions grew more and more agitated, his tone increasingly radical, even culminating in a low growl. Could it be that he was actually an undercover agent from the Senju clan, wanting to completely destroy the Uchiha? Watching Uchiha Hakadai, who was crying and cursing, completely devoid of the arrogance he had displayed an hour ago, Uchiha Chi sighed heavily. He stepped forward and gently patted the other's shoulder. Yet his smile was incredibly bright. For the Uchiha, please calm down, senior, be careful of eavesdroppers. He comforted in a heavy tone. As long as there are people who know the truth, the Uchiha will never fall. Uchiha Hakadai's voice finally calmed down, wiping the tears from his face with his sleeve. He now fully believed Uchiha Chi's words. After all, people can lie, but the Sharingan does not. The fact that he could be hit by Uchiha Chi's illusion meant that Uchiha Chi's ocular power was deeper than his own, which also indicated that the pain Uchiha Chi endured was far greater than his. The one bearing that pain could not be false. You are right. I will go find the elders now and report that bastard Uchiha Fugaku. No matter what Uchiha Fugaku's intentions were, I bet my life that even if I have to be shattered into pieces, I won't let him succeed. After saying this powerful statement, Uchiha Hakadai stood up and walked outside. He was going to confront Uchiha Fugaku. Hey. Uchiha Chi felt a bit nervous and quickly grabbed Uchiha Hakadai. This won't do. Why? Uchiha Hakadai asked, confused. Uchiha Chi explained seriously. The so-called 3 feet of ice does not form in a single day. Even the clan leader has been bought off. We don't know to what extent our clan has been infiltrated. If we recklessly report it, if luck is not on our side, we might be directly silenced. By then, he shook his head. There will be no one left to save the Uchiha. Upon hearing this, Uchiha Hakadai also became tense. He scratched his scalp hard, his face full of frustration. What should we do now? He was not very good at thinking, otherwise, he would have run for clan leader back in the day. However, he had the self-awareness to recognize Uchiha Fugaku quietly doing things under him. If he hadn't discovered that there was a problem with Uchiha Fugaku, he could have worked hard for another 20 years and perhaps become an elder. Seeing that Uchiha Hakadai was listening to advice, Uchiha Chi, who had regained control of the situation, relaxed a bit. What we need to do now is to stay undercover and discreetly investigate. Uchiha Chi patiently said, only by clarifying who is a friend and who is an enemy can we formulate an appropriate plan. You are right. Uchiha Hakadai didn't fully understand, but felt it made sense. So how do we investigate? Unknowingly, he had subconsciously placed himself on the same side as Uchiha Chi. It's very simple. Uchiha Chi spread his hands and smiled. Aren't you a member of the security team? Uchiha Hakadai understood now. Using the resources of the security team to investigate was indeed not difficult for him. Even if he had to keep it from Uchiha Fugaku, he had been in the security team for so many years and had his own connections. However, he still frowned tightly, but the problem is, I still don't know what those guys look like. But I know, Uchiha Chi smiled even more happily. You don't need to worry about this problem. Hearing this, Uchiha Hakadai's eyes brightened. Right? Uchiha Chi was the first to discover those guys, so he naturally had a way to distinguish them from his clan. Great. Now our Uchiha is saved. Just as he felt his heart ablaze with hope, Uchiha Chi suddenly retracted his smile, and his tone became serious. 8th generation senior. What is it? Uchiha Hakadai hurriedly asked. Uchiha Chi's expression was solemn. Do you have the resolve, or rather, the capacity to endure for the future of the Uchiha? Looking into Uchiha Chi's dark eyes, Uchiha Hakadai fell silent for a moment. He was very clear about the meaning of this question. After knowing a glimpse of the truth, he was now filled with disgust for Uchiha Fugaku, who only looked out for his own interests. But if he wanted to investigate smoothly, without alarming the snakes and attracting outside forces, he had to stay in the security team. And staying in the security team inevitably meant being under Uchiha Fugaku's command. And he couldn't let anything slip in their daily interactions. This was undoubtedly a huge challenge for someone who was always straightforward. But how could he let down the expectations of this young man? I do. Uchiha Hakadai raised his head. The determination in his Sharingan was incredibly firm. To reclaim the future of the Uchiha, even if it means eating shit, I am willing. This is my capacity. No need to go that far. Uchiha Chi's mouth twitched slightly, but he still nodded seriously. Then, please take care of me from now on, 8th generation senior. Saying this, he smiled and extended his hand towards Uchiha Hakadai. Uchiha Hakadai naturally shook it. Chi, how should I address you? Uchiha Chi thought for a moment and humbly said, 8th generation senior, just call me Achi. Don't call me senior anymore. Uchiha Hakadai shook his head vigorously, his crimson eyes filled with regret. I, who was used as a pawn by Uchiha Fugaku, am not worthy of being your senior. Achi, then fine. I will call you Achi. He murmured this name softly and nodded. Since that's the case, you should also address me in a peer-like manner. Faced with Uchiha Chi, who had also activated his 3-tomo Sharingan and uncovered Uchiha Fugaku's conspiracy, Uchiha Hakadai could no longer treat this great contributor with a mentoring tone. Even so, you're still my elder. Uchiha Chi squinted his eyes in thought, and suddenly his eyes lit up. How about I call you Old 8? Old 8, huh? Uchiha Hakadai frowned slightly, repeatedly chewing over the meaning of this term, feeling a strange sense of closeness in this rough and simple address. It's a good title. He nodded in satisfaction. Then you can call me Old 8 from now on. Saying this, he firmly grasped Uchiha Chi's hand. Under the pitch-black night, the dark clouds obscured the bright moon, leaving only scattered stars to witness this secret meeting that could change the course of Uchiha history. Chapter 46. The late-night visit from Obito. The sky was desolate, with only a few stars in the distance not obscured by dark clouds, suggesting that tomorrow would be another cloudy day. However, as long as one is willing to wait, the clouds will eventually disperse, and the weather will clear up. The future of the Uchiha clan is the same. In the following time, Uchiha Hakadai and Uchiha Chi engaged in pleasant conversation, and after clarifying the details of their upcoming actions, they were unaware that time had slipped into the deep of night. Before leaving, Uchiha Hakadai shyly asked Uchiha Chi about the compensation amount. Although they had only just met under unfortunate circumstances and were now considered half-allies, he still needed to pay for the damages since he had indeed burned down the other's courtyard. As a result, Uchiha Chi extorted a hefty sum from him. He falsely claimed that the overgrown courtyard was high-quality land from the land of grass, with a value of 50,000 ryo per square meter that made 100 square meters worth 5 million ryo. Upon learning that he had to pay 5 million ryo, Uchiha Hakadai, a man with both elderly and young dependents, fell into a long silence before finally managing to say that he did not have that much money. Seeing Uchiha Hakadai's embarrassed expression, Uchiha Chi couldn't help but sigh. The only thing that can crush a mature man is the lack of money. However, he was a bad person after all. After understanding Uchiha Hakadai's salary in the security team, Uchiha Chi thoughtfully tailored a solution for him. He would only need to repay a certain amount each month, which would reduce his interest by half. Originally, the interest was 2% per day, but after the reduction, it became 1%. The monthly repayment amount was also manageable, enough for him to eat, though he might not be able to afford meat. In addition, Uchiha Chi also considered the possibility of unforeseen circumstances for Uchiha Hakadai. If he found himself unable to repay in the future, his children could inherit the debt. In short, as long as he worked hard enough, he would eventually be able to pay off this debt. Uchiha Hakadai was deeply moved by this, even kneeling down on the spot to thank Uchiha Chi for his generosity. Uchiha Chi promptly stopped him. After all, he wasn't a bad person. Since he had already decided to repay the debt, there was no need for such a display of humility. So he reminded Uchiha Hakadai that he hadn't pressed his fingerprint yet, suggesting he could do so while kneeling. As Uchiha Hakadai's figure faded into the night, Uchiha Chi lowered his head to look at the debt note in his hands, and the corners of his mouth involuntarily curled up. There are still many good people in the world. As if sensing Uchiha Chi's thoughts, the streetlight outside suddenly flickered twice. Just as he was about to turn back into the house, he heard a strong shout coming from not far away. "Who was there? Stop right now." Trying to escape? Then came the sound of hurried and chaotic footsteps, sounding like one person was chasing another. 2 minutes later, Uchiha Hakadai returned to Uchiha Chi with an unconscious person slung over his shoulder. "Chi," he said with a serious expression, his tone slightly tense. "This person has been lurking around your door, looking suspicious." It can't be he implied that the person might be someone sent by the forces colluding with Uchiha Fugaku. This made him anxious, as he and Uchiha Chi had just discussed strategies inside, and now someone was outside monitoring them. Wasn't this evidence that their plans were about to be exposed? Thinking this, a strong killing intent flashed in Uchiha Hakadai's eyes. The future of the clan must not be set ablaze like this. "Calm down, Old 8, Uchiha Chi said to soothe him. He thought for a moment and felt it was unlikely anyone would be watching him. After all, this force was something he had fabricated. The blame was on Danzo, while the prototype was White Zetsu. As for White Zetsu, it was possible for White Zetsu to monitor the Uchihas, but it was unlikely for White Zetsu to monitor him. Uchiha Chi, if Obito was the bait for White Zetsu, wherever Obito was, there would definitely be at least one White Zetsu hiding within 10 meters. Then Uchiha Chi was the repellent for White Zetsu. Ever since he had kicked Akatsuki like a soccer ball last time, there had never been an old lady feigning injury in his vicinity again. The elders in the clan territory were all nimble, afraid someone might come up from behind to give them a kick. So who was this person loitering at his doorstep? Uchiha Chi shifted his gaze to the unconscious figure. Just then, he heard Uchiha Hakadai murmuring unconsciously. Uchiha Chi's expression suddenly became intriguing. After pondering for a moment, he said to Uchiha Hakadai, "You can put him down now." Uchiha Hakadai obeyed, unloading the person from his shoulder as if taking off armor. Bang! The sound of the heavy object hitting the ground echoed. Uchiha Hakadai looked at the twitching feet of the person and nodded in satisfaction. He not dead yet. Uchiha Chi's mouth twitched as he half-squatted down to turn the figure over. When he saw the brown-yellow goggles, he understood. Obito? He gently tried to wake him. Obito? Obito did not respond. Instead, it was Uchiha Hakadai, standing to the side, who spoke up. Is this someone you know? Uchiha Hakadai blinked, feeling confused. Then why did he run? Uchiha Chi looked up at the still-open Sharingan on Obito. Why does it feel like old 8S ninja, wisdom, T quite up a scratch? In the middle of the night, suddenly encountering a Sharingan emerging from the darkness, who wouldn't he be startled? Uchiha Chi felt that explaining would be troublesome, so he simply turned his gaze back to Obito and gently patted his face twice. Why does it feel wrong? He tried patting again. Still not right. Uchiha Chi narrowed his eyes, noticing that Obito's face appeared bruised. Just then, Uchiha Hakadai's awkward voice came from above. He kept running, and when I told him to stop, he wouldn't listen, so I had to chase him down and catch him, but he struggled. So I had to use a bit of force. Uchiha Chi silently glanced at Uchiha Hakadai again. Sorry about that. Uchiha Hakadai felt a bit embarrassed under his gaze, rubbing his neck. I didn't know he was your friend. Uchiha not my friend, but you did well. Uchiha Chi shook his head in appreciation. If it were me, I'd probably have hit him harder, maybe even accidentally killed him. Just then, Obito's body twitched twice, and his eyes slowly opened. The first thing he saw was the Sharingan beside him. It's this guy, the one who beat me half to death without a word. As Obito pushed himself back while screaming shrilly bang, his fist hit his own face with a muffled thud, and Uchiha Obito fell back into a deep sleep. This time, it was Uchiha Hakadai who silently looked at Uchiha Chi. Uchiha Chi shrugged. Just like that. Chapter 47. The astonishing wisdom of Uchiha Obito. When Uchiha Obito woke up, he saw a strange ceiling. Where's this? You're awake? A clear voice interrupted his thoughts. Uchiha Obito turned to look in the direction of the voice and saw a handsome young boy with messy hair, smiling at him. Uchiha Chi, what are you doing up here? Uchiha Chi's voice was somewhat helpless. I should be asking you how you got here. How did I get here? Uchiha Obito's gaze slightly froze. Frames of images flashed before his eyes, and his expression changed drastically. He remembered everything. He remembered all. He had come to Uchiha Chi's place tonight to ask some questions. As he was still thinking about what to say after knocking on the door, a three-tomo Sharingan suddenly appeared in the corner. That guy was charging at him fiercely while warning him not to escape, looking like he was going to capture him. Who wouldn't panic in such a situation? Uchiha Obito took off running. But in less than a few seconds, he was caught. The person told him not to move. How could he not move when he didn't know where he was going to be taken? He struggled incessantly. As a result, that guy directly hit him bang, bang, bang on the face, and then he passed out. It seemed he even dreamt about that guy in his sleep. Uchiha Obito suddenly spoke. What is it? Uchiha Chi's smile remained calm and warm. In his eyes, Uchiha Obito was trembling all over, looking terrified to the extreme. Old 8 is too ruthless. This has left him with a psychological shadow. He looked at Obito, just about to explain to Uchiha 8, but the other party spoke first. There's a super dangerous guy nearby, Obito said, his expression unusually serious. Uchiha Chi was slightly taken aback. Did Obito not know that Uchiha 8 had come out from his house? Then he recalled that the lighting was indeed quite dim at that time. This meant that Obito hadn't seen where 8 had come from and mistakenly thought he was a dangerous person nearby. On the other side, it seemed that after being silent for too long, Obito thought Uchiha Chi didn't believe him and hurriedly pointed to his face. Did you see the injuries on my face? Looking at Obito's face, which was swollen like a pig's head, Uchiha Chi suppressed the corners of his mouth with great effort and asked with concern, How did you get these injuries? That guy hit me. Uchiha Obito clenched his fists tightly, murmuring softly, Why did I have such bad luck? I clearly didn't do anything. It's simply an unwarranted disaster. To this, Uchiha Chi deeply agreed. Indeed, very unlucky. But, since Obito knows nothing, why not take the opportunity to mislead him a bit more? But I didn't see any dangerous people. At this point, Uchiha Chi frowned, pretending to be confused. I had just fallen asleep when I was startled awake by a loud shout. By the time I gathered my wits and opened the door, I saw you lying in the middle of the road. Obito was also somewhat puzzled. You didn't see anyone? No. Uchiha Chi thought for a moment and shook his head. At that time, I only heard hurried footsteps. Hey, He widened his eyes as if he thought of something and raised his index finger. I remember. Obito hurriedly asked. What did you remember? I saw someone in the distance. A clan member wearing a green vest, chasing after another person. Could it be? Obito sat back down, muttering to himself. Was that clan member the one who saved me? Uchiha Chi couldn't help but laugh. What's so funny? Obito looked at him strangely. I'm not laughing. I just choked accidentally. Uchiha Chi raised the water cup next to him, which was empty. You continue. Oh. Uchiha Obito nodded and continued his imaginative reasoning. Based on my state at that time, I'd already lost consciousness and was utterly powerless. There is no doubt that the dangerous guy must have been planning to take me away. Otherwise, he wouldn't have attacked me. But why was I unharmed in the end? He looked at Uchiha Chi with burning eyes. Uchiha Chi looked up at the ceiling. Uchiha Obito continued his brainstorming. There is only one possibility, which is that someone stopped him. According to your words, it must have been a passing clan member who saw what was happening. And that passerby then intervened to save me. Obito paced back and forth in the living room, his expression growing more excited. You said he was wearing green clothes. Obito suddenly stopped, looking at Uchiha Chi. Isn't that the police force's uniform? Uchiha Chi blinked, hesitantly saying, It does seem to be. Clap. This makes sense now. Uchiha Obito clapped his left fist into his right palm. He wasn't just passing by. He was a member of the police force, patrolling here by coincidence, and saw me being taken away, then decided to help. He's my benefactor? Clap, clap, clap. Wonderful. It's just too wonderful. Uchiha Chi stood up and clapped, a sincere smile on his face. Obito, your reasoning is truly amazing. I never expected your thinking to be so meticulous and rigorous, easily uncovering the truth of the matter. I couldn't have imagined it could turn out this way. Is this the astonishing wisdom of Uchiha Obito? Uchiha Chi gave a thumbs up. I admire you. Looking at Uchiha Chi, who was constantly praising him, Obito felt a bit shy. It's not that impressive. Obito scratched his head awkwardly, his expression suddenly becoming serious. That benefactor saved my life, yet he never came back to ask for a reward. I must repay him in the future. Obito's gratitude? That was the funniest punchline of the night. All right. Uchiha Chi's face was almost laughing stiff, and his hands were getting red from clapping. I support you. I saw his profile. If I have the chance, I will definitely help you recognize him. All right. Hearing Uchiha Chi's words, Obito's face also broke into a smile. As long as Uchiha Chi saw his benefactor's profile, he would eventually be able to find him. But as he spoke, he suddenly remembered that terrifying Three-Tomo who had knocked him out indiscriminately, and his expression turned worried. Sigh. I wonder if that guy will come looking for me. Don't worry, Obito. Uchiha Chi assured him. That guy definitely won't show up again. Why? Obito asked. Because he has already become your benefactor. Because the police force has discovered him. Uchiha Chi smiled. Although I don't know what he intends to do. Since he has been discovered by the police patrol, it will naturally be reported to the higher-ups to strengthen the inspection efforts. As long as that guy has a brain, he definitely won't show up again. At least for the next few months, we don't need to worry about our safety. Obito found it very reasonable and breathed a slight sigh of relief. That's good. Then this problem is considered solved. Uchiha Chi nodded. But I still have another question. He looked at Uchiha Obito in confusion and said, Obito, the teams are gathering tomorrow. Why are you here looking for me instead of resting at home? Chapter 48. Your affection is beneath me. Hearing Uchiha Chi's question, Obito froze for a moment. He had almost forgotten that he came here at night not to chase after strangers, but to find Uchiha Chi. As for why he came to find Uchiha Chi, it was because ever since Uchiha Chi promised to apologize to Rin, she had indeed not been unhappy these past 2 days. However, Rin had become very strange. She often sat alone in a daze, seemingly lost in thought, with a smile occasionally creeping on her lips, or she would simply bite her lip and giggle to herself. She looked particularly beautiful. Yet, when Obito asked her if something good had happened, the warmth in Rin's eyes instantly turned cold. It had nothing to do with Obito. That was the first time he felt Rin's annoyance. Then Rin became unhappy again. At that moment, Obito felt like a dog that had done something wrong and angered its master, trembling all over. He kept apologizing to Rin, trying to earn her forgiveness like before. Eventually, Rin did forgive him, but her tone was always tinged with a hint of distance. I need to prepare for team training. I don't have time to waste with you. I've been feeling down lately. Please don't bother me again. To this, Uchiha Obito felt an immense sense of fear. He felt that Rin had undergone some unknown changes without him realizing it. Perhaps it would lead to him losing her. If his future had no Rin, where would he go? Why had everything turned out this way? With a confused heart, Uchiha Obito aimlessly wandered around the clan's territory. When he came back to his senses, he found himself at Uchiha Chi's doorstep. Why was he looking for him? Uchiha Obito didn't know himself. Perhaps it was because he also liked Rin. If there was anyone in this world who could understand his lost feelings, it would definitely be Uchiha Chi, who had confessed to Rin. But now, when he truly faced him, Obito found himself unable to speak. Just a few days ago, he had looked down on him as a failure, and now he felt even more like a lost dog. How ridiculous! But Uchiha Chi seemed to see through his embarrassment, putting away his puzzled expression, and, with a hint of concern, asked what happened to Obito. This concern was like a long-awaited rain after a drought, making the dejected Obito feel a little better. So it turns out Uchiha Chi isn't such a bad guy after all. I feel like Rin has been acting a bit strange lately. He opened his mouth, paused for half a minute, and finally spoke. Uchiha Chi patiently asked, "What is strange about her? She has been spacing out a lot, and she likes to smile to herself." Obito briefly described. Uchiha Chi blinked. "Isn't that a good mood? How is that strange? Her attitude towards me and the way she looks at me are very strange." Obito's face appeared somewhat pale. Uchiha Chi immediately understood why. After all, Rin already knew what Obito had done, and for her to hold back from scolding him was already very commendable. But he still pretended to be puzzled and asked, "Very strange? Specifically?" "The tone she uses when she talks to me feels very unfamiliar, and her gaze is so cold, it makes me feel scared. She wasn't like this before." As he seemed to recall that scene, Uchiha Obito's body began to tremble again. Detected pain from Uchiha Obito, gained 10 points, and increased damage by 2. Uchiha Chi slowly closed his eyes, clearly deep in thought. Watching Uchiha Chi's expression, Obito didn't dare to speak, not even to breathe, anxiously watching him. A few seconds later, Uchiha Chi smiled, opened his eyes, and looked at Uchiha Obito. "What's wrong?" Obito tightly clenched his hands and asked. For some reason, even though he saw Uchiha Chi smiling, he felt that the other's mood wasn't good. Uchiha Chi calmly said, "Didn't you tell me you would make her happy?" His voice was calm, but Obito sensed the emotions contained within. That was a desperate anger. Only then did Obito suddenly awaken. Yes, he had promised Uchiha Chi that he would ensure Rin lived happily. Yet now, he had completely forgotten his promise and had come to ask what to do. Anyone who heard this would probably be very angry. Detected guilt from Uchiha Obito, gained 10 points, and increased damage by 2. Uchiha Chi stood up and walked toward Obito. With each step forward that Uchiha Chi took, Obito stepped back, until he was cornered against the wall. Looking into Uchiha Chi's icy eyes, Uchiha Obito couldn't help but shiver, feeling ashamed and avoiding his gaze. "I'm really sorry. I don't need your apology. If I'm not mistaken, this is the second time, right? Every time you make me do this and that, swearing that you will make Rin happy. Yet each time I haven't seen her happy. I think you're simply enjoying the pleasure of making promises, but you don't have the ability to fulfill them." Obito opened his mouth, but couldn't say anything, only feeling a bitterness at the corners of his mouth. All the promises he had made were unable to be fulfilled. He truly felt like a useless person. He slowly lowered his head, his throat choking up, feeling that he was failing both Rin and Uchiha Chi continued to talk to himself. Why did you make Rin angry? "Uchiha Obito, tell me." Uchiha Chi's voice remained calm, but his eyes quickly turned red. "Do you really have the ability to protect Rin?" Under Uchiha Obito's shocked gaze, Uchiha Chi's eyes rapidly shifted, a pair of tomo appearing in his pupils. "Right, Sharingan." Uchiha Obito was completely dumbfounded. What was happening? Uchiha Chi activated his Sharingan in agitation because of his inability to make Rin happy. Detected shock from Uchiha Obito, gained 15 points, and increased damage by 3. Watching the system prompt pop up for what felt like the umpteenth time, Uchiha Chi suddenly felt pleased. However, he didn't intend to let it end there. Although Uchiha Chi was secretly pleased, his face remained grim, his single tomo Sharingan firmly locked onto Obito. "You clearly said how much you liked Rin. So why did you make her unhappy? You can't even open your eyes. Still not admitting it?" Uchiha Chi exclaimed. "The affection you speak of is truly beneath me. P.S. It's time to ask for more pages to be turned. Please turn a couple more, pretty please." Chapter 49. "Thank you for teaching me the ways of being human, your love, beneath me." This sentence struck Uchiha Obito like a bolt from the blue, leaving him completely stunned. All along, he had believed he was the person who loved Nohara Rin the most in this world. No one understood Rin better than he did. No one cared for Rin more than he did, and no one wished for Rin's happiness more than he did. But now he was shaken. Just hearing that Rin was unhappy was enough for Uchiha Izumi to activate his Sharingan. Since there are such pure people in this world, there are actually people who care for Rin so deeply. Compared to himself, could someone like him truly make Rin happy? Uchiha Izumi seemed to hear his inner voice and softly asked. Uchiha Obito fell silent, staring blankly at Uchiha Izumi without speaking. He had always regarded Uchiha Izumi as a failure. But now, was he not considered a failure for not being able to make Rin happy? His confession had not even begun, but perhaps it was already over. Uchiha Izumi carefully observed the gradually darkening expression on Obito's face. Sensing that his mood had plunged to the depths, he nodded slightly and decided to start bottom fishing. Can you accept it? Can you accept your love being beneath me? Detected reluctance from Uchiha Obito. Earned 10 points and increased damage by 2. His chakra flowed in his eyes, silently stirring Uchiha Obito's emotions. Imagine her in a pure white wedding dress, being led into the hall of marriage by someone you don't know, holding a wedding ceremony under the gaze of family and friends. Imagine you and Rin encountering a formidable enemy during a mission, and because your abilities are insufficient to protect her, you lose her forever. Now imagine, can you accept this? Uchiha Obito's face was filled with fear. No. He closed his eyes and covered his ears, but for some reason, the scene described by Uchiha Izumi appeared vividly in his mind. In the first 5 seconds, he saw Nohara Rin in a wedding dress, marrying a stranger, and he could only sit far away at a classmate's table, drowning his sorrows in alcohol. He thought nothing could be worse than this, but in the next 5 seconds, he saw Nohara Rin being pierced through the heart by an enemy right in front of him. Before her life completely faded, she urged him to escape quickly. This was even more hellish than the previous scene, causing his heart to ache unbearably. No. Uchiha Obito's eyes were bloodshot as he broke down and cried out, I don't want to see this scene. Saying this, he extended his index and middle fingers, forcefully pressing them against his bloodshot eyes. Just as he was about to gouge his eyes out, a steady and strong hand firmly grasped his movement. Obito, you need to calm down. Uchiha Izumi's gentle voice entered his ears, quietly closing his Sharingan and stopping the flow of chakra. When faced with an unbearable predicament, you shouldn't run away, but should confront the difficulties and think about how to break through. You can't escape. You can't escape. Uchiha Obito squatted on the ground, painfully holding his heart, repeatedly murmuring Uchiha Izumi's words. Under Uchiha Izumi's caring gaze, Uchiha Obito's eyes turned completely red. In an instant, a black tomo appeared in Obito's scarlet eyes. Uchiha Izumi. No way, I was just saying it. Are you really opening up? Is this Obito's talent for awakening? Detected emotional fluctuations from Uchiha Obito. Earned 20 points and increased defense by 4. Target's emotional fluctuations exceeded the standard. Host receives additional reward. Sharingan Awakening Talent, Obito version. Looking at this reward, Uchiha Izumi felt his heart finally balance out. Good. Now Obito's strongest Sharingan Awakening Talent has been received. Although for himself, who could awaken with enough points, this talent was practically useless. However, it was always better than nothing. He had already decided to collect them, and now he was one step closer to completing the collection. Moreover, Uchiha Izumi glanced at the azure light screen. Sharingan Awakening Talent. Obito version, you will find it easier to awaken. In addition, your chakra will greatly increase. Isn't there an extra chakra enhancement effect? What does this feel like? Uchiha Obito trembled as he covered his eyes. It seemed he was unaware that he had awakened his Sharingan. The second pillar also didn't notice when he was playing with his clan, and when he went out to complete a mission later, he directly used the double Tomo Sharingan, thinking he had an extraordinary talent, and opened up the double Tomo all at once. Uchiha Izumi thought for a moment, walked into the bedroom, took out a mirror, and handed it to Uchiha Obito. Uchiha Obito unconsciously looked. When he saw the Tomo flowing in his eyes, his already not very agile brain crashed. This is my Sharingan, he said blankly, feeling it was surreal. That's right. Uchiha Izumi smiled and patted Obito's trembling shoulder. Look, as long as you don't run away. Believe you can do it. You will eventually find the answer. Answer? That's right, the answer. Uchiha Izumi smiled and nodded. These eyes are the answer you gave yourself. Uchiha Obito's face was filled with emotion. All along, he had an immense desire to possess these eyes, to welcome his Sharingan as soon as possible. He dripped eye drops on time every day and wore goggles to protect his eyes. Yet so many years had passed, and the Sharingan never came. He had thought he was not only an ordinary ninja, but also mediocre in terms of awakening eyes. But now, he had awakened with Uchiha Izumi. Not running away. My answer. Obito repeatedly recited Uchiha Izumi's lines, his voice growing softer and his eyes gradually moistening. Half an hour later, after ending the conversation with Uchiha Izumi, Uchiha Obito stood at the door, his face filled with gratitude and anticipation, no longer the confusion he had when he arrived. In the past half hour, he had talked a lot with Uchiha Izumi, discussing the past, the present, and the future. No matter what he said, Uchiha Izumi always managed to carry on the conversation well and provided interesting responses, allowing them to chat comfortably. Uchiha Obito had never met someone who understood him so well. He understood him even more than Rin did. Don't worry, I will sincerely apologize to Rin tomorrow. He looked at Uchiha Izumi in front of him and said seriously, no matter what happens, I will no longer run away. Running away will only make things worse. This is my ninja way. Thank you. Thank you for teaching me the ways of being human. Chapter 50. Hoping to be in the same team as you after sending off Obito, Uchiha Chi returned to the sofa. The moonlight outside poured through the glass window and fell at his feet, while the evening breeze gently brushed against his cheeks as it flowed through the courtyard. He slowly closed his eyes, savoring the tranquility of the late night, with only the crisp chirping of cicadas in early summer in his ears. This silence lasted for a long time. After an unknown duration, Uchiha Chi finally opened his eyes again, gazing at the increasingly familiar ceiling, and murmured with a bitter smile, "Why does it feel like I'm so busy every day?" It had only been 6 days since he first triggered the system and proposed to Nohara Rin by the river. Yet in this short span of less than a week, so many things had happened that it felt like a whole month had passed. He had been at the izakaya, taking advantage of Tsunade, kicking White Zetsu around in the alley, crippling Kakashi at the Southie River, subverting Uchiha Hakadai in his own courtyard, and teaching Obito the principles of being a person, which is debatable. While complaining, Uchiha Chi shifted his gaze to the Azure panel. Ready to check today's gains. Based on new talent, Sharingan Awakening Talent, Obito version. Your ocular power has greatly increased. 3,000, 4,000. Looking at the ocular power display on the system panel, Uchiha Chi was slightly taken aback. Wasn't his ocular power only 1,000 before? How did it suddenly become 3,000? Soon, Uchiha Chi came to his senses. He was no longer a user of the double Tomo Sharingan, but had evolved to the triple Tomo Sharingan, so naturally his ocular power was significantly higher than before. Moreover, Obito's awakening talent had further increased Uchiha Chi's ocular power by 1/3 on top of the 3,000 from the triple Tomo, raising it to 4,000. According to the standard provided by the system, an ordinary J-Nin chakra amount is about 3,000. And now, his ocular power alone was almost equivalent to that of a J-Nin's chakra amount. The corners of Uchiha Chi's mouth involuntarily lifted, a sense of unprecedented security rising in his heart. He felt that after a while, he could go to Ichiraka Ramen without even ordering beef. Ding dong. The distant sound of a bell rang. Uchiha Chi looked up at the wall clock. It was already 6 in the morning. He was slightly stunned, then chuckled softly. First, there was Uchiha Hakadai, and then Obito. Before he knew it, it was already morning. Fortunately, he could still sleep for a while. After 12, he needed to go to the ninja school to get his team number, and the official assembly time was in the afternoon. This meant he could still sleep until noon. And if he started resting now, he would have 6 more hours of sleep. Plus, he could catch up on some sleep at the ninja school. Well then, let's get a good sleep. Uchiha Chi returned to his bedroom and slowly closed the wooden door. Noon outside the Uchiha clan grounds. After spending about half an hour, Uchiha Chi arrived at the Konoha ninja school. The moment he opened the classroom door, he saw that it was already filled with people. Uchiha Chi casually found a seat by the window and boredly surveyed these classmates he had theoretically been with for 6 years. He wasn't here to catch up with them. He came to get his team number and assembly location. Although he found it troublesome, reality wasn't like a comic. So he couldn't just blink and be at the agreed location. This was a small mobilization ceremony. On the day of assembly, all students were required to return to the ninja school, and the third Hokage would be sitting in the principal's office. When a student's name was called, they would go to the office to receive their team number, and if lucky, they might even have a brief conversation with the great Hokage. It felt a bit like a graduation ceremony from his previous life. This was why so many students looked so excited. After all, in Konoha, few would not yearn for the Hokage, who is said to be the strongest in history. Of course, there were also some who felt indifferent about it. For example, Kakashi, who had graduated early, but had to be compatible with these students who were once his classmates since both of his previous teammates had run away. He stared out the window with his dead fish eyes, occasionally glancing at Uchiha Chi. Another example was Asuma Sarutobi, who looked disdainful, constantly glancing at Kurenai Yuhi. Meanwhile, Kurenai was resting her chin on her hand, her gaze drifting between Uchiha Chi and Nohara Rin. As for Nohara Rin herself, she was looking down at the desk, seemingly lost in thought. Beside her was the goggle-wearing boy, Obito, who was racking his brain to throw out various topics in an attempt to catch Rin's interest. But Rin didn't seem to want to listen and even found it a bit noisy. "Obito, shut up." "Oh." Obito obediently replied and returned to his seat. At the same time, the teacher outside began calling names, and the students who were called left the classroom one by one. Marino Ibiki, Sarutobi Asuma, Yamanaka Ino, Mike Guy. The teacher's voice calling names sounded like chanting, and Uchiha Chi felt like he was back in class, his eyelids gradually becoming heavy. Better catch up on some sleep. Uchiha Chi closed his eyes. Half an hour later, having slept well, Uchiha Chi slowly opened his eyes. He squinted, stretched out a big yawn, and looked around the classroom. At this moment, the classroom was empty, with only a few people left. Nohara Rin called to the front. Rin stood up from her seat, but instead of heading to the classroom door, she turned around and walked slowly to the back row. "What's wrong, Rin?" Uchiha Chi asked softly as he looked at Rin, who had stopped in front of him. She looked a bit nervous, clutching the edge of her white shirt. Her little face already flushed red, as if it were about to bleed. Nohara Rin took a deep breath. After a few seconds, as if she had made up her mind, she raised her watery eyes to look at Uchiha Chi. "Chikun, I hope to be in the same team as you." Uchiha Chi was slightly taken aback, then revealed a warm smile. "If possible, I would also like to be with you." Rin nodded vigorously, but still didn't leave. Her little mouth was half open, as if she wanted to say something. Nohara Rin, seeing that no one was coming out. The teacher outside elongated her name and called it again. Rin's mouth opened and closed again, seeming a bit anxious, and tears welled up in her eyes. "Why are you so anxious?" Uchiha Chi couldn't help but chuckle at her and gently reassured her. "You want to ask when to return the blanket, right? It's okay. Just return it when you have time." "Oh." Rin was slightly taken aback. Then, like a deflated balloon, she lowered her head and turned to leave. Then, the teacher continued to call names one by one. Feiju, Mizuki, Yuhi Kurinai. Kurinai also left. Before leaving, she gave Uchiha Chi a strange look. However, Uchiha Chi didn't have time to ponder the meaning of that gaze because the teacher had already called his name. Uchiha. Uchiha Chi stood up and left the classroom as the teacher closed the door behind him. He made his way to the office building. Uchiha Chi stood in front of the principal's office, took a deep breath, and knocked on the door. "Knock, knock. Come in." Uchiha Chi pushed the door open and entered. An old man with a head full of white hair, wearing a Hokage hat, sat behind the desk, looking kindly at the entrance. Chapter 51, Little Chi. You are too narrow-minded, dressed in a white robe and wearing a Hokage hat. He looked kind and gentle. These elements combined naturally pointed to the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi. After all, the other Hokages did not live long enough to be described as kind and gentle. By comparison, the third Hokage was simply the king of longevity. "Lord Hokage." Uchiha Chi paused for a moment, respectfully greeting him. Hiruzen Sarutobi nodded and gestured to the chair, saying, "There's no one behind you, so there's no rush. Please sit down first." What is this old man up to? Yes. Although he had already begun to criticize Sarutobi in his heart, Uchiha Chi still nodded vigorously and strode to the chair to sit down. His expression was tense, his hands crossed over his abdomen, and his eyes blinked rapidly, clearly showing signs of nervousness. Seeing this, Sarutobi didn't find it strange. Instead, he squinted slightly and smiled even more kindly. He had seen this situation many times before. Among the students who had entered this office, it could be said that 9 out of 10 were like this. Many even showed more nervousness than Uchiha Chi. By the way, the remaining one was his son, Asuma. When Asuma had just pushed the door open, he had made a sound of disapproval, and Sarutobi instinctively reached for his belt. By the time he realized it, Asuma had already run off with his number. "You seem a bit nervous?" "Of course." Uchiha Chi put on a performance, looking at Sarutobi as if facing the scorching sun at noon, his whole body trembling. "In my opinion, you are the most important Hokage in the history of Konoha." "Oh." Sarutobi looked over, curious. "Why is that?" "Because you are the strongest Hokage in history." Uchiha Chi replied matter-of-factly. Sarutobi's expression immediately became somewhat subtle. He had always felt unworthy of the title of the strongest Hokage. He didn't know who had come up with such a vague title instead of focusing on doing their tasks. "Chi." Sarutobi shook his head and said, "Whether it's the first Hokage who used would release or my teacher, the second Hokage who could use the Flying Thunder God technique, they were all very powerful ninjas." "I don't believe it." Uchiha Chi shook his head, Answering honestly, I haven't seen them. I only know that the third Hokage is the strongest. You're being too narrow-minded. Sarutobi's face immediately darkened. Chi, this is not right. If you don't know something, you should seek to understand it instead of sitting in a well and looking at the sky. This is very detrimental to your ninja training. Detected pleasure from Hiruzen Sarutobi. Received 15 points and increased defense by 3. Ha, shameless old man. Uchiha Chi silently spat in his heart, thinking that if it weren't for the system prompt, he would have believed it. I understand what you mean, Lord Third. Uchiha Chi lowered his head with a guilty expression and said, I will definitely go back and study the history of Konoha. That's right. That's right. This is the true will of fire. Sarutobi immediately returned to his kind demeanor. You actually don't need to be so nervous. Chi took 2 seconds to come up with the name to your performance. I have always been watching. You will definitely become a backbone of our Konoha in the future. Uchiha Chi felt a bit dazed, sensing a deja vu of his previous boss talking to him. Your performance, the company has been watching. However, the company's cash flow is indeed a bit tight. He thought he was getting a promotion and raise, but it turned out to be about reducing costs and increasing efficiency. However, it was fine. He wasn't playing Earth Online, so such a scenario wouldn't happen. As Sarutobi spoke, he rummaged through the desk and pulled out a note. Handing it to Uchiha Chi, Uchiha Chi took it and saw that it noted his assigned team number, time, and location. The location was the back forest north of Konoha, and the time was 3 in the afternoon. Class 5. Uchiha Chi read the note. That's right. Class 5, Sarutobi nodded. Your teammates are all very excellent kids. You should learn a lot from them. I will. Uchiha Chi nodded seriously. I will learn from other strengths and reflect on their weaknesses. I will strive to do that. Sarutobi looked at Uchiha Chi with appreciation. That's right. Among your peers, you are already one of the few who understand the will of fire the best. Is this also your will of fire? Your will of fire is truly all-encompassing. Uchiha Chi almost couldn't hold back his laughter, clenching his thigh tightly to suppress it. As for your teacher, Sarutobi's expression became somewhat strange. He brought the pipe to his mouth, took a few puffs, and slowly said, Your teacher is a very special person. Remember not to make her angry. Angry? Uchiha Chi blinked in confusion. My mentor is very prone to anger. Can such a person be a good teacher? Cough, cough. Sarutobi took the pipe away and coughed violently, waving his hand. I never said that. All right. He glanced at the clock, smiling and waving his hand. There's not much time left. You should prepare and head to the gathering point. For some reason, Uchiha Chi felt that the third Hokage seemed a bit flustered, but he still maintained his demeanor and respectfully nodded. Then I will go to the gathering now. Uchiha Chi gently closed the wooden door and left the Konoha Ninja Academy. He briefly oriented himself before heading toward the gathering point for Class 5. As he walked, Uchiha Chi felt something was off. Ever since he left the Ninja Academy, he had felt an itch on his body. Not a lung itch, but a prickling sensation on his back. The intuition of a Jonin told him that he was being watched. Who is it? Uchiha Chi walked slowly, furrowing his brow in thought. Could it be his number 1 hater, Danzo Shimura? Finally couldn't hold back anymore. Why would he choose this time to act? Uchiha Chi wasn't worried. He was already at Jonin strength and had activated his 3-tomo Sharingan. Unless Danzo dared to make a big deal out of it, he couldn't possibly do anything to him in Konoha. But if he was too scared, why follow him? Unless it wasn't Danzo. As he stepped out of Konoha and entered the forest, Uchiha Chi suddenly stopped and turned around. He saw nothing. However, even though there was clearly nothing behind him, a hint of a smile appeared on Uchiha Chi's face. Even without activating the Sharingan, his ordinary dynamic vision was still exceptional. In that moment of turning back, he caught a glimpse of a color that stood out against the forest backdrop. It was a striking golden hue. Chapter 52. Team 5 Assembly Blonde Hair? Uchiha Chi tilted his head. If there was anyone else in Konoha with blonde hair, aside from the yet-to-be-born Ino, the only person Uchiha Chi could think of was the golden fat sheep. But why was Tsunade tracking him? A hint of curiosity flashed in Uchiha Chi's eyes, but he didn't pursue it further. The assembly point was set for 3 in the afternoon, and he didn't have much time left. Forget it, if he's late. After all, Tsunade had just been mentally hit by him a few days ago, so she definitely didn't harbor any ill will towards him now. This matter wasn't particularly important, so it could be set aside for a bit. With that thought, Uchiha Chi withdrew his gaze and turned to continue on his way. Outside Konoha, in the forest, Uchiha Chi strolled leisurely towards the agreed assembly point, weaving through the dense trees. About 10 minutes later, following the directions on the note, he arrived at a patch of grass. This should be the place. The conversation halted abruptly as Uchiha Chi put down the note and smiled at the expressionless white-haired masked man. Hey, what a coincidence, Kakashi. Kakashi didn't respond. He felt somewhat irritable at the moment. To be honest, Kakashi would rather have a teammate who drags him down than be on the same team as someone as eccentric as Uchiha Chi. After all, for him, having a teammate who drags him down was actually quite tolerable. He had already gotten used to completing missions on his own during the previous two teams' assignments. But someone with Uchiha Chi's peculiar mindset was much harder to control. Who knew if he would suddenly blurt out, "Hey, I have a new idea," during a mission? The impact on his actions at that moment will be far more serious than just dragging him down. No, he must have misread the assembly point. Kakashi silently prayed in his heart. Maybe Uchiha Chi was from another team and just got lost, ending up at Team 5's assembly point. Uchiha Chi smiled and raised a note in his hand. You're also from Team 5? The last shred of hope in Kakashi's heart shattered as he stiffly replied. The worst-case scenario had indeed come true. Uchiha Chi really had become his teammate. Uchiha Chi nodded, seemingly oblivious to Kakashi's impatience. I didn't expect it, Kakashi. You actually weren't late this time. Kakashi was usually known for being late. Even last time when he faced my guy at the Southie River, he was 5 minutes late. Who would have thought he was actually looking forward to his teammate? Saying this, Uchiha Chi began to scrutinize Kakashi with great interest, including, but not limited to, the right hand Kakashi had broken from being punched by him, which was still in a cast and seemed not fully healed, and the area where Kakashi had endured his 1,000-year knee. Under Uchiha Chi's wandering gaze, Kakashi's face gradually became pale. Even with his usual expressionless demeanor, facing someone who had nearly caused him to be childless was still hard to remain calm. But thinking about the fact that this person would be his teammate for the next few years, Kakashi could only coldly nod. But just as he nodded, Kakashi instantly regretted it. He suddenly realized that he would have to be in the same team as this guy for the next few years. This meant that there would be many uncertainties in future operations. Moreover, during missions, he would have to be on guard against someone kicking him from behind. Kakashi took a deep breath, feeling the first impulse to turn around and leave. He would rather be on a team with my guy. However, Uchiha Chi, who stood opposite him, didn't pay much attention to Kakashi's changing expressions. After all, for him, as the perpetrator, it was simply an inspiration that led him to kick. What he cared about more was who their instructor was. Where's the teacher? Uchiha Chi looked around, but he didn't see a third person in the open space. I don't know. Kakashi shook his head coldly. When I got here, there wasn't anyone. Now it should be considered late. Uchiha Chi couldn't help but complain. He had even sped up his pace to avoid being late. In the end, it was only him and Kakashi who arrived on time, while the last teammate and the instructor were all late. The future of his team looked bleak. It should be Kakashi also felt somewhat speechless, the corners of his mouth turning down behind the mask. Just as they were vaguely worried about the future of their team, a rustling sound suddenly came from the direction they had come from. It was the sound of a ninja moving quickly through the leaves, and the footsteps of the incoming person were very hurried. Uchiha Chi turned around and looked towards Kakashi. From the dense green jungle, a girl suddenly emerged, glancing around. Upon seeing that there were people in the clearing beyond the jungle, her ruby-like eyes instantly brightened. She approached the two, holding a piece of paper, and asked with quick breaths, Team 5? Having run too quickly, her delicate cheeks were slightly flushed, and a thin layer of sweat covered her fair forehead, slightly dampening the tips of her hair between her brows. A few fresh leaves were also stuck in her naturally curly long hair. Yes. Kakashi nodded affirmatively. Upon receiving the answer, Yuhi Kurenai let out a sigh of relief, raised her hand to wipe the sweat from her forehead, and her voice returned to its usual calm. Looks like I wasn't late. Uchiha Chi smiled at Kurenai, but said nothing. Kakashi's deadfish eyes moved slightly as he calmly stated, You were late. Just 3 seconds after feeling calm, Kurenai's hand, which was wiping sweat, suddenly froze. She bit her flushed lower lip, closed her slightly heroic eyes, and adjusted her breath, which had become somewhat erratic from running. After half a minute, she opened her eyes and finally had the leisure to examine her two teammates. Kakashi? Kurenai was slightly taken aback, realizing that the person who had just spoken to her was indeed Kakashi. No wonder he was so sharp. Kakashi said nothing and nodded at her. Perhaps because the other teammate wasn't eccentric but a normal person, Kakashi's mood improved significantly compared to before. Please take care of me. Kurenai also nodded, but a hint of worry flashed in her deep red eyes. As the son of Konoha's White Fang and the youngest Chunin in history, Kakashi was undoubtedly a genius, and his abilities were naturally beyond doubt. However, Asuma Sarutobi often revealed some unpublished information in front of her to showcase his maturity. Therefore, Kurenai knew that Kakashi had joined a ninja team after graduating early. Though she didn't know the reasons, he had already withdrawn from 2 teams consecutively. This meant that this Team 5 was already Kakashi's 3rd team. Are you here to disband this team? Kurenai thought to herself. She forced herself to look away, appearing to maintain a calm expression, but the thought of this team's future brought a hint of anxiety to her eyes. She silently sighed and subconsciously shifted her gaze to the other teammate. The messy, instant noodle hair and the delicate face came into view. Kurenai couldn't help but exclaim, "Uchiha Chi, hello." Uchiha Chi smiled and nodded. "Please take care of me in the future." Chapter 53, yes, in the forest. Sunset Red looked at the warm smiling boy in front of her with some uncertainty. For some reason, she seemed to frequently encounter Uchiha Chi lately. Ever since she saw him eating ramen with Might Guy and Kakashi at Ichiraka Ramen, she would occasionally run into him and Might Guy on the streets of Konoha, both of them chatting and laughing. This reclusive, beautiful boy seemed to have become much more cheerful after graduation. Was it really due to the pressure of studies leading to a change in personality? That is what Sunset Red originally thought. However, this afternoon in the classroom, she witnessed Nohara Rin actively talking to Uchiha Chi, although she couldn't hear what they were discussing. Seeing Uchiha Chi's calm demeanor made Sunset Red doubt whether she was dreaming. Was this really the same Uchiha Chi who used to lower his head and act shy when approached? Also, how did these two connect? Had they ever spoken before? It seemed that because Sunset Red had not responded for a while, Uchiha Chi tilted his head, looking at her with a hint of confusion in his clear eyes. Only then did Sunset Red come back to her senses. This was not a good time to be dazed, so she awkwardly mimicked Uchiha Chi's words and said, "I look forward to working with you in the future." Uchiha Chi smiled and nodded, saying, "I didn't expect that you, Sunset Red, would become my and Kakashi's teammate." Kakashi also agreed, adding, "I thought you would be in a team with Asuma." In Kakashi's view, both Obito and Asuma were like sticky gum, only that the former stuck to Nohara Rin and the latter to Sunset Red. He had thought that as the son of the Hokage, Asuma would progress slightly faster than Obito, but it seemed that was not the case. Sunset Red bit her lip, shook her head, and said nothing. During this time, Asuma had subtly asked her if she had any desired teammates. Her answer was straightforward, no. However, when her most admired father, the special Jonin of Konoha, Sunset Akihiko, had also tentatively asked if she wanted to be in a team with the Hokage's youngest son, Sunset Red felt a bit sad. She had just been promoted to Genin, graduated from the Ninja Academy last week, and hadn't even completed a single mission. Moreover, she had never had any feelings for the opposite sex throughout her life. Yet her elders were already planning these things. This made her quite uncomfortable. Fortunately, her firm stance truly earned her a breather opportunity. Asuma did not end up in the same team as her. As for why she was eventually assigned to Team 5, she was unclear. As long as there was no coincidental alignment with Asuma, she was willing to accept anything. Seeing the somewhat gloomy expression on Sunset Red's face, Uchiha Chi and Kakashi exchanged glances, both not fully understanding the situation. Kakashi's father had already passed away, and no one in the clan dared to arrange such things for him. Uchiha Chi's parents had died even earlier, and very few in the clan remembered him, let alone arrange such matters. However, Uchiha Chi could still empathize a little. After all, he had also been through blind date setups in his past life. This girl has a great personality. Why don't you give it a try? This girl has a stable job. Why don't you date her first? Uchiha Chi had rejected all of them. He just wanted to quietly play games. Thinking of this, Uchiha Chi stepped forward and broke the silence with a smile. I wonder what time it is now. Our dear instructor isn't a directionally challenged person, is he? Kakashi calmly shook his head. I've never heard of ninjas being directionally challenged. In today's well-structured ninja village system, becoming a ninja requires passing the assessments of the Ninja Academy. Regardless of which ninja village it is, there must be a subject on reading map information in their assessments. After all, location information is one of the most crucial parts of combat intelligence. If you get lost and end up in the enemy's camp during a fight, and are forced to reveal intelligence by the opposing ninjas, wouldn't that be disastrous? Sunset Red touched her thick, curly hair, brushing off the leaves stuck in it, and uncertainly said, "It should be around 4 o'clock now." The reason she was late was actually quite simple. After all, it was normal for Kakashi to arrive before her. But Uchiha Chi was behind her, yet he had also arrived at the assembly point before her. Even if she walked slowly, that didn't make sense. Everything was because she had gone to the food district to eat. This morning, She had gotten up early for her usual morning practice. Originally, it was just simple training, but she suddenly had an epiphany and became completely engrossed in it. If her father hadn't reminded her near noon, she might have forgotten about the team assembly altogether. She hurried to the ninja academy to collect the note, and only while walking did she realize how fatigued she felt. After all, she hadn't eaten anything from morning till afternoon. Although ninjas are stronger than ordinary people, they still feel dizzy when hungry. To avoid dragging down the afternoon training, Sunset Red decisively went into the food district, and in the dining establishment, there was a clock she could see, so she naturally knew the time. Just before leaving, it happened to be 3:30 in the afternoon, and now, feeling like half an hour had passed, it was indeed around 4. Regarding Sunset Red's answer, Uchiha Chi and Kakashi did not refute it, but they both looked over at her simultaneously. How do you know that? Sunset Red's heart skipped a beat. She said with her eyes wandering. I saw it when I passed by a convenience store. Oh, Kakashi nodded indifferently. Uchiha Chi, however, looked at her with great interest. Until she felt her face heating up from his gaze, Sunset Red straightened her neck and asked, What is up? Uchiha Chi's lips curled up even more as he pointed at Sunset Red's right hand. Sunset Red was slightly taken aback, following his gaze to look down. And only then did she see that her sleeve was smeared with oil, clearly from eating too hastily in the food district. I got on me. Uchiha Chi's teasing voice came, and Sunset Red felt a buzzing in her head, almost wanted to fly up from the spot. This is... She bit her lip hard and stubbornly muttered, I got this when I was making breakfast this morning. Uchiha Chi responded, the corners of his mouth curving even higher. All right. This guy. Sunset Red felt her ears slightly heat up, her red lips parted, wanting to explain something. But behind her came the rustling sound. The three turned around together to look. Before they could blink, a flash of gold zipped past their eyes. Yo! Tsunade appeared in front of the three in an instant, glaring fiercely at Uchiha Chi with her almond eyes, and raising the food box in her hand towards the completely stunned other two. Have you eaten? Chapter 54, I have no objections, have you eaten? As Tsunade leisurely raised the lunchbox in her hand, no one answered her question. Kakashi instinctively widened his dead fish eyes, staring blankly at Tsunade. The last time he had opened his eyes this wide was a few days ago, when he was reprimanded by Uchiha Chi. As for Yuhi Kurenai, she was completely dazed. Her red lips slightly parted, forgetting to respond to the question at all. Taking advantage of the two's moment of distraction, Tsunade shot a glare at Uchiha Chi. Uchiha Chi couldn't help but feel confused. He hadn't eaten any rice from Tsunade's house, so why was she glaring at him? Seeing Uchiha Chi's bewildered expression, Tsunade's right eyelid twitched slightly, secretly gritting her teeth. This little brat. I specifically came to guide him for 2 days, and he actually questioned the third Hokage. With her temper, can she really be a good teacher? This is simply good intentions met with a donkey's liver. Before leaving, I must give that old man a good beating. Just as Tsunade was angrily starting to think of a new round of borrowing money tactics, the two people who were in a daze finally came to their senses. Lady Tsunade, Kurenai asked with a somewhat restrained expression, respectfully greeting her, Are you our guiding teacher? She still couldn't understand why the legendary Sannin of Konoha, Lady Tsunade, would become their guiding teacher. She remembered her father saying that since the Second Shinobi World War, Lady Tsunade had been living a carefree life, wandering around the ninja world. Aren't you the 5th team? Tsunade tilted her head, her single ponytail swaying slightly. That's right. We are members of Team 5, Uchiha Chi said with a complicated expression, and this is the gathering place for Team 5. He finally understood why Sarutobi Hiruzen had told him not to anger the guiding teacher. If she got angry with just a couple of punches, even elite ninja's ribs would probably break 5 of them. He seemed to have questioned whether such a person could be a good teacher back in the third Hokage's office. Could it be that she was eavesdropping outside? Is that why she just glared at him like that? No wonder Sarutobi Hiruzen panicked back then. This old man didn't give any hints. The more Uchiha Chi thought about it, the more he felt that was the case. So he cast a suspicious glance at Tsunade. As a result, Tsunade immediately rolled her eyes dramatically. Uchiha Chi stood up straight on the spot, feeling the impact of such a big eye roll. That's more like it. Although she didn't understand why Uchiha Chi was bowing his head, Tsunade felt that her authority as one of the Sannin was still intact, and her mood improved considerably. I am a temporary teacher of Team 5. Temporary? Kakashi accurately caught this particular word. Kurenai also asked in confusion, What does temporary teacher mean, Lady Tsunade? In the actions of ninjas, successfully completing missions often relies heavily on the cooperation between teammates. Therefore, after each team is assembled, unless there are special emergencies, team members will not be replaced for the next few years. This member not only includes those who have just graduated from the Ninja Academy, but also includes the guiding teacher in the team. So, what does Tsunade mean by temporary? It can't just be that she's here to play for 2 days and then continue wandering the ninja world, right? Bathed in the confused gazes of the three, Tsunade crossed her arms and smiled. I'm here to play for 2 days. As soon as these words came out, not only Kurenai, but even the usually expressionless Kakashi had his eyes freeze instantly. Isn't that too willful? Isn't that too irresponsible? Looking at Tsunade's smug face, Uchiha Chi couldn't help but twitch his lips and tentatively asked, it can't really be just 2 days, right? Tsunade raised her long index finger, resting it on her fair cheek, and pondered for a moment before uncertainly asking, basic cooperative tactics, basic ninjutsu training excluding body flicker technique, and basic medical ninjutsu learning. Can you all finish that in 2 days? Of course, Uchiha Chi said slowly. Tsunade's eyes gradually lit up, and Kurenai and Kakashi also looked over together. Feeling a prickling sensation on his back, Uchiha Chi immediately stated decisively, no way. You could just leave after 2 days, but what about the 3 of us? Were we supposed to call ourselves, without a teacher, a wild team? That would be a real pity. Tsunade clicked her tongue, sighed, and shook her head, but her face bore a subtle smile, indicating that she was not very disappointed. Or rather, she knew that these skills couldn't be mastered in just 2 days. In short, I'll teach you what I need to teach you, and then I'll leave, Tsunade promised, patting her chest. You can't expect me to manage you little brats for years. Can you? Teaching, and then leaving had been her original plan. As a return for the night, she spent drinking with him and disturbing him. She intended to teach this boy named Uchiha Chi some basic skills and abilities. At most, she would teach him a bit of the Senju clan's essentials to ensure his survival in the future, and then she could continue her wandering in the ninja world, avoiding her creditors' demands. After all, as someone who had been a J-nin for many years, Tsunade was confident she wouldn't do any worse than other guiding teachers. Kakashi and Kurenai exchanged glances. Although they felt it was a bit unreliable, the other party was one of the legendary Sannin of Konoha. Compared to those teams assigned to CH Nin or barely J-nin as guiding teachers, their Team 5 was undoubtedly far superior. The only concern was her apparent tendency to run away at any moment. However, even if Tsunade decided to leave one day, the third Hokage would surely arrange for them to have a new guiding teacher, right? With that thought in mind, Kurenai and Kakashi both nodded slightly, then turned to look at Uchiha Chi, who had yet to express his opinion. Tsunade also looked at Uchiha Chi with great interest. Uchiha Chi smiled wryly. What else could he say? With Tsunade's status as the princess of Konoha, she could do whatever she wanted. These 2 genin and 1 CH Nin actually thought they had any say in the matter. That was quite naive of them. Moreover, Uchiha Chi glanced at the system panel floating in front of everyone, which was only visible to him. Detected satisfaction from Tsunade, gained 15 points, and defense increased by 3. Why refuse? Uchiha Chi's smile became somewhat subtle. He suddenly recalled that he had previously thought about the issue of team assignments and had mentioned not wanting a teacher with psychological issues. He didn't expect to find himself in a situation that felt quite appealing now. Bathed in the gazes of the 3, Uchiha Chi smiled and spread his hands. I have no objections. Chapter 55, none of you noticed my tracking. I have no objections, Uchiha Chi shrugged helplessly. After all, Tsunade had no ill intentions towards him. Since he couldn't resist, he might as well enjoy it. Tsunade smiled as well. Strong-arming was a habit she had as an elder sister, and the younger brother should obediently follow orders. She had dealt with Shinjuro like this in the past. She smiled happily, placing her hands on her hips as she gazed at this Uchiha boy. In her slightly dazed vision, Uchiha Chi's face slowly began to merge with the memory of Shinjuro, until the warm laughter pulled her back from her fantasies. Then please take care of me in the future, teacher. Tsunade finally regained her senses and stared blankly at Uchiha Chi. The boy was gently smiling, his messy black hair giving him a unique layered look, adding an extra touch of handsomeness to his already refined features. He was just a gesture away from being the carefree protagonist in those best-selling novels from the Konoha bookstore. What's wrong, Lady Tsunade? Uchiha Chi blinked, his eyes filled with a hint of confusion and concern. Tsunade's expression suddenly became strange. The lighting in the izakaya was dim, so she hadn't noticed before, but now that she looked closely, this kid seemed to be more handsome than Shinjuro by quite a bit. Realizing this, Tsunade's mind instantly separated the overlapping images of the two, creating an immense distance between them. Ahem. Tsunade coughed in her fist to hide her embarrassment and then said fiercely, "If you have no objections, then stand straight. What's going on?" Uchiha Chi, Yuhi Kurenai, and Kakashi, although confused, lined up in an orderly fashion. Good. Tsunade glanced at the three of them, satisfied, and nodded. "Extend your hands." The three complied. Tsunade nodded again in satisfaction, walked up to them, and handed them something one by one. With a wave of her right hand, the sternness on her face disappeared, replaced by a genuine smile of relaxation. "Now let's eat." Uchiha Chi and the others slowly looked down and discovered that they each held a food box. They exchanged blank stares for 2 seconds, wondering if this person's emotions were always so unpredictable. 10 minutes later, having eaten their fill, Uchiha Chi set down his food box. Although the tender chicken tasted pretty good, it couldn't compare to his family's cooking. In his hometown, they specialized in chicken dishes, with over 10 different ways to prepare chicken, not the kind that's free-range and inedible. At this moment, Kakashi also set down his food box, completely clean, with not a single grain of rice left. He pressed his hands together and calmly said, "Thank you for the meal." With both of them finished, their gazes naturally turned to the last person. Yuhi Kurenai held her chopsticks, staring at the food box in front of her that had barely been touched, looking hesitant. Kakashi frowned, confused, and asked, "Do girls really eat so little?" Uchiha Chi pretended to know nothing, sitting on the ground, counting his fingers, but couldn't help but smile. "Little glutton." Tsunade shot a funny glance at Kurenai and clapped her hands. "Since you're full," Tsunade slowly said, "then keep an eye on the food boxes in your hands." The three were slightly taken aback, then looked down, and then back up at each other's food boxes. They only then noticed that the colors of the food boxes corresponded to the colors of their clothing. Uchiha Chi had deep blue, the color of his clan attire. Kakashi had pure black, the color of his daily sportswear. As for Kurenai, it was light white, the color of her bandage-like tank top. "I tracked each of you," Tsunade scoffed with crossed arms, "and none of you noticed my presence." Hearing this, Kakashi and Kurenai's expressions changed. Kurenai was relatively okay, although a bit surprised. As a newly promoted genin, it was normal not to detect the tracking of jonin. Not to mention that the other party was one of the legendary sannin of Konoha, Lady Tsunade. However, Kakashi felt a bit unsettled. He held himself to high standards, and the Hokage clan was, after all, of samurai descent, particularly skilled in stealth and assassination. Those skilled in stealth and assassination are naturally also adept at counter-stealth and counter-assassination. Therefore, even though he was only a chunin, Kakashi never thought anyone could track him silently. But the results were right in front of him. He didn't even know when he had been targeted. This left Kakashi feeling a bit lost. First Uchiha Chi, then Tsunade. It seemed he was constantly being struck. Was he really that weak? As for Uchiha Chi, watching the confident Tsunade, he merely raised an eyebrow and stayed silent. That gaze that had been watching him since he left the office indeed came from Tsunade in front of him. Thinking that Tsunade had not realized she had been detected, Uchiha Chi could only clench his fists tightly, suppressing his laughter. But no matter how he suppressed it, he couldn't hold back. Cough, cough. Uchiha Chi shook his shoulders and burst out laughing, seriously saying, "Lady Tsunade means one should never underestimate any opponent and always be vigilant of their surroundings." Tsunade glanced at Uchiha Chi appreciatively. "This kid understands her quite well." "That's right," Tsunade said, her smile gradually fading. "Never underestimate your opponent at any time. Until your opponent is completely out of breath in front of you, never let your guard down." Her lover, Kato Dan, died in the Second Shinobi World War, and his death was brutal, having had all his organs removed. Tsunade had deduced from the battle traces at the scene that Kato Dan was not always at a disadvantage. In fact, he had held the upper hand for most of the time. He was killed the moment he felt assured of victory and let his guard down. Whether it was a sneak attack or his opponent seizing the opportunity to counterattack was impossible to deduce. But in any case, it was that moment of negligence that cost him his life. Tsunade took a deep breath and continued. "Also, don't think that you're safe around you. Remember, before you are strong enough, there is no safe place in this world." Her younger brother, Shinjuro, died in the woods around Konoha when Tsunade arrived. The scene had already been destroyed by trampling and explosions, and all she could see was the cold, unblinking corpse of Shinj. He had accidentally killed himself while practicing the explosive tag, and Tsunade couldn't understand why Shinj would make such a ridiculous, basic mistake. All she knew was that if Shinj had been a bit more vigilant at that time, perhaps the outcome would have been different, and she wouldn't have ended up like this. Chapter 56. Look into my eyes and answer my questions. If Cat had been a bit more vigilant at that time. If SH Ju had checked before using the explosive tag. Maybe. But there are never so many maybes. This is the only timeline. Those who value emotions lose important people. The medical ninja develops hemophobia, and Tsunade becomes a hopeless drunkard. Clothes can be mended, but wounds are hard to heal. Huh. Tsunade took a deep breath, suppressing the sadness that eroded her limbs, and looked at the three new ninjas in front of her, who were quietly watching her. They were so young, with bright futures ahead. The whirlpool forehead protector on their foreheads represented their readiness to sacrifice for the village at any time. However, seeing their still somewhat naive faces, Tsunade felt a sense of unreality. She didn't understand why the ninja village system her grandfather created for peace had not changed much after all these years. What did Sarutobi Hiruzen govern? And what did Shimura Danzo do? She didn't know. Tsunade clenched her fists and glanced at the Uchiha trio with a complicated expression. She couldn't change anything. But at least, she wanted these three temporary students to live long enough to freely enjoy good wine. This was one of her hidden obsessions. Rather than hoping they would become powerful ninjas in the future, she personally hoped they could survive as much as possible in dangerous situations. This led to her second question. Tsunade seriously raised her index finger, her fingers pale and slender, neatly trimmed, appearing like an ivory sculpture in the sunlight. When you are on a mission and find that the actual difficulty of the task far exceeds the village's rating, in other words, this is a mission that may require sacrificing your companions to complete, what would you do in that situation? Uchiha Ichi, Yuhi Kurenai, and Kakashi all pondered upon hearing this. Yuhi Kurenai bit her lower lip, thought for a few seconds, and tentatively replied, "Withdraw temporarily?" Uchiha Ichi took over Kurenai's answer and said softly, "If the mission site is close to Konoha, we can return to the village. Rather than continuing an unreasonable mission and causing unnecessary sacrifices, it would be a more rational choice to relay this information back to the village in time." Tsunade looked at Uchiha Ichi with appreciation. She remembered that during their time at the izakaya, Uchiha Ichi had mentioned that he often spent time at bookstores. This answer indeed didn't seem like something from a brainwashed old man's will of fire. It seemed that reading more books was indeed useful. Now, what if the mission site is far from the village, and this mission is very urgent? Tsunade continued to ask, thinking for a moment before forming hand seals. An invisible barrier quickly expanded in her palm, covering the surrounding area. "I have set up a barrier with sealing techniques." She kindly added, "Now, all your conversations cannot be heard by the outside world. And, I swear in the name of the first Hokage." Tsunade raised her palm. "Today's conversation will not be disclosed in any form." Saying this, she nodded at Uchiha Ichi, signaling him to answer first. Uchiha Ichi tilted his head. Is it really necessary to be this cautious? Confusion detected from Sarutobi Hiruzen. Gained 10 points and increased defense by 2. Uchiha Ichi's eyes widened instantly. Damn it, this perverted old man is spying again. This sealing technique really needs to be learned. Complaining inwardly, Uchiha Ichi pondered for a moment and said, "Then we should hide first. Find an opportunity to complete the mission without causing casualties among teammates." "What if we can't find an opportunity?" Yuhi Kurenai asked softly. "Then we decisively abandon the mission." Uchiha Ichi replied without thinking. "Only those who survive have the chips to start over." In Uchiha Ichi's view, when a mission rating is problematic, there is actually no need to continue the mission. As for sacrificing one's life to complete the mission, what mission is more important than his life? As a traveler who hasn't been baptized by the will of fire, Uchiha Ichi's mind didn't even entertain the option of sacrificing his heart for the village. Yuhi Kurenai's beautiful eyes widened in surprise as she looked at Uchiha Ichi, clearly taken aback by the Uchiha boy's response. Can an urgent mission also be abandoned? She hurriedly turned to Tsunade, expecting to see displeasure on her face, but found that she had no objections. Yuhi Kurenai couldn't help but fall into deep thought. This seemed somewhat inconsistent with the will of fire she had received since childhood. Tsunade did not express her opinion, only slightly pursed her red lips. A hint of a smile at the corners of her mouth. This kid is quite to my liking. It feels like even without my teaching, he will be the type to survive until the end. Such a person may not be of great help to the village's development, but Tsunade didn't dislike him. She knew many who took the will of fire as their ninja way and were very loyal to the village. But they often did not live long enough to make contributions that matched their loyalty. Tsunade shifted her gaze to Kakashi, who had been silent. She then noticed that this son of White Fang now had a frosty expression. Tsunade's eyes moved slightly, and her red lips parted. "What do you think, Kakashi?" "I disagree. Kakashi said coldly. Uchiha Ichi and Yuhi Kurenai looked over at the same time upon hearing this. Uchiha Ichi smiled and asked, "Disagree with what?" Looking at Uchiha Ichi's smiling face. A mere Genin shouldn't take things so lightly. If abandoning this mission leads to losses for the village, who will take responsibility for that? Kakashi's face tightened as he reached for the chakra short sword at his waist. That was a gift from his father on his birthday, and also the only relic left by his father besides the Hitaki family legacy. If a mission can be abandoned just because one feels like it, then why was his father criticized back then? He couldn't accept that statement. Who will take responsibility? How can you even ask such a question? Uchiha Ichi chuckled at Kakashi, seemingly still not grasping the crux of the matter. Then let me ask you, if because of your decision, the entire team's lives were lost, can you take that responsibility? I certainly can, Kakashi replied stubbornly. Uchiha Ichi smiled again, stepped forward, and stood in front of Kakashi. Then let me ask you again. If the target's strength far exceeds the information recorded, and due to the death of the entire team, our intelligence cannot be relayed back, and the village, after a brief assessment without intelligence, underestimates the enemy's strength and sends a slightly stronger team over. Isn't that a death sentence? They clearly did nothing wrong, yet lost their lives because of your self-righteous rationality and principles. Can you take that responsibility? If every team thinks like you, running one after another to their deaths until the village finally reacts, can you be sure that the losses will be greater than if we had abandoned the mission from the start? Answer me. Uchiha Itachi put away his smile and stared intensely into Kakashi's dead fish eyes. Kakashi, look into my eyes and answer my question. Chapter 57 Classic Bell Snatching. If one of you is eliminated, won't there be only one voice left? Facing Uchiha Chi's barrage of questions, Kakashi pressed his lips tightly together. In fact, he had never thought about so many issues. The most he pondered was whether his father's mistakes back then were right or wrong. His father chose to abandon the mission to save his comrades. However, upon returning to the village, he was blamed by the villagers, and even the comrades he saved turned on him. Thus, Kakashi felt his father was wrong. Consequently, in the first two teams he joined, he could ignore the safety of his teammates to complete the mission. But when Uchiha Chi's series of questions hit him, Kakashi suddenly realized that both the breadth and depth of his thoughts were somewhat immature. Did his father back then also think about these questions? Then why was he still criticized in the end? Kakashi felt his head was in chaos. Tell me, Kakashi, can you bear this responsibility? Look into my eyes and answer me. Kakashi took a deep breath, forced himself to make eye contact with Uchiha Chi, and stubbornly squeezed out a voice from his stiff throat. I can. But Uchiha Chi interrupted him directly. You can't. Uchiha Chi sneered. By then, you'll be dead and buried, with grass on your grave taller than you. How can you bear any responsibility? Kakashi remained silent, just coldly staring at Uchiha Chi. After a few seconds, Kakashi turned his gaze away, clenched his fists, and said, You clearly don't understand anything. Watching the atmosphere between the two grow increasingly frosty, Yugao was sweating in her palms. She opened her mouth to say something to ease the tension. Otherwise, their first day of team assembly would be ruined. But Tsunade acted first. She extended her slender foot, lightly stepping on the grass, making a soft, relieving sound. It seems you all have your own thoughts, which is good. But it's not conducive to action. She smiled, clapped her hands, and shook her head. It's very difficult to move forward with different voices in a team, to help you coexist harmoniously. Ding, 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 ding. Tsunade mysteriously extended the back of her hand, then flipped her wrist upward, revealing two silver bells lying in her palm like magic. Let's snatch the bells. Uchiha Chi instantly squinted his eyes. He thought Tsunade wouldn't engage in such antics. But here she was. The classic bell-snatching segment. Snatch the bells? Yugao's delicate oval face was filled with question marks. This is the ultimate test for you genin, Tsunade said cheerfully. The one who grabs a bell officially becomes a genin, while those who don't will obediently go back to the Ninja Academy to repeat a year. After saying this, Tsunade shook her palm, and the silver bells sparkled in the sunlight. Yugao was momentarily dazzled by the light, instinctively squinting and wrinkling her nose in confusion. But there are only two bells here. So, Tsunade nodded. At least one of you three will have to go back to repeat the Ninja Academy. Go back to repeat? Wouldn't that mean being laughed at for a year? Yugao's face paled instantly. But my father never mentioned this to me. This is a form of protection, so your elders will consciously keep it a secret, Tsunade said leisurely. If you can't even do this, then there's no need for you to become ninjas. Otherwise, you'll just be delivering bounties to other ninja villages for free. Kakashi stood with his hands in his pockets, remaining silent, as if all of this had nothing to do with him. The same goes for Chunin. You'll be sent back to the Ninja Academy to repeat. Tsunade glanced at Kakashi and asked, "You wouldn't doubt my ability to do this, would you?" As the princess of Konoha, Tsunade wanted to demote Kakashi back to a student. Regardless of how difficult it was, just walking around the Hokage's office would likely accomplish it. Upon hearing this, Kakashi's body tensed, but he still kept his hands in his pockets and didn't speak. Although Uchiha Chi had injured him last time, it was because he had been careless, not realizing Chi's strength. If it happened again, he wouldn't stand toe-to-toe with Chi. Chi would have no chance of winning. As for Yugao, while her Jinjutsu was decent, Kakashi could think of 5 ways to break it in just a second. In other words, among these 3, he was undoubtedly the strongest. This was also the confidence he had as the youngest Chunin in history. He would grab one bell, and the other 2 would fight for the remaining one. That was the scenario he envisioned. Quite confident, huh? Tsunade smiled and praised. Then, "I'll pay special attention to you later." Kakashi silently lowered his head and extended his hand. He wasn't being cowardly. He just felt there was no need to oppose Tsunade. "Very good." Tsunade's eyes curved like 2 bright moons. "Do you have any questions?" Uchiha Chi smiled and raised his hand. "How does this solve our disagreements?" "Very simple." Tsunade patted her chest vigorously, causing a tremendous evil to shake. "If one of you is eliminated, won't there be only one voice left?" Before they could react, Tsunade shook the bells in her hand, which immediately rang out with a clear sound. "Now you have 3 minutes, and after 3 minutes, the bell snatching officially begins." Saying this, she vanished and sat down in front of a wooden stump, taking out a few bottles of liquor, 2 plates of snacks, and a deck of cards from Sealing Scroll, happily starting to drink. Kakashi and Uchiha Chi, who remained in place, faced each other. They didn't speak, but it felt as if sparks were flying between them. "Wait!" Yugao, with a tense expression, stood between the 2, nervously waving her hands. "Lady Tsunade is trying to sow discord between us. Clearly, she used to be the most aloof one in the crowd. Why has she turned into a meddling mother since coming to Team 5? If these 2 started fighting before they even began, wouldn't she be doomed too? What? She could go snatch the bells herself? Really?" Uffed. Seeing Yugao's anxious face, Uchiha Chi couldn't help but laugh. "What are you laughing at?" Yugao stomped her foot and asked in a low voice. She was almost frantic, wanting to pinch Uchiha Chi's smug face until it deformed. "We obviously know she's trying to sow discord." Uchiha Chi explained with a smile. "We never thought of falling for it." He looked at the expressionless Kakashi beside him. "Such a cheap trick, right, Kakashi?" "Humph." Kakashi turned his head away but didn't refute. Yugao paused slightly, looking at Kakashi. Then at Uchiha Chi, questioning her life. "You are both acting? After all this, is she the only one being genuine?" Chapter 58. You're being a bit extreme. Kakashi's plan? "After all this, I'm the only one being sincere. I'm connected with you guys, and you're just playing mind games, right?" Yuhi Kurenai covered her head and looked at the 2, and although her expression was somewhat defeated, she quickly understood their state. Uchiha Chi and Kakashi were certainly not acting. Their argument was real, and their thoughts were genuinely different. However, controlling one's emotions is the first lesson of the ninja school and a basic quality of a ninja. The first character of ninja is endure, which means to endure pain, to withstand torment, and to control emotions. If one can't even withstand a simple divisive tactic from Tsunade, such a person is not worthy of being called a ninja. They're just a fool with power. As the youngest Chunin in history, Kakashi is clearly not that kind of fool. As for Uchiha Chi, looking at the smiling Uchiha Chi, Kurenai felt a slight curiosity rise within her. She felt this boy was completely different from her impression of him. He dared to openly confront the so-called genius Kakashi. He also dared to question Tsunade, one of the legendary 3, about the rules. He seemed unexpectedly reliable in a non-punchable way. So, Kurenai shook her head, pushing these thoughts aside, and reconsidered the current issue. What should we do? Besides Kakashi, she and Uchiha Chi were just newly graduated genin. Oh, Kakashi was a Chunin. But even if he was a genius, he was still just a Chunin, and even if he ranked high among Chunins, he couldn't compare to a long-established Jonin like Tsunade. 1 Chunin and 2 genin. No matter how they thought or acted, they couldn't TC any winning chance. Kurenai bit her lower lip, a hint of worry appearing on her face. Uchiha Chi looked at Kurenai in surprise. "Kurenai, what's wrong? You're being a bit extreme." Kurenai widened her eyes, her autumn-like pupils looking at Uchiha Chi. "Did I say something wrong? You're actually thinking about how to defeat Lady Tsunade." Uchiha Chi shook his head and sighed. "Isn't that extreme enough?" Kurenai opened her mouth, seemingly realizing something. Now that you mention it, I guess I really am being a bit extreme. So what should we do? After hesitating for a moment, Kurenai asked, without defeating Lady Tsunade. How would they get the bells? At that moment, Kakashi, who had been silent for a long time, spoke up. We don't need to defeat her. He glanced at Tsunade, who was smiling at them, and said in a low voice, find an opportunity to steal the bells. Exactly as a guiding teacher. Lady Tsunade wouldn't set an impossible task. Uchiha Chi explained. In other words, from the very beginning, the idea of thinking about how to overpower the opponent with strength is wrong. What we should think about is how to get the bells from her hands. And before that, we can think about it first. Uchiha Chi smiled and spread his hands. What is the significance of stealing the bells, or rather, can this action be described in more precise language? Kakashi raised an eyebrow. A test? Correct. Uchiha Chi nodded slightly. Stealing the bells is a test. And what we need to do is to steal the bells and pass the test. Now, the next question. He smiled and glanced at the two. What exactly is this test assessing us on? This. Kurenai frowned and began to ponder. The thing she was least good at was this boring analysis. Although the process seemed like nonsense, the final analysis was practically useful, making it even more annoying than math. While Kurenai was still frowning in thought, Kakashi had already followed Uchiha Chi's lead and answered. Communication skills, analytical skills, thinking skills, collaboration skills, and strength. Very good. Uchiha Chi said, exchanging ideas, analyzing information, formulating strategies, collaborating to execute, and then using qualified strength to complete the task. This is what Lady Tsunade is assessing us on. And it's also the basic qualities that a qualified ninja team must possess. In fact, as long as we do these few things well enough, even if we ultimately don't manage to steal the bells, we one team need to repeat the 6th grade at the ninja school. At this point, Uchiha Chi looked at Kakashi with appreciation. Kakashi, you really are a genius. You thought of this so quickly. Kakashi turned his head to the side. Aren't you the one who thought of it too? It's just basic analysis. He didn't want to accept Uchiha Chi's praise, as that would indirectly praise Uchiha Chi as well. Kurenai glanced at Kakashi, then turned to Uchiha Chi. Her moist lips parted and closed, unable to speak for a while. You're all so amazing. In just a few minutes, you can analyze and deduce so much information. Kakashi was one thing, since he was a genius. But how could Uchiha Chi be so impressive? Uchiha Chi smiled, but didn't speak. He knew the answer to this question, which is why he guided them to think, essentially shooting the arrow first and drawing the target later. But he was naturally thick-skinned enough to accept Kurenai's praise calmly. However, Kurenai seemed to think of something, and her previously relaxed brows furrowed again. But what? Uchiha Chi asked patiently. Kurenai pointed out the key issue. How are we going to steal the bells from Lady Tsunade? Or rather, how do we make her feel that we have enough team quality? Everyone fell silent at once. The problem had indeed been analyzed, but how to solve it specifically? After an unknown amount of time passed, Kakashi was the first to break the silence. I've heard a rumor. What rumor? Kurenai immediately asked. Kakashi didn't seem like the gossipy type, and bringing up a rumor now certainly meant it wasn't just some tabloid news. It was information that could help them. Kakashi looked at Uchiha Chi and Kurenai, a rare look of conflict crossing his face. I heard that the reason she resigned from her position at the hospital and has been wandering outside of Konoha for years is not because she has a free spirit, but because she has hemophobia. Hemophobia? Kurenai exclaimed, quickly covering her mouth, but her expression still showed disbelief. A ninja standing at the pinnacle of medical skills actually suffers from hemophobia. It seems to be due to the trauma of losing a loved one. She becomes weak in the limbs when she sees blood. Kakashi nodded and said, moreover, her psychological trauma seems to be very severe, to the point where she hasn't even supervised a single surgery in all these years. You mean? Uchiha Chi looked at Kakashi with a strange expression. We should bleed in front of her, and then when she shows symptoms, we take the bells? Exactly. As long as this rumor is true, we should be able to get the bells and even easily win. Kakashi paused. He noticed that Uchiha Chi was looking at him as if he were a fool. Is there a problem? He frowned and asked. Uchiha Chi replied irritably. Of course there is a problem. Chapter 59 Lady Tsunade. We Uchiha have never been good people. What's the problem? Kakashi retorted. He thought the plan was quite reasonable. It's all a problem. Uchiha Chi glared at Kakashi and complained, you can get the bells this way. But tomorrow you'll have to go to the border and be a big soldier. What do you mean? Kakashi still didn't understand. Just as I said before, grabbing the bells is merely a means of assessment. Why, hi Kurenai said thoughtfully, this is not a written test with a standard answer. but an interview subjectively judged by Lady Tsunade. If she says you fail, then you fail. In other words, if she is not satisfied with our exam papers, it doesn't matter if we get 100 bells. Why Kurenai realized this and suddenly felt a chill down her back. Using someone else's psychological shadow to achieve goals, how could Lady Tsunade possibly be satisfied? She almost let Kakashi lead her astray. Uchiha Chi nodded in agreement. Using psychological tactics against opponents is fine, but using it against people in the village is a bit out of line. This is worse than using sleeping powder on the invigilator just to peek at classmates' answers. 3 of us might end up getting beaten up and sent back to the ninja school to relive our student days. Kakashi hesitated, frowning. She is a top J-nin. She shouldn't hold a grudge, right? Uchiha Chi was slightly taken aback. He then recalled the scene when Tsunade asked him, a minor, to pay for her drinks that night, and the few glares she shot him when they first gathered. He shook his head, his lips twitching. Hard to say. Kakashi, why Kurenai reminded him, girls can hold grudges for a long time. A hint of confusion flashed in Kakashi's eyes as he looked at Tsunade in the distance. Is she still considered a girl? Why Kurenai looked at Kakashi, speechlessly. Just this one sentence of yours could make her remember for many years. Compared to his ninja skills, Kakashi's emotional intelligence was indeed a bit lacking. Kakashi furrowed his brows and pondered for a while, but still couldn't understand why Kurenai's words. He simply stopped thinking and turned to Uchiha Chi. If we don't use this tactic, I can't think of any other way. The air instantly thickened, and the 3 fell into silence once more, until Uchiha Chi spoke up. Hey! He raised his index finger to the side of his temple, pointing at the setting sun above, and smiled. I have a new idea. The sunset faded like a tide in the forest. Tsunade sat on a wooden chair brought by the sealing scroll, and as time passed, the empty bottles on the wooden stake piled up more and more, until the sun sank toward the horizon. She rested her blushing cheek on her hand and let out a small yawn. It's about time to go back. She stretched lazily, the sleeveless white tank top gently pressing inward, the soft weight slightly trembling with her movement. Her half-drunken eyes sparkled like water, lazily glancing in the direction where the 3 had been standing, which was now empty. Tsunade lowered her hand and slowly withdrew her gaze, nodding to herself. She had originally thought that these 3 temporary students would take the opportunity to launch a surprise attack while she was showing signs of drunkenness. But she had waited all afternoon and had not sensed any gazes directed her way, really able to endure. Tsunade pouted, her lips glistening like jelly under the sunset. So, there are only 2 possibilities left. First, her instigation had worked, causing Kakashi and Uchiha Chi to have a disagreement, which made subsequent actions difficult to carry out. This would be the most boring outcome, and she would have to go through the trouble of fostering trust between them later, which would be very troublesome. Second, they did not have an internal conflict, and, after some thought, chose to lie in wait on the way back to the village, setting up many traps in a place they had to pass through, preparing to strike the moment she stepped into one. It wouldn't be a bad strategy to act when the target is least vigilant. She could also play along with them for a while. Now, how should she feign ignorance? As she lazily rose from her chair, Tsunade comfortably squinted her eyes, stretching her body while recalling the expression management skills she had learned years ago. Just as she was about to collect all the bottles on the wooden stake into the sealing scroll, a clear voice rang out from the forest. Lady Tsunade, are you going back? Tsunade was slightly taken aback and turned to look in the direction of the voice. In the dim shadows of the forest, a figure gradually became visible. Uchiha Chi walked over step by step, the warm light gently illuminating his face, highlighting his features even more. When he reached the clearing, he stood in front of Tsunade. Tsunade gazed at the young man in slight distraction, the breeze tousling his black hair, but his eyes remained bright and clear. After a few seconds, she asked, "Where are the others?" Tsunade chuckled at Uchiha Chi. "Why did you come alone?" Uchiha Chi forced a smile and shrugged. "Isn't it because of you, Lady Tsunade?" "Oh." There was a hint of curiosity in Tsunade's voice. "Because of me?" "Yes." Uchiha Chi nodded and explained. "Your scheme successfully caused our team to fall apart. Kakashi and I disagreed, and he directly refused to cooperate with me. That's not my problem." Tsunade waved her hand with a grin and asked again, "What about Kurenai? Why didn't she come with you? She's closer to Kakashi." Uchiha Chi casually said. But Tsunade was somewhat choked by this. She suddenly remembered that Uchiha Chi had mentioned he didn't have many friends. Perhaps before today, Uchiha Chi had been hoping to get along well with his teammates. Just as she began to ponder whether she had ruined his wish, Uchiha Chi's voice abruptly interrupted her thoughts. "I wonder where they are now. Uchiha Chi Muzed. but I estimate they're lying in wait for you on the way back since this is already their last chance. Tsunade was slightly taken aback, and her gaze turned somewhat unfriendly. Hey, Uchiha brat, isn't this a betrayal of your teammates? No. Uchiha Chi shook his head and replied calmly. I've always believed that communication between people should be equal. Since they no longer acknowledge me, what necessity do I have to regard them as teammates? As he spoke, Uchiha Chi slowly opened his other hand, and under the glow of the sunset, his expression was extremely sincere. Lady Tsunade, we Uchiha have never been good people. Chapter 60, I really only had a bowl of ramen. Looking at Uchiha Chi, who was calmly spreading his hands, Tsunade was momentarily speechless. She naturally understood the Uchiha clan, but over the years, she had not had much interaction with them and did not have any Uchiha friends. After all, she was from the Senju clan, which had been adversaries with the Uchiha for 1,000 years. However, according to stereotypes, this ninja clan was indeed, as Uchiha Chi said. They were exceptionally good to friends and family, yet unusually cold to strangers. Therefore, based on this stereotype, Uchiha Chi's distant attitude towards his two newly acquainted teammates, Kakashi and Yugao, was quite reasonable. But Tsunade could clearly sense that beneath his smile lay a different emotion. It was disappointment. Tsunade pursed her lips, realizing that her instigation had ruined his expectations of his teammates. Yet the boy now denied this and stubbornly claimed he had never expected anything. Hiding softness and filling oneself with thorns meant no one would dare to touch him. Wasn't that a form of tenderness as well? But this made Tsunade feel even more compelled to intervene, because she did not want Uchiha Chi's gentleness to wear away with the passage of time. That would be too cruel. At that moment, Uchiha Chi turned his head to look at the wooden stake, his eyes lighting up as he pointed at the playing cards and asked Tsunade-sama, do you know how to play cards? What do you mean? Tsunade's originally gentle gaze instantly sharpened, as if all her previous thoughts had vanished into thin air. Do you think my card skills are poor? I never said that. Uchiha Chi's mouth twitched slightly. Was this princess of Konoha a bit too sensitive? Oh, that's good then. Tsunade sighed in relief, reaching for the playing cards while glancing at Uchiha Chi sideways. Then why are you asking this? I'm just curious about Tsunade-sama's skill level. Uchiha Chi smiled slowly. After all, I've seen you come out of the casino from time to time recently. Tsunade's eyes widened in surprise. Is that so? How come I didn't know? Uchiha Chi nodded, yes. I've greeted you a couple of times, but you seem to be in a bad mood. Though he didn't continue, Tsunade understood his implication. She had been in a bad mood at that time, so she hadn't heard his greetings. Because of this, Uchiha Chi must have thought she was terrible at cards. You little brat. Tsunade said, my skills are not weak. I just have been unlucky. When did I say you were terrible? Uchiha Chi silently complained but nodded. I know, Tsunade-sama is very impressive. After hearing this, instead of relaxing, Tsunade's expression grew even more displeased, and she began to grind her teeth as if she wanted to eat Uchiha Chi alive. Was this Uchiha brat provoking her? No. She had to let him know how capable she was. Hey, have you played blackjack? Tsunade asked, her eyes filled with threat. Uchiha Chi thought for a moment. Is that the game where whoever exceeds 21 loses? Yes. Tsunade nodded, continuing to ask, how many times have you played? 2 or 3 times, I guess. Uchiha Chi replied uncertainly. He had only played twice during team-building events in his previous life. A newbie who had only played 2 or 3 times. Tsunade's heart settled immediately. She was an experienced player who had paid 10 million Ryo in tuition for this gameplay. Teaching this little brat a lesson would be a piece of cake. She quickly sat back down, patted the grass in front of the wooden stake, signaling Uchiha Chi to sit down as well. According to this gameplay, participants needed chips, which meant money, but this was not a casino, and there were no chips. After a pause, her tone became strange, and I don't have any money. The money she had tricked from Hiruzen Sarutobi a few days ago had all been lost yesterday. But we have alcohol. Uchiha Chi reminded her. I've read about losers drinking alcohol in novels. Exactly, we have alcohol. Tsunade nodded, feeling it made sense, but then realized something was off. She stared blankly. But you can't drink. Looking at Tsunade's already flushed face, Uchiha Chi understood that all he needed to do was add a little fuel to the fire. And she would agree to this gambling match. Tsunade-sama, Uchiha Chi smiled, pointing at himself. If you win against me, you could just not let me drink. You can set other conditions. Or are you not confident? Stop rambling. Tsunade shot him a fierce look. Am I afraid of you? Saying this, she stood up, leaned forward, and ruffled Uchiha Chi's hair. Uchiha Chi's gaze slightly narrowed. Who is she? How about you touch my head? However, looking at the wickedness that was about to burst forth, Uchiha Chi silently closed his mouth. A so-called adult should not hold grudges against a child. His mindset was not smaller than Tsunade's. Little brat, where are you looking? Tsunade's displeased voice rang out, and Uchiha Chi immediately straightened up, his face full of determination. Pointing at Tsunade's chest, Tsunade-sama, your button fell off. Upon hearing this, Tsunade looked down and found that the top button of her shirt was missing, and the fabric underneath seemed ready to burst out at any moment. She couldn't help but be slightly stunned. Really, when did it fall off? Looking at Uchiha Chi, who was still staring straight ahead, pretending not to see, Tsunade found it somewhat amusing. That's enough. You don't have to be so particular with me. Uchiha Chi's expression remained resolute. Tsunade-sama, if I say I only had a bowl of ramen, then I really only had a bowl of ramen. Where do you come up with all these strange metaphors? Tsunade muttered under her breath. Though it was the first time she had heard it, she understood Uchiha Chi's meaning. He had not peeped. Uchiha Chi said seriously, I read it in a book. I love reading. Tsunade pouted. She hated reading, especially those thick books filled with medical knowledge, which were thicker than bricks. So after becoming an authority in the medical field, she even took the time to write a thicker practical internal medicine of the ninja world in 2 volumes. Watching students tremble as they held the books was quite a pleasure. Recalling those past experiences, Tsunade's lips slightly curled up, and she no longer cared whether Uchiha Chi had peeped at that time. All right, I know you didn't look. She grabbed the playing cards, a hint of uncontainable excitement appearing on her face. Let's get started. Half an hour later, the sky had darkened. Tsunade-sama, shouldn't we take a break? A somewhat helpless voice echoed in the forest. In response, a frantic female voice replied, Stop? Did I tell you to stop? Keep going. Chapter 61, Why Does Everyone Like to Cry in Front of Me? The night was as dark as ink, slowly soaking into the woods behind Konoha. The darkness between the trees grew deeper, and a cool evening breeze blew through, causing rustling sound around, the sound of leaves falling and rubbing against each other. Then came the strange cries and whimpers of various wild beasts, those sounds fading in and out, as if countless beasts were sharpening their teeth in the dark, staring with their eerie eyes at the clearing. Did I tell you to stop? Keep going. In an instant, all the whimpering noises suddenly froze, and even the wind came to a halt, everything returning to normal as if nothing had happened. With a whoosh, a spark suddenly shot up. Seconds later, the oil lamp on the wooden post emitted a gentle light, illuminating the area for a few meters, also lighting up the boy's soft and delicate face. Good. Uchiha Chi smiled wryly in response while blowing gently at the flickering flame with his index finger. Suddenly, the flame went out. Stop talking. This time I'm definitely going to win. Hurry up and draw a card. Tsunade, sitting opposite him, urged. At this moment, her complexion was slightly tipsy, her fair skin flushed with a delicate peach pink, looking no different from half an hour ago. However, perhaps due to the rising alcohol, the green robe printed with the character for Gamble had already been tossed aside, leaving only a sleeveless white vest with one button missing. The empty bottles of alcohol on the wooden post were piled up so high that they could no longer fit, only able to be placed on the grass around the seats, with 3 layers surrounding them. No one knew how many times she had lost in the past half hour. Even Uchiha Chi had lost count. He could only look at Tsunade with genuine admiration. He hadn't seen her drink in full at the izakaya last time, but today he truly gained some insight. Based on Tsunade's drinking capacity, if it were any random jonin, without using chakra to speed up metabolism, they would probably have started to collapse on the ground, unconscious, or crying and making a scene. In his previous life, she would be the god of socializing. Hurry up and draw a card. Hurry up and draw a card. Tsunade's beautiful eyes were hazy, pouting her plump red lips, pointing at Uchiha Chi's nose and saying. Her tone was no longer the boldness of her usual self, but rather like a spoiled child. Uchiha Chi's gaze shifted, realizing that Tsunade had reached her limit. Clearly, even someone with Tsunade's alcohol tolerance was nearing drunkenness after so many bottles of strong liquor. After all, it seemed she hadn't gone to the restroom even once. Thinking this, Uchiha Chi reached out and drew a card from the top of the deck. A red heart K, equivalent to 10 points. Looking at the cards in his hand, 1 spade 3, 1 diamond 4, and 1 club 4. Adding them up, it was exactly 21 points. What the heck? Uchiha Chi was momentarily stunned, then gently exhaled, smiling at Tsunade in front of him. She was swaying slightly in her chair, looking evidently in a good mood. Noticing that Uchiha Chi was looking at her, Tsunade blinked her eyes and asked cutely, Why are you looking at me? Hurry up and show me. Uchiha Chi nodded and placed his cards on the wooden post. I'm definitely going to win. Tsunade hummed lightly while counting Uchiha Chi's points. 3, 7, 11. Hey, she didn't believe it and counted again. 10, 14, 18. Tsunade fell silent. 2 seconds later, she slammed the cards in her hand down and then covered her head, wailing. Uchiha Chi didn't say anything, picking up the cards scattered under the wooden post, silently counting them. 1, 2, 1, 5, 1, 6, and 1, 7. 20 points. Quite close, but still not a win for him. Uchiha Chi's expression gradually became strange. This woman indeed seemed to have some fortune about her, but it wasn't the positive kind. It seemed that this time, I also won, Lady Tsunade. How about we call it a night? Uchiha Chi felt that if they kept drinking, Tsunade might become the first Hokage to suffer from alcohol poisoning. But Tsunade didn't answer, only burying her face deep in her knees. Why? Why do I always lose? Why is it always like this? At first, it was just unclear mutterings to herself, but it gradually turned into a sorrowful whimper. Uchiha Chi quietly watched Tsunade, remaining silent for a long time. Since their first meeting, he could sense that Tsunade wasn't in a good mood. After all, normal ninjas wouldn't drink to this extent. However, his impression of Tsunade remained in the manga. That image of the big sister who laughed while drinking and gambling. Even knowing her past of losing her brother and lover, he couldn't figure out why she had been so down lately. However, he truly didn't expect that the formidable Sannin of Konoha would break down emotionally after getting drunk. Perhaps she truly was drunk. Or maybe it was because the last time there were too many people at the izakaya, and this time it was just him alone. Thinking this, Uchiha Chi smiled bitterly and rubbed his forehead. First it was Nohara Rin, and now Tsunade. Why does everyone like to cry in front of me? He wasn't good at comforting people. But looking at Tsunade curled up like a little animal, her body trembling occasionally, Uchiha Chi still didn't voice his thoughts. Instead softly saying, Lady Tsunade, you haven't been very happy recently, have you? It seemed that she noticed someone beside her, and Tsunade's sobs quieted down a bit. Good, still listening. Uchiha Chi nodded slightly, sitting down beside her. Although you always smile in the village, I just feel that you're not really happy. Even though you and I are clearly completely different, I still feel like you and I are somewhat alike every time I meet you. It's like a feeling of kinship. Tsunade slowly raised her head to look over, her eyes slightly red and still holding a bit of tears. Uchiha Chi didn't look at her, but focused on the oil lamp on the wooden post, so I can feel that you're not happy. He slightly tilted his head, meeting Tsunade's gaze. The faint light of the oil lamp illuminated his face, as well as his smile. I don't know what to do. I've never understood how to comfort others. But if you're really sad, then don't hesitate to cry it out. Lady Tsunade, I don't have a single friend. Uchiha Chi smiled, narrowing his eyes, and placed his index finger in front of his lips. So what I'm best at is keeping secrets. Tsunade stared blankly at Uchiha Chi, unable to speak. Only tears flowed down her haggard face like a dam breaking, dripping onto the grass. She slowly leaned onto the wooden post, burying her face again, but her body relaxed a lot. Why can't I have what I want? Why? The ones I care about always leave me. Woo! The bright moon hung above the forest. According to the agreed time with Uchiha Chi, fully armed Kakashi and Yuhi Kurenai set off. They had already prepared for this battle with no chance of winning. Through the forest and across the jungle, they nervously crouched low and moved forward until a figure gradually came into view. It seemed to have heard a sound. The young boy, who was staring blankly at the night, slowly turned his head to look over. Shoo! He smiled and placed his index finger in front of his lips. Chapter 62. Do you also long to be understood? 2 minutes later. You mean, Lady Tsunade got drunk and then fell asleep? Why Hai Kurenai couldn't help but raise her voice to ask. Looking at Tsunade, who was slumped over a wooden post with her back gently rising and falling. Kakashi's dead fish, eyes gradually fixed in place. Keep it down. Faced with the two people's varying expressions, Uchiha Chi didn't immediately explain, but frowned and quietly reminded them. Lady Tsunade is asleep. Saying this, he picked up the green robe with the character for Gamble printed on it from the ground and gently covered Tsunade with it. Kurenai and Kakashi exchanged a glance, feeling that things had become even more bizarre. Just 2 hours ago, they were troubled about how to snatch the bells when Uchiha Chi suddenly said he had a new idea, but he refused to disclose what it was, only telling them that the situation was very complicated and not to ask too many questions. In short, he had a way to lower Tsunade's vigilance, allowing them to stay away from this area and prepare for battle before the moon rose. Although they were left confused after hearing that, they still left to prepare for the upcoming battle, considering Uchiha Chi's analytical abilities. Kakashi consumed 3 soldier pills in a row to adjust his body to its optimal state. Kurenai returned home to bring back a sealing scroll containing tools, enabling her to perform illusion techniques that combined reality and illusion at any moment. As a result, Uchiha Chi got Lady Tsunade drunk. Is such a thing even possible? Was snatching the bells this easy? Did you bring it? Just then, Uchiha Chi spoke, looking at the two. A hint of confusion flickered in Kakashi's eyes as he quietly asked, "Bring what?" "Clothes." Uchiha Chi replied, as if it were obvious. "Clothes?" Kakashi frowned, recalling that before leaving, Uchiha Chi had mentioned something about bringing back useful items. "You mean, useful items?" Kurenai also came back to her senses, staring blankly at Uchiha Chi. "Exactly. It's getting chilly at night, and Lady Tsunade is asleep. Shouldn't she wear an extra layer to keep warm?" Uchiha Chi asked somewhat strangely, "So what did you bring?" Kurenai hesitated for a moment, then reached out to unwrap the sealing scroll. Vibrant cherry blossom petals fluttering in the moonlight. Kakashi fell silent for 2 seconds before pulling out a few soldier pills from his pocket. Uchiha Chi raised an eyebrow in surprise, muttering quietly, "Is this for pairing with the drinks while admiring the flowers? I suppose it's not impossible." Kakashi Kurenai detected shame from Hitaki Kakashi. Earned 10 points and increased defense by 2. Detected shame from High Kurenai. Earned 10 points and increased defense by 2. Watching the system prompts pop up, Uchiha Chi's lips curled up slightly. "This is amusing. I honestly didn't expect things to turn out this way." Uchiha Chi smiled and shrugged. "At first, I just thought if I could get Lady Tsunade to drink a bit more, she would be slower to react, and we would have a better chance." At this point, he looked helplessly at the sleeping Tsunade beside him. It seemed that the workload of the legendary 3 ninjas was indeed very high, as Lady Tsunade had directly fallen asleep. Kakashi looked steadily at Uchiha Chi, his expression somewhat complicated. Lady Tsunade spends less than a month in Konoha each year. How can you lie with your eyes wide open? However, he didn't want to say too much. After all, as the apparent strongest force in the team, he had done nothing and had simply won by lying down. Since fighting was no longer necessary, the remaining task was to get the bells. Uchiha Chi paused for a moment, looking at Kurenai, who was still staring at him with her mouth slightly open, clearly still recovering. "Kurenai, please take responsibility for finding the bells." Searching someone is more suitable for Kurenai, as she is also a woman. Called by name, Kurenai finally shifted her gaze from Uchiha Chi's face. "Oh, okay." She tiptoed and slowly walked towards Tsunade, while Uchiha Chi and Kakashi moved to a nearby tree. The two fell into silence for a moment until Kakashi spoke first. "How did you do it?" Even though he had a rough guess of the process, Kakashi couldn't help but ask. "How we get the bells? Just get Tsunade drunk first. Then let her fall asleep, and we can take them." This sounded simple, but it was as absurd as the steps to put an elephant in a refrigerator. It seemed impossible to execute. Yet, Uchiha Chi managed to do it. This made Kakashi unable to suppress his curiosity. Why can this quirky-minded guy accomplish things that ordinary people cannot or would not do? Facing Kakashi's question, Uchiha Chi smiled and didn't answer immediately, but tilted his head to look at him. "Do you really want to know? If you don't want to say, then forget it. Very simple, just be sincere." Kakashi looked over, appearing somewhat confused. "Sincere? That's right, just be sincere." Uchiha Chi smiled, but didn't continue, instead bringing up another topic. "Kakashi, the path of a ninja is always lonely and cruel. In my opinion, even though Lady Tsunade always smiles, her past is definitely not easy or bright. It's even heavier than ours. After all, how could a happy person suffer from hemophobia?" He turned to Kakashi. "Do you know how many important people Lady Tsunade has lost over the years?" Kakashi shook his head. "First, her grandparents, the Senju Hashirama couple. Then her parents, followed by her second grandfather Senju Tobarama, and her younger brother Senjinawaki." Uchiha Chi raised his head, looking at the crescent moon with a somewhat wistful gaze. To this day, Lady Tsunade has no relatives left by her side. Kakashi said nothing, only looking up at the moon together. The sky had clouds, and the night was hazy, but for some reason, he vaguely saw the face of his father, Hitaki Sakamo. When enough is lost, one will build high walls in their heart to seal themselves off from further harm. In my opinion, the smile on Lady Tsunade's face is a form of camouflage. However, humans are social animals. Whether in pain or joy, sharing is a natural instinct. And even those who close themselves off will always hope to be understood by others. And I just happened to appear beside Lady Tsunade when she wanted to express herself to the outside world, willing to listen to her troubles. So Kakashi, do you also long to be understood? Uchiha Chi looked at the silent Kakashi. He was just about to attempt some preliminary therapeutic talk when Kurenai suddenly ran over from a distance. The The conversation between the two thus came to an end. What's wrong, Kurenai? Uchiha Chi asked with concern. Kurenai rushed to the two, stopping abruptly, her hands on her knees as she adjusted her rapid breathing. The bells. The bells? Kakashi asked in confusion. The bells. I can't find them. P.S. I'm here again asking for reads. Just flip 2 pages to the settlement. This week will decide life and death, meow. Chapter 63. There is more than one fool like me, Uchiha Chi, Kakashi, and Yuhi Kurenai returned to the clearing in the back forest, looking at Tsunade, who was sound asleep on the wooden post. The three fell into silence simultaneously. Ever since Tsunade mentioned the test of grabbing the bells, their subconscious minds had automatically calculated 2 scenarios. If they won, they would get the bells. If they lost, they wouldn't. However, even Uchiha Chi never expected that there would be a situation where they could win but still not get the bells. They won, but not completely. Have you checked everywhere? Kakashi furrowed his brows and looked at Yuhi Kurenai. Kurenai slightly nodded, her face showing distress as she said, I've checked everywhere. I looked through all the hidden compartments in my clothes and the secret pockets in my waist. But I still haven't found the bells that should be here. Unless the other party had put the bells in a sealing scroll or hid them in some unknown corner. But doesn't that mean that the seemingly carefree Tsunade had actually made preparations long ago? It seems we've even played. Looking at the sweetly sleeping blonde with a single ponytail, Uchiha Chi sighed lightly and turned to Yuhi Kurenai and Kakashi. I guess it's true what they say about our village's 3 ninjas. Even after so many years without actual combat, they still maintain sharp thinking and intelligence. Isn't this cheating? Kurenai rubbed her brow helplessly and glanced at Tsunade, whose compressed softness looked so shocking. She blinked and looked down at herself, realizing she could see her shoes at a glance, and pouted a bit aggrievedly. Who said that women with big chests are brainless? Mom lied to her. Since we didn't pass the test, it means we lack the necessary abilities. It would be reasonable to start over. Kakashi's tone was calm, as if he quickly accepted reality. Uchiha Chi turned his head to look at him, catching a glimpse of his clenched fists. Is that so? But I feel like you're not quite satisfied. Kakashi grunted softly, not speaking. How could he be satisfied? They were only 1 step away from passing the test. But there was no way now, was there? They couldn't do anything about her. The person who could control her was no longer in this world. Are you guys going back? Uchiha Chi looked at the dejected two, the corners of his mouth gradually rising. He murmured, Are you satisfied to just go back like this? Hearing this, Kakashi's dead fish eyes moved slightly. Do you have a way? Yuhi Kurenai also looked over, her eyes filled with surprise and curiosity. Even in this situation, does Uchiha Chi still have a way to resolve it? If you believe me. Uchiha Chi smiled and said, Tsunade had a dream. As usual, she dreamed of her grandfather Senju Hashirama, her parents, and her younger brother Nawaki. But in the end, the dream fixed on the face of a boy. The boy smiled gently at her, saying nothing comforting, nor making any warm gestures. He simply sat beside her and softly told her that she could cry without worry. So, she cried on the wooden post, venting all her sadness, while the boy patiently listened to her, as if he would never leave this place. However, the most fair aspect of a dream is that whether good or bad, it will eventually reach a point of destruction, just like a bubble. As the dream faded away, Tsunade slowly woke up. The rising sun brought a touch of warmth, spilling over her body. Tsunade instinctively reached out her tingling hand to block the light, but found that she was covered with the green robe she had originally taken off. Is it him? The boy's last smile from her dream flashed through her mind. He must have left already. As a mentor, getting drunk on the first day was an utter failure. Tsunade couldn't bear to think about how poor the impression she left on her 3 students must be. Thinking this, Tsunade felt a bit cold and shrank into the green robe. She stared blankly at the sky, her lackluster brown pupils reflecting the vast blue sky. This world is indeed very big, big enough to leave her all alone. Lady Tsunade, you're awake? A comfortable breeze came by, gently dispersing the white mist in the forest. Concerned words reached her ears, and Tsunade suddenly turned to look in the direction of the voice. Uchiha Chi, sporting 2 dark circles under his eyes, was grinning at her while yawning. It was a bit cold here last night, but luckily I gathered some firewood in advance. He continued, by the way, it seems this is my first time camping outside. It doesn't feel as interesting as described in novels, but trying it occasionally isn't bad. Watching the chattering Uchiha Chi, Tsunade's mouth slightly opened, momentarily forgetting to speak. You have been here the whole time? After a long while, she finally asked softly. Uchiha Chi was taken aback for a moment, then gently nodded. I thought Lady Tsunade would wake up soon, so I specifically waited a bit. He pointed at the extinguished fire pit and scratched his head a bit awkwardly, but the fire was too warm and I accidentally fell asleep. Tsunade looked at Uchiha Chi expressionlessly. The dark circles around his eyes made him look like he had been punched twice. After a few seconds, Tsunade turned her face with a strange expression, as if she was holding back some emotion. You're an idiot, right? Ha! Tsunade could no longer hold back her laughter, continuously laughing while hitting the wooden post in front of her to relieve her mirth. Uchiha Chi watched as Tsunade forcefully split the wooden post into 4 pieces, feeling a bit startled and subconsciously thinking if he had done anything wrong to her. But soon, he straightened up again. What is there to be afraid of? He has strength too. What are you laughing at? Uchiha Chi glared at her with his panda eyes. Ah ha 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 ha. Tsunade laughed even harder, leaning on the wooden post, her shoulders shaking continuously. Whether it was an illusion or not, her eyelashes trembled slightly, and under the morning light, a glimmer of light flashed in the corners of her eyes. After an unknown amount of time, Tsunade finally calmed down her laughter. She slowly stood up from the wooden post, raised her hand to wipe the corners of her eyes. Those were tears of laughter. Because you're an idiot. Is that so? Yeah, there's more than one fool like me. Huh? Uchiha Chi smiled and pointed to the distance. Following his finger, she looked out. In the distance on the horizon, 2 figures carrying breakfast were waving and walking towards them. Tsunade's nose suddenly felt sour, and the boy's smile and her vision gradually blurred. All of them are fools. Chapter 64. On the importance of outsourcing. Seeing that Tsunade had woken up, 2 figures in the distance quickened their pace. They soon arrived in front of Tsunade and Uchiha Chi, putting down what they were carrying. Lady Tsunade, you're awake, Yuhi Kurenai said with a warm smile. At this moment, Tsunade's expression had returned to her usual calm demeanor as one of the legendary 3. Only Uchiha Chi knew that just a minute ago, this golden lamb had been visibly moved. Tsunade propped herself on a wooden post, resting her chin on her hand as she looked at Kurenai and Kakashi, her lips slightly parted. As they got closer, it became apparent that both Kakashi and Kurenai had noticeable dark circles under their eyes. This meant that what Uchiha Chi said was true. They had indeed kept vigil by her side all night. Thinking of this, Tsunade felt a pang in her nose, and the emotions she had just managed to suppress began to rise again. Do you want to eat something first? Uchiha Chi noticed Tsunade's unusual state and stepped in front of his teammates to block their view, smiling as he said, if you don't eat breakfast soon, it'll get cold. Eat. Tsunade gently wiped the corner of her eyes and glanced at Uchiha Chi. You're quite perceptive. She turned back to the wooden post, opening the takeout boxes and bags. Tender chicken, iron plate grilled meat, hangover soup. All of it was what she loved or needed. Tsunade bit her lip, feeling warmth in her heart. Hey, why is there also a sesame cake? Tsunade found a sesame cake in one of the bags. This is mine. Uchiha Chi took the sesame cake from Tsunade's hand. I didn't have breakfast either. This was purchased at the strong request of someone from the Uchiha clan. Kakashi replied, coldly from the side. This is not just any sesame cake. Uchiha Chi corrected Kakashi's misunderstanding seriously. This is a specially made beef sesame cake. Kakashi inhaled sharply, his gaze turning colder. From the moment he stepped into the Uchiha clan territory, he had been under surveillance from the patrolling guards. When he went to the sesame cake shop that Uchiha Chi designated, he sensed at least 4 pairs of eyes watching him. It felt like a thorn in his back. This made him tense his muscles. The entire process from entering to leaving the clan territory took only 20 minutes, but it felt more exhausting than training with Might Guy. Just for Uchiha Chi's stupid sesame cake. What is so special about this thing compared to an ordinary sesame cake? Faced with Kakashi's question, Uchiha Chi raised an eyebrow. It's tastier? Detected emotional fluctuations from Kakashi. Earned 10 points and increased damage by 2. Why are your emotions so unstable, Kakashi? Uchiha Chi smirked, looking at Tsunade with a smile. Hurry up and eat while it's hot, Lady Tsunade. Don't mind them. They've already eaten outside. Hearing Uchiha Chi's concerned words, Kakashi and Kurenai clenched their fists silently, feeling a surge of unnamed anger. A lot of the breakfast items were sold in different places, so to get back quickly, they had rushed back and forth in several major food streets in Konoha. They even used the body flicker technique multiple times, leaving them no time to sit down and eat. They were also starving all day. Yet Uchiha Chi really treated them as errand boys. Detected emotional fluctuations from Kakashi. Earned 10 points and increased damage by 2. Detected emotional fluctuations from Kurenai. Earned 10 points and increased damage by 2. Looking at the two who were full of grievances, Tsunade couldn't help but roll her eyes at Uchiha Chi. This Uchiha brat was indeed different from her brother, SHT. SHT was nowhere near as scheming as him. However, she didn't dislike this trait, because people like Uchiha Chi often had a better chance of surviving in wars. Moreover, his personality wasn't entirely devoid of redeeming qualities. Recalling the words he had said to her and the silent company he had kept all night, Tsunade felt warmth in her heart now. He was simply pretending to have a bad personality to avoid being hurt, but deep down, he was still a gentle and pure boy. Sensing Tsunade's increasingly gentle gaze, Uchiha Chi raised an eyebrow slightly, suspecting that Tsunade might have misunderstood something. He was definitely not a kind-hearted person at his core. Just as Uchiha Chi was about to correct Tsunade's misunderstanding of him, she had already turned her head to look elsewhere. "Let us all sit down to eat." She waved her hand at the two who were standing like they were being punished, smiling as she said, "Anyway, I can't finish it by myself." Kakashi and Kurenai didn't sit down immediately, but looked at Uchiha Chi simultaneously. "Very good, very good. This is the attitude I want." Uchiha Chi nodded in satisfaction, just about to gesture for them to sit down when an invisible large hand grabbed his head. Okay, not a large hand, and not invisible either. Tsunade roughly ruffled Uchiha Chi's hair and shot a glare at Kurenai and Kakashi. "Sit down. Can't tell the big from the small, can you?" Kurenai and Kakashi quickly sat down obediently. "That is more like it," Tsunade thought to herself, pointing at the breakfast on the wooden post. "Eat." 20 minutes later, Lady Tsunade. Kurenai, feeling a bit stuffed, raised her head. Due to staying up late, her eyes were slightly red. "Are we now?" "Don't talk." Tsunade added a few pieces of tender chicken into Kurenai's box. "Keep eating." Kurenai bit her lip and continued to eat diligently. 10 minutes later, Kurenai, holding her stomach, spoke in despair. "Lady Tsunade, I really can't fit anymore." "Really can't eat anymore?" Tsunade smiled and looked at the other two. "I reached my limit." Kakashi nodded, his face slightly pale. Uchiha Chi wasn't eating. He was watching with a smile. After all, he didn't buy any of this, so he wasn't responsible. This is the importance of outsourcing. If he had personally gone to buy breakfast, he might be the one suffering now. Looking at the bitter expressions on Kurenai and Kakashi's faces, Tsunade pointed at the breakfast that couldn't even fit on the wooden post, laughing angrily. "Now you know you can't finish it. Didn't you think about whether you'd be able to eat it when you bought it? Do you want to make your instructor sick?" "Your instructor?" Does this mean she acknowledges them as Team 5? Kurenai was slightly taken aback, then asked in surprise. "Lady Tsunade, does that mean we passed the test?" Tsunade paused, glanced to the side, and said nonchalantly, "If you passed, then you passed. Anyway, I'll be." Uchiha Chi, Kurenai, and Kakashi exchanged glances, feeling a weight lift off their shoulders, as if a stone had finally dropped. Team 5 established. Chapter 65, Asuma read, "Why didn't you come home last night?" On the way back to Konoha, the road was lined with lush green grass, and a gentle breeze rustled through the trees, creating a noticeably lighter atmosphere than the previous night. Yuhi Kurenai walked lightly beside Tsunade, quietly observing the others. Tsunade looked radiant, her complexion much rosier than in the past few days, with her hands resting behind her head as she strolled leisurely, humming a tuneless song. Even Kakashi, usually expressionless, showed a clear improvement in mood, pulling out his favorite novel from somewhere to read. As for Uchiha Chi, he appeared unchanged, casually admiring the scenery with a faint smile. Walking behind Kakashi, Kurenai slowly withdrew her gaze. In any case, the atmosphere was indeed completely different now. This was reasonable, although they hadn't experienced a battle. The mental strain from last night had been quite torturous. The dark circles under their eyes were largely due to their anxiety about the future, which had kept them awake all night. But fortunately, after hardship comes ease. Uchiha Chi's plan had indeed succeeded, and Tsunade had not asked for anything in return. Even though the three of them had passed the test, perhaps this was the only time in so many years that there was no battle involved in the bell-stealing exercise. The bell. At this thought, a hint of confusion flashed in Kurenai's eyes. Lady Tsunade. She leaned forward to look at Tsunade, hesitating for a moment before softly saying, "I actually have one more question." "What question?" "Where exactly did you hide the bell?" Kurenai couldn't help but ask this question. She remembered searching through Tsunade's pockets last night and not hearing a single sound of the bell. The bell? Tsunade was taken aback. She had completely forgotten about the bell-stealing exercise. Seeing Tsunade's expression, Kurenai paused, somewhat shocked, and said, "You didn't forget." "I didn't forget." Tsunade replied, her gaze wandering, but with determination. Then where did you put it? Kurenai was very curious. Tsunade silently pointed her chest. Then, as Kurenai's gaze grew increasingly dazed, Tsunade gently tugged at the metallic strap around her fair neck. Two shiny silver bells emerged from the deep crevice. Kurenai's mouth slightly opened. She couldn't comprehend it, but felt greatly shocked. Let's take a day off today, and I'll train you tomorrow. Upon returning to the entrance of Konoha village, Tsunade clapped her hands at the three of them and prepared to dismiss them directly. Uchiha Chi called her to a halt. Shouldn't we have a welcome dinner or something? Tsunade's eyes lit up at his words. Sure, are you paying? She said it boldly, as she had no money. Uchiha Chi silently clenched his fists, realizing once again how disdainful this woman was. I have no money, he said flatly. Don't be mad. Tsunade chuckled as she patted Uchiha Chi's shoulder. Don't worry, once I win back the money at the casino tonight, I'll treat you all to a big meal and pay you back for the drinks you covered. Uchiha Chi averted his gaze speechlessly. He felt that this promise was worth more than gold, as even if the ninja world collapsed, it might not be fulfilled. Seeing Uchiha Chi's expression, Tsunade couldn't help but chuckle again. That's it then. See you tomorrow, my 3 temporary students. With that, Tsunade turned and waved goodbye as she walked away. Watching Tsunade leave, Uchiha Chi turned to Kakashi and asked, where next? Home to train, Kakashi replied without hesitation. What a diligent genius. Uchiha Chi said with a hint of admiration on his face. Although he occasionally practiced, most of the time he relied on the system to earn gold coins, which saved him a lot of training time. After all, he found that his acting talent was significantly higher than his training talent. Kakashi glanced sideways at Uchiha Chi, feeling that the other party was mocking him. Although he had indeed lost last time due to carelessness, it was still a loss in the end. If Uchiha Obito had won against him once, he would probably want to tell the entire ninja world, and his future tombstone would have to be engraved with I once defeated Kakashi. However, Uchiha Chi didn't show any awareness of being a victor. During that last confrontation, Uchiha Chi had directly incapacitated his right hand. Even though he had undergone ninjutsu treatment in the past 2 days, it still occasionally hurt. Reflecting on the battle, Kakashi paused before asking, I wanted to ask last time, what was up with your strength? Oh, that Uchiha Chi smiled. I have innate divine strength. Innate divine strength? I don't believe it. Kakashi shook his head, looking at Uchiha Chi with his dead fish eyes. You must have been secretly training hard in taijutsu, right? I haven't, Uchiha Chi said helplessly. That's why your ninjutsu looks mediocre. All your energy is spent on taijutsu, just like my guy. But just focusing on taijutsu won't make you a capable ninja, Uchiha Chi. You're on the wrong path. I will challenge you again. As long as I stay alert to your strength, there will always be a way to win. Then you'll understand the limitations of taijutsu. Forget it. Uchiha Chi gave up resisting, adopting an expression of think what you want, then curiously laughed. By the way, when did you become such a good person, even reminding me about training? Kakashi closed the novel he had been reading, his dead fish eyes showing no emotion. It's just because you're in Team 5. I don't like having a dead weight in the team. Oh, I see. Uchiha Chi nodded perfunctorily, looking around and not seeing Kurenai. By the way, where's Kurenai? It seems she left shortly after Lady Tsunade did, Kakashi pondered. I feel like she has been a bit distracted since she came back. The two exchanged puzzled glances, completely clueless about their teammate's state. Why is it so big? On the way home, Kurenai's mind kept replaying the scene of Tsunade pulling out the bell. Duong duong, that unparalleled visual impact, left her unable to think of anything else. And she didn't even know where she was going, just moving her feet based on muscle memory. Until a certain turn, a figure quickly approached her from that direction. Kurenai. Asuma Sarutobi jogged over, sporting dark circles under his eyes and bloodshot scara. Why didn't you come home last night? Chapter 66, she said it was overeating hearing the call. Sunset Red's long eyelashes trembled slightly, and her unfocused gaze began to gradually sharpen. She blankly looked up and found Asuma staring at her with a worried expression. Ah, it's Asuma. What are you doing at my doorstep? Sunset Red asked in surprise. After asking this, she instinctively placed her hand on her abdomen, her delicate brows furrowing. Oh no, I'm so full. If I had known, I wouldn't have bought so much. Looking at Sunset Red's pained expression, Asuma suddenly found himself at a loss for words. After receiving the team number from his Hokage father yesterday, he had gone to the assembly point according to the schedule, waiting for his teammates and guiding teacher. His 2 teammates were classmates he knew, Uchiha Obito and Nohara Rin. As for his guiding teacher, he was a young man with blonde hair named Namikaze Minato. Although he had only recently become a Jainin and looked to be just a few years older than them, he had a solid reputation from Asuma's father. In fact, he remembered Sarutobi Hizashi saying that Namikaze Minato might become a figure who stirs up the ninja world like Konoha's White Fang. So, after the assembly finished, Asuma rushed to the residential area without even eating, wanting to share his joy with the girl he had a crush on. As a result, he waited all night, starving, and still did not see his beloved return home. It wasn't until the sky turned light that Sunset Red finally returned, leaning against her waist. Looking exhausted, staying out all night after training made it hard for him not to overthink. What on earth happened? What happened? Asuma felt a bit suffocated but forced himself to ask with concern. Are you okay? His voice was so dry that even he was surprised. Sunset Red pinched her waist again, but the discomfort still didn't ease. She wanted to go back and rest. But standing before her was the son of the Hokage, and it wouldn't be right to ignore him, so she could only softly say, It's nothing, Asuma. I'm just a bit full. I just need to rest for a while. Full? Where would there be time to eat during training? Asuma's eyes were bloodshot as he stammered and waved his hands. But what? Why are you being so long-winded? Sunset Red felt a bit impatient. After guarding Tsunade all night, she hadn't had a proper rest since she left yesterday, and her whole body was radiating fatigue. All she could think about now was her soft, fluffy bed, wishing she could just leap back into the warm and comfortable covers and sleep until tomorrow morning. Where did you go last night? Asuma asked, taking a deep breath. I was at team training, Sunset Red replied without thinking. Training? Asuma's eyes widened in shock. Did Sunset Red not even bother to give him a perfunctory answer? His shoulders trembled as he sadly asked, what kind of bell could take all night? At this point, Sunset Red finally understood what Asuma was thinking. She looked at the Hokage's son with some disdain and speechlessness for several seconds. What kind of person is this? So clueless. I was in training the whole time. Sunset Red said, suppressing her impatience. It was only this morning that I passed the assessment with my teammates through our guiding teacher. She walked past Asuma and reached her doorstep, inserting the key to unlock the door, and said coldly, I'm really tired now, and I have to continue training tomorrow, so you should rest early too. With her final words, the iron door was slammed shut. Bang! Asuma stood there like a pale statue, staring blankly at the tightly closed door, only hearing the footsteps behind it getting further away. The scene felt as if someone had pressed the pause button. Not knowing how long it had been, his fingertips began to tremble slightly. Full! He murmured to the door as he slowly backed away. Until his back hit the wall, he let his body slide down little by little, ultimately sitting on the ground with a look that was neither crying nor laughing. A tragic expression on his face. She said it was overeating. Ichiraku Ramen Shop. After the team disbanded, Uchiha Chi didn't return home to catch up on sleep like Sunset Red, but instead went to Ichiraku Ramen. Unlike Kakashi and the others who had insomnia all night, he not only fell asleep, but slept very soundly. After all, he had the system giving him an advantage. As long as he stirred the emotions of those around him, he would naturally become stronger. Thinking this way, not passing the assessment wasn't something unacceptable. If he got sent back to the Ninja Academy, he might even get to play the role of a pig eating a tiger and lower the level of the attack, although it felt a bit boring. Your ramen, enjoy. Looking at the steaming new ramen that emitted an enticing aroma, Uchiha Chi's throat moved slightly. He didn't indulge like Kakashi and Sunset Red, so by mealtime, he was starving. Given the situation, he decided to eat first. With that in mind, Uchiha Chi broke apart the disposable chopsticks and began to eat the ramen eagerly. Detecting pain from Sarutobi Asuma, gained 20 points and increased damage by 4. Uchiha Chi looked up in confusion, staring at the line of light blue text in front of him, half a ramen strand still hanging from his mouth. Gulp, gulp. After swallowing the dangling ramen, Uchiha Chi steadied the chopsticks on the edge of the bowl and began to scrutinize the unfamiliar, yet familiar name Sarutobi Asuma with a strange expression. Why are you also starting to feel pain? Carrying 35 million Ryo up the stairs? Uchiha Chi shook his head with amusement, subconsciously pondering what kind of pain the Hokage's son might be experiencing at this age. Losing family? His parents were in great health. Not being recognized for his talents? The third Hokage wouldn't assign a bad teacher to his own son. Then, was it a love problem? Uchiha Chi's eyes drooped slightly, feeling he had guessed the correct answer. In other words, Sunset Red and Sarutobi Asuma have had a conflict, and not just any conflict. At least Uchiha Chi knew that Asuma was genuinely suffering, because he had exploded with gold coins. Target's emotional fluctuation exceeded the standard. Host receives extra reward. Wind release. Dust technique. Wind release. Dust technique. Spits out dust from the mouth to attack the opponent. What kind of low-tier dark arts is this? Uchiha Chi looked at the system's reward with a mix of amusement and disbelief, shaking his head. He still couldn't figure out how this matter related to him. Surely he wouldn't be considered a hypothetical enemy, right? He would ask Sunset Red about it tomorrow during training. This ninja world still has many good people, even ones that explode with gold coins. Uchiha Chi sighed, happily continuing to eat the remaining ramen. Chapter 67. The Running Granny. The Broken Silence 8th Generation Senior. Really can't find it. Could it be a mistake? In a dimly lit alley of the Uchiha clanland, the young members of the security team cast puzzled glances at their captain, Uchiha Hakadai. Recently, their captain has been changing routes during patrols, making them search for suspicious individuals within the clanland. However, for the newly joined Uchiha Tetsuka, the entire clanland was not only flourishing, but also peaceful and serene. Where could there be any suspicious individuals? Moreover, how could anyone dare to reach into the Uchiha clanland? They had been loitering in the clanland for the past few days without time to patrol outside, which had improved their team's reputation, and it couldn't continue like this. Stop the nonsense. Uchiha Hakadai turned to Uchiha Tetsuka, his face filled with seriousness and gravity. Tetsuka, check if there are any outsiders entering or leaving the clanland today. Uchiha Tetsuka pulled out a record sheet from his pocket, holding it in one hand while quickly flipping through it with the other. Let me see. Found it. Today there's only one person. Hitaki Kakashi. Uchiha Tetsuka put down the record sheet, widening his eyes at Uchiha Hakadai, his tone somewhat excited. Is it really him, Captain? Although he and Kakashi graduated in different years, and he joined the security team right after graduation, he had heard of this genius from Konoha. If this suspicious individual was Kakashi, it would be incredible. Upon hearing this name, Uchiha Hakadai was slightly distracted, then rubbed his temples and said helplessly, "It shouldn't be him. Tetsuka, calm down a bit and check what he did in the clanland today." Uchiha Tetsuka, upon hearing this, flipped through the record sheet again, his expression gradually becoming strange. He went to the pancake stall and bought 5 servings of pancakes. Pancakes? Uchiha Hakadai thought for a moment, and suddenly recalled that Uchiha Kai also loved the pancakes made by Granny Jean. Could it be such a coincidence? If he remembered correctly, Uchiha Kai had just gathered a team yesterday, and now Kakashi came to the clanland to buy pancakes. Did they join the same team? No wonder it's Kai. What a coincidence. Could it really be Kakashi? Uchiha Tetsuka perked up and leaned into gossip. Uchiha Hakadai gave a light flick on the head of this newcomer. Definitely not. Hiss. Uchiha Tetsuka squatted on the ground, wincing in pain while quietly complaining. Then Captain at least described the characteristics of that suspicious individual. Otherwise, we'll be like headless flies. The characteristic is a running granny. Huh? Uchiha Tetsuka looked over with his mouth agape. Uchiha Hakadai also felt somewhat uncertain. Or a running uncle. Uchiha Tetsuka covered his mouth, his expression extremely restrained, but the next moment he couldn't help but burst out laughing. What are you laughing at? Uchiha Hakadai was exasperated. Captain, where in the world is there a running granny or uncle? Uchiha Hakadai. He himself found this characteristic quite baffling. But Uchiha Kai told him this. Just when Uchiha Hakadai was starting to doubt if he had misheard, an old granny walked into the alley. Her hair was gray, but her steps were not at all unsteady. After entering the alley, she stood still, seemingly waiting for something. After a few seconds, the granny seemed to receive some signal and fell to the ground with a thud. Ouch, ouch. Uchiha Hakadai, who was hiding around the corner and witnessing the whole scene, felt his heart race. Could it be, in just a few years after graduation, still retaining his enthusiasm? Uchiha Tetsuka had already walked around the corner and hurried over. Granny, are you all right? The granny turned her head and looked over, her wrinkled face filled with confusion, seemingly puzzled as to why there were still people in this strange place. When she saw Uchiha Tetsuka, who was wearing a green vest, Uchiha Hakadai clearly saw the granny's murky eyes narrow slightly. In the next moment, without hesitation, the granny got up from the ground and ran away, not looking back, quickly darting out of the alley, leaving Uchiha Tetsuka dumbfounded. In the evening, Tsunade returned to the Senju clan leader's residence. Lady Tsunade, you're back. Shizen ran to the entrance to welcome Tsunade. Hee. The little piglet in her arms also grunted twice, as if saying welcome back to Tsunade. Back, Tsunade replied lazily, then walked past Shizun into the living room. She took off her green robe that was imprinted with gamble and casually sat down, stretching her back with a big yawn, her body sinking into the soft cushion, the sofa creaking with age. Dinner will be ready soon. Please bear with me a little longer. Shizun had also returned to the living room at some point, gently speaking to Tsunade. Well, I'm not that hungry. Tsunade grabbed the piglet from Shizun's arms, squeezing it hard while mumbling. Shizun tilted her head, her expression growing a bit serious. Did Lady Tsunade eat something outside? They could no longer afford to eat out. If Tsunade had eaten something outside, it would have to be a free meal. What are you talking about? It was bought by my students. Tsunade rolled her eyes at Shizun, then looked at the ceiling and muttered, I didn't tea drink today either. Why did I lose so badly? Do you think your gambling losses have anything to do with whether you drank or not? Shizun silently complained. Then curiosity appeared on her face. Students treating? Lady Tsunade, did you really go to be a teacher? Yeah. Tsunade shook her small, crescent-shaped foot arch, playing with her fingers as she said. Didn't I say I was a bit bored lately? So I'd go play teacher for a few days? But I clearly told them that if we made money today, I'd treat them to a feast, but I lost everything. So embarrassing. Don't treat the profession of a teacher as a game you can quit at any time. Shizun helplessly covered her forehead, but didn't say anything more. If possible, she actually hoped that Tsunade could stay in the village a bit longer. After all, the constant running around for several years was indeed too exhausting. Wait a minute, Shizun suddenly realized, looking at Tsunade with suspicion. Didn't we lose all our subsidies this month? Where'd you get the money to go to the casino? Tsunade's movements froze slightly as she lifted the piglet, hiding behind it and whispering. I took next month's subsidy in advance. Ji. The sound of despair echoed continuously in the residence, and the thrifty girl who was full of expectations for next month's allowance was gently crushed. Chapter 68. Tsunade. It's my first time the next day. The morning mist was slowly dissipating as Uchiha Chi leisurely arrived at the back forest of Konoha. He thought he had arrived early, but upon getting there, he realized he was the last team member to arrive. Yugao was already sitting on a large rock meditating, clearly having been there for a while. Kakashi had also arrived early at the assembly point, flipping through a small book. Except for Tsunade, Uchiha Chi scanned the surroundings and finally caught sight of familiar golden hair under a locust tree. You're late. Tsunade stepped out from behind the tree, pointing at Uchiha Chi with a smirk. Last time, she was the last to arrive. So today she wanted to assert the privilege of being early and bully the late student. Impossible. Uchiha Chi's expression was unusually calm. I set off strictly on time, and both the route and speed were the same as yesterday. There's no way I could be late. Oh, is that so? Tsunade nodded knowingly, sounding somewhat impressed. Uchiha Chi proudly raised his chin. After hearing the alarm clock ring and shutting it off instantly, spending 2 minutes brushing his teeth, washing his face, and changing clothes, he arrived at work just in the nick of time. These were abilities he had developed over years of being a corporate slave. Kakashi looked at Uchiha Chi speechlessly. What's there to be proud of? Then Kakashi decided to steer the conversation back. What are we doing today? Upon hearing his voice, Yugao opened her eyes, ending her meditation, and leaped to their side, quietly waiting for Tsunade's answer. Good question. Tsunade blinked her bright, apricot eyes and said, but I don't know either. Kakashi's expression slightly stiffened, feeling a bit of heat rising. Yugao was also full of question marks. I don't know. Uchiha Chi had no reaction. After spending some time with Tsunade, he had mentally prepared himself for her unreliability. Yeah. Facing the bewildered duo, Tsunade nodded, stating confidently, it's your first time as team members, and it's my first time as an instructor. Why should you know what I know? Kakashi frowned tightly. I've heard that before each official assembly, instructors receive specialized training. Oh, you mean that? Tsunade's mouth turned down, then she spread her hands, looking like a slacker fish. I didn't go to listen. Kakashi closed his dead fish eyes and exhaled heavily. He felt like his blood pressure was about to explode. First, he had Uchiha Chi, who had a strange way of thinking as a teammate, and now Tsunade, who knew nothing but came to be an instructor. What kind of godly team was this? Seeing Kakashi's almost broken expression, Tsunade seemed a bit embarrassed too, touching her face and saying, how about you tell me what an instructor usually does? Don't worry, as long as it's something other teachers can do, I can do it. She patted her chest hard, causing quite a stir. With that scale, it might not be very convenient during battles. Uchiha Chi critically glanced over, but he couldn't figure it out. So he looked again seriously. Yugao pursed her lips, pondering, and said, generally speaking, it should be you guiding us in our training and also helping us develop team synergy. That makes sense. Tsunade nodded in agreement. Then let's have a spar. Now Yugao was stunned, slightly opening her mouth. Since I need to guide your training, I must first understand your actual situations, Tsunade explained matter-of-factly. Otherwise, how would I know which direction each of you should develop in? Everyone has different talents and strengths, and choosing between complementing each other and avoiding weaknesses is a world of difference. Each ninja must think and practice to find the path that suits them. Uchiha Chi slightly nodded, looking at Kakashi and Yugao, and saw a hint of recognition in their eyes. Although she was an instructor without training, Tsunade had indeed come up with a good method based on her own training experience. It can only be said that, as one of the legendary three of Konoha, this blonde big sister's abilities were still quite impressive. Then it's decided. Seeing that the three had no objections, Tsunade clapped her hands and said, "To understand your situations, I won't hold back too much this time. You'd better give it your all." Her expression gradually became serious. "I'll give you 2 minutes, and then we'll start the test." 2 minutes later, Uchiha Chi and the others followed Tsunade to the same clearing as yesterday. Looking at the 3 team members who were energetic and relaxed, Tsunade nodded secretly in her heart. She deliberately only gave them 2 minutes to see how they would react. 2 minutes was definitely not enough for brainstorming. This was something anyone could tell with a moment's thought. However, even so, she had seen many ninjas on the battlefield choose to forcefully compress details to discuss tactics under time constraints. The consequence of this was that the tactics devised would not only be ineffective, but would also hinder each other's actions, resulting in wasted efforts. Moreover, while you were discussing with your teammates, the opponents were also thinking of countermeasures. If their brains were better than yours, wouldn't that be a pure loss? In such situations, a better approach is to adapt to circumstances and leave the rest to synergy. For example, among the legendary three of Konoha, when faced with emergencies, Jiraiya would instinctively act as the frontline breakthrough. Orochimaru would provide side cover for the attack, while she would be responsible for healing and guarding against ambushes. So, how would Uchiha Chi and the others handle it? When she announced that there were 2 minutes left, Uchiha Chi and Kakashi both sat cross-legged on the spot, closing their eyes to adjust their states. Even Yugao immediately followed suit, sitting down to regulate her breathing. Very decisive. In a limited time, they eliminated all uncertain factors, preparing to face their opponent in their best state. This decisiveness often represented confidence in one's own strength, sparking Tsunade's curiosity about Uchiha Chi even more. Kakashi was the son of Hatake Tsukumo. Even if she had been away for years, she had heard of him. He was probably the most outstanding among the three, so his actions were understandable. But she had read Uchiha Chi's information many times, and while he was decent among commoners, he seemed rather mediocre among the Uchiha clan, a prestigious ninja family. Yet he was even more decisive than Kakashi, a genius. Could he surprise her in some way? Tsunade's eyes slightly lowered, and her hands quickly formed seals. A barrier similar to yesterday's expanded infinitely from her palms, covering most of the back forest. In every future training session, I will set up this barrier, so your information will definitely not leak out. She glanced at the three, her gaze lingering slightly on Uchiha Chi, the corners of her rosy lips curling up. Even that old man wouldn't be able to do it. Chapter 69, next time you want to spray my face with something, you can ask for my opinion first. That old man is no good either. Here, we're naturally talking about the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi. It's worth noting that Hiruzen Sarutobi has a voyeuristic tendency, just like that bastard Jiraiya. If we were to talk about the order of things, it might even be Jiraiya who inherited this trait from him. Upon hearing Tsunade's words, Uchiha Chi also smiled and nodded slightly. Although this princess of Konoha is often unreliable, one can occasionally sense that she is actually quite delicate at heart. The words she just said clearly hinted that Uchiha Chi didn't need to worry about being seen and could let loose and perform. However, if he really did let loose, Tsunade had already drowned her sorrows in alcohol twice in front of him, and given her current fragility, if he were to somehow win, Uchiha Chi felt that Tsunade would get stuck in a deeper obsession and even fall into self-loathing. It's all because I was too weak that I lost them. Then, she would leave Konoha overnight and disappear from a ninja world. Not to mention why he would lose such an eye-catching big sister. He still hadn't finished mining the resources from her. No running away, you better obediently drop the gold coins. With this thought, Uchiha Chi showed a warm smile to Tsunade, silently conveying, "I will give it my all." Although Tsunade wasn't very good at speaking, she sensed Uchiha Chi's emotions and nodded in satisfaction. Then let's get started. After saying this, Tsunade formed seals with the three of them. At the moment, Uchiha Chi and the others also completed their opposing seals. The grass under Tsunade's high-heeled sandals suddenly sank. The next moment, Tsunade's figure abruptly vanished, appearing in front of Kakashi in the blink of an eye, slowly extending her fair fist. The fist reflected in Kakashi's pupils was so delicate that even the fingertips looked somewhat tender. But Kakashi was completely tense. Previously, when Uchiha Chi threw a punch, it looked like this, soft and weak with no power. He believed it. As a result, he still hadn't fully healed. They like to play like this, huh? But this time, he wouldn't fall for it again. Kakashi sneered inwardly, exerting force in his legs to leap into the air, completely suspending himself and extending his palm to block in front of his face. In the next second, Tsunade's pink fist arrived with a whooshing sound. Bang! At the moment of impact between fist and palm, the grass beneath was directly swept into the sky by the shockwave. And Kakashi realized that the force of Tsunade's punch far exceeded his expectations. Fortunately, because he had suspended himself in the air beforehand, Kakashi managed to stabilize his position, retreating several meters in the air without any resistance. As he passed a certain old tree, he tilted his body and lightly tapped the trunk with his toes, rebounding back to the grass. After rolling and crawling for several meters, Kakashi finally came to a stop. Although he wasn't injured at all, he also completely lacked the dignity expected of a genius from Konoha. She actually knows not to take my punch head-on. Tsunade looked at Kakashi with some surprise. It seemed that Shoma had told you about me. During the Second Great Ninja War, she was given the title of the legendary Three Ninjas by Hanzo alongside Orochimaru. And Hatake Shoma also began a rise during those years, gaining fame in the ninja world as Konoha's White Fang, so naturally. They knew each other as people from the same village. I don't know, Kakashi slowly stood up from the ground, brushing off the grass stuck to him, but I won't easily take anyone's punch again. Tsunade looked confused. Meanwhile, Uchiha Chi, the instigator, almost laughed out loud on the spot. Genjutsu, 3 absolute cherry blossoms. Just as Tsunade was confused by Kakashi's answer, Yuhi Kurenai, who had been observing the situation, decisively made her move. She quickly formed hand seals with both hands, crouched down, and suddenly slapped the ground. Countless cherry blossoms instantly scattered, fluttering gently in the air. Tsunade stood at the center, seemingly immersed in this beautiful scene, muttering to herself, "It's quite beautiful." It worked. Kurenai secretly rejoiced, flipping her slender wrist, producing a black kunai in her hand. She stealthily approached Tsunade from behind, raising the kunai to stab at her back. But it's not practical. Tsunade shook her head, as if she had eyes on the back of her head, and just as Kurenai's kunai was about to touch her skin, she suddenly sidestepped 2 steps to avoid the charge attack with ease. She playfully blinked at the dazed Kurenai, but her right hand suddenly tightened, drawing back to her waist and sending a punch towards Kurenai's abdomen. Kurenai could only watch as Tsunade's fist instantly blocked in front of her, transforming into a palm push that struck her chest. Poof! Hit solidly, Kurenai trembled violently, like a kite with a broken string flying away. Nevertheless, Tsunade did not stop. Her body sank slightly, her feet exerting force as her black high heels dug deeply into the ground, charging towards the direction where Kurenai was about to land. But just as she was about to catch up to Kurenai, boom! A wall of earth suddenly rose between her and Kurenai. Before her line of sight was completely blocked by the wall, she saw Uchiha Chi appear from nowhere, expertly catching the falling Kurenai. In the next second, the wall of earth inscribed with a dog's head fully rose, completely isolating the 2 sides' line of sight. About to collide, Tsunade stepped on the ground and stopped abruptly before the earth wall, looking up at the wall engraved with the dog's head, silent. "I want to let you pass." Kakashi stood a short distance of less than 10 meters from Tsunade. "Tsunade-sensei, your opponent is..." Before he could finish his sentence, he was interrupted. "Hey, Kakashi." Tsunade stood in place, her hands naturally hanging down. She slightly turned her head, looking over with a blank expression, her red lips lightly trembling. "You're done for." Kakashi's pupil shrank. Behind the earth wall, Uchiha Chi leaped from the ground, holding Kurenai in his arms. Boom! Almost simultaneously, a loud explosion echoed from the other side of the earth wall. Uchiha Chi landed steadily while holding Kurenai, looking somewhat puzzled at the wall. What happened? However, now wasn't the time to think about such things. Kakashi shouldn't be able to hold on for too long. Uchiha Chi looked down at Kurenai, noticing she was trembling all over, her tightly shut eyes appearing somewhat pained. Even though Tsunade had held back with her slap, it was still not something a genin could easily endure. Seemingly sensing that she wasn't freely falling, Kurenai struggled to open her eyes, wanting to check her surroundings. When Uchiha Chi's face came into view, Kurenai was obviously taken aback, and when she slightly lowered her head, realizing she was lying in his embrace, Her expression stiffened a bit more. She awkwardly shrank back, twisting her body to try to get up, completely forgetting that she was injured. "Let me down. I'm fine now. Cough, cough. Poof." She suddenly coughed violently a few times, then felt a sweetness in her throat and spat out a mouthful of blood. Watching the blood spray towards Uchiha Chi's face, Kurina's ruby-like eyes suddenly widened. This is bad. However, Uchiha Chi simply tilted his head slightly, effortlessly avoiding the splattered blood. Then, he gently placed the girl on the grass and slowly rose from his crouch position. "Kurinai-san." Uchiha Chi casually adjusted his appearance, exuding a sense of aristocratic elegance. "If possible, next time you want to spray my face, you can ask for my opinion first. P.S. Tsunade's black strappy high-heeled sandals. Chapter 70. That woman is terrifying. Next time you want to spray my face with something, I hope you can ask for my opinion first." Looking at Uchiha Chi, who was calmly tidying up his appearance, Yugao's red eyes sparkled, reflecting the young man's indifferent smile, as if she wanted to engrave this scene in her mind. Soon, she realized her rudeness. "I'm sorry," she quickly whispered an apology, wanting to explain, "I didn't mean to." But the other party pressed a finger against her lips, interrupting her words. "Shoo," Uchiha Chi said with a serious expression. "Our teammate is doing his best to buy us time. We cannot waste his efforts." Saying this, Uchiha Chi extended his distinctly knuckled palm, clearly preparing to treat Yugao's wound. Watching the hand slowly pressing down on her chest, Yugao's expression suddenly stiffened, a hint of redness flashing across her pale face due to the injury. She had never had physical contact with any male before. But thinking of what the other party just said, she bit her lip and said nothing. Kakashi was still buying them time over by the earthen wall. There was no time to care about such a subtle contact. However, just as she made up her mind, Uchiha Chi suddenly flipped his wrist, using the back of his hand to face Yugao. "I'm sorry." Uchiha Chi whispered an apology, gently placing the back of his hand on her wound. A green glow appeared on his hand, guiding the release of healing ninjutsu on the wound, his movements gentle as if wiping morning dew off flower petals. Detected a touch from Yugao, gained 15 points, simultaneously increased 3 defense. Watching the young man focused on treating her, Yugao's initially stiff body gradually relaxed. "You actually know medical ninjutsu." Yugao stared at the green light in Uchiha Chi's palm, a bit dazed. This was the first time she had seen an Uchiha capable of using medical ninjutsu. It should be noted that the Uchiha clan is born with the ability to awaken the Sharingan. Awakening the double Tomo is equivalent to a high-level CH Nin, and awakening the 3 Tomo Sharingan can rival the elite CH Nin of the village. Because of this exaggerated foundation, the vast majority of Uchihas tend to have strong personalities. One should know that a high-level medium-sized ninja clan can often only cultivate 1 or 2 elite ninjas, while for the Uchiha, each of them has the opportunity to reach the standard of an elite ninja. This talent would make anyone from another ninja clan arrogant. In such an atmosphere, naturally, no one would waste time learning medical ninjutsu. Yet, looking at the young man's focused profile, a hint of admiration flashed in Yugao's beautiful eyes. "Uchiha Chi seemed a bit different from those arrogant Uchihas. Because my talent is mediocre." Uchiha Chi explained with a smile while treating Yugao. The corners of his mouth slightly lifted, but there was a hint of indescribable bitterness. "I neither have the talent to awaken the Sharingan nor possess good ninja skills, so I can only work hard in other areas. Fortunately, my talent for learning medical ninjutsu seems to be decent." Yugao fell silent. Growing up in a ninja clan herself, she naturally knew what kind of neglect an ordinary performing boy like Uchiha Chi would receive in the clan. She had seen too many such cases. It's already good enough. Yugao comforted awkwardly, not being good at comforting others. "I also tried to practice medical ninjutsu, but ultimately gave up. Self-studying medical ninjutsu was too difficult, and just a pile of professional vocabulary felt like reading a book in another language. So although she was interested, she didn't spend time continuing her research. Therefore, seeing Uchiha Chi from the Uchiha clan skillfully using medical ninjutsu, she truly felt a bit of respect. Is that so? Uchiha Chi's non komitali. I'm actually quite interested in Jinjutsu, but unfortunately my talent isn't enough." Yugao's eyes lit up slightly, forming a pair of crescent moons. "Then we can exchange ideas with each other in the future." Uchiha Chi smiled sincerely. "Good." Boom. Just as the atmosphere between them became more harmonious, a loud crash sounded behind them. The entire earthen wall directly broke apart, large chunks of dirt crumbling. A figure was thrown into the air like a broken sack, and after landing, it stirred up a cloud of dust, rolling about 7 or 8 times before finally stopping at Uchiha Chi's feet. Cough cough. Kakashi, who was hailed as the youngest nin in history, was now bruised and battered, with hardly a good piece of flesh on his body. His eyes were swollen as if stung by a bee, and Kakashi struggled to open his eyes, just in time to meet Uchiha Chi's gaze. The two silently stared at each other for 2 seconds before Kakashi spoke first. You need to be careful. He painfully tugged at his injured mouth, his lifeless fish-like eyes revealing a trace of inexplicable fear. That woman is a monster. It was the first time Kakashi had seen someone capable of using brute force to smash through an earthen wall. Even the dog head carved at the top had turned to a pile of fragments. Just as his words fell, a light footstep sounded from the direction Kakashi had come from. The next second, a graceful figure in high heels walked on the shattered earthen wall, looking down at them. Tsunade gently flicked her golden hair with her right hand, glancing at Uchiha Chi's glowing palm, her beautiful eyes flashing with surprise. Healing technique? It seems you really have the talent to become a medical ninja. Thank you, Tsunade-sensei, Uchiha Chi humbly replied. I just practiced a bit longer. Tsunade shook her head, not agreeing with Uchiha Chi's statement. Unlike battle ninjas who can fight just by using body replacement techniques, medical ninjas have never been a system without barriers. Not everyone can learn medicine. Talent, strength, intelligence, patience. These abilities are all essential to become a medical ninja. For example, Yugao had also tried to learn medical ninjutsu, but since no one in her family was proficient in medicine and self-study proved too difficult, she ultimately had to give up. But Uchiha Chi had succeeded. Although the healing technique is a skill that every member of the medical department must possess, it is still a concrete A-rank ninjutsu that requires a lot of time to practice. Yet Uchiha Chi had learned it on his own. This talent perhaps could inherit her legacy. Thinking of this, Tsunade's mood instantly brightened, and a bright smile like a blooming flower appeared on her pretty face, making the whole world seem a bit brighter. Have you decided? Who's next? Kakashi struggled to get up, every muscle in his body straining. But just as he left the ground, he fell back down. Yugao, with a distressed expression, covered her chest, trying to push herself up from the ground. But her shoulder was gently pressed down. She looked up to see Uchiha Chi's eyes filled with smiles. Rest well, the next part is up to me. Chapter 71, I really didn't stealthily compete. Leave the rest to me. This gentle whisper made Yuhi Kurenai slightly distracted. Looking at the calm figure of the boy, she suddenly felt a sense of reassurance. It seemed that no matter what happened, as long as Uchiha Chi showed this kind of smile, he could handle anything that came his way. However, as Uchiha Chi truly walked towards Tsunade, for some reason, a faint sense of unwillingness rose in Kurenai's heart. Their newly formed Team 5 was actually reduced to having a medical ninja fight in person. Kakashi, lying on the ground, felt the same way. He watched Uchiha Chi walk away, silent, but his fingers were deeply buried in the soil. On the other side, a gentle breeze blew. Tsunade crossed her arms, her golden ponytail swaying gently behind her as she stood tall in the wind, looking down at the scene. When Uchiha Chi strolled in front of her, the corners of Tsunade's mouth lifted slightly as she teased. Is it finally the medical ninja's turn to take action? Hearing this, both Kurenai and Kakashi lowered their heads in shame. Detected unwillingness from Yuhi Kurenai, earned 10 points and increased defense by 2. Detected unwillingness from Kakashi, earned 15 points and increased defense by 3. Tsunade was surprisingly nice. Yes, when only medical ninjas were left on the field, they could only go all in. Uchiha Chi sighed lightly and looked up at Tsunade. Lady Tsunade, I have a request. What request? Tsunade looked over with interest. Uchiha Chi smiled and pointed at himself. Can you not hit my face? Tsunade tilted her head cutely, pretending not to understand, and blinked at Uchiha Chi. I said I wouldn't go easy on you. Unless you beg me. What a top-notch female ogre. Uchiha Chi's mouth twitched as he shook his head helplessly. I'm ready, Lady Tsunade. Very well. Tsunade smiled and watched Uchiha Chi for a few seconds, then reached behind her head with both hands, proudly lifting her impressive assets. Leisurely undoing her hair tie and tying her originally low ponytail into a high one. After doing all this, Tsunade gently lowered her arms, her eyelids slightly drooping, concealing the excitement in her apricot eyes. This was her fighting stance. Ever since she decided to be Uchiha Chi's mentor, she had been looking forward to this moment. She would slowly cultivate Uchiha Chi into the most satisfactory version of himself. Tsunade exhaled a breath of turbid air and instantly disappeared from her spot. In the next moment, she flashed to Uchiha Chi's front, her slender ankle drawing a semicircle in the air, smashing down heavily towards Uchiha Chi's face. Painful heaven foot. Looking at that black high heel still covered in fresh dirt, Uchiha Chi's heart skipped a beat. Taking this kick to the face would probably hurt a bit. This thought flashed through his mind, and without hesitation, Uchiha Chi raised his right hand. Tsunade caught sight of Uchiha Chi's response, her eyes glinting with amusement. He actually dared to take her monstrous strength head-on? How naive! She accelerated her movements and struck down with force. Bang! The sound of violent collision echoed through the back forest clearing. In Kakashi and Kurenai's line of sight, Tsunade and Uchiha Chi collided fiercely, instantly stirring up a violent whirlwind around them. The fierce wind kicked up scattered dust, completely obscuring the clearing and blocking their line of sight, leaving only the sound of rapid collisions. Bang, 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 bang. A particularly deafening sound rang out as Uchiha Chi and Tsunade's intertwined forms were abruptly separated, sliding in opposite directions for over 10 meters. Once they steadied themselves, Tsunade exclaimed, "Why is your strength so great?" Her outstretched palm opened and closed as she relaxed her muscles, looking at Uchiha Chi with disbelief in her eyes. Having possessed monstrous strength since childhood, she had never lost in a physical confrontation. But now, she felt a tingling in her arm. This Uchiha boy's strength was actually on par with hers. In response to Tsunade's question, Uchiha Chi shook his hand to relax his arm and smiled politely. "Teacher Tsunade, I was born with great strength." Tsunade's mouth twitched slightly, almost saying, "You're full of it." When Uchiha Chi raised his hand to take her painful heaven foot, Tsunade felt like she had hit a steel plate. This wasn't something that could be achieved by sheer natural strength alone. Realizing this, Tsunade looked at Uchiha Chi with a more serious gaze. "It seems you've been training in taijutsu all along." Kakashi, lying on the ground watching, couldn't help but smile at her words, feeling a rush of relief. He was no longer alone. This Uchiha Chi had definitely been secretly training. Facing Tsunade's firm accusation, Uchiha Chi's expression was slightly helpless. He really hadn't been stealthily competing, just had a little cheat. Tsunade ignored Uchiha Chi's silent rebuttal and simply surveyed him from head to toe with satisfaction. "Uchiha Chi, you continue to surprise me. Since that's the case, I guess I need to get serious." Tsunade's smile grew wider as she reached for her sleeves, tossing her green robe into the air. Saying this, Tsunade vanished from her spot again and charged towards Uchiha Chi. Bang, bang, bang. The two clashed once more, their fists and palms colliding at such speed that Kurenai and Kakashi, who were watching, were left dazzled. Kurenai stared in shock at the two blurred figures, her mouth gradually forming a large O. Are these two monsters? Is the taijutsu level of our team, Five's medical ninjas, a bit too exaggerated? Kakashi, on the other hand, was fixated on Uchiha Chi's figure, his expression gradually turning pale. He realized that when Uchiha Chi fought him back then, he hadn't even used his full strength. Based on Uchiha Chi's current attack speed, even if he hadn't been careless, he wouldn't have been able to create distance to use ninjutsu. Boom! Another fierce clash sent Uchiha Chi flying awkwardly into the air. Tsunade, using her monstrous strength, instantly appeared in midair, ready to deliver a painful blow as Uchiha Chi landed without any way to brace himself. Seeing Tsunade closing in on him, Uchiha Chi slightly narrowed his eyes. No wonder she was one of the legendary three. If he had maintained some advantage in the earlier taijutsu exchanges thanks to the system panel's values, now Tsunade was using years of combat experience to suppress his numbers. But he wasn't just good at taijutsu. At the moment just before he began to fall, Uchiha Chi smiled and silently mouthed the name of a hand sign to Tsunade. Tsunade squinted her eyes, vaguely recognizing the hand sign he was forming. "Si Wei Shun." Oh no! Tsunade's expression changed slightly as she quickly crossed her hands to protect her face. The next second, a scorching fireball engulfed her completely. Chapter 72, the episode that most changed Tsunade's view of Uchiha Chi. Swish. A blazing fireball descended from the sky, directly engulfing half of the open ground and instantly obscuring Tsunade's figure. Boom! A thunderous explosion echoed, and the ground shook violently beneath their feet. But the overwhelming flames continued to spread, quickly covering everything and making it difficult to see what had actually happened. The raging fire divided the entire area, causing the air to twist as if it were going to burn through everything. Outside the scene, Kakashi felt the scorching heat wave hitting him but remained motionless, continuing to closely observe Uchiha Chi's figure while mentally deciphering the silent words he had just spoken. "Si Wei Shin Ai Wuyin," Kakashi murmured. "Fire release, great fireball technique. Yuhi Kurinai's gaze sharpened as she looked towards Uchiha Chi, where everything was already a fiery red. You call this the great fireball technique? The great fireball technique is indeed a hallmark of the Uchiha clan. Over the years, she had seen Uchiha members use this fire technique on various occasions. However, among the Uchiha she had seen, the great fireball technique they exhibited was simply not on the same level as the massive fireball unleashed by Uchiha Chi. This is indeed the great fireball technique, Kakashi said with utmost certainty, his brows furrowing tightly. But the power of it is somewhat difficult to comprehend. Is it due to the amount of chakra? Or has Uchiha Chi's ninja talent already reached a level where he can surpass the original limits of ninjutsu? Watching the red flames dancing in the wind, Kakashi and Yuhi Kurinai fell into silence simultaneously. Regardless of which situation it was, this fire technique was definitely not something a genin could achieve. In other words, the medical ninja of their small team was at least at the Chunin level. Kakashi. Yuhi Kurinai suddenly turned to Kakashi. Can you beat him? Kakashi's expression tightened, as if recalling some unpleasant memories. And his dead fish eyes looked away in humiliation. I didn't lose. Yuhi Kurinai responded somewhat knowingly, oh. While the two were conversing outside, Uchiha Chi was also observing the situation within the inferno. It should be about time, he thought silently, then clapped his hands, ceasing the flow of chakra, and the raging fire finally began to show signs of extinguishing. Without the recoil of the great fireball, Uchiha Chi could no longer maintain his form in the air and quickly descended to the ground. He stood with his hands down, quietly gazing ahead, in the direction where Tsunade was. The once lush green grass was now charred black, emitting choking black smoke. I wonder how much the land of Konoha costs per square meter? Just as Uchiha Chi's thoughts began to wander, a voice came from the thick smoke. I didn't expect you to have quite a bit of chakra. As the light wind blew, the smoke dissipated, revealing a previously non-existent pit in the ground 10 meters ahead of Uchiha Chi. Tsunade stood in the center of the pit, slowly lifting her head to look over. Her cheeks were covered in dust, but her brown eyes still shone brightly, and her golden hair continued to flow. Little brother, it seems you're not just naturally strong. Tsunade joked humorously as she walked out of the deep pit. Uchiha Chi did not respond, but looked at the deep pit behind her. He had heard a massive roaring sound when he performed the fire technique earlier. Initially puzzled, it now seemed clear that it was the sound of Tsunade's punch shattering the ground. First, she crossed her arms to endure the initial damage, then used her immense strength to alter the terrain, mitigating the subsequent burns, thereby significantly reducing the impact of his great fireball technique that consumed a quarter of his chakra. That's quite durable, Uchiha Chi thought to himself. In just a few seconds, he was able to make such a clear judgment, and he once again admired her rich combat experience in his heart. Of course, Tsunade was not completely unscathed either. Uchiha Chi shifted his gaze from the deep pit to Tsunade, who had now approached him. The lower half of her long pants was mostly burned, with jagged hems resembling trendy fashion, while the white tank top had turned into a gray vest, with holes here and there exposing large areas of her fair skin. Uchiha Chi stared at Tsunade for a few seconds, and after a moment of silence, turned to walk towards Kakashi and Yuhi Kurinai. Is this surrendering? A hint of confusion flashed in Tsunade's eyes, but seeing the steadiness of his steps, she held back her words. On the other side, Kakashi still wore his usual expressionless face, but as he watched Uchiha Chi walk towards him, his heart was far from calm. Even in this situation, does Uchiha Chi still insist on bandaging his wounds? Could it be that he misjudged this guy, and Uchiha Chi isn't as much of a jerk as he thought? Lost in thought, by the time Uchiha Chi squatted down in front of him, smiling warmly and extending his palm as if to use healing jutsu, Kakashi's dead fish eyes flickered, and his expressionless face finally showed some emotion. Bang! With a muffled sound, a dull pain shot through Kakashi's neck. He looked dazedly at Uchiha Chi's smiling handblade. This person was not here to mend interpersonal relationships. He was here to deal with his own. In the final moment before completely fainting, Kakashi thought to himself, You! Yuhi Kurinai's eyes widened as she watched Uchiha Chi's handblade suspended in the air. She had just thought there were signs of a thaw in their relationship and was genuinely happy for the unity of the team. Yet, Uchiha Chi had just struck down so casually. Hearing the sound, Uchiha Chi turned his head. He first glanced at Yuhi Kurinai's flat chest, then at the unconscious Kakashi, before scrutinizing her entire figure as if to verify something. Until he saw her curvaceous figure due to years of training, Uchiha Chi finally realized, stood up decisively, and left. Watching Uchiha Chi's calm back as he walked away, Yuhi Kurenai felt her whole body tremble. Although she didn't know what he was looking at, she felt her dignity had been severely insulted. Uchiha Chi returned to Tsunade's side. "I'm back." Oh. Tsunade responded in a daze, but her pretty face was still filled with confusion. What did he run over there for? Why did he knock out Kakashi? Uchiha Chi did not answer, merely standing silently in place, gazing at Tsunade, whose torn clothes revealed glimpses of her fair skin. Moreover, the vest had already lost a button, and the southern hemisphere looked like it was about to pop out at any moment. Feeling a bit dizzy, Uchiha Chi could only kindly help Kakashi out of consciousness first. "This is called empathy, because I have been in the rain. I hold an umbrella for others in the rain." Feeling Uchiha Chi's earnest gaze, Tsunade was momentarily stunned, sensing that something was off, and then looked down. A brief blush crossed her cheeks, and she quickly raised her fist, angrily charging at him. "You little, inherently evil Uchiha brat." Chapter 73. Tsunade-sensei. "This matter is known only to you, you wicked little Uchiha." Hearing Tsunade's slightly angry shout, Uchiha Chi tilted his head. Why does it feel a bit enjoyable? But aren't there more and more prefixes? Although he felt a bit skeptical in his heart, Uchiha Chi didn't slow down his movements at all. The moment Tsunade disappeared from her original position, he slightly leaned to the left, narrowly avoiding the suddenly appearing fist. Watching Tsunade pounce towards him, Uchiha Chi's eyes moved slightly, taking advantage of her momentary stiffness after missing her attack to deliver a heavy hook punch to her abdomen. However, just as he tightened his fist, he heard a whooshing sound beside his ear. Tsunade actually twisted her waist forcefully, using an extremely high degree of flexibility to counteract her body's stiffness, and fiercely swept towards his temple. The temple is one of the most vulnerable areas of the human body. Even with his panel's percentage defense, if that kick hit, he would probably have to lie in the hospital for 2 days. Uchiha Chi had no choice but to turn around, transforming his fist into a palm to block, using his waist strength to deflect Tsunade's foot, thus protecting his temple. After this first wave of attacks, Tsunade launched a storm-like pursuit. Knee lift, twist waist, side kick, hook punch, swinging arms, elbow strike. Tsunade moved like a long-neglected machine finally greased, her somewhat rusty fighting skills becoming increasingly fluid, with attacks mixed with numerous feints, making it difficult for Uchiha Chi to discern her intentions. Although he had advantages in physical condition, this slight advantage was quickly negated compared to Tsunade's rich experience. Drops of sweat appeared on Uchiha Chi's forehead, feeling somewhat pressed. This woman is 10 times harder to deal with than the current guy. This thought flashed through his mind, and Uchiha Chi stopped hesitating, deliberately meeting Tsunade's palm fist, quickly retreating due to her immense strength. He jumped back several times, stopping under a distant banyan tree, confronting Tsunade from afar. As expected of Tsunade-sensei, I can't find any openings for a counterattack. It seems I still have a long way to go. However, upon hearing this compliment, Tsunade's face showed no joy. She was very dissatisfied with this outcome. Is this little pervert made of iron? How can his body be so tough? I clearly used all my strength. Why can't I take him down? Watching Tsunade grit her teeth, looking like she wanted to swallow him whole, Uchiha Chi smiled and suggested, "How about we just—" "No way." Tsunade interrupted before he could finish, rushing back to Uchiha Chi's front, still delivering a powerful punch aimed directly at his face. Why is she always aiming for my face? Uchiha Chi sighed helplessly. The next moment, he spread his arms like wings, leaning his body back straight, and it looked like he was about to lean against a tree trunk, leaving himself no way to retreat. What was he doing? Seeing Uchiha Chi suddenly give up resistance, Tsunade's eyes widened slightly. Although she felt a bit confused, she still chose to continue punching. After all, she was confident in her medical skills. As long as Uchiha Chi had a breath left, he definitely wouldn't die. She could even use herbs to make him better than he was now. Then she would tie him up and bring him back to the Senju clan's residence. She needed to correct this guy's twisted personality. While Tsunade was thinking this, the next moment, her beautiful brown eyes suddenly contracted. Uchiha Chi did not lean against the banyan tree. Instead, he defied the laws of physics, passing through the tree trunk as if he were transparent, and lying down on the grass behind it. Detected confusion from Tsunade, gained 15 points, and increased defense by 3. Appreciating Tsunade's bewildered expression from below. Uchiha Chi wurde Leid Smile. Nanotechnology, Kid, Mayfly technique. Beginner merging the body with the earth to achieve high-speed movement. Can cut off all breath. Although his mayfly technique couldn't currently compare to the kind of instantaneous travel through the ninja world like White Zetsu due to the lack of would-release bloodline enhancement, it was already sufficient. Of course, he didn't plan to reveal this ninjutsu. The card he intended to show today was another small card. A round of Tomo slowly rotated in his eyes, and Uchiha Chi's scara quickly turned red. He could selectively show the number of Tomo. He didn't know if other clan members could do it, but perhaps due to the system optimizing the bloodline limit, Uchiha Chi could indeed do this. And the single Tomo Sharingan was the card he was about to reveal to Tsunade. Sharingan, Jinjutsu. The violent input of chakra caught Tsunade completely off guard, instantly trapping her in a Jinjutsu. She froze, like a broken machine, standing there with unfocused, lifeless pupils. Uchiha Chi slowly got up from the ground, brushed off the leaves on his body, and then snapped his fingers crisply. Clap. Tsunade's pupils constricted, clearly coming back to her senses, staring blankly at Uchiha Chi's Sharingan. So that was an illusion just now. No wonder she saw Uchiha Chi's body pass through the tree trunk. It turned out all of this was her own illusion. She slightly parted her moist lips, wanting to ask something, but Uchiha Chi spoke first to explain. Uchiha Chi looked down and said softly, "This is the first time I activated it since I met Tsunade-sensei." The first meeting? Was it that time at the izakaya? Recalling the scene at that time, Tsunade's expression became a bit dazed. She remembered that Uchiha Chi went to the izakaya to celebrate his promotion to genin. Because the fried rice there tasted a lot like what his mother made. So it was under mixed emotions of joy and sorrow that he activated the single Tomo Sharingan. Tsunade instantly understood the whole story. No wonder he wouldn't open his eyes when she sat opposite him. At that time, she was so drunk, seeing Uchiha Chi's Sharingan. She would probably have thrown a full-force punch, so he was afraid of getting hit. Tsunade looked at Uchiha Chi with a mix of amusement and exasperation, only to find Uchiha Chi was also looking at her. "Tsunade-sensei, can I admit defeat?" Uchiha Chi spread his hands and asked. This time his eyes were clear, without a trace of impurities, like a harmless little animal. Looking into those clean scarlet eyes, Tsunade's expression became somewhat complicated. After all these years, it was the first time she had seen a Sharingan without any malice. However, it was better not to expose these eyes too early. Tsunade thought for a moment and looked seriously at Uchiha Chi. "Does anyone else know about you activating your Sharingan?" "No." Uchiha Chi shook his head and replied obediently. "Only you, Tsunade-sama, know that I activated my Sharingan." Chapter 74. How can there be such a simple and easily deceived Uchiha? The fact that I awakened my Sharingan is known only to you, Lady Tsunade. That's good. Upon hearing this, Tsunade visibly breathed a sigh of relief. Although she had no interest in the village's power struggles, she had developed a certain political sensitivity through her grandfather, Senju Tobarama. As the last remaining relative of the first Hokage and a direct disciple of the third Hokage, if the news of her student awakening the Sharingan were spread, it would likely cause quite a stir. On the side of the village's higher-ups, there was the old ghost Danzo, and on the Uchiha side, there were hawks. There were extremist thinkers on both sides. Revealing Uchiha Chi's awakening too early would likely not be good for either party. More importantly, it would undoubtedly interfere with Uchiha Chi's life, causing him to fall into a vortex of choices too soon. Tsunade didn't know what the right choice was, but she hoped her student's path would be less fraught with difficulties. Well, even if he's a temporary student. With this thought, she looked seriously at Uchiha Chi and instructed, "For now, don't tell anyone else about this." Uchiha Chi was momentarily dazed. He remembered hearing something similar not long ago. Back then, clan leader Fugaku had asked him not to leak the information about the spy in their clan. The phrasing was the same, and even the tone was similar. However, unlike Fugaku, Tsunade genuinely weighed the pros and cons for him, which made Uchiha Chi smile slightly, feeling that he had played his cards right. He concentrated, and the blood-red eyes gradually faded, returning to an inky black. "I understand, Lady Tsunade," Uchiha Chi replied obediently, lowering his head. "I won't tell anyone." Tsunade nodded slightly, then looked at him with a hint of reproach. She wanted to tell Uchiha Chi that he shouldn't even disclose this to her about awakening his eyes. After all, they had only known each other for a few days. Even if she had been away from Konoha for years, she still belonged to Konoha in the eyes of the outside world. If she had any malicious intent, she could mislead him during future training, causing Uchiha Chi to stray from his path. But she couldn't bring herself to say it, because she knew this boy truly trusted her completely. Realizing this made Tsunade's feelings even more complicated. How can it be such a simple and easily deceived Uchiha? Don't trust me so much. I won't always be by your side. 10 minutes later, Uchiha Chi walked out of the woods and into an open area. When Yuhi Kurenai saw him approaching, she instinctively asked, "Where's Lady Tsunade?" Remembering Tsunade's hurried departure, which seemed somewhat flustered, Uchiha Chi smiled and said, "She seemed to have something to do and left first." "Oh." Kurenai nodded in understanding, though confused. Ninja like the legendary three of Konoha probably had many affairs to attend to every day. "So what do we do next?" "We can return to the village now. There will be a notice for the next training session," Uchiha Chi said with a light smile as he approached Kakashi, slightly bending his knees to squat down. Kakashi appeared to be in a deep sleep. Uchiha Chi pondered for a moment before giving him a slap. Smack, no response. Smack, a heavier slap. Still no response. This continued. Kurenai silently watched this scene, thinking, "I'll just wait for you both." She was a bit afraid Uchiha Chi might accidentally knock Kakashi out for good. When Kakashi opened his eyes, he saw not a familiar or unfamiliar ceiling, but a face that seemed to be as warm as spring. For some reason, he felt a slight itch on his face, accompanied by a stinging sensation. "You're awake. You seem to have had a long dream," Uchiha Chi said with a smile. Kakashi remained silent and nodded. "I dreamed of my father." He dreamed of his father, Hitaki Sakomo. In the dream, he found himself in an endless, pitch-black desert, sitting across from his father by a campfire. His father told him that this was a pure land and urged him to wake up quickly, or he would remain in this pure land forever. Kakashi frowned at Uchiha Chi. He couldn't tell if it was his imagination, but after hearing his words, the smile on Uchiha Chi's face seemed to grow wider. "No way." Kakashi suddenly realized and took a step back, fixing his gaze on Uchiha Chi. "This guy knocked me out." "I knew you would ask that," Uchiha Chi said, spreading his hands in resignation, showing he meant no harm. "I really didn't want to." But Kakashi didn't let his guard down, continuing to stare at him with his dead fish eyes. "What do you mean?" Staying suspicious and vigilant is also an important skill for a ninja. The problem was that before Kakashi woke up, Uchiha Chi had already thought through his explanation. Uchiha Chi reined in his smile and began to explain earnestly. "Lady Tsunade told me that her shoe tips were poisoned. Moreover, this poison was modified from the toxin of a pufferfish. Anyone who comes into contact with it will feel an unbearable itch, making them unable to stop scratching, and in severe cases, they might even start self-harming." Uchiha Chi sighed and continued. "So I'm really sorry, Kakashi, but before we could detoxify you, I had to knock you out first." "Can Konoha's legendary 3 even use poison?" Kakashi frowned, recalling something his father once said. "Every excellent medical ninja is a master of poison. Understanding the principles allows one to do the opposite. To know how to detoxify, one must first learn how to poison." Chiyo from Sunagakure is a classic example. Since Tsunade is a medical ninja at the forefront of their village's medical techniques, her understanding of poison would naturally be profound. At least, it wouldn't be a problem for her to poison a Chunin. However, Kakashi still felt something was off. This shouldn't be the reason why Uchiha Chi knocked him out without any explanation. But at that moment, Uchiha Chi pointed to Kakashi's face. Kakashi reached up to touch his face, his pupils constricting as he felt a burning pain and an intense sting. Uchiha Chi looked at Kakashi's swollen face and nodded, saying, "You did this to yourself. Kurenai and I struggled to hold you down." Kakashi covered his face and looked at Kurenai. Uchiha Chi also smiled broadly at her. "Isn't that right, Kurenai?" Kurenai felt overwhelmed with pressure. "Is that so? Well, load of nonsense." This guy was both slapping Kakashi's face and praising Konoha's genius for sleeping better than others. Should she tell the truth? But she felt that if she did, Team 5 would be disbanded tomorrow. Why does it feel like they're on the verge of falling apart? But she didn't want to disband. Putting other things aside, this small team was really well configured. First, there was the guiding teacher from Konoha's legendary 3. Then, there was Kakashi, the acknowledged genius of Konoha. And finally, there was Uchiha Chi, the medical ninja who could spar with Tsunade. This was probably one of the most promising ninja teams in this generation. And she really didn't want too many conflicts to arise among teammates. Bathed in their gazes, Zairong bit her lower lip and gently nodded. "Yes, I can testify." Chapter 75. Saying thank you. Why did you deceive me? He wasn't wrong. I can testify. After Siehong's words fell, there was a brief silence among the three. Kakashi glanced at Uchiha Chi, then at Siehong. He still felt something was off. His instincts told him that things were not as they seemed. But another instinct told him that he might never know the truth of the matter in this lifetime. Kakashi could only stiffly nod, indicating that he understood, and he convinced himself to accept this explanation. However, Uchiha Chi would never be so easily satisfied. He raised an eyebrow and said, You haven't said thank you yet. Xie Hong turned to look at Uchiha Chi, completely stunned. How could he say that? Are all Uchiha like this? Uchiha Chi noticed Xie Hong's gaze and nodded in acknowledgement. We Uchiha are like this. Xie Hong. Kakashi, on the other hand, ignored this, looked around, and asked the same question Xie Hong had asked earlier. Where's Tsunade-sensei? Uchiha Chi did not answer, just smiled at Kakashi. Say thank you. Kakashi's mouth twitched. He took a deep breath and slowly said, thank you. No matter what, Uchiha Chi did stand up after he and Xie Hong lost their combat abilities. This was equivalent to saving his life during a mission, and compared to that, a simple thank you seemed less important. Receiving Kakashi's gratitude, Uchiha Chi nodded in satisfaction. Tsunade-sensei had something to attend to and left early. The training has basically ended. It's not like we're competing for bells. There's no need to determine a result. It was just a small test to gauge our strengths. Uchiha Chi smiled and invited, so, how about going to eat some ramen together? Kakashi thought of the image of Tsunade, treating him like a punching bag, and shook his head with a grim expression. I'm going back to train. With that, he vanished in an instant, darting away through the green woods. Uchiha Chi turned to look at Xie Hong. What about you? Xie Hong thought for a moment and nodded. Since they were both going back anyway, they might as well walk together. 20 minutes later, the distant mountain rocks gradually became clear, and the faces of the three Hokage statues emerged, peacefully gazing in the same direction. Uchiha Chi and Xie Hong returned to the entrance of Konoha village. Do you have anything to say? Uchiha Chi tilted his head and asked the girl beside him with a smile. On the way back, Xie Hong had been looking like she wanted to say something, but hesitated, seeming to be struggling with her thoughts. Xie Hong opened her mouth, her deep red eyes showing a hint of hesitation, yet she still did not speak. Walking into the village entrance in silence, when they reached an empty street, Xie Hong finally spoke softly. Did you activate your Sharingan? Oh. Uchiha Chi made a nasal sound, asking non-committally, did you see? I didn't see. Xie Hong shook her head. Then why did you ask? Did you forget you didn't knock me out? Xie Hong explained quietly. Although I couldn't see clearly what you did, from my perspective, I could see Tsunade-sama's profile. She looked very surprised at that moment. What could surprise Tsunade-sama so much about a mere genin? I can only think it must be the Sharingan. You know, even when the two of us were sparring, Tsunade didn't show that kind of expression. Uchiha Chi nodded in praise. It seems Xie Hong's analytical skills are quite good. Xie Hong didn't respond, gently kicking a small stone by the road, her tone a bit dejected. You told me you wanted to explore your medical ninjutsu talent because your ninjutsu level was insufficient. But it turns out you can do everything. Combat ninjutsu, medical ninjutsu, Sharingan. Thinking carefully, apart from being registered as a genin, there was nothing about Uchiha Chi that seemed like a genin. His temperament, intellect, and strength, if everything could be quantified, Uchiha Chi's metrics had already far surpassed the genin category. Xie Hong felt somewhat deceived. She had thought that Uchiha Chi was neglected by his clan, lacking resources and training, and felt sorry for him. Which is why he had said things like we can communicate with each other in the future. She envisioned helping him whenever he needed it in the future. But in reality, his aloof personality was false. His average talent was also false. Everything was a lie. He didn't need her help at all. Why did you deceive me? Xie Hong bit her lip, feeling a wave of emotion. What did Uchiha Chi take her for? A clown or a joke? Why did she look like she was about to cry? Looking at Xie Hong, who was silent and looking down, Uchiha Chi felt a bit perplexed. Was he somehow the kind of person who easily made girls cry? Let's test a bit. He let out a light sigh, his tone filled with regret. I'm sorry. Xie Hong. Xie Hong's delicate shoulders trembled slightly, but she continued to lower her head, saying nothing. Detected grievance from Xie Hong. Gained 15 points. And increased defense by 3. Seeing the system prompt about the emotional type, combined with what Xie Hong had said earlier, Uchiha Chi finally understood why she was unhappy. It turned out that her feelings of deceit stemmed from today's performance. But he truly hadn't lied. His talent was indeed average, just that he had a little advantage. So, what should he do next? Uchiha Chi pondered for a moment and, somewhat bitterly, spoke skillfully. My parents sacrificed early. Xie Hong looked up in confusion. What does this have to do with you lying? But seeing Uchiha Chi's sad profile, she swallowed her words and did not ask. I was only a few years old when they left. That day, an elder shoved a pair of blood-stained forehead protectors into my hands, looked at me deeply, and left without saying a word. At that time, I didn't understand what had happened. I was still very afraid of the dark, so I kept the lights on waiting for them to return. But I waited and finally fell asleep. When I woke up, they still hadn't come back. A few days later, I received 2 compensation payments. Uchiha Chi paused and continued. But after that, my life didn't improve. On the contrary, my situation became quite difficult. The adults in the clan were indifferent to me. They said my parents hadn't completed their mission and were unworthy of sympathy, and I, as an orphan, had no talent at all. But Uchiha Chi's face showed a hint of confusion and unwillingness. They clearly taught me nothing. How could they know I couldn't learn? Chapter 76. I'm sorry, I shouldn't have lied to you. They clearly didn't teach me anything. So how could they know I couldn't learn? The adults' attitudes made the children of the clan look down on me even more. They always mocked me, chasing me and calling me a parentless freak. They threw mud at me. They threw stones at me. Uchiha Chi said these words softly, but Yuhi Kurenai's mood grew heavier. She stared blankly at Uchiha Chi, seeing the pain, confusion, and resentment flashing across the boy's handsome face, even tinged with a hint of grievance. It was as if she could see a little boy with a dirty face being bullied and made fun of by other children in the clan, while the surrounding adults did nothing to stop it, just standing with their hands in their pockets against the wall, coldly watching everything unfold. No wonder Uchiha Chi had been so reclusive in the past. I cried many times too, but no one ever cared about me. I simply stayed at home all day. After all, going outside would only lead to being bullied, so it was better to stay in the study and read. Soon, I discovered that perhaps I wasn't as hopeless as they said. Uchiha Chi looked up at the slowly falling leaves, paused for a moment, and continued, because I always yearned for those stories. I could immerse myself in them and automatically visualize the corresponding scenes in my mind, as if they were really happening right in front of me. Later, after finishing all the novels in the study, with no books left to read, I started going through the notes and scrolls left by my parents. As a result, I found that I could easily reproduce the recorded actions in reality. Exploring, experimenting, training. That is how I learned to form hand seals, guide chakra, and feel the flow of chakra. Yuhi Kurenai silently gazed at Uchiha Chi. She gradually understood everything. The disdain from his clan and the exclusion from his peers made Uchiha Chi become reclusive, forced to stay at home and read. As time passed, he gradually discovered his own talent. And because he had grown accustomed to solitude and loneliness, Uchiha Chi never gave up on training over the years, step by step, achieving who he was now. But why don't you show them your talents? Yuhi Kurenai asked softly. If they saw your performance, perhaps their attitude wouldn't be so indifferent. Do I need their attitude? Before she could finish her sentence, Uchiha Chi interrupted her coldly. One needs talent, skill, and power to earn kindness. This hypocritical thing makes me nauseous, Uchiha Chi said coldly. Since they worship power so much, since they look down on me so much, then I will continue to be a talentless person. When I reach a height they cannot touch, able to crush them like ants. I want to see fear and regret on each of their faces. Yuhi Kurenai couldn't help but fall silent. She roughly understood that the cold words he had endured over the years had become a thorn in Uchiha Chi's heart, deeply embedded. Each breath and heartbeat brought subtle pain. Clothes can be mended, but the wounds in one's heart cannot heal. Debts and suffering are never washed away by time. They only evolve into something else with the passage of years, such as compensation, such as revenge. Was that really good? Yuhi Kurenai subconsciously imagined. If Uchiha Chi really could do what he said, stepping on all those who look down on him one day in the future, that would be so satisfying. Just thinking about this script of good and evil being repaid made Yuhi Kurenai involuntarily clench her legs, her breathing becoming lighter. Seeing the faint smile at the corner of Yuhi Kurenai's mouth, Uchiha Chi internally nodded, realizing that he had completely drawn her emotions in. As long as one isn't a genius ninja like Kakashi, most people would encounter situations of being looked down upon or suppressed to some extent. Therefore, the script of the Dragon King's counterattack coming to the ninja world was naturally like a seed finding fertile soil, an overwhelming strike that no one could refuse. This not only filled the void of his past, but also explained the origin of his talent and the reason for concealing it. All of it was so reasonable and natural. Uchiha Chi smiled lightly. Senju Hashirama has wood release. Uzumaki Naruto has talk no jutsu. And he, Uchiha Chi, also has performance jutsu. Yuhi Kurenai? Uchiha Chi paused for a moment, watching Yuhi Kurenai finish her thoughts, then spoke. Yuhi Kurenai immediately came back to her senses. Here. Her gaze towards Uchiha Chi had softened significantly compared to before. I'm sorry. She wanted to apologize, thinking it would remind Uchiha Chi of bad memories. But Uchiha Chi spoke first. Sorry, Yuji Kurenai. Uchiha Chi lowered his eyes, looking like a child who had done something wrong, uneasily saying, I shouldn't have lied to you. Yuhi Kurenai opened her mouth. After learning about Uchiha Chi's experiences, she was no longer angry. In fact, she felt a bit heartbroken. In what should have been the happiest childhood, he had to bear so much pain alone, just like a flower blooming in the cracks of a stone wall, making it hard to blame him. It's okay. Yuhi Kurenai said softly. I'm sorry. Can you forgive me? But Uchiha Chi seemed not to hear and continued to lower his head, repeatedly apologizing, as if he wouldn't lift his head until she spoke. Really, I forgive you. Yuhi Kurenai sighed in frustration. Only then did Uchiha Chi raise his head, looking at Yuhi Kurenai's embarrassed face. Thank you, Yuhi Kurenai. Then I can be at ease. Be at ease about what? Yuhi Kurenai, feeling a bit shy, covered her face and gently kicked away a stone at her feet. I already said I'm not angry anymore. Uchiha Chi nodded with a smile. But soon another hint of unease appeared on his face. Yuhi Kurenai, I have a request. He stammered, looking very conflicted. Yuhi Kurenai tilted her head. Puzzled, what is it? Can you keep it a secret for me? Uchiha Chi carefully observed Yuhi Kurenai's expression and added cautiously, only you will know about this. For some reason, seeing Uchiha Chi's obviously easy-to-bully expression, Yuhi Kurenai suddenly felt an urge to tease him. A playful smile rarely appeared on her charming face. Since it needs to be kept a secret, why do you want to tell me? Because. Uchiha Chi secretly chuckled in his heart, but his expression remained fixed on Yuhi Kurenai's deep red eyes. Because I don't want to lose you. As a friend. Watching Yuhi Kurenai's originally carefree expression gradually become flustered, Uchiha Chi then leisurely spoke the second half of his sentence. Chapter 77. Please don't bother me again. The sudden visit from Hokage because I don't want to lose you. This friend, Yu Hong, was momentarily taken aback, her playful demeanor visibly crumbling. It turned out to be a friend. Seeing his serious tone, she thought it was something else. She turned her head away and said somewhat awkwardly, Of course, I'll keep it a secret. Then, hesitating for a moment, she asked, Doesn't Tsunade-sensei know about this? Uchiha Chi shook his head. She doesn't know. He was telling the truth. Tsunade only knew his original background story, which was equivalent to the base version. By the time it reached Yu Hong, it had already evolved into the second version, with many patches and details added. Akin to DLC. Of course, almost all of it was fabricated. Upon hearing Uchiha Chi's response, Yu Hong said nothing more, her eyebrows raising slightly, and her steps becoming a bit lighter. Detected joy from Yu Hong. Gained 10 points and increased defense by 2. Tsunade-sama also reminded me not to tell others about activating the Sharingan. Uchiha Chi smiled, hoping that Yu Hong could keep this matter a secret as well. Without hesitation, she nodded lightly. Don't worry, I won't tell anyone. Although she didn't quite understand, as a high-ranking official in Konoha, if her student activated the Sharingan, it would likely cause quite a stir if made public. Perhaps considering this, Tsunade instructed Uchiha Chi not to disclose it. The wind gently stirred the hair of the boy and girl as the sky gradually darkened, the sunsets stretching their shadows long beneath them. They arrived at a fork in the road. I'm this way. Yu Hong pointed towards the residential area. Uchiha Chi nodded, pointing in the other direction, which led to the Uchiha clan's territory. I'm that way. Then I'll head back first. Yu Hong casually waved her hand and walked towards the residential area. However, after taking a few steps, she turned back. What's wrong, Yu Hong? Uchiha Chi asked patiently with a smile. Yu Hong shook her head, somewhat speechless as she complained. Don't call me classmate. It makes me feel like I'm still in school. We've already graduated and become genin, haven't we? Then she hesitated for a moment and lightly clenched her fist towards Uchiha Chi. Good luck. After learning about Uchiha Chi's background, she began to secretly look forward to seeing him endure and grow stronger step by step, eventually kicking those who looked down on him to the curb. Uchiha Chi was momentarily stunned, then seriously replied, I will definitely work hard. Only then did Yu Hong nod in satisfaction and leave. Watching Yu Hong's retreating figure, Uchiha Chi couldn't help but smile, finding it somewhat amusing. Clearly a slightly heroic curly-haired beauty, she had ultimately become a loyal audience for the story of the Dragon King's comeback. Residential area, Yu Hong's home. Sarutobi-sama sat nearby on a stone step, waiting idly for Yu Hong to arrive. He was here to apologize. That day, he'd been a bit hot-headed and didn't believe Yu Hong's words. As a result, he had asked Sarutobi Hisashi yesterday and learned that the instructor for Team 5 was Tsunade. That made sense. This princess of Konoha had never been an instructor before. It was possible for her to be heavy-handed and make the team train all night. Moreover, his older brother, who served as a captain in the Umbu, mentioned during dinner that Kakashi bought a lot of breakfast on the day of the training camp, even specifically going to the Uchiha clan's territory to buy a lot of pancakes. Putting it all together, Asuma thought that Team 5 was likely trained by Tsunade all night, which is why they bought so much breakfast that morning, all to replenish their energy. In other words, he had indeed wronged Yu Hong. She had genuinely overeaten and hadn't eaten anything strange. Thinking back, how could someone as serious about training as Hong do something like that? Therefore, the more he thought about his tone at the time, the more anxious Asuma became. What had he said? He had questioned and humiliated a girl's purity for no reason, and she was a girl he had feelings for. Asuma regretted it immensely, which is why he came to apologize. Tap tap. After waiting for a while, he finally heard the sound of light footsteps. Yu Hong stepped around the corner and walked towards her home. Her steps were light, her expression relaxed, and even her gaze was surprisingly gentle, looking quite cheerful. This steadied Asuma's heart a bit. As long as he apologized sincerely, she would surely forgive him now. Hong. He stepped out from his side, waving to greet her. Yu Hong, who had been lost in thought, froze for a moment upon hearing the voice, her expression turning guarded as she looked at the sudden figure, clearly startled. Asuma? Seeing that the person was the third Hokage's son, Yu Hong's smile instantly vanished, replaced by a look of distance. She clenched her right hand around her left arm, her shoulders slightly hunching, her voice cold. What are you doing here? Seeing her cold demeanor, Sarutobi Asuma felt a bit flustered. Yu Hong's attitude was different from what he had anticipated. He had already apologized. Shouldn't she forgive him? All right, he hadn't apologized yet. Realizing this, Sarutobi Asuma immediately lowered his head and bowed. I'm sorry. What are you sorry for? I shouldn't have doubted that you weren't training. Where else would I go if not to train? I thought you went to the tavern to drink. Can you forgive me? Yu Hong didn't respond, only taking a deep breath. She didn't understand why. Despite both apologizing, Uchiha Chi's apology sounded so pleasant while Asuma's made her blood pressure rise. Maybe it was a matter of the person. The tone of the apology sounded as though he was relying on being the Hokage's son, assuming she would definitely forgive him. If she hadn't just realized how sincere an apology could be, she might have actually forgiven Asuma. But now, the more she looked at Asuma, the more unpleasant he seemed. After standing still for a few seconds, Yu Hong took a step forward, brushing past Asuma without looking back. Please don't bother me again. Bang! Huh? Asuma looked up in confusion. All he could see was the door that had just been tightly shut again. Why? Didn't I apologize? On the other side, Uchiha Chi had also returned home. As he rounded the corner, he noticed someone standing under the eaves. Uchiha Chi tilted his head and quietly approached. Brown short hair, slightly high cheekbones. When he recognized the person's profile, Uchiha Chi exclaimed in surprise. Hakadai? Hearing the sudden voice beside him, Uchiha Hakadai turned around, somewhat bewildered. Upon seeing that it was the person he was waiting for, a smile immediately spread across his face. Achi, you finally came back. Chapter 78. The Hokage of Konoha should all die. Lady Tsunade's vision is truly remarkable. Achi, you finally returned. What happened? Uchiha Chi was slightly taken aback, then smiled and pushed the door open. Let us talk after you come in. Uchiha Hakadai hurriedly followed. Upon entering the living room, Uchiha Chi sat on the sofa with Hakadai and went to the kitchen to bring out 2 glasses of ice water. He handed one to Uchiha Hakadai and drank the other in one go, the cold sensation filling his mouth and going straight down his esophagus to his stomach. After a day of training, Uchiha Chi immediately felt invigorated. It's summer, so cold drinks are a must. If only there was some cola. Uchiha Chi shook his head, pushing aside those useless thoughts, and smiled at the somewhat tense Uchiha Hakadai. No one knows you're here, right? Hearing this, Uchiha Hakadai relaxed a bit. No problem. The security team is working overtime tonight, and I've already informed my family. It's precisely because of this that he had the opportunity to come here. After all, it was inconvenient to meet Uchiha Chi during the day when there were too many people around. Overtime, Uchiha Chi was taken aback, not expecting to hear this familiar term in the ninja world, and hesitated to ask, what about your work in the security team? I handed it over to a kid named Uchiha Tetsuhan to handle. Uchiha Hakadai explained, a hint of a smile appearing on his face. He is a few years older than you. Achi, although he is just a chunin with a single tomo, he is someone I can trust. I've watched him and his brother grow up. Tetsuhan, Uchiha Chi tilted his head. If you remember correctly, Uchiha Tetsuhan had a younger brother named Uchiha Inahono, who was in the class next to his during ninja school. Uchiha Inahono, Uchiha Tetsuhan, and Uchiha Hakadai made a trio that once came to question Itachi about his whereabouts on the day Shursui jumped off the cliff to commit suicide. Looking at it this way, their relationship was indeed quite good. However, he hadn't expected that while fooling Hokage, he could also bring the other two along. This is a good thing. More people means more power. It's never a bad thing to gather more friends. Uchiha Tetsuhan, huh? Uchiha Chi nodded and smiled. Since he has someone you trust, old 8, I definitely want to meet him when the opportunity arises. Achi. Hearing Uchiha Chi's words, Uchiha Hokage was visibly moved, momentarily unsure how to respond. Compared to the always stern Uchiha Fugaku, who never showed what he was thinking, he could always feel Uchiha Chi's sincerity, openness, and unreserved concern here. This is all for the future of the Uchiha clan. Uchiha Chi waved his hand and said earnestly, Hokage, our current strength is still weak. We need to accumulate more capable people. His brother was in the class next to mine, and he should have graduated by now. If there's a chance, you should cultivate him a bit more. You're giving me the authority to choose people. Looking at Uchiha Chi, who was shaking his head and rambling on, Uchiha Hokage felt even more touched. Completely unaware that Uchiha Chi had changed how he referred to him from old 8 to Hokage. He had been in the security team for 10 years. 10 years ago, he was a young and inexperienced squad leader. 10 years later, he was an experienced squad leader. Nothing had really changed. Yet now, after knowing Uchiha Chi for less than half a month, he was entrusted with such an important task. Uchiha Hokage subconsciously straightened his back, took several deep breaths, and finally opened his eyes to nod earnestly. I understand, Achi, I will do well. Very good. Uchiha Chi nodded with a smile. It was more appropriate for someone with Hokage's experience in the security team to handle such matters. As for him, he could just enjoy the fruits of their labor. By the way, Uchiha Hokage hesitated for a moment and tentatively asked, Achi, have you organized your ninja team yet? I haven't seen you around the clan grounds lately. I've been training for 2 days. Uchiha Chi immediately understood what he meant and smiled, saying, my teammates are Hitaki Kakashi and Yuhi Kurenai from the Yuhi clan. So it's really the son of Hitaki Sakumo. Uchiha Hokage felt a bit emotional. During the Second Great Ninja War, even when he was on the battlefield in the Land of Rain, he often heard of the illustrious deeds of this Konoha White Fang in the camp. Single-handedly assassinating a couple of Jonin puppeteers from Sunagakure greatly shook the morale of the Konoha forces. Leading a team on the front lines, he made significant contributions on the battlefield. After that, the name of Konoha White Fang rose to fame, naturally making him a candidate for the next Hokage. Many within the Uchiha clan supported Hitaki Sakumo, not only because they had carried out various missions under him, but also because of his clean background. Even if he wasn't from the Uchiha clan becoming Hokage, it was still better than those Konoha higher-ups who were related by blood. Moreover, if Hitaki Sakumo could do it, wouldn't the Uchiha clan have a chance in the next generation? Yet fate played a trick, and that incident happened. Uchiha Hokage's expression was mixed with regret. He truly didn't believe that Konoha White Fang would choose to commit suicide just because of accusations from teammates. There must have been higher-ups pushing behind the scenes. The Konoha higher-ups should all die. Seeing Hokage's expression grow increasingly passionate, Uchiha Chi raised an eyebrow, knowing he was once again tapping into the Uchiha tradition of dangerous topics. Oh, by the way, Uchiha Chi seemed to remember something and said casually while adding ice water to his glass, my teacher is Tsunade. Uchiha Hokage's passionate expression instantly froze, his eyes widening and mouth agape. He gripped the glass of ice water tightly and stood up directly from the sofa. Really? Uchiha Chi didn't answer, just smiled and calmly drank his water. You became Tsunade's student. Is that true? Is it real? Achi, you can't joke about this. Achi, say something. It was only when Uchiha Hokage looked anxious, as if he was about to burst, that Uchiha Chi chuckled and glanced at him. It's true. The granddaughter of the first Hokage, Tsunade, is my mentor. He didn't add the temporary that Tsunade emphasized because, in his view, after witnessing his Sharingan, Tsunade wouldn't be running away anytime soon. Have our Uchiha truly waited for this day? This, the dignified squad leader of the security team, a 3-tomo Sharingan Jonin, Uchiha Hokage looked at Uchiha Chi with tearful eyes. Lady Tsunade really has remarkable vision. Chapter 79, the Uchiha's in-house slang. Running faster than the Konoha, higher UPS. After repeatedly confirming that Uchiha Chi's mentor was indeed Tsunade, Uchiha Hokage plopped down on the sofa. The ice water in his hand spilled, wetting his clothes and splattering on the sofa. Uchiha Chi glanced at the sofa and then at Uchiha Hokage. Seeing him so happy, He didn't say much. He just silently added a bit more to the interest for Hokage this month. Let's just consider it Hokage's kindness in voluntarily switching sofas for himself. Uchiha Hokage finally snapped back to reality, his expression incredibly gentle, though his fingers still trembled slightly, clearly indicating that his heart had not yet calmed down. He said earnestly, "Fortunately, that day you woke me up. I became friends with Kakashi, the son of White Fang. I became Tsunade, the long princess of Konoha's student. Now, I can see a bright future for you, Uchiha Chi." Looking back now, he finally understood how right he had been on this path. If he hadn't woken up that day and seen through Uchiha Fugaku's disguise, still obstinately following him, then he would have become a sinner of the Uchiha. The last time someone from the Uchiha was taken as a student by the Konoha higher-ups was when Uchiha Kagami was accepted. At that time, everyone thought things were going to get better, and his father, Uchiha Nanadai, also said that the future of the Uchiha was bright and splendid. But in the end, Uchiha Kagami died. On the rainy night of Uchiha Kagami's funeral, he saw his clansmen sobbing in front of the memorial stone, saw his father clenching his fists in frustration, looking as if he aged 20 years overnight. At that moment, he thought that if he ever encountered a Uchiha capable of creating a future, he would do everything in his power to protect them. Uchiha Hokage looked firmly at Uchiha Chi. "Hey Chi, even if it costs me my life, I won't let you suffer even the slightest grievance in the clan. If you see someone you don't like, I'll go beat them up for you. If you want to kill someone, I'll do that too." As he spoke, 3 tomo appeared in Uchiha Hokage's eyes, revealing a scarlet killing intent. "Is it that good?" Uchiha Chi raised an eyebrow. "I find the village higher-ups displeasing." "Ah well." Uchiha Hokage sat back down, shrugging his shoulders awkwardly. "I find them displeasing too." He paused, then seemed to have made a certain resolve. "But if you want to give them trouble, I'll attack the Hokage building tonight." Uchiha Hokage's gaze was incredibly resolute, and at the same time, the 3 tomo quickly vanished as he closed his Sharingan. This meant he was completely defenseless, and Uchiha Chi could check his will with the Sharingan. Not necessary, not necessary. Uchiha Chi hurriedly pressed down on Hokage. He certainly didn't doubt the other S words. The biggest flaw of the Uchiha was their extremism, extreme arrogance and recklessness. But the Uchiha's greatest strength was also their extremism, extreme sincerity. As long as Uchiha Chi gave the order, Uchiha Hokage would really shout, "Sir Toby, old thief, come at me," while rushing into the Hokage building. He said earnestly, "Calm down. Don't get agitated. Hokage, how old are you? Why are you always so jumpy?" "You're right." Uchiha Hokage took a few deep breaths, finally seeming to calm down a bit. If it were his father speaking like this, he might have rolled his eyes and walked away, but since it was Uchiha Chi, he could only praise Chi for making sense. "That's more like it." Uchiha Chi nodded with a smile, a hint of curiosity on his face. "You came to find me today just to ask about my squad?" "No." Uchiha Hokage's expression was strange. He finally remembered he had something to report today. "I've had my trusted subordinates investigate according to the information you gave me these past few days." Uchiha Hokage organized his thoughts, and they indeed found traces of suspicious individuals. "Oh, did you find that careless White Zetsu?" Uchiha Chi nodded thoughtfully, his expression becoming serious, signaling for him to continue. "That day, I was talking with Tetsu at the alley corner when an old lady walked in. She seemed quite healthy, but as soon as she entered the alley, she pretended to fall. It did sound suspicious." Uchiha Chi asked, "But could she have really been an old lady?" Uchiha Chi certainly knew that was White Zetsu, but he couldn't say it so definitively. He had to leave some room for doubt. After all, hearing is deceiving, seeing is believing. Even if it was wrong from the start, as long as he guided Hokage to investigate personally, he would become more and more convinced of it. Impossible. Sure enough, Uchiha Hokage shook his head gravely. He looked up at the ceiling, clearly starting to recall the scene at the time. When Tetsu saw her fall, he immediately wanted to help. But that old lady saw his security team uniform and immediately got up from the ground, running faster than the Konoha higher-ups. Running faster than the Konoha higher-ups. This was a common slang within the Uchiha clan. Back in the day, the second Hokage's team was besieged by a team from the Cloud Village, and all members of the team survived, except for the second Hokage, who could use the Flying Thunder God technique, who died at the border. Uchiha clansmen loved to use this story to mock the now Konoha higher-ups, Sarutobi Hizashi and Shimura Danzo. While Uchiha Chi suppressed his laughter, he lowered his head seriously and pretended to analyze the situation. However, in reality, he was pondering which White Zetsu this old lady was. Was it White Zetsu Aegon? Not quite. based on Aegon's mental quality after having dealt with him dozens or hundreds of times when it saw the security team. It would only continue to pretend to be an old lady who fell. An inexperienced White Zetsu would probably be the new Akai. After being cornered by him in the alley and suffering workplace bullying, Akai must have developed a psychological shadow, and now seeing the security team, it panicked and ran away. Uchiha Chi shook his head, discarding that conclusion, and posed a new question to Hokage. Something doesn't add up. What's not adding up? Hokage's eyes widened. I witnessed the whole process. That guy's speed was even faster than an ordinary genin. We Uchiha don't have such a fast old lady. But Uchiha Chi's lips curled slightly. The clan leader is now the true controller of the security team. Since those guys are the clan leader's accomplices, why would they run when they saw your security team? This was the last logical question of this chain, and he decided to throw it to Uchiha Hokage to solve. Isn't that obvious? Because they're guilty. Uchiha Hokage answered without hesitation. Because they're guilty, that guy was startled by Tetsu's sudden appearance and accidentally exposed his actions. The more he spoke, the smoother it became, as if everything was just as he said. Even if nothing happened at first, once he exposed his actions, he couldn't gamble that we hadn't noticed anything unusual, so he could only run away. Hearing Uchiha Hokage finally give an answer that even he couldn't pick apart, Uchiha Chi's smile grew more pronounced. He nodded. I see. It seems that the innocent clan leader's crimes are becoming more solidified.